Chapter 1 Why haven't you died outside? Miss 1, the pregnancy's ectopic, on dan immediate surgery is imperative. When Yi's complexion drained off color she had anticipated this outcome I clung to a flicker of hope the doctor's diagnosis shittered what remained of her optimism and a dull, persistent touch of surgery through her, tightening around her heart. After a moment's contemplation she tentatively texted Mu Jingchen what if we have a child? His response was splint doyo you then deserve it? With red needies, Wen Yi managed a bitter smile fully aware that even if the child were healthy, Mu Jingchen would never allow her to keep it. Let's proceed attends. I must inform you beforehand how to it if the location after pregnancy, part of your fallopian tube will need to be severed. When Yisman buzzed, rendering her unable to comprehend the doctor's further words, she understood better than Anona thought their removal of her fallopian tube signified a severe obstacle to her future fertility at Wazakanta stripping he through it off this conclusion felt like an intolerable blow. Suppressing the pain in her chest, she sent Mu Jingchen another message what if I can save children in the future? His reply was scoldase over Wen Yi, I fire sick, go and get treatment, don't bring me trouble. Her heart felt as though fifth had been brutally wrenched. She nearly forgot that Mu Jingchen she was nothing more than a warm fellow her ability to bear children was of no concern to him as long as he was his fuel in that capacity. Her fingers, pale from ripping thiepen, trembled as he signed the consent form, her handwriting so forceful it near lipier said through her paper. Before he entering the operating room, the doctor asked, do you want to notify your family? When Yi shook her head. The Wen family veiled her soliliosami and stomas wheel, will let my family was cold and indifferent, as for her true family and friends, she could not burden the tethiment over suffering. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to shouldering her burdens alone. Dueto and Eller Gato Anstetics, she remained painfully aware of her child being removed from her body, and she was not as strong as he had imagined it tears his triumph down her cheeks, betraying her. During the ordeal, Mu Jingchen bombarded her with calls and messages, histony consistent lahoti Wen Yi, get back am I right now. Shekno had returned, and through Faragoni, she made her way back to Mu home. As soon as her mother-in-law, Luyaji saw her, she rupted nature durit relisa methingal sealways either lounging around eating or shopping while keeping Oris band waiting for so long we haven't you just died off there? Her sister-in-law, Musisi, kun tresses sneering at her pale face Yulo Akasli, have you been caught cheating? When Yipra said her pale lips toes their ever since Mary and Jintoth new family, Luyaji, under the pretext of economizing, had dismissed several maids, almost all household affairs had fallen into her hands. It was infuriating that Luyas had read to her accusations of laziness ather. The maid had sensed feshifting winds, offering Ger nothing but disdain. To put it bluntly, event the fan litig would approach her without hesitation. For 3 years she had endured slanrinden souls to fold her love, but this lost child became a thephanal strophatchator her will to endure. Enough, Luyazi and Musa felt astonished, when had the usual lidisal woman ever spoken so fiercely? Only when Wen Yi's figure even issued around the staircase did they come up to their senses. Looks like this little eaming castler net to stand up for herself, Luyazi remarked. Ha, my brother will deal with her proper lilater. In the study, Mu Jingchen sat, a half-brunette cigarette pinched between his fingers, the curling smoky accentuating established la handsome features. As soon as Wen Yi stepped into festity, a coughing fit erupted from her. Mu Jingchen extinguished the cigarette, his dark eye scudding through her like a cold blade, the atmosphere around them growing oppressively tense. Butis heached, hezized her throat tightly, his voice devoid of warmth daring to disregard my orders, Ario you feeling bold? With a slight gain of pressure, it felt as if heck could snap her cylinder neck with the memory of soft past humiliations flooded her mind. Thought they had been married for 3 years, their actual meetings were few this time, had returned me after 2 months. Thrug howdy tall, this neglected wife had never ruttered a complaint, yet the Resha was subjected to his brutal treatment for ramin or delay. In the past, she had mistaken this for Mu Jingchen's personal eccentricities, only to later understand the these implied spies at her face it ways infuriating that she occupied the position of Mrs. Moela being the object of his scorn, thus heavented his frustrations in her, devising ever more humiliating ways to torment her. With or fill these shig as a dupe with him, her voice breaking Mu Jingchen, don't touch him. Heckastaff laid a glance at the shen face, a flicker of crimson igniting in his gaze. Coming Omi and Lato bemet with such avasage, yet smiling bright liferotherman. His breath grew colder, and the kun tressist making her refio dontuant metatuchio hodoyu and tantuan vitin stead? When I felt those being unreasonable and replied icily Mu Jingchen, im unwell and done twish to argue with you. Hescoffadan slamadasteko photosinto her face 1 just ho shamalasaria, it's in libin 2 months and Celeste touched, and Dorio redi desperatinato sicautatherman. The sharp soft hepotographs grazed her skin, bright crimson droplets of blood blossoming from her pale complexion, yet, she felt no pain, merely stared down at the cheastruna about their feet. Thema 9th hepotographs was shusherchu, a conseen counter at the hospital Buthika Legilium and her partner in business, natural pleasantries between French had been captured in way to period to be compromising manner, like Leothi Hansofan unseen photographer. She appealed her to explain, but Mu Jingchen had went tension off granting her the chance, tightening a script for. Despair engulfed heresy felt the airflow from Merling's and icicle spreading through her body. Indeed, idisonly when Ona reaches Thebring cough suffering that their true circumstance has become clear. Mu Jingchen did not love her might even had her for marrying him with ulterior motives, taking the place of his first love. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, Mu Jingchen abruptly released his grip like Ipiabi aside to fulfill the role of Mrs. Mu, not a chasey after a Thurman. He gravitated sway to wipe his finger sharply as if he had touched some mething foul, hishin some evasage and now wardened with revulsion. When his body seemed to lose all support, slumping into the cold floor, spiral and jinto on it off disoriented darkness. In her haze, she seemed to dream of his 17-year-old Mu Jingchen. The boy dressed in a crisp white shirt, magically pulled candies from his pocket, let alone havia pishiafkandi, a sweet tasting ham of canius the bitterness in our heart. How sweet the candy was, sweet enough to make her sparkle, whether it dispel her worries, she could not say, buto nothing was certain Mu Jingchen had carved his mark upon her heart. Thesson shifted, and her brother Jingchen morphed into a different person, his actions grew progressively harsher, his handsome face illuminated by the overhead light, nose and and glaring. He said, when he give me academy, and I'll support when family, we scratch each other's backs, it's a fair trade, don't expect love from, or I owe your litigating yourself. Yet, they said with the man she had loved for Rodkid, it was impossible for her to consider their marriage a mere transaction. She had poured her heart and soul into her affection for him, hoping to warm his heart. But themmer kindness she showed, the harsher his treatment became, themmer het tormented and humiliate her. She felt as though she was suffocating, her body racked with agonizing pain. Mu Jingchen pleased. Chapter 2, Wen Yi, do not degrade yourself. Chapter 2, Wen Yi, do not degrade yourself. Upon opening her eyes and realizing she was alone in the room, Wen Yi comprehended that what she had just experienced was merely a dream. It dawned on her that she had spent the entire night in the study, with none of the Mu family members showing the slightest concern for her well-being. Had it not been for her fortuitous survival, she might well have perished in that very room last night. The suffocating and painful sensations from her dream lingered, instilling her with dread, while the Mu family's indifference once again chilled her heart. Outside, she could hear the voices of Lu Yaji and Mu Sesh. I saw she bled quite a lot. She still hasn't woken up, could it be that she has died? Ha, if she has, it would clear a spot for Qingyue, saving your brother the trouble. A sharp pang struck Wen Yi's heart at the mention of that name. No wonder Mu Jingchen had been rarely returning home lately. It turned out his first love, Su Qingyue, had come back. Although Su Qingyue had been absent for 3 years, her name lingered in Wen Yi's ears like an incantation. Every time Mu Jingchen was intimate with her, he would insist Qinil, whispering Su Qingyue's name with heartfelt longing from behind her. Those 3 syllables felt like a dagger, mercilessly piercing her heart. A sense of unwillingness welled up within her as she tremulously typed a message to Mu Jingchen. Mu Jingchen, did you visit Su Qingyue again last night? Mu Jingchen replied, Wen Yi, do not degrade yourself. Ah, so that was an admission. How absurd it was that she still harbored fantasies of warming his heart, oblivious to the fact that he had already taken a clandestine path. Her heart felt as though it were being constricted by iron wire, bleeding with pain. Suddenly, she perceived the child within her as remarkably obedient, knowing it should not exist in this world, thus choosing to bid her farewell in such a manner. Ha ha, when he suddenly laughed, yet tears streamed through her fingers. This would be the last time she wept for Mu Jingchen, and from this moment forth, her tears would dry, her heart would become lifeless. Lu Yaji and Mu Sesh entered upon hearing her laughter, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Wen Yi, whose eyes were bloodshot, laughing maniacally. What are you cackling about? Hurry up and go cook. If you want to die, do it far away, so you don't bring trouble to our Mu family. Wen Yi cast a bloodshot gaze at Lu Yaji and her daughter. The meals I prepared before can be considered dog food. I will no longer squander my kindness on you, for you are unworthy. I will not die, and I shall stand in a place you cannot reach, living well and making you feel inadequate. Lu Yaji, accustomed to Wen Yi's submissive and gentle demeanor, was now enraged by her audacious tone. You shameless wretch, you've gone too far. Be careful I don't have Jingchen divorce you. Wen Yi replied coldly, very well, even if you don't speak, I will seek him out. Ha, do not forget that you were once eager to offer that kidney, begging us to have Jingchen marry you. Everyone in the Mu family knew that Wen Yi was hopelessly in love with Mu Jingchen. To put it bluntly, her love was as humble as that of a dog. With just a mere flick of Mu Jingchen's finger, she would obediently crawl over. Back then, even if it had cost her life, she would have willingly offered it. She could not believe that this woman would abandon such a hard-won union. Wen Yi brushed her cold brow. In the past, I was blind and foolish, but not anymore. Lu Yaji was about to retort when Wen Yi coldly interjected, leave, for even a moment more in your presence disgusts me. Lu Yaji was infuriated, ready to explode, but Mu Sesh pulled her out. Wen Yi's furious, bloodshot eyes were truly terrifying, as if she could kill at any moment. She had never seen such a sight of Wen Yi. Mom, don't you think Wen Yi is different from before? There was even a hint of fear. She had been completely intimidated by Wen Yi's aura moments ago. That little wretch has been acting strangely since yesterday. Perhaps she is having some sort of fit. We shall deal with her properly once Jingchen returns. Mu Sesh lowered her voice. Mom, do you think she has discovered brother's secret? Lu Yaji's heart skipped a beat, but recalling her son's cautious nature, who had even managed to deceive the old master, she doubted he would reveal anything in front of Wen Yi. Mind your tongue. Otherwise, you won't be able to stay in the Mu family. Lu Yaji immediately sent a message to Mu Jingchen, embellishing Wen Yi's odd behavior. In her room, Wen Yi sent Mu Jingchen a text. Mu Jingchen, we are getting a divorce. After a long while, she received his response. What trick are you trying to play now? As expected, Mu Jingchen believed her actions were merely an attempt to gain his attention. Indeed, her previous self had been excessively submissive and humble, which had emboldened him to mistreat her. No more would this be the case. She rose, tidied her belongings, and descended the stairs with her suitcase in hand. Lu Yaji and her daughter were seated on the sofa, engrossed in a drama. Hearing her footsteps, they simultaneously turned to look at her. The chores aren't done yet. Where do you think you're off to? Wen Yi, uninterested in engaging with them, coldly replied, do not touch my things. I will return in a few days to collect them. If anything is damaged, do not blame me for being unkind. Lu Yaji retorted furiously, "You little harlot, even if you beg me on your knees, I won't let you back into this house. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to get bitten by a dog twice." Lu Yaji and her daughter stood dumbfounded, not expecting the formerly meek and dull-witted woman to display such audacity and sharp wit. Little did they know, the obedient and gentle Wen Yi had long since perished on the operating table, and had died again amidst the Mu family's indifference last night. As she reached the door, she suddenly halted. Is. Lu, congratulations on the impending arrival of your ideal daughter-in-law. However, I must warn you, excessive consumption of saffron soup can lead to infertility. Be cautious that the Mu family faces extinction. Lu Yaji watched her departing figure, her emotions complex. How could she know of the discreet actions I've taken? Mom, she really left. Although this woman is both foolish and dull, her culinary skills are commendable. It seems difficult to enjoy such delicacies in the future. Lu Yaji gritted her teeth. She is merely trying to attract your brother's attention in a different way. She will likely return in a few days. To be honest, in terms of household chores and culinary skills, this fool was still quite to her liking when he arrived at the Mu group with 2 copies of the divorce agreement, only to be denied entry by the security personnel. The guard's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. "Miss, I'm sorry, but without a visitor pass, we cannot allow you in. I am Mrs. Mu, please inform Mu Jingchen that I have matters to discuss with him." The security guard regarded her with disdain. "I have not heard that Mu has gotten married. Can you not come up with a better excuse? Women like you are sent away daily?" Wen Yi scoffed coldly, recognizing that she could hardly blame the guard for looking down on her. Her wedding to Mu Jingchen had been a secret affair, and on the day of the ceremony, he had not even attended, leaving her to carry out all the rituals alone with their wedding photos. Oh, that wedding photo had been digitally altered, as Mu Jingchen had deemed it beneath him to share the frame with her. The fact that Mu Jingchen was married was known only to a select few within their circle. He had always regarded this marriage as a disgrace, naturally refraining from mentioning it to others. Thus, the number of people aware of her identity as Mrs.Mu was exceedingly limited. As she prepared to call Mu Jingchen, a familiar mocking voice interrupted. "Miss Wen, looking for Jingchen? I'll take you to him." The sound sent a chill down Wen Yi's spine. Chapter 3 The dog returns when hungry. Chapter 3 The dog returns when hungry. Wen Yi made a concerted effort to suppress her emotions, turning around with a smile to gaze at Su Qingyue. "Miss Su, how delightful to see you well." Su Qingyue glided over gracefully, her demeanor poised. "It seems, Miss Wen, that you have not been faring too well. This door is wide enough for even a dog to enter. After 3 years of marriage to Jingchen, how is it that you remain outside?" Wen Yi replied with a smile. "Alas, some individuals are perpetually blinded by their own arrogance and fail to recognize the value of others." Su Qingyue discerned the veiled insult in her words. "Miss Wen, I must say, I never expected that over the course of 3 years, you would transform from your former gentle self into someone so formidable. You have truly surprised me. Likewise, you too have shed your former timidity, knowing well that Mu Jingchen is a married man, you still eagerly pursue him." Su Qingyue showed no sign of anger, merely lifting the thermos she held. "Jingchen has been occupied since yesterday and likely hasn't had a meal. I have specially prepared lotus root and pork rib soup for him. If you have matters to discuss, it would be best to wait until after he has finished his lunch." Her words were laced with a boastful air regarding her intimacy with Mu Jingchen. When he cast her a frosty glance, a smirk playing on her lips. "Su Qingyue, you truly are pitiable. I had thought you possessed considerable prowess, yet you have spent 3 years yearning for a title that has not come, reduced to performing menial tasks to curry favor." Su Qingyue's expression darkened slightly. "Is it not due to your prior manipulation that you have usurped the position of Mrs. Mu? Ha, if Mu Jingchen truly wished to marry you, why would he keep you waiting for 3 years? Wen Yi's words struck like a cold dagger, leaving Su Qingyue momentarily unsteady. "I shall take the soup inside." "Miss Su, this is where you must halt." After all, he was the man she had loved for a decade. She feared that any confrontation with Mu Jingchen might reveal her vulnerability, and she could not allow Su Qingyue to witness that. Taking a deep breath, when he pushed open the office door, inside, Mu Jingchen was engaged in discussion with Yen, and he was regal, handsome, and astute, the very embodiment of a dream for the noble ladies of Kyoto. Yet, who could fathom that this seemingly romantic man was, in truth, devoid of sentiment? Even his eyes bore a sharpness that instilled an inexplicable fear when he shook off her thoughts and forcefully placed the divorce agreement before him. "Sign it." Mu Jingchen's demeanor turned icy. "Have you made enough of a scene? Return home and spare us the embarrassment." Wen Yi leaned against the table, slightly bowing to meet his gaze. "Once you sign, I will leave immediately." They stood in close proximity, the scent of roses enveloping them. It was then that Mu Jingchen noticed her attire, which appeared to have been meticulously chosen. The moon-white cheapao accentuated her graceful figure, her slender waist almost delicate enough to break. Her exquisitely made-up features bore an elegance tinged with allure, though her pallor suggested she had endured a harrowing ordeal. Even at such a moment, she did not forget to entice him. Who would believe she had come to divorce him? Most likely, she was merely seeking to elicit his affection in a roundabout way. Mu Jingchen loosened his collar, his patience wearing thin. "I will be home tonight." Wen Yi found his remark infuriating. She unscrewed the thermos and splashed the pork rib soup across him. "Mu Jingchen, how dare you presume that I, Wen Yi, am destined to be yours for life?" Mu Jingchen, who had a penchant for cleanliness, was now drenched in greasy soup, his thin lips curling into a snarl. "Have you lost your mind?" Wen Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her restraint faltering. Indeed, I must have been mad to have married you so recklessly. Thankfully, I have awakened to reality. Sign the paper, and we shall part ways peacefully. Mu Jingchen's dark eyes seemed to brew a storm. He abruptly seized the pen and scrawled his name with force. Get out. Taking one copy of the agreement, Wen Yi replied nonchalantly, remember to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau at 9 tomorrow. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back. Mu Jingchen, there is one thing I must clarify. I merely ran into a friend yesterday. It was not at all as sordid as you imagine. Mu Jingchen scoffed. Xiao Shichu is notorious in Kyoto for his debauchery. What kind of friend could he possibly be to you? What if I said he was my university classmate? Mu Jingchen laughed derisively. Wen Yi, are you trying to deceive me? A person who never even finished high school could not possibly have university classmates. When lying, at least employ some common sense. Wen Yi smirked mockingly. Indeed, the entirety of Kyoto believed this woman, raised in the countryside, to be utterly uneducated and crude. Mu Jingchen's acquaintances regarded her marriage to him as nothing more than a pursuit of wealth and status, even going so far as to insinuate that she had ensnared him with the favor of a single kidney. No matter how she argued her case, they would dismiss her as a jest, for in this world, once one is labeled as weak, all actions are deemed to have ulterior motives. They may sympathize, they may pity, yet they would never believe in her superiority. Mu Jingchen, the Wen Yi who loved you without dignity or limits, willing to die for you, is dead, and you are the one who strangled her. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, she turned and left, each step resolute and unwavering. Mu Jingchen watched her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Wen Yi had been behaving oddly since yesterday. Today, her sudden desire for divorce was likely the result of some delusional impulse. Bei Yan had already brought him a change of clothes, speaking timidly. Amr.mu, is Miss Wen truly intent on divorcing? Ha, merely a bluff. He asserted that he was confident that by the end of the night, Wen Yi would be weeping for his forgiveness. Yet, I believe this time she is quite resolute, Bei Yan murmured. Mu Jingchen scoffed coldly. Even if she is, what of it? A hungry dog will always return home. 16 years prior, the Wen family had been embroiled in a scandal that rocked Kyoto. The truth of the twin daughters was unveiled. Strangely, the true daughter, Wen Yi, while acknowledged by her family, was not favored and was relegated to her foster mother's home in the countryside, only brought back to the Wen family for appearances during holidays. In contrast, the false daughter, Wen Yi, became the apple of the Wen family. It was only after Wen Yi married him that the Wen family began to regard her with a measure of respect. The Wen family's current standing was entirely due to his generosity, and as such, they viewed Wen Yi merely as a tool for flattery. Even if she genuinely desired a divorce, they would consider whether they were willing to sever that connection. For 3 years of marriage, he had treated her like a prized canary, never depriving her of anything. Her food and clothing were of the finest quality, and she received a generous monthly allowance. He could not fathom that she would willingly abandon such a life of luxury. Moreover, what could a canary, deprived of its wings and without support, hope to achieve? And what of your schedule tomorrow, Mr. Mu? Business as usual. Mu Jingchen naturally brushed off the matter, tossing the divorce agreement into the trash. She was simply sulking because he had not stayed over the previous night. A little coaxing upon his return would suffice. She had caused a scene before. This was nothing new. Chapter 4 You are only worthy of picking up what remains of me. Chapter 4 You are only worth picking up my leftovers. As when he pushed open the door, she was met with the sight of Su Qingyue nearly stumbling to her knees before her, yet her eyes sparkled with an unmistakable excitement. It was evident that she had just eavesdropped. When he scoffed, Miss Su, it seems you are not particularly picky. In fact, you seem to take pleasure in collecting the discarded items of others, unbothered by the potential for disgust. Such magnanimity is indeed commendable. Su Qingyue dismissed her remarks as mere jealousy, replying with a smile, rest assured, Miss Wen, I will take good care of Jingchen, and I appreciate your facilitation. Wen Yi beckoned her closer with a finger. Aware that they were in the Mu group, Su Qingyue dared not cause a scene and complied, leaning in close. Wen Yi derided, let me share a secret with you. Despite his handsome exterior, Mu Jingchen is rather inept in the bedroom. Each encounter left her exhausted, as he only cared for his own pleasure. Su Qingyue had anticipated a genuine secret, but was taken aback by this revelation, left momentarily speechless. When he feigned surprise, what, you didn't know? It seems that after all this time, you haven't shared a bed. If a man shows no interest in a woman, it either means she lacks charm, or he doesn't see her as a woman at all. Then, with a tone of pity, she added, Miss Su, you are truly unfortunate. Those words pierced Su Qingyue's heart, causing her fingers to clench involuntarily. Wen Yi, observing her reaction, burst into laughter. Remember, Mu Jingchen is someone I discarded, and you are only worthy of picking up my leftovers. Su Qingyue's face paled, while Mu Jingchen's countenance darkened ominously, the pressure in the office plummeting, causing Bei Yan to tremble as he held the documents. Mu Jingchen's handsome face was clouded with rage. What did she just say? He was the one who had discarded her. Had this woman lost her mind? Mu Jingchen felt a tightness in his chest. He disliked seeing Wen Yi in such a state, even more so when she claimed to have rejected him. If anyone was to reject, it should be him. Bei Yan, sensing the tension in the air, hesitated to speak, fearing he might provoke his wrath. Yet, Miss Wen was indeed different today. She had transformed from a docile little rabbit into a veritable Medusa. A triumphant smile crept onto Su Qingyue's lips. She had intentionally provoked Wen Yi. How proud Mu Jingchen was he? Naturally, he would be infuriated by her words, and when she later embellished the story, he would undoubtedly harbor even greater disdain for Wen Yi. After composing herself, Su Qingyue entered the room, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she said, Jingchen, I encountered Miss Wen by chance and had no intention of quarreling with her. Mu Jingchen lifted his cool gaze, studying her meaningfully, do not provoke her. It will bring you no benefit. Su Qingyue interpreted his concern as care, smiling shyly in response. As she left, her gaze fell upon the divorce agreement on the table, her lips curling into a faint smile. Ultimately, she had emerged victorious. Upon exiting the office, she sent a message to Lu Yaji. Auntie, has Jingchen had a falling out with Miss Wen? Why has he signed the divorce agreement? Should I persuade him on your behalf? Lu Yaji, upon receiving the message, paid little heed. After all, Wen Yi would do anything for Mu Jingchen, so how could she genuinely seek a divorce? It was merely a fleeting quarrel, and Su Qingyue was indeed sensible, understanding that she would rather dismantle 10 temples than destroy a marriage. A daughter-in-law with a good family background who understood propriety and endeared herself to her was precisely what she desired. Ignore that little vixen. Let her make a scene. I would prefer Jingchen to sever ties with her and marry you sooner, Lu Yaji replied. Su Qingyue felt reassured, and in her moment of triumph, she sent a message to Wen Yi. Miss Wen, were you satisfied with the gift I sent you last night? Upon reading the message, Wen Yi's heart filled with understanding. It seemed that the photos from last night with Xiao Shichu had indeed been delivered to Mu Jingchen by Su Qingyue. Since her marriage to Mu Jingchen, Su Qingyue had engaged in such underhanded tactics frequently, adeptly wielding the weapon of manipulation. However, Wen Yi believed the other party had no need to act in this manner. Despite her inaction, Mu Jingchen loathed her nonetheless. In the past, she had endured because of her humble affection, but now that the shackles of that love had been cast aside, she had no desire to bear it any longer. She promptly replied to Su Qingyue, then I wish you and Mu Jingchen a long-lasting union, akin to a harlot with a dog. Though Su Qingyue felt a pang of anger, the thought of soon assuming the role of Mrs. Mu quelled her fury. Just wait, the day her dreams came to fruition would also mark Wen Yi's demise. Wen Yi returned to her villa in the southern suburbs, a place she had originally intended as a birthday gift for Mu Jingchen, adorned in his favored minimalist style of black and white. In the twilight glow, the empty villa appeared desolate. After 10 years of love, to sever such a bond was bound to be excruciating. Wen Yi pressed her hand to her chest as she slowly sank to the floor, tears falling at her feet, overwhelming emotions crashing over her like a tidal wave. The pain rendered her breathless. In her youth, she had tasted the sweetness of Mu Jingchen's affection, etching both him and that sweetness into her heart. At 16, when she was pushed into the water by Qin Wanyu, it was Mu Jingchen who saved her from the brink of death. At 20, when Mu Jingchen fell gravely ill, she donated a kidney to him and married him, fully aware of her own unscrupulousness, yet she had always believed that the man who resembled a gentle breeze would eventually recognize her worth. However, the recovering Mu Jingchen had transformed into a different person, cold, callous, and relentless in his humiliation of her, and now, at 23, she finally understood she would never capture his gaze or enter his heart, and she could only exit this marriage, bearing the weight of her dignity. Once her emotions settled, she called her secretary, Nan, and demolished the villa in the southern suburbs and renovated completely. She wished to obliterate everything associated with Mu Jingchen. That night, after finishing his company affairs, Mu Jingchen returned to the Mu residence well past midnight. In the past, no matter how late he returned, the kitchen would always be warm with food, the bedroom lights would remain aglow, and a woman would be waiting to hand him his slippers. But now, the living room was empty, and the lights dimmed. Her unusual behavior left him inexplicably irritated, and his mood began to sour. So she was staging a silent rebellion. He had merely returned home a bit later, yet she was throwing a tantrum. Was it really necessary? He had not pursued the matter regarding her with Xiao Shichu, and after attending to his duties, he hurried home, which should have been sufficient to appease her. His growing agitation became unbearable, causing his temples to throb, and he strode towards the bedroom, kicking the door open forcefully. Wen Yi, get out here. Chapter 5, I have given you my countenance. Chapter 5 I've given you face. The bedroom was devoid of any presence, and Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow. Hearing the commotion, Lu Yaji approached with a forced laugh. That little minx has no idea where she's gallivanting off to. She hasn't returned home all day. Mu Jingchen's frown deepened, and the atmosphere around him grew palpably tense. Lu Yaji continued to embellish her words. Such a woman from a small family is hardly worth the trouble. You should never have married her. You ought to have sent her away with money to spare yourself the future ridicule. Mu Jingchen cast her a cool glance, causing her heart to skip a beat. His son could be ruthlessly unforgiving, and at times, she could not decipher his true thoughts. Lu Yaji fell silent and turned to leave. As Mu Jingchen surveyed the room, he realized she had taken only her intimate belongings, leaving behind the jewelry and luxury items he had purchased for her. She had always maintained a soft and compliant demeanor, yet today she had the audacity to show defiance, not only raising her voice at him but also mastering the art of running away from home. Women were indeed troublesome. In their pursuit of his affection, they employed all manner of schemes, leaving him utterly exhausted. Irritated, he sent her a message, I have returned. However, Wen Yi's silence was deafening. He detested this feeling, whether in business or life and death situations. He preferred to be the one wielding the knife, controlling the fates of others, rather than sitting idly by. This sensation gnawed at him inexplicably. After a prolonged moment, he sent another message, if you've had your fun, come back, angering me will yield no benefits for you. At that moment, Wen Yi was finalizing her check-in at the hotel. She was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Sure enough, Mu Jingchen perceived her as nothing more than a dog waiting for its master to toss a bone, expecting her to be grateful and wagging her tail in delight. While she seethed with indignation, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In her quest to fulfill her romantic ideals, she had consistently belittled herself, believing that such self-sacrifice would warm his heart. Instead, reality had dealt her a resounding slap. From now on, she would no longer grant Mu Jingchen any opportunity to trample upon her dignity. With a cold laugh, she promptly turned off her phone. Mu Jingchen's patience for her had always been limited. After waiting in vain for her response, he dialed her number. When he heard the message indicating that the number is currently unavailable, the veins on his temple throbbed uncontrollably. Surely, this woman did not think she could revive her old tricks of feigned indifference, did she? He had always prided himself on his ability to control his emotions and desires. He was never one to become overly invested or addicted. Even when he observed Wen Yi fervently consumed by her passion, he remained unfazed. After all, he was not the flame she sought. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself craving a cigarette that evening, lighting one after another. A box of cigars burned intermittently until dawn broke. He did not believe his emotions were being swayed by anyone. He simply loathed the notion of anything or anyone slipping from his grasp, even a mere dog. However, the fact that this woman dared to test his limits by staying out all night was an outright challenge. Just then, his phone rang. It was Wen Yi calling. He pressed his lips together. If her apology was sincere and she promised to behave, he might let bygones be bygones. After all, the position of Mrs. Mu needed to be filled, and he had little tolerance for overly shrewd or troublesome women, so he would grant her this reprieve. Upon answering the call, he spoke in a low, gravelly voice. "You've grown quite bold to not return home." Wen Yi replied with a cold laugh. "Mu Jingchen, do you not comprehend human language? I am informing you of my intention to divorce, not seeking your counsel." The mention of divorce sent a pulse of irritation through Mu Jingchen, causing his forehead to throb with unexplainable annoyance. "Wen Yi, I have given you face." The underlying message was clear. "Do not take my kindness for granted." Wen Yi was nearly laughing in frustration. His perpetual aloofness and disdain had become exceedingly irksome. After 3 years of coldness and humiliation, any lingering affection had long since dissipated. She would no longer bow to anyone, she simply wished to reclaim her own identity. "Mu Jingchen, I admit my folly. It was my one-sided wish from the beginning. However, I have endured scorn and indifference for 3 years, and if I must suffer, let us part ways and preserve a semblance of dignity for each other." Mu Jingchen maintained his stance, holding the phone as he remained motionless for a prolonged moment. She wanted him to let her go. What right did a mere parasitic plant have to make demands of him? He could dictate her existence. She would live or die at his command. After all, she was the one who had shamelessly married him, offering her heart on a platter. What gave her the right to depart at will? The rules of the game were his to enforce. He dismissed her words from his mind and, after changing his clothes, headed to the office. Yet, a peculiar anger simmered within him, casting a pall over the entire conference room. The executives were cautious, each one alert and on edge in the presence of this living embodiment of wrath. After the morning meeting, Bai Yan cautiously inquired, "Mu, are we altering today's schedule?" He recalled that today was the day Miss Wen had informed the notorious figure of their impending marriage registration. Mu Jingchen cast him a frosty glance. "The project in Africa is in need of an assistant. Perhaps you should consider it." Bai Yan immediately clamped his mouth shut in fear. As Mu Jingchen glanced at his phone, he noted it was nearly 9 o'clock, yet there was still no sign of activity from Wen Yi. It seemed she had merely been posturing. It made sense. Children often threw tantrums when denied candy, and after 2 months of his absence, she was undoubtedly displeased. The Civil Affairs Bureau, Wen Yi had deliberately donned a black cheapao, her hair elegantly styled, with a pearl flower brooch adorning her chest. This mournful attire was fitting for commemorating a love that had long since perished. The cheapao accentuated the grace of an Eastern woman, and coupled with her exquisite features, she exuded an enchanting allure that turned heads as she passed. After waiting for half an hour without seeing that frigid figure, it was apparent that Mu Jingchen had disregarded her words. After all, he had maintained a cold demeanor toward her for years, indifferent to her actions and words. Nothing seemed to stir his interest, nor did it occupy his thoughts. Just as she was about to urge him, she received a call from Xiaoshichu Bibao. "You may need to come to country in person. The director here insists that the collaboration was discussed under your name, and you must sign the contract yourself." Wen Yi frowned. After 2 years of effort, she had finally secured the opportunity to collaborate with a brand in country. Now that the moment of truth had arrived, she had no reason to abandon it. "Alright, I'll take a flight there now." It seemed her divorce from Mu Jingchen would have to wait. Finalizing the brand collaboration was of utmost importance. Before boarding the plane, she sent a message to Mu Jingchen. "I have matters to attend to and will be away for a few days. Let us reschedule." Upon reading her message, Mu Jingchen scoffed, for it was precisely as he had surmised from the very beginning. She had never intended to divorce him. This entire charade was merely a ploy to elicit his pity, reminiscent of 3 years ago when she had shattered herself, bending over backwards to present her heart to him. How foolish of him to have held her in higher regard than she deserved. Chapter 6 Behave yourself, avoid manipulative schemes. Chapter 6 Be good, don't play tricks. Children who are deprived of candy are often the most adept at throwing tantrums. Since she wishes to make a scene for a few days, let her do so. Who is still indulging her? Mu Jingchen promptly replied to Wen Yi's message. "Very well, I shall grant you the time for introspection. Take a moment to contemplate where you have erred." Upon receiving this message, Wen Yi nearly let loose a string of expletives. How dare that scoundrel think her departure was merely a ploy for him to save face? Damn him. After switching off her phone, she boarded the plane. This trip was intended not only to facilitate a brand collaboration but also to provide a much-needed respite for herself. Indeed, she ought to reflect on why, for so many years, she had foolishly trampled her self-esteem and pride underfoot, offering her warm, tender heart for that scoundrel's disdainful abuse. Mu Jingchen, after a prolonged wait for Wen Yi's contrition, frowned in irritation. In the past, she would respond to his messages almost instantaneously. Now, she seemed to have grown a spine, repeatedly testing his patience. He subsequently dialed her number, only to be met with the message that her phone was powered off. His expression darkened immediately. Bai Yan felt a surge of satisfaction, surprised that even the formidable Mu Jingchen could face a setback. However, before his smile could fully blossom, he caught the glint of predatory intent in Mu Jingchen's eyes. Bai Yan instantly recoiled, saying, "President Mu, this one must be feeling quite ashamed and unsure of how to face you." Mu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had been too lenient with her lately, returning home punctually and occasionally responding to her messages. She must be overwhelmed by such unexpected attention. Nonetheless, it appeared they were in a state of Cold War, and she likely wished to conceal her emotional turmoil from him, hence the powered-off phone. "Ha, women truly never change. Book a ticket to each country immediately, I will be on business for a few days." The woman had gone a bit too far. He did not intend to grant her an immediate chance to apologize, preferring to leave her to stew in her own reflections for several days. Wen Yi could not help but sneeze. Indeed, one can choke on even the simplest of things. Xiao Shichu had been incessantly urging her, but she found herself faced with a 2-hour delay due to a technical malfunction. She settled into the waiting area, perusing the materials on FT. FT was once a venerable luxury brand that, due to its conservative and outdated designs, experienced a period of decline. However, 5 years ago, with a new leader at the helm, it underwent significant reforms and re-emerged as one of the top 5 luxury brands worldwide. The new leader was bold, even proclaiming a willingness to collaborate with any brand that possessed the necessary capital. This policy, undoubtedly unconventional, offered many niche brands a chance to leap into prominence. After all, any brand that boarded the FT ship would naturally rise with the tide. In her 3 years married into the Mu family, Simu had been almost entirely entrusted to Xiao Shichu's management. Xiao Shichu, being an outsider, could only manage to design a few sketches amidst the demands of the Mu family, resulting in Simu languishing in a state of stagnation. Fashion design was her greatest passion. After this transformation, she required a domain in which to prove herself. She was not a caged canary, rendered useless by Mu Jingchen, but a phoenix soaring through the heavens. The announcement for reboarding echoed through the hall, prompting Wen Yi to gather her belongings and make her way to the gate. Feeling somewhat bored while waiting, she opened her phone once more. Messages from Xiao Shichu flashed incessantly, and as she queued up, she bent down to reply. Unbeknownst to her, the atmosphere around her had grown noticeably frigid. Upon lifting her gaze, she found herself locked in the penetrating stare of Mu Jingchen, whose thin lips curled into a sardonic smirk. "How dreadfully dull must you be to track me all the way to the airport?" His cold demeanor was indeed justified, prompting her to feel restless and follow after him. Wen Yi felt as if struck by lightning. She inhaled deeply, attempting to don a veneer of aloofness. "Mr. Mu, it seems you harbor some misunderstandings regarding my actions." Mu Jingchen found this address rather grating, furrowing his brow. "Did you not frequently engage in such antics in the past?" In that moment, Wen Yi felt as though she had been slapped across the face. Once upon a time, her love for Mu Jingchen had been profound, eagerly awaiting his return home, yet he had always been away on business. To catch a glimpse of the man she longed for, she had gone to great lengths to orchestrate chance encounters, even being mistaken for a stalker by his staff and reported to the authorities. Yet the most foolish thing in the world is to pursue the unattainable. She had paid a heavy price for such folly and had no intention of retracing her steps. When he smoothed her flat stomach, suppressing her indignation and sorrow, and coldly retorted, "Who among us has not acted foolishly in their youth? Surely, Mr.Mu has heard the saying, the most precious thing in this world is a wayward son returning home, awakened to the truth." Without a backward glance, she walked away, not offering him even a fleeting glance. Mu Jingchen stared at her retreating figure, rooted in place until a staff member reminded him it was time to board. He strode forward with long strides, seated in her chair, when he cursed her bad luck. How unfortunate it was that she was on the same flight as Mu Jingchen. Thankfully, he never compromised on his comfort. His travel arrangements would undoubtedly place him in first class, far removed from the confines of business class where she would be seated. Feeling increasingly stifled, she took out her phone to vent to Xiao Shichu. "I apologize, but I fear I will be delayed in reaching my destination. Please find a way to explain to FT." "My dear, you seem to be in a foul mood. Who has crossed you?" "Nothing much, just got bitten by an arrogant, cold-hearted dog." "Is it serious? Should we consider a rabies vaccination?" Just as Wen Yi was about to respond, she noticed that the dog of a man had taken a seat beside her. She felt as though struck by lightning. Mu Jingchen gritted his teeth. "Bitten by a dog?" Wen Yi silently powered off her phone and deftly shifted the topic. "Mr. Mu, if you have come to seek retribution regarding earlier matters, I must apologize. I truly did not follow you. If you doubt my words, your assistant may verify." Mu Jingchen tossed his boarding pass aside in frustration. Wen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? She was indeed seated in the same business class as Mu Jingchen, and their seats were even adjacent. Such strange fate. Previously, she had to exert herself to meet him, and now they kept running into one another. What absurdity! A glimmer of mocking light flickered in Mu Jingchen's deep-set eyes, as if he were ridiculing her. "Look at you, going to great lengths to engineer these encounters, down to the precision of our seat numbers." Wen Yi felt as if she had been struck again. Fine, she realized that no amount of effort could cleanse her of this association. She might as well close her eyes and feign sleep to avoid further distress. Mu Jingchen interpreted her demeanor as a sign of guilt and coldly remarked, "Wen Yi, if you wish to secure your position as Mrs. Mu, you'd best behave. There's no need for tricks." Chapter 7, Does she have a large face? Chapter 7, Is her face too big? In the eyes of Mu Jingchen, Wen Yi appears to be an unshakable burden, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster, her every action seemingly aimed at garnering his attention. It is her past humility and love that has led him to mistakenly believe that she is destined to be with him for life. Taking a deep breath, Wen Yi endeavored to maintain a calm tone as she spoke. Mu Jingchen, I acknowledge that I was once blind and foolish, longing for what I could not have. Yet, I have since seen the light and only wish to divorce you, thereby granting you your freedom. However, her words fell upon Mu Jingchen's ears like a petulant complaint. He tightened his lips and retorted, Wen Yi, have I been too indulgent with you lately, allowing you to forget your responsibilities as Mrs. Mu? Wen Yi, stifling a laugh in anger, replied, Mu Jingchen, I am earnestly discussing the matter of divorce with you, and yet you believe I am jesting? Mu Jingchen cast her a cold glance. You would do well to abandon your feigned coyness. Even if you are not weary from the act, I, as the audience, find it exhausting. Wen Yi felt as though she were speaking a different language from this man, unable to communicate effectively. Infuriated, she gulped down a glass of water in one go. Mu Jingchen glanced at her, reminding, I just drank from that. It was then that Wen Yi realized her own glass of water was intact beside her. In her anger, she had mistakenly taken his. If all went as expected, he must have thought she was attempting to entice him once again. Sure enough, when she raised her eyes, she caught the mocking glimmer in his gaze. Wen Yi, in this marriage, I have provided you with both status and wealth. You must fulfill your duties as Mrs. Mu. We are to meet our respective needs in a fair exchange, so do not entertain any delusions. Wen Yi felt that all her patience had been eroded within the Mu household. She glared at him, exasperated. What does you think I desire? Mu Jingchen, with a hint of impatience, tugged at his collar. Granting you the position of Mu is already my greatest concession. Do not foolishly hope for my affection. Wen Yi nearly lost her temper. She took a moment to restrain herself and said, Mr. Mu, how could you think that way? Mu Jingchen sneered coldly. Back then, you were willing to sacrifice everything to marry into the Mu family, coveting its riches and prestige. Now, you seek a divorce without asking for anything in return, merely hoping to elicit my pity? At that time, she had desired nothing more than to avoid using the Mu family's possessions to demean herself. Moreover, she was capable and independent, needing no charity from the Mu family. Since the misunderstanding had arisen, she might as well request something. When he struggled to suppress her anger, Mr. Mu, I was wrong. There is indeed something I wish to reclaim. The certainty in Mu Jingchen's eyes suggested he saw through her intentions, and just as he contemplated whether to grant her an escape, she spoke again, I wish to reclaim the dowry that Antyon provided for me. Instantly, Mu Jingchen's handsome face darkened. When he assumed he was reluctant to part with it and lowered her voice, when I married into the Mu family, the Wen family provided no dowry, the Mu family treated the wedding as a farce, offering no gifts, and I even had to hastily prepare my own wedding dress. Only Antyon gave me her medicinal fields as my dowry. Her voice quivered slightly, recalling the dismal circumstances of her wedding, which had become a subject of ridicule among those in the know, with some even betting she would not last 3 days in the Mu household. Only her adoptive mother, Yun Qing, had sincerely arranged everything for her, even offering her sole asset to provide her with some standing in the Mu family. Yet that medicinal field was the ancestral legacy of the Yun family, and it was clear that the Mu family held it in disdain. It had remained neglected for years, and now that she had left the Mu family, it was time to reclaim Antyon's ancestral heritage. Mu Jingchen, upon hearing the suppressed emotion in her voice, felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. He had initially rejected the idea of their wedding and had not even attended, never imagining she would be treated so harshly by the Mu family. However, the realization that she was clinging to the medicinal field stirred irritation within him, and he coldly replied, dream on. Wen Yi, suddenly devoid of her anger, recognized that the Mu family had no involvement in the medicinal business and that retaining that field would serve no purpose for them. Yet, even under these circumstances, he was unwilling to release it. Truly the epitome of a ruthless capitalist. Resolving to devise another plan in the future, she closed her eyes again to avoid provoking his ire. She had always had difficulty sleeping away from her familiar surroundings. Soon, fatigue overtook her, and she drifted into slumber. Mu Jingchen, maintaining a stern expression, perused the documents, when suddenly a small head rested against his shoulder. He pressed his lips together and draped a blanket over her, allowing her to lean against him. Indeed, women are creatures of contradiction. They profess a desire for distance yet are honest in their physical closeness. Once the plane landed, the two walked towards the exit in succession. To avoid getting too close to him, when he deliberately slowed her pace. Mu Jingchen did not look back. They appeared as strangers. As he followed the airport staff outside, Wen Yi let out a sigh of relief, but before she could fully exhale, she noticed him suddenly turning around, striding towards her with an icy demeanor. Wen Yi's nerves tensed instantly, and she raised an eyebrow. Does Mu have any further instructions? Mu Jingchen detested this form of address, furrowing his brow. Wen Yi, I am giving you 3 more days to consider. Ha! Did he truly believe there was room for negotiation in their marriage? Wasn't divorce meant to be a mutually beneficial arrangement? He could rid himself of her, this stubborn burden, and marry his ideal partner, stepping into a blissful future. Why did it now seem as though she was forcing him into a decision? Just as Wen Yi was about to unleash her frustration, the overwhelming aura of his presence compelled her to respond coolly. Very well, I will take these 3 days to think it over, and I kindly ask Mr. Mu not to disturb me. With his capabilities, if he wished to find her, it would be effortless. Nonetheless, she had come abroad to attend to serious matters and had no intention of letting him ruin her good mood. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened further as he turned to leave. Moments later, Xiao Shichu appeared at the airport, and upon spotting Wen Yi, he leaned against her as if boneless. Bao, I've been eagerly waiting for you. The folks at FT are relentless, demanding to see the real Sweet. Sweet was Wen Yi's moniker in the design world, a title she had earned as the chief designer at Admire. Years ago, Mu Jingchen had exchanged a piece of candy for her happiness, leading her to adopt the English word for candy as her title. Ironically, both the Admire fashion brand and her designer title were born from that man, but from now on, she would solely represent herself and imbue them with a fresh perspective. Not far away, Mu Jingchen coldly observed the two as they entered a vehicle together, the atmosphere inside the car growing tense. Bei Yan cautiously inquired, "Mr. Mu, should we invite Miss Wen into the car?" Mu Jingchen let out a derisive laugh. Is her face too big? Absurd, why would he concern himself with a woman who had strayed from her marital duties? Bei Yan silently instructed the driver to proceed. After traveling a short distance, Mu Jingchen abruptly commanded the driver to stop. With a stern expression, he switched places with the driver, abruptly steering the car back towards the ostentatious red Ferrari. Screech, Chapter 8. She merely intended to make you jealous. Chapter 8. She merely wished to incite your jealousy. As she beheld the swiftly approaching vehicle, Wen Yi's eyes widened in terror. That madman, Mu Jingchen. Xiao Shichu was equally taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his limbs momentarily unresponsive. With a sudden jerk of the steering wheel, Wen Yi veered the car into the greenery. Meanwhile, Mu Jingchen's car scraped against the Ferrari, producing a jarring sound, and a glaring line marred the pristine surface of the sports car. Xiao Shichu, watching the retreating silhouette of the vehicle, then glanced at the battered Ferrari and exploded in fury. Damn it! He scratches my car and then flees. I shall sue him into bankruptcy. Noticing him reaching for his phone to report the incident, Wen Yi whispered, "It's Mu Jingchen." Xiao Shichu growled, "That scoundrel ought to be the one sued. After 3 years of marriage, he left you with nothing upon divorce." He paused, then added, "Don't worry, Yibao, I will make sure to extract a hefty sum from that dog of a man. We'll split it 50-50. When he cast him a forlorn glance, "If you think you can survive returning home, feel free to proceed with the lawsuit." Xiao Shichu instantly shivered. He had heard that during Mu Jingchen's near-fatal illness years ago, numerous individuals within the Mu family had sought to seize power. Yet, after a successful kidney transplant, Mu Jingchen had appeared the next day, for in tow, ready to reclaim the Mu family. No one knew precisely what had transpired within the Mu household back then, only that Mu Jingchen had taken control with an iron fist, overhauling the company, transforming it into a thriving enterprise, all thanks to his ruthless tactics. The mere mention of his name sent shivers down the spines of those in Kyoto. Best not to provoke this living embodiment of death. Survival was paramount. Ahem, I merely wish to champion your cause. Mu Jingchen is, after all, a billionaire. You have suffered a great loss by leaving empty-handed. That was my decision. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shichu remarked, "Yibao, you truly loved him to the core, even hesitating to take a single hair from him." "You overthink. I simply wish to sever all ties with that man." Xiao Shichu jested, "But a man's intuition tells me that scoundrel harbors some feelings for you." He had distinctly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Mu Jingchen. Had Wen Yi not swerved the steering wheel, he might have met his end there and then. Such malice clearly stemmed from a contest between men. When he faintly curled her lips, "You overestimate." He was merely issuing a warning. A warning about what? Could it be he suspects you of infidelity, with me being the lecher? When he shot him a knowing look, Mu Jingchen has never cared for my feelings or my safety. He is only concerned with the Mu family's reputation. Beyond that, she truly could not fathom why Mu Jingchen, who usually maintained a stoic demeanor in public, would suddenly erupt in anger. Xiao Shichu chuckled nonchalantly, "Yibao, I can't be unjustly labeled as an adulterer. How about we solidify the truth?" When he shot him a frosty glance, "Shall I inform Fang Qiong of your intentions?" With a cheeky grin, he replied, "All right, I see it now. You prefer cold-hearted scoundrels like Mu Jingchen, while dashing, warm-hearted men like me fail to capture your interest. Only our dear Qiong has the discernment. The cost of the car repairs will fall to me. Ah, the wife pays the husband's debts. What a cruel fate. Rest assured, I will reclaim it from Mu Jingchen." When he reminded Xiao Shichu to ensure he obtained a receipt for the repairs, so she could approach her creditors. This debacle was a result of Mu Jingchen's madness, and she had no obligation to shoulder the blame. Moreover, having decided on divorce, it was essential to settle all accounts, lest that scoundrel mistakenly believe she would continue to grovel for his affection as she had in the past. Xiao Shichu gave her a thumbs up. "Yibao, debts must be pursued, and grievances avenged. This is your true nature. I wonder what spell the Mu family cast upon you to make you play the virtuous wife for 3 years. When he self-deprecatingly replied, "Perhaps it was sheer foolishness." 3 years prior, when she married Mu Jingchen, his family had looked down upon her, and as her husband, Mu Jingchen had left her to endure 3 months of solitude. When she finally saw him, her heart was filled with joy and anticipation, yet his first words were not of warmth but mockery. "Wen Yi, you truly are foolish." To this day, she could not comprehend how even a stranger who had saved his life with a kidney donation could express anything other than gratitude, rather than disdain and ridicule. Mu Jingchen pressed his thin lips tightly together, driving in silence, the atmosphere inside the car laden with tension. Bei Yan timidly ventured, "President Mu, it is evident that you harbor feelings for Miss Wen. Would you like me to invite her over?" Mu Jingchen suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Shall I send you to an ophthalmologist first, perhaps arrange for a brain CT scan, and also approve your leave?" What gave him the impression that he cared for her? Bei Yan felt on the verge of tears. "President Mu, I just had a medical checkup, and I am in perfect health, fully capable of handling any tasks you assign." Mu Jingchen retorted icily, "I hope to never hear such misunderstandings again. How could he possibly harbor any affection for that foolish woman? Even a dog, as long as its leash remained in his possession, would not be permitted to seek sustenance elsewhere, would it? After driving for a while, Mu Jingchen glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed that glaring red still lodged in the greenery. Inexplicably, it brought a sense of satisfaction. Why do you think Wen Yi is by Xiao Shichu's side? Just as Bai Yan's heart had finally settled, hearing his name invoked sent it racing once more. To him, this statement signified, I do not want your opinion, I want my own. Bai Yan racked his brain, desperately trying to discern what the boss wished to hear. For the sake of his job and his salary, he steeled himself and replied, of course, it is to make President Mu jealous. Miss Wen has gone to great lengths to share the same flight as you, which speaks volumes. Mu Jingchen appeared satisfied but scoffed coldly, wishful thinking. As he had surmised, whether it was initiating divorce or accompanying Xiao Shichu, it was all a ploy to garner his attention, seemingly employing the same old tactics, merely with a new twist. It seemed she had learned the art of feigned disinterest and provocation. Unfortunately, such tactics were utterly futile against him. He had never held any regard for this woman, Bai Yan. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Yi retired early, as she had a formidable battle to face the following day. The director of FT, Liu Ao, was a challenging figure, and with brands clamoring to collaborate with FT, it would not be an easy feat for Mu to stand out. Just as she was in the midst of a deep slumber, Bai Yan's call interrupted her. Miss Wen, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Wen Yi suppressed her irritation and mumbled groggily, Assistant Bai, is there something you need? Indeed, there is a matter. President Mu's stomach is acting up again. What brand of stomach medication do you usually prepare for him? Wen Yi promptly sent him the name of the medication. She assumed that would be the end of it, but to her dismay, Bai Yan's calls persisted every half hour. Miss Wen, does this medication have any side effects? Miss Wen, does this stomach medicine need to be taken alongside anti-inflammatory drugs? Miss Wen, Wen Yi's sleepiness evaporated, and the pent-up frustration within her could no longer be contained, put Mu Jingchen on the phone. Chapter 9. The reluctance to bear the stigma of a widowmaker. Chapter 9. Not wanting to bear the stigma of a widow. Upon the call connecting, Wen Yi almost ground her teeth as she exclaimed, Mu Jingchen, what exactly do you want? Mu Jingchen's tone bore not a trace of remorse. You used to handle these matters, and now that you've stirred things up, disrupting my plans, it is only natural that I have forgotten. The implication was clear, these were her responsibilities, and now that he could not find his stomach medication, it was entirely her fault. This was indeed Mu Jingchen's style, always brazenly attributing every reason to her, including the fact that she fell in love with him and married him. It seemed as though everything was her own doing. Wen Yi, barely able to contain her indignation, retorted, Mu Jingchen, we are about to divorce, you should be accustomed to this life. She was not his maid, catering to his every whim, let him suffer for all she cared. After hanging up, Wen Yi promptly blocked Mu Jingchen's WeChat and phone number, yearning for a moment of peace. However, his outburst had completely shattered her sleepiness, and she resolved to rise and organize documents in preparation for the company's bidding the following day. As she opened her suitcase, several boxes of medication came into view, their labels marked with her handwriting. Undoubtedly, these were the prescriptions she had prepared for Mu Jingchen. 3 years ago, he had undergone a kidney transplant and required lifelong medication, compounded by his chronic business trips, which had exacerbated his gastric issues. Yet, he possessed little patience, preferring to pile up documents rather than consult the medication instructions. Thus, each time he traveled, she meticulously annotated the dosage and precautions on the boxes. Habits, indeed, can be fearsome. She attempted to sever all ties with Mu Jingchen but had forgotten that some things had woven themselves deep into her very marrow. Upon hearing the word divorce over the phone, Mu Jingchen could not help but frown. The woman had been away for a few days, and her temperament had evidently grown wild, resorting to using divorce to provoke him. Who did she think she was? Such matters were to be broached by him alone. When Mu Jingchen attempted to reach out to Wen Yi, he discovered that his number in WeChat had been entirely blocked, darkening his expression instantly. She had been persistently testing his limits, utterly unaware of her own folly. At that moment, Bai Yan's phone vibrated. He glanced down and cautiously handed the phone to Mu Jingchen, stating, President Mu, a message from Miss Wen. When Bai Yan raised his gaze to meet Mu Jingchen's icy stare, he shivered involuntarily. Only when Mu Jingchen read the content of the message did the frost on his face dissipate. Women were indeed a contradictory species. She had prepared his medication yet still chose to sulk. If her intent was merely to garner his attention, it was entirely unnecessary. In truth, he still preferred her obedient and understanding demeanor. After all, he needed AMRS.mu, and the Mu family required a gentle daughter-in-law. Bai Yan flattered, President Mu, Miss Wen has always held you in her thoughts, otherwise, she wouldn't have instructed me to fetch the medication. Mu Jingchen cast him a dispassionate glance. What are you standing there for? Go fetch the medication. Bai Yan hurriedly gathered his things. Just as he was about to exit, he noticed Mu Jingchen had already entered the car. Tentatively, Bai Yan inquired, President Mu, should I go retrieve the medication, or will you do it yourself? Mu Jingchen scoffed, do you think I should indulge her? Bai Yan wanted to ask, then why are you getting in the car? But he dared not voice it. Upon arriving at the hotel where Wen Yi was staying, Bai Yan stole a glance at Mu Jingchen. Noticing his expression of indifference, he quickly understood the unspoken message. He was too proud to move. Reluctantly, Bai Yan took it upon himself to knock on Wen Yi's door. Moments later, the door opened. Wen Yi lifted her chin slightly, saying, the medication is over there. Please tell Assistant Bai that I will soon be divorced from him. It is best to avoid any misunderstandings. Following her gaze, Bai Yan indeed spotted several boxes of medication beside the trash can. It appeared that Miss Wen had originally intended to dispose of these but had changed her mind. Before Bai Yan could respond, Wen Yi had already closed the door. When Mu Jingchen received the medication, he noticed that the boxes appeared to have been scratched by a sharp object, rendering her neat handwriting somewhat illegible. He was well aware of her habits, and upon seeing the current state of affairs, he could not help but frown. Did she say anything? Bai Yan, of course, dared not relay Wen Yi's words verbatim. Instead, he carefully rephrased, Miss Wen wishes for you to take care of yourself. Mu Jingchen curled his lips into a faint smile before handing him a box of mango mousse. Take this to her. He had just gone to buy cigarettes, and since the vendor had no change, he had casually taken the mango mousse to even out the transaction. After all, he had no taste for sweets. It was better to give it to her than to waste it. However, would the woman think he was overly concerned, remembering her fondness for mango mousse? Mu Jingchen pondered for a moment before picking up his work phone to send her a message in the spirit of reciprocity. Don't read too much into it. As Wen Yi received the message, Bai Yan just happened to hand her the mango mousse. She scoffed, tossing the item directly into the trash. Tell President Mu that from now on, I am cutting sugar. He should direct his affections toward Miss Su instead. How typical of Mu Jingchen to deliver a slap followed by a sweet treat. In the past, when she regarded him as her entire world, she would forgive and tolerate him without limits, but that Wen Yi, who had been so enamored, was long gone. She was not so foolish. After disposing of the item, when he still felt unsatisfied and promptly replied, Mu Jingchen, it seems you have misunderstood. I had initially intended to discard those boxes of medication, but considering that if anything were to happen to you, I would be unjustly labeled a widow, it is best for you to take care of your health for a clean break. After sending this message, she immediately blocked his number. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened instantly, the pressure in the car plummeting had he been too indulgent, allowing her to grow so bold. Bai Yan, having failed to complete the task assigned by President Mu, spoke cautiously, President Mu, women often stir up drama to coax men into lowering their guard and appeasing them. Perhaps you could say a few soft words to placate Miss Wen. Mu Jingchen coldly retorted, in your dreams. He clearly could not treat her too kindly, or she would take it as an opportunity to push her luck. The following day, Wen Yi, accompanied by Xiao Shichu, arrived at the FT headquarters. To conceal her identity, only Xiao Shichu's name was written on the bidding documents. According to FT's procedures, a company could only meet with the responsible parties after their bidding proposal had been approved. Thus, Wen Yi and Xiao Shichu were seated in the reception room, quietly waiting. Xiao Shichu, feeling the urge to smoke, rose to head to the smoking room. At that moment, a series of mocking voices reached their ears. Have all the suitors perished? How can they allow a mere housewife, who only knows how to handle cutlery, to serve as a negotiation representative? Do not speak so harshly. Although Miss Wen lacks formal qualifications and abilities, there must be something exceptional about her that merits young Master Zhao's trust. Pfft, something exceptional? Indeed, after 3 years as a housewife, how could she not possess some unique qualities? Chapter 10 Did he steal your wife? Chapter 10 Did he steal your wife? As Wen Yi raised her eyes, she immediately caught sight of Su Qingyue and her close friend Luo Qing'er engaging in a synchronized display of mockery. Luo Qing'er was mercilessly taunting her, each remark laced with a sharpness that cut to the quick, while Su Qingyue feigned support, all the while delighting in her downfall. A green tea bitch and a white lotus, their collaboration was seamless, truly revolting to her. Wen Yi set down the magazine in her hands and remarked coolly, in the future, perhaps you should get a rabies vaccine before stepping out, to spare us all from your incessant barking. Luo Qing'er had previously taken advantage of her status as Su Qingyue's esteemed guest to bully Wen Yi, having grown accustomed to her submissive demeanor. Now, witnessing her retaliate, she was momentarily taken aback. She leaned in to whisper to Su Qingyue, why do I feel like this foolish woman has changed? Su Qingyue cast a glance at Wen Yi, a surge of jealousy bubbling within her. In the past, Wen Yi had shunned adornment, her attire, both in style and color, being utterly conventional, rendering her appearance rather matronly. At this moment, however, she was adorned in a flowing water-green gown that accentuated her slender waist and fair complexion, her lustrous black hair gracefully pinned up, exuding an enchanting charm. Merely sitting there, she resembled a breathtaking painting, commanding attention. Clenching her fists, Su Qingyue muttered, so what, she is about to lose her status as Mrs. Mu Jingchen hasn't even left her a penny. The implication was clear. Wen Yi was destined for abandonment, left with nothing to her name, and as she was looked down upon in the Wen household, she was fated to be trampled upon. The game of elevating oneself while pushing others down was one that opportunists relished. Luo Qing'er aimed to align herself with the Mu family through Su Qingyue, fully aware of her role, especially since Xiao Shichu was the man she had her sights set on. She could not afford to show mercy to a rival. Wen Yi, do you not have any shame? Clearly still married to Mu Jingchen, yet you entangle yourself with Xiao Shichu so readily. You truly are quick to find a replacement. Wen Yi responded with a cold smile, if Miss Luo is lacking in vision, I can recommend a doctor. Furthermore, since you are aware that I am still married to Mu Jingchen, perhaps you should advise your friend to refrain from making assumptions, lest she finds herself in a dubious situation even if she marries into the Mu family. Su Qingyue's complexion paled slightly. She indeed wished to marry into the Mu family with grandeur, not to be labeled as a mistress. Wen Yi and Mu Jingchen were secretly married. To outsiders, Mu Jingchen remained a coveted bachelor, while those within the company believed Su Qingyue to be his official girlfriend. Once Wen Yi successfully divorced Mu Jingchen, he would regain his single status, and at that juncture, she could publicly reveal their relationship, making everything seem justified and above board. Luo Qing'er retorted, if it weren't for you, holding onto that kidney and ruthlessly stealing love, Qingyue would have long been happily paired with President Mu. You are the one of lowly status, a mere mistress. Wen Yi turned her gaze upon Su Qingyue, grinning, Miss Su, is that so? The successful kidney donor from years ago was either her or Su Qingyue. Before the surgery, she had approached Su Qingyue with a bank card, offering her a choice: either be the kidney donor or take the card and disappear, with the condition of never seeing Mu Jingchen again. Su Qingyue had chosen the latter. Only now did she realize that Su Qingyue had broken her promise, having lingered around Mu Jingchen like a persistent fly for the past 3 years. Feeling flustered by her laughter, Su Qingyue tugged at Luo Qinger, it's all in the past, let it go. Luo Qinger, feeling indignant, replied, Qingyue, your kindness is what allowed that despicable woman to steal your love. Determined to teach Wen Yi a lesson, Luo Qinger resolved to show her that some men were off limits. One must not show mercy to a vile woman. Luo Qinger raised her hand, striking out toward Wen Yi's face. Taken by surprise, Wen Yi received a stinging slap, the fiery pain causing her to gasp, her eyes flashing with crimson fury. Since someone sought their own demise, she had no qualms about fulfilling that wish. Ignoring the murderous intent radiating from Wen Yi, Luo Qinger lunged at her, aiming to mar her fair and delicate visage with her sharp nails. However, Wen Yi suddenly seized Luo Qinger's wrist and, using the momentum, struck her back fiercely. Slap, slap, slap. Luo Qinger was met with several resounding slaps, her face instantly swelling, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Wen Yi, with a half-smile, regarded her. This is merely a reciprocation of courtesy. Should Miss Luo wish to continue our sparring, I would be more than willing to oblige. Luo Qinger was momentarily dazed by the unexpected retaliation, finally realizing that the typically timid woman had struck her fiercely. You wretched woman, you are merely a plaything for Mu Jingchen, yet you dare dream of climbing into Xiao Shichu's bed. Luo Qinger lifted a scalding cup of coffee from the table and hurled it at Wen Yi, eager to see how she would entice men without her alluring face. Wen Yi attempted to rise, but it was too late. She kicked the coffee table, sending it sliding several meters across the floor, crashing heavily into Luo Qinger's knee, causing her to topple backward, the hot coffee splattering across her own face. Ah! Luo Qinger could not suppress a scream, struggling to charge at Wen Yi. Wretched woman, I will kill you. At that moment, Xiao Shichu arrived, promptly positioning himself in front of Wen Yi. Seeing his protective stance, Luo Qinger, with her red and peeling face, cried out in indignation, Xiao Shichu, you have been deceived by that pure face. She is a married woman still enticing you, utterly shameless. In her view, Wen Yi's ability to capture Xiao Shichu's attention must have stemmed from concealing her marital status. Xiao Shichu had nearly deduced the reason behind Luo Qinger's hostility toward Wen Yi. He leaned in to apologize to Wen Yi, then seized Luo Qinger's wrist and strode toward the door. Come with me. The commotion in the reception room quickly reached the office. Luo furrowed his brow. What on earth is happening? When the assistant arrived, he happened upon a scene of a man and woman grappling in the corridor. The man was the bitter Xiao Shichu, while the woman was FT's favored model. He promptly classified the incident as a romantic entanglement of Xiao Shichu. Luo jested, Xiao Shichu truly is a man of the world. Wherever he goes, he stirs up a storm among women. Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes. Is Xiao Shichu participating in this bidding? Indeed, he is the illegitimate son of the Xiao family, wandering abroad. However, this lad has some skills and may very well become the heir of the Xiao family in the future. Mu Jingchen perused the bidding documents, coldly stating, pass on the admiration. As a shareholder of FT, you indeed possess the right to veto, but Luo's tone shifted as he observed him with keen interest. Brother Chen, something seems off. Has this Xiao fellow stolen your wife? Chapter 11, a disgraceful embarrassment. Chapter 11, a humiliating scene. Mu Jingchen's handsome visage betrayed not a hint of unease, his voice exuding the calmness of one accustomed to positions of power. Amher's foundation is too insubstantial. Although it has garnered some recognition within niche markets, it has stagnated for 3 years and is not suitable as a partner. Luo chuckled, I recall you were quite eager to recruit Amher's designer, Sweet, to FT. What has prompted this change of heart? Sweet's style is indeed refreshing, however, a designer who has not produced any work in 3 years is likely out of ideas and devoid of commercial value. Are we to bring her on merely to retire? Luo jested, well, we could bring her on as a minor player. I hear that the enigmatic Miss Sweet is young and beautiful. Given that you are soon to be divorced, perhaps you should consider her. A chill of disdain flickered in Mu Jingchen's eyes. Luo, in a few days, we will celebrate old Master Lu's birthday. Should I inform him of your reckless antics? Luo immediately begged for mercy. Brother Chen, I was wrong. I should not have forced my sordid thoughts upon you. As for Sweet, feel free to pursue her as you wish, but Amher shall never become a partner of FT. Luo promptly discarded Amher's proposal into the trash bin. In truth, I held some hope for Amher. Now that they've been passed over, only the Su group remains. In the meeting room, only Wen Yi and Su Qingyue remained. With no audience, Su Qingyue saw no need to feign amiability, her expression radiating pride and disdain. It appears I have overestimated Amher, believing they would send an industry elite even without Sweet. Little did I know it would be you. To her, Wen Yi epitomized mediocrity, believing that Xiao Shichu had brought her along merely out of infatuation. Wen Yi, unfazed, merely smiled, stroking her delicate fingers. Miss Su, are you attempting to enlighten me on the concept of meddling where one does not belong? Su Qingyue retorted with a cold laugh. Oh, I nearly forgot. I heard from Aunt Lu that Miss Wen is quite the culinary whiz and excels at cleaning. Rumor has it, even surpassing the efforts of a housekeeper. If you wouldn't mind, I could help you find a domestic service company where you can truly showcase your talents. Wen Yi discerned the veiled mockery in Su Qingyue's words, which insinuated that she had spent 3 years as a free maid. Wen Yi clenched her fingers and raised her beautiful eyes, wearing a smile that was not quite a smile. I have been with Mu Jingchen for 3 years, at least I hold the title of Mrs. Mu. After all these years, why has he not legitimized your position, Miss Su? Su Qingyue was instantly struck at her core, her heart twisting with pain. She retorted in anger, Wen Yi, if it weren't for you occupying the position of Mrs. Mu Jingchen and I would have long been together. Wen Yi's brows curled into a cold smile. Thus, Miss Su would do well to be wise. Should you provoke me, I might just reconsider my divorce plans with Mu Jingchen, leaving you to languish in the shadows, bearing the disgrace of being a mere mistress for all eternity. Su Qingyue trembled with rage. Wen Yi, how was I not aware of your insidious cunning before? The former Wen Yi was gentle and dull, as Lu Yaji would say, incapable of making even the slightest noise, yet now she was sharp-tongued and astute, quickly identifying her opponent's vulnerabilities, inciting Su Qingyue's desire to tear a piece from her flesh. Wen Yi scoffed, I was also unaware of Miss Su's brazen shamelessness. I am still the rightful wife, and you, a mere bed warmer, presume to usurp my position. What audacity! Su Qingyue was left speechless, her face flushed with indignation. Just then, Lu Ao's assistant entered, proclaiming, Congratulations, Miss Su, the Su Group has successfully secured the bid and will become FT's partner. Our director Lu requests your presence to discuss the collaboration. Wen Yi furrowed her brow. According to FT's usual protocol, representatives from all bidding companies were afforded the opportunity to meet with the FT president in person to present their design concepts and analyze luxury market trends. The fact that FT had bypassed this process to announce the results was indeed peculiar. She immediately inquired, is this director Lu's decision or that of the FT president? The FT president was notoriously enigmatic, his true visage unseen by anyone, as all matters large and small were managed by Lu Ao. However, it was said that this mysterious president possessed formidable acumen, with every significant decision regarding the company's fate resting upon his shoulders. Once the bidding results were finalized by him, there was no recourse. Upon hearing this news, Su Qingyue's face lit up with joy, her posture radiating triumph as she brushed past Wen Yi, whispering, Wen Yi, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Director Lu Ao is a close confidant of Jingchen. Why not seek his help? Perhaps he will grant you a favor, considering you've been his bedmate for 3 years. While Su Qingyue feigned to guide her, she was, in fact, flaunting her superior understanding of Mu Jingchen, as Wen Yi, the rightful Mrs. Mu, remained oblivious to certain matters. She had spent 3 years by his side, yet he had merely kept her as a caged canary, while her knowledge of his connections and endeavors was utterly negligible. Wen Yi let out a derisive laugh, understanding why Su Qingyue looked down upon her. Even she, in retrospect, viewed her past 3 years as a farce. As Su Qingyue, witnessing Wen Yi's lack of rebuttal, displayed an air of superiority, chest puffed out as she sashayed past. Upon arriving at the director's office, the voices of Lu Ao and Mu Jingchen echoed within. Brother Chen, your outright dismissal of Amer makes me suspect you are intentionally aiding Su Qingyue. Think what you will. Oh, so are you rekindling an old flame with Su Qingyue or engaging in some clandestine scheme? Lu Ao, if you're going to be foolish, go drain your brain. I have no time to listen to your theatrics. As Mu Jingchen emerged, he collided with Su Qingyue. She gazed at him, her eyes alight with fervor, evidently convinced that he was manipulating events behind the scenes to ensure the Su Group's success as FT's partner. Jingchen, do you have time this evening? Mu Jingchen detected the insinuation in her words and was about to decline when a commotion erupted. Wen Yi was grappling with security personnel, declaring, I demand to see your president. Miss, you have no appointment, we cannot allow you entry. Through the throng, Wen Yi spotted Mu Jingchen, standing in the light, flanked by Su Qingyue, one tall and austere, the other graceful and gentle, resembling a pair of celestial beings, painfully pricking her eyes. In her moment of distraction, a security guard shoved her, causing her to tumble to the ground in a rather undignified manner. Mu Jingchen, brimming with pent-up frustration, approached her and roughly yanked her to her feet. Upon noticing the mark of a slap on her cheek, his ire intensified when he instinctively shook off his hand, a reflex that ignited his annoyance, stirring a tempest of emotions within him, and he spat out a few words, what a disgrace. Chapter 12. Still the ace. Chapter 12. Still the ace. When he felt as though she had been dealt a stinging slap, momentarily frozen in disbelief before she regained her composure, she clenched her jaw to suppress her tears, striding to maintain an air of nonchalance as she distanced herself from Mu Jingchen. I apologize, Mr. Mu, for interrupting your enjoyment, she remarked. Just moments ago, she had clearly overheard Su Qingyue discussing her evening rendezvous with him. Had it not been for her outburst, the two would likely have finalized their plans by now. Mu Jingchen slowly averted his gaze, turning away without a backward glance. A self-deprecating smile crept across Wen Yi's face. At that moment, Mu Jingchen must surely regret having ever known her, wishing to put as much distance between them as possible. Su Qingyue stepped forward, saying, Miss Wen, why bother? A loss is a loss. Don't sacrifice your dignity and your pride. You ought to at least provide yourself with a modicum of cover. Wen Yi, determined not to show any sign of weakness before Su Qingyue, tidied her disheveled hair and replied coolly, Miss Su, one should not speak too confidently, lest one finds themselves with a face full of humiliation at the end. Su Qingyue scoffed, Miss Wen, you may have been sheltered at home for too long, unaware of the brutal realities of the business world. The marketplace is a battlefield, nothing like the pots and pans you wield, nor the broom in your hand. Wen Yi smiled, her beautiful eyes glinting with a sharp, cold light. I may sweep a room, but I can also sweep the world. Su Qingyue appeared to be greatly amused, viewing Wen Yi's demeanor as a sign of desperation. Upon returning to the car, Bei Yan sensed something amiss. The atmosphere inside felt oppressively low, stifling his breath and silencing him. Mu Jingchen experienced an inexplicable irritation, pulling out a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and lighting it, inhaling hurriedly as if the scorching smoke would expel his feelings of frustration and angst. He had always possessed exceptional self-control, never succumbing to addictions, yet recently he had felt the faint stirrings of a craving for nicotine. The driver tentatively inquired, "Mr. Mu, would you like me to start the car?" Mu Jingchen remained silent, extinguishing the cigarette before sending a message to Lu Ao. Moments later, Lu Ao's assistant approached Wen Yi. "Miss Wen, Director Lu requests your presence." Wen Yi was in the midst of organizing her belongings and hadn't left yet. Upon hearing Lu Ao's words, she immediately stood upright, aware that this was her sole opportunity for a turnaround. She thanked the assistant and followed him toward the director's office. Su Qingyue keenly sensed a shift in events and quickly positioned herself in front of the assistant. "Assistant Yi, hasn't FT already finalized their collaboration with our Su Corporation? How can they go back on their word?" "Apologies, Miss Su, but I am merely conveying a message from Director Lu." As Wen Yi followed Assistant Yi into Lu Ao's office, Su Qingyue was left outside, tightly clenching her fists, wishing she could bore 2 holes into Wen Yi's back. Though Lu Ao had heard of Wen Yi's name, he had never encountered her in person. Upon seeing her, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Beauty lies in the essence, not merely in the skin, yet Wen Yi possessed both striking features and a remarkable demeanor. Her cool expression could not conceal her extraordinary grace. It was no wonder that a man as decisive as Mu Jingchen had been mired in complications regarding their divorce. Lu Ao raised an eyebrow. "Miss Wen, it seems you are somewhat dissatisfied with our company's decision?" Wen Yi responded assertively, "Director Lu, even a condemned prisoner is afforded the opportunity to plead their case. I have the right to know the reasons why Emma was turned away by FT." Lu Ao was momentarily taken aback. He had not delved deeply into Wen Yi's character, having only heard from Mu Jingchen that she was obedient and compliant. Yet now, she appeared to defy those expectations. Though she bore a gentle demeanor, her eyes radiated undeniable tenacity. He suddenly felt that Mu Jingchen might have misconstrued his wife. "Miss Wen, Emma lacks a solid foundation. While it has gained some recognition among niche brands, it has stagnated over the past 3 years and is not suitable as a partner." He relayed Mu Jingchen's reasoning almost verbatim, clearly enjoying the spectacle. When he frowned, Lu Ao's perceptiveness was indeed sharp, pinpointing Emma's current shortcomings with surgical precision. She could only blame herself for obsessively pursuing an illusory happiness, thereby clipping her own wings and focusing solely on Mu Jingchen and the Mu family, neglecting the affairs of the company. Furthermore, given that the fashion industry was a weakness of Xiao Shichu, Emma's stagnation was inevitable. In the competitive landscape, one must either forge ahead or be left behind, particularly in the fashion industry. Remaining static for 3 years effectively meant being rendered obsolete by the market. Yet, she yearned to reclaim her true self, pushing herself to gather all the pieces she had previously set aside. When he severed the tangled thoughts in her mind and spoke calmly, "What does Director Lu think of Emma 3 years ago?" Lu Ao leaned back in his chair. "Naturally, I have a vivid impression. Your designer, Sweet, always brought a refreshing perspective. However, with all due respect, Sweet has not produced any new work in 3 years, and her original design philosophy may not align with the current fashion trends." Wen Yi's eyes gleamed with a phoenix-like determination. 3 years ago, Sweet catapulted Emma to fame, and 3 years later, she can still be Emma's ace. Since you admired her style previously, why not grant her another opportunity to showcase her transformation? As Lu Ao's face betrayed signs of hesitation, Wen Yi picked up Emma's proposal and presented it to him with both hands. She emanated an aura that compelled others to acquiesce. Lu Ao accepted the proposal, glancing at it swiftly, conceding that Emma's design philosophy was indeed in harmony with FT's vision. His gaze darted around before he handed Wen Yi a room key from the desk. "Miss Wen, I genuinely admire your courage, but I cannot make decisions unilaterally. If you can persuade my partner, I will consider granting Emma another chance." Though his gesture was casual, a sincere smile graced Lu Ao's face. When he hesitated, yet recognizing this as Emma's opportunity for revival, she accepted the key. "Director Lu, you should prepare the collaboration agreement. It seems Miss Wen is determined to succeed. Are you not concerned that my friend may harbor ulterior motives towards you?" Wen Yi chuckled lightly. "Have you ever heard the story of the ant shaking the tree? I believe FT has no need to tarnish its reputation over a single individual." Though she smiled, her words carried a steely resolve. Lu Ao suddenly perceived a resemblance between the couple. Both exuded a fierce tenacity, proving the adage true: like attracts like. After Wen Yi departed, Lu Ao texted Mu Jingchen, "Brother Chen, I have a gift for you tonight. Enjoy yourself." When Su Qingyue saw Wen Yi exiting with a calm demeanor, she immediately sensed a shift in the situation. Annoyed, she blocked Wen Yi's path. "What sort of wiles did you employ to persuade FT to change their mind?" Wen Yi tilted her head with a smile. "As the Buddha says, if your mind is filled with excrement, what you perceive will be excrement. I suggest Miss Su cleanse her mind first." Seeing Wen Yi attempt to leave, Su Qingyue, infuriated, grasped her wrist. "Wen Yi, stop right there." In the ensuing struggle, the room key slipped from Wen Yi's grasp and fell to the ground. Su Qingyue let out a cold laugh. "Wen Yi, I once thought your methods were impressive, but it seems you are merely relying on your body to please men." Chapter 13, He truly is not a man. Chapter 13. He truly is not a man. With an air of indifference, Wen Yi gracefully picked up the room card, offering no further explanations, merely smiling seductively. "I shall take it as Miss Su praising my charm and my ability to entice men, unlike you, Miss Su, who, despite exhausting all means, has failed to make it to Mu Jingchen's bed." Su Qingyue's complexion turned pale, her fingers almost piercing her palm. Over the years, she had indeed employed every tactic at her disposal, yet Mu Jingchen remained impervious, leading her to question her own allure as a woman. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to concede defeat to Wen Yi, swallowing the bitterness rising within her and forcing a smile. Wen Yi, to be frank, I am already carrying Jingchen's child. When Wen Yi had resolutely decided to divorce, she had forced herself to sever ties with Mu Jingchen. However, upon hearing this news, a pang of pain struck her unexpectedly. She almost forgot that Su Qingyue had always been the moonlight in Mu Jingchen's heart. With beauty by his side, how could he possibly remain virtuous? After the spasm of pain subsided, she instinctively inquired, "How many months along are you?" Su Qingyue lifted her chin slightly, 3 months. Wen Yi instinctively placed her fingers on her flat abdomen. If her child were unharmed, it too would be 3 months old. This implied that while Mu Jingchen was with her, he was also entangled with Su Qingyue. A wave of disgust and indignation washed over her. Her child had done nothing wrong, so why could it not be born safely while the offspring of these two wretched souls thrived? Seeing the hint of crimson creep into Wen Yi's eyes, Su Qingyue felt an inexplicable thrill, as if in this silent war, she had emerged victorious, and Wen Yi had suffered a crushing defeat. Though she had changed, she still exhibited her past shortcomings. The mere mention of anything related to Mu Jingchen revealed her true self. To kill is to strike at the heart. Su Qingyue leaned closer to Wen Yi's ear. Wen Yi, if it weren't for you using your kidney to hold Jingchen captive, he would have long been with me openly. Therefore, if you don't relinquish your position soon, the Mu family might still scrape together something to sustain you for the rest of your life, preventing you from having to sell your charms. Wen Yi let out a cold laugh, suddenly seizing a vase from the corridor shelf and shattering it against the wall, holding the sharp edge against Su Qingyue's abdomen. Miss Su seems to have inverted the hierarchy. It is you who should be bowing and scraping. If I refuse to yield, you will forever be nailed to the pillar of shame, and your child will be born a bastard. Wen Yi's actions were executed with a ruthless fluidity that left Su Qingyue breathless with fear, and after a moment, she managed to suppress her trembling teeth. Wen Yi, one must speak with integrity. You promised to set Jingchen free. Ha, a mistress with no sense of shame dares to lecture me on integrity? Su Qingyue, thinking Wen Yi had relented, panicked and exclaimed, even if you delay the divorce, Jingchen will not spare you a glance. He will only grow to despise you more. Wen Yi's eyes brimmed with contempt. Rest assured, I will facilitate your union with that wretched man, but remember, do not provoke me again, or I will ensure that the bastard in your womb never sees the light of day. She discarded the shards into a trash bin, unaware that her fingers had been cut, blood trailing across the floor. Su Qingyue slid down the wall, realizing with a sense of disdain that she had been intimidated by Wen Yi's formidable presence. What was there to fear for a woman on the verge of being discarded and without support? Wen Yi was indeed beautiful, but when beauty is accompanied by poverty, it spells disaster. She was convinced that without the mighty Mu family as her backing, Wen Yi would face a life of abject misery. Rising to her feet, she immediately texted Luo Qinger, find a few reliable paparazzi to keep a close watch on Wen Yi. She had silently memorized the hotel and room number of that card, waiting to capture evidence of Wen Yi's clandestine rendezvous with a man. Should Wen Yi cling to Mu Jingchen and refuse to divorce, she would release the video, branding her a shameless harlot. Under public scrutiny, she would have no choice but to comply, especially since the Mu family valued their reputation highly. With such a scandal, how could Wen Yi continue to show her face among them? If Wen Yi and Mu Jingchen divorced smoothly, this video would serve as leverage in her hand. If one day Wen Yi accused her of being a mistress, she could unveil the video, proving Wen Yi's misconduct and her own prior faults. As Wen Yi approached the hotel, she instructed Xiao Shichu, I will keep my phone on video call. If you notice anything amiss, rush in immediately. Xiao Shichu lazily replied, Ibo, with your skills, who could possibly touch you? Even if I went in, it would merely be to notify the family to come collect the body. Wen Yi's voice turned grave. Xiao Shichu, I underwent a kidney transplant 3 years ago. Xiao Shichu fell silent for a long moment before exclaiming a curse. Damn, Mu Jingchen is really no man. Being a medical professional, he understood the repercussions of a kidney transplant, lifelong medication and numerous restrictions. Perhaps for an ordinary person, it merely meant a decline in health, but for Wen Yi, it signified the loss of many qualifications and opportunities. Ibao, if it comes to that, we need not go. Your assets are numerous enough to easily overshadow Su Xiaoshan. There's no need to engage in a futile struggle with her over a half-dead infatuation. When he glanced at him dismissively, you know the Su family has been in the clothing industry for generations, and this is precisely what Su Qingyue takes pride in. I intend to use a gentle push to make her yield completely. She could facilitate the union of that vile couple, but it did not mean her dignity could be trampled upon at will. She wanted Su Qingyue to understand clearly that her so-called victory was merely her charity. She could never hope to present herself with an air of arrogance in her presence. When he placed her phone in her bag, ensuring the camera hole was unobstructed, and after disguising her preparations, she knocked on the door. The person who opened it was Mu Jingchen, freshly showered, his hair still damp, droplets cascading down his chiseled lines onto his sculpted chest, gathering at the edge of his towel. Mu Jingchen's face, already flawless, combined with a physique comparable to a male model, created a striking visual impact. When he remained momentarily stunned, never anticipating that the partner mentioned by Lu Ao would actually be him. Her astonishment, however, was interpreted by Mu Jingchen as infatuation. In the past, she would rush in to apologize after causing a scene. It seemed this time would be no different. A flicker of inexplicable joy stirred within Mu Jingchen, though his expression remained impassive. With a hint of disdain, he curled his lips and mockingly stated, Don't think I can easily forgive you. Chapter 14, I. Fulfill you. Chapter 14, I. Fulfill you in an instant. When Yi felt as though she had been struck by a cruel twist of fate. The bond she once sought with Mu Jingchen, which had eluded her grasp, now collided with her at a moment when she had nearly resigned herself to severing all ties. Yet, this insufferable twist of fate was one she was ill-prepared to endure. To prevent any misunderstandings on Mu Jingchen's part, when he swiftly retracted her steps, however, her wrist was firmly seized by him. The sternness etched upon his face hinted at a suppressed fury as he coldly remarked, "Wen Yi, have you played enough of this game of feigned indifference?" Not only had she orchestrated a chance encounter on the plane, but now she had audaciously pursued him to the very hotel where he resided. It was undeniable that she had gone to great lengths to see him. This charade, even if she had not grown weary from performing, had certainly exhausted her spirit. The corners of Wen Yi's lips twitched in irritation. She was acutely aware that Mu Jingchen, this insufferable man, interpreted every unexpected meeting as a manifestation of her scheming. She raised her gaze to meet his, speaking earnestly, "Mu Jingchen, had I known that the partner referred to by Luo was you, I would rather die than seek you out." Mu Jingchen's displeasure simmered beneath the surface, his grip tightening. "Oh? Do you still harbor expectations for other men, Wen Yi? Do not forget we are not yet divorced. If you wish to adorn me with the shame of infidelity, be prepared for the consequences." Wen Yi could scarcely contain her anger. It was he who had strayed, with Su Qingyue's illegitimate child serving as undeniable proof. How could this man, who had wronged her, dare cast accusations in her direction? "Mu Jingchen, you may flirt and cavort with Su Qingyue, yet you deny me the right to conduct business with male clients. Is this not a classic case of double standards?" It seemed Mu Jingchen finally grasped the reasons behind her persistent requests for divorce, his brow furrowing as he stated, "Wen Yi, you know I have never been adept at placating women." Wen Yi scoffed, "Mr. Mu, it's not that you lack the skill, but rather that you are simply too lazy to placate me." Over the past 3 years, she had begun to believe that even a trivial excuse to deceive her would have prevented her from feeling this despondent. His indifferent demeanor unsettled her, and he added, "If you have any emotions to express, do so freely, there is no need to play mind games in my presence." Wen Yi nearly laughed in disbelief. Did he truly think her visit was motivated by jealousy over Su Qingyue? She suddenly realized that their thought processes were worlds apart. After a moment, she stated with solemnity, "Mu Jingchen, once you have resolved matters in country E, we shall return home to finalize our divorce." Upon hearing the word divorce, the muscles in Mu Jingchen's forehead twitched uncontrollably, and he roughly pulled Wen Yi back inside, exclaiming, "Were we not to discuss business? Why have you lingered at the door without uttering a single word about admiration?" His expression suggested that if she failed to provide a valid reason, he would assume her visit was intentional. Wen Yi silently cursed the insufferable man, gathering her composure before retrieving the proposal for admire from her bag and presenting it to him with both hands. Mu Jingchen settled onto the sofa, elegantly crossing his legs, casually swirling a glass of wine in his hand, showing no inclination to accept the document, instead observing her with a cold detachment that belied his indifference. He had retained her presence yet chose to disregard the very proposal she had prepared. As expected, Mu Jingchen had a knack for humiliating her. Just as she was on the verge of losing her temper, he spoke dispassionately, "I lack the patience to peruse this pointless document. You have 3 minutes. If you can convince me, I may consider granting Admire an opportunity." Taking a deep breath, Wen Yi spoke at a rapid pace. Though Admire's foundation is modest, since its inception, it has garnered immense popularity among women, with nearly every collection flying off the shelves and breaking seasonal sales records. This indicates Admire's capacity to lead trends in the fashion industry, and the designers possess an acute sense of style that resonates deeply with consumers. Mu Jingchen swirled his red wine, yet Sweet has not released a new collection in 3 years. For the past 3 years, Admire has relied on past achievements to sustain itself, and when compared to the established Su Group, it undeniably lacks strength. That is because Sweet withdrew from the market 3 years ago. However, rest assured, Mr.Mu, Sweet's resurgence will undoubtedly bring a fresh visual impact to the fashion industry. As for the Su Group, despite their long-standing presence in the clothing sector, they have stagnated in recent years, while one is a rising sun and the other a setting one. I am confident FT will make a prudent choice. As she spoke passionately, Mu Jingchen found himself momentarily entranced. In his memory, when he was gentle yet unassuming, primarily engaged in domestic affairs and rarely mingling with those in elite circles, leading his friends to jest that she was a socially awkward individual lacking in education, experience, and capability. In their eyes, her marriage into the Mu family was solely due to her gratitude for his family's kindness, yet the Wen Yi before him exuded a commanding presence, as if this were her realm, and all were compelled to submit to her authority. As she spoke until her throat was parched, she noticed Mu Jingchen appeared lost in thought, and her frustration ignited anew. She realized he was deliberately toying with her, likely dismissing her words entirely. "Mr. Mu, I have completed my presentation. Do you have any further questions?" The formality with which she addressed him served to create a palpable distance between them. Mu Jingchen frowned. Since the head of Admire is Xiao Shichu, why did he not come himself but instead sent you, someone entirely unrelated to Admire, to negotiate? When he suspected he was intentionally provoking her and, suppressing her anger, replied, "Xiao Shichu is my employer. I am simply here to perform my duties. As for the reasons, I suggest you inquire with him directly." Her politeness towards herself contrasted sharply with her casual reference to Xiao Shichu, which irked Mu Jingchen. He abruptly grasped her wrist, his dark eyes aflame with fury. "Wen Yi, do you think I am in need of your assistance to the point that I would require you to humbly serve Xiao Shichu?" Wen Yi gasped in pain, the frustration she had been holding in bursting forth. "Mu Jingchen, you are insufferably arrogant. I am an independent individual, not your puppet to be manipulated at your whim. My choices are my own, and I refuse to be bound by your expectations." Did he assume she possessed no self-respect? He would toy with her when it pleased him and cast her aside when it did not. Despite her past affections, the repeated emotional wounds inflicted upon her were excruciating. Accumulated disappointment eventually led to despair, and despair birthed an unwavering resolve to turn away. Yet, inexplicably, her eyes betrayed her, turning red with suppressed emotion. Mu Jingchen, observing her distress, felt an unwelcome irritation rise within him while he was lost in contemplation, when he suddenly yanked her hand away, and the force caused her bag to tumble to the floor. Its contents scattered: room key, wallet, lipstick, and a bottle of medication. Mu Jingchen swiftly picked up the bottle, and upon discerning its purpose, he sneered coldly, "How much did Xiaoshichu pay you that you would so eagerly offer yourself?" As Wen Yi began to explain, Mu Jingchen abruptly seized her by the throat, dragging her forcefully to the sofa. "Whatever he offered, I will double it." "What do you say?" Wen Yi, nearly choking, rasped. "Mu Jingchen, have you lost your mind?" He grabbed a tie from the side and swiftly bound it around her wrist. "Wen Yi, do you not wish to demean yourself? Tonight, I shall fulfill your desires." Chapter 15. Do you believe? Chapter 15. Do you believe it? Before her stood Mu Jingchen, stripped of his usual depth and elegance, now resembling a ravenous wolf. He seemed poised to shred her to pieces, to masticate her until not a single bone fragment remained. When Wen Yi regained consciousness, her throat was hoarse, and her waist felt as though it had been snapped in two. The air was thick with the lingering essence of the previous night, and the disarray around her had yet to be addressed. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort of her body, she attempted to rise, only to discover that the garments strewn about the floor had been torn to shreds, leaving her with nothing suitable to wear. In the 3 years of their marriage, Mu Jingchen had never treated her with tenderness. After all, he had no reason to consider the feelings of a mere tool. Although she had ostensibly grown accustomed to his domineering and brutal demeanor, the events of last night had left her feeling utterly humiliated. They had clearly resolved to divorce. What right did he have to berate her at a whim? Hearing movement in the room, Mu Jingchen extinguished his cigarette and strode in with a gift bag in hand. Wen Yi's skin was delicate, seemingly marked by the lightest touch. Indeed, he had lost control last night, leaving bruises upon her pale complexion, which stood out starkly, like vibrant flowers blooming in a field of snow, evoking a fleeting pang of compassion within him. Yet, upon recalling that it was not only he who claimed her body, but that others would too, that fleeting compassion dissipated, replaced by a cold demeanor as he flung the clothes onto her, his voice laced with disdain. "You have fulfilled the task assigned by Xiaoshichu. You may leave now." The bag grazed her face, leaving a slight wound, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Yet, the pain in her heart, riddled with wounds, was far more agonizing than her physical discomfort. She had thought that when faced with Mu Jingchen's cruelty, she would remain composed, but reality had proven her to be overly optimistic. The contraceptive pills she had brought with her were meant to regulate her estrogen levels. Since her last surgery, her body had been traumatized, causing her menstrual cycle to remain irregular, making the pills the most effective remedy. Clearly, Mu Jingchen had misconstrued her intentions, believing she had come to negotiate matters of affection, inevitably concluding that she was there to sell herself. He habitually imposed his thoughts upon her, granting her no opportunity for defense. When he suppressed her feelings of grievance and humiliation, mechanically donning the clothes without uttering a single word to him. Her silence only served to ignite his fury further as he thrust the contraceptive pills into her hand. "Remember to take them before you leave. You know I wish to avoid any complications or liabilities." Wen Yi's heart felt as though it had been pierced sharply. She was well aware of Mu Jingchen's fear of her becoming pregnant. Her child was a liability, but what of the illegitimate child growing within Su Qingyue? Never mind, dwelling on that was now meaningless. She tilted her head back and swallowed the pills, fixing a cold gaze upon Mu Jingchen. "Mr. Mu, may I take my leave now?" A wave of inexplicable anger surged within Mu Jingchen. It was she who had betrayed their marriage, attempting to barter her body for benefits. How could she appear so self-righteous despite her transgressions? He found himself compelled to re-evaluate his wife. "Wen Yi, I have made it clear that I do not favor women who court trouble. You would do well to keep your head down." Wen Yi let out a cold laugh. "Rest assured, Mu, once we return to the country, I will grant you your freedom." Mu Jingchen could not discern the truth behind her words, yet they inexplicably fueled his ire. "Inform Xiaoshichu that I will afford admiration at chance, but should you assist him in any further disgraceful endeavors, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Wen Yi scoffed. "What's this? Mu has had a change of heart and no longer wishes to divorce me, even after I have engaged in such debauchery. You still intend to offer me an exit?" Mu Jingchen was thoroughly provoked. "You are mistaken. A woman like you is one I wish to rid myself of immediately. You just remember, I, Mu Jingchen, will never look back." Implicit in his words was a warning for Wen Yi to reconsider, lest she regret her choices. "Very well, then it is settled. Upon our return, we shall promptly finalize the divorce." Having arranged to retire, Wen Yi departed without a backward glance, only to suddenly remark at the door, "Mu Jingchen, your skills in bed are woefully inadequate. I wonder how Su Qingyue endures it." Mu Jingchen's expression darkened. With a fierce kick, he sent the coffee table flying. It shattered into a chaotic mess. How dare she presume to provoke him time and again? As Wen Yi exited the hotel, she remained oblivious to the cameras across the street, capturing her every move. When Su Qingyue received the photographs, she was overjoyed. Despite Wen Yi being clad in layers, her gait and the bruises on her neck, along with her swollen lips, betrayed her actions from the previous night. The mere fact that she had spent the entire night at the hotel was sufficient to solidify the evidence of Wen Yi's infidelity, leaving her without any room for rebuttal. Luo Qing'er plotted, "Qingyue, why not send these photos to Mu Jingchen and reveal just how despicable this woman truly is? Not yet, Jingchen already intends to divorce her, and I have other uses for these photographs. I see, you plan to release them once Mu Jingchen discards her, at which point she will become the target of scorn, forever unable to find her footing in Kyoto. A subtle thrill danced across Su Qingyue's face. She wishes to challenge me? I will ensure she experiences the bitterness of being scorned and ostracized. Upon returning to the hotel, Wen Yi collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted from the torment inflicted by Mu Jingchen throughout the night. All she desired was a proper rest. When she finally awoke, it was already afternoon, and her phone erupted with calls from Xiao Shichu. Yibao, FT has relented and wants you to come by today. Wen Yi found the irony in the situation palpable. Was Mu Jingchen offering her this consolation prize due to her successful performance as a mere puppet the night before? Alright, I will get ready and head over. Great, I will come to pick you up shortly. Wen Yi arose and washed herself thoroughly, scrubbing at her skin as if to erase the remnants of Mu Jingchen's presence. She selected a long-sleeved dress to conceal the marks on her arms and tied a silk scarf around her neck to hide the kiss marks. Once dressed, she spritzed herself with hotel perfume, hoping to mask that insufferable scent. The moment Xiao Shichu laid eyes on her, he eagerly inquired, I've learned that FT's partner is quite the tough cookie. How did you manage to persuade him? Wen Yi replied with self-deprecation, with this face, do you believe it? Ha! What a jest, if you possessed such confidence, every man in the world would be falling at your feet. Mu Jingchen is nothing in comparison. Upon arriving at FT, Xiao Shichu flirted with the receptionist while Wen Yi made her way to Director Lu Ao's office. To her surprise, Mu Jingchen was also present, and she directed her gaze past him to Lu Ao. Director Lu, since you wish to discuss important matters with me, shouldn't we ask the bystanders to step aside? Defined as bystanders, Mu Jingchen seethed with rage, the veins on his temples throbbing ominously. Chapter 16 Bitten by a Dog. Chapter 16 Bitten by a Dog. Lu Ao suppressed a smile, but upon seeing the taut expression on Mu Jingchen's face, he quickly stifled any amusement that had been creeping at the corners of his lips. Before Lu Ao could usher him out, Mu Jingchen rose and stated, I shall not disturb Director Lu during his work. As he brushed past Wen Yi, he nearly ground his teeth and said, you would do well to put away your tricks for ensnaring men. Don't embarrass me. Wen Yi offered a cold smile, well aware that Mu Jingchen's concern for her reputation was superficial. In his eyes, she was merely an extension of himself, unworthy of the attention of others. He had imposed stringent restrictions on her, yet secretly conspired with Su Qingyue. What right did he have? Lu Ao's gaze flicked between the two until Mu Jingchen had departed, at which point he feigned curiosity and asked, Miss Wen, do you know him? Wen Yi replied succinctly, I do not. Lu Ao chuckled. This couple was indeed amusing. One had come early in the morning to negotiate on behalf of his woman, while the other treated him as if he were heir. However, since this was a matter between them, he refrained from interference and got straight to the point. Our internal team has reached a consensus. We have decided to simultaneously consider the bids from Imu and Su's company. However, according to company policy, we can only choose one for collaboration. I understand, Director Lu intends for Imu and Su's company to compete fairly? Precisely. FT will propose a design theme, and both Imu and Su's company will present their finest works for competition. As for who shall emerge victorious, let the works speak for themselves. Wen Yi had to concede that FT's decision was indeed astute. Utilizing competition to select a partner was both equitable and capable of generating buzz, effectively promoting this collaboration. I have no objections, but what is the theme proposed by FT? Lu Ao inscribed 2 characters on a piece of paper. Wedding dress. Wen Yi's complexion instantly paled, her lips devoid of color, and her fingers curled slowly, as if suppressing some deep-seated emotion. Lu Ao noticed her unusual reaction. I recall that Sweet excels in wedding dress design, and 3 years ago, Imu's flagship product was also wedding dresses. Is there a problem? He was right. 3 years prior, fueled by dreams of matrimony, she had poured her heart and soul into wedding dress designs, even creating a gown named Eternal Love, longing for the day she would wear it to fulfill her own happiness. However, on the eve of her wedding, she found herself without a groom, leading her to destroy the gown and abandon wedding dress design altogether. Every woman harbors a dream of donning a pure wedding dress to embrace her beloved, yet her dream had shattered from the very beginning. She even vowed never to design wedding dresses again. After a long pause, she regained her composure and tremulously uttered, Director Lu, could we perhaps consider a different theme? Lu Ao twirled his pen thoughtfully, Miss Wen, you should understand that my proposal for wedding dress design is entirely in deference to Sweet. Implicitly, this matter left no room for negotiation. Wen Yi did not wish to forfeit this opportunity. Taking a deep breath, she cleared her throat and replied, very well, I will convey Director Lu's words to Sweet. Lu Ao's lips curled into an inscrutable smile, and do inform Sweet that I personally hold her in high regard, thus I am filled with anticipation for her creations. In that moment, Wen Yi felt an unsettling sensation, as if he could see right through her. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, finalizing the details of the competition with Lu Ao before standing to leave. To her astonishment, Mu Jingchen was still standing outside the door. He appeared to be on a call, and upon hearing the door open, he said, let us leave it at that for now, I'll hang up. Wen Yi intended to ignore him, but as she brushed past, he extended his long leg to block her path. Are we not acquainted? Wen Yi frowned, retorting, good dog, don't obstruct my way. Mu Jingchen's brow furrowed. Since she had moved out of the Mu residence, she had grown increasingly bold, daring to speak to him with such insolence. He yanked the silk scarf from around her neck, his gaze sweeping over the marks on her swan-like neck, tauntingly remarking, indeed, a woman with a cold heart. You reveled by my side last night, and today you turn your back on me. Wen Yi felt a mix of shame and anger. How dare he bring up last night? Grinding her teeth, she lowered her voice. Mu Jingchen, according to the laws of Kyoto, marital rape is a crime. I wouldn't hesitate to send you to prison for a few years. Instead of being angered, Mu Jingchen laughed, pressing down hard on the mark on her lip. You still remember we are married? Wen Yi's chest swelled with rage. Sometimes, she truly could not comprehend this man. He was the one who despised her, and he was the one entangled with Su Qingyue, yet he made it seem as though she were the one forcing him into a divorce. Not far away, Xiao Shichu appeared to be amusing his secretary with a klitsch D trick, eliciting peals of laughter from her, the scene brimming with flirtation. Mu Jingchen sneered, your taste is truly lacking. Wen Yi shot back, likewise. Xiao Shichu was indeed charming, but Su Qingyue was no saint either. Mu Jingchen had willingly climbed into bed with her. The thought of Mu Jingchen possibly embracing Su Qingyue as he had done with her maid Wen Yi's stomach churn, she could no longer bear to remain in his presence. Mu, if all goes as planned, I shall return to Kyoto in 3 days. We will meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau then. Mu Jingchen let out a sudden cold laugh. Are you so eager to be with him? Mu, you are the one who should be eager, she replied. Su Qingyue was already 3 months pregnant. In 2 months, her belly would be impossible to hide. Mu Jingchen's temper flared, his expression darkening. Wen Yi, I have already given you a chance. Since you refuse to cherish it, do not blame me. Then I thank you for your kindness, but alas, I am not fortunate enough to accept it. Mu Jingchen nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Very well, I hope you will not concoct excuses to evade responsibility then. Of course. Wen Yi pushed past Mu Jingchen and walked towards Xiao Shichu. Mu Jingchen's gaze remained fixed on the two as they drew closer, his eyes gradually turning crimson. Xiao Shichu sensed a chilling aura behind him and instinctively turned, only to shiver involuntarily upon meeting Mu Jingchen's gaze. Ancestor, what brings you here? Wen Yi was forthright, he is the partner that Lu Ao mentioned. What? You went to negotiate with him last night? Yes. Xiao Shichu's eyes flicked to the marks on her neck, and what happened here? I was bitten by a dog. Wen Yi's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated in Mu Jingchen's ears, causing his expression to darken. Lu Ao leaned against the doorframe, amused by the unfolding drama. Mu, they're long gone, why do you still linger? Chapter 17, are you concealing something from me? Chapter 17, are you hiding something from me? Mu Jingchen cast a cold glance at Lu Ao, his gaze sharp as a surgeon's scalpel. Lu Ao had grown accustomed to it. Chingu, if you still have feelings for her, then pursue her. A woman who constantly mentions divorce merely seeks to capture a man's attention. A surge of anger roiled within Mu Jingchen's chest. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Once, she was utterly devoted to him, yet in the blink of an eye, she had turned her affections to Xiao Shichu. How could he ever entertain feelings for her? He retorted icily. I would sooner choose to fancy a dog than have any affection for Wen Yi. A dog would be far more docile. He detested complications, yet during this period, Wen Yi had persistently provoked his limits. Wen Yi, recalling that she had seemingly left a backup of the tender document in Lu Ao's office, turned back halfway, only to overhear Mu Jingchen's words as she rounded the corner. Despite having resigned herself to her feelings for him, his derisive remarks still pierced her heart. It dawned on her that her tireless efforts within the Mu household were less endearing than a mere dog. Suddenly devoid of interest in retrieving the documents, she turned to leave. Xiao Shichu, aware of her aversion to Western cuisine, took her to the most renowned Chinese restaurant in Floricity. Upon entering the private room, he acted like a nouveau riche, ordering all of Wen Yi's favorite dishes. Wen Yi furrowed her brow. Xiao Shichu, have you won the lottery? This was the man who usually splurged on courting women, espousing that money should be spent wisely. Xiao Shichu chuckled nonchalantly. Abo, I've noticed you've lost weight recently, so I wanted to treat you well. By the way, do I still have a chance? Wen Yi replied frostily, speak plainly. Cough, 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 I'm merely fulfilling a request. He dared not flirt with Wen Yi, having once been thoroughly defeated by her. Just as she was about to press further, Xiao Shichu clapped his hands, and a server wheeled in a colorful gift box. Xiao Shichu gestured with his chin toward Wen Yi. This is a surprise for you. Open it and see. Wen Yi approached with skepticism, and as she untied the ribbon, a fluffy little head emerged from the box. When she, sporting a face strikingly similar to Mu Jingchen's, glared at Xiao Shichu, as if accusing him of orchestrating a ludicrous entrance. Seeing her son brought genuine joy to Wen Yi. It had been some time since she last saw him. She smiled and pinched his tender cheeks. Jibao seems to have become even more handsome. Have you missed your mommy lately? When she glanced up at her, Wen Yi, didn't I ask you to take good care of yourself? Why have you gotten thinner? Wen Yi laughed as she pulled her son into an embrace, showering him with kisses. Of course, I've missed my Jibao. Though when she feigned disdain, he obediently settled into her arms. At that moment, his nanny, Alice, called, Miss Wen, I'm sorry, but Jibao has gone missing again. Wen Yi immediately understood, her son had slipped away on his own once more. This was not the first time he had managed to elude the watchful eyes of his nanny and the steward, successfully reaching his desired destination. Alice, Jibao is with me. Alice sighed in relief. No wonder Jibao has been in touch with young Master Xiao lately. He must have been trying to find out your whereabouts. Undoubtedly, Wen Qi's successful escape was linked to Xiao Shichu. When he shot him a reproachful glance, intending to inform him that she would return Jibao that evening. However, upon meeting her son's dark, expressive eyes, she ultimately changed her mind. I will return him tomorrow. Wen Qi, realizing he could spend the entire night with Wen Yi, felt a rush of happiness, even the corners of his tightly pursed lips curling slightly. Once the call ended, Wen Yi spoke solemnly, "Qibao, has mommy not warned you against wandering off? You must always inform Alice of where you're going." She knew her son was exceptionally intelligent, adept at resolving issues, but he was still just a 5-year-old child, and how could she not worry? Wen Yi replied nonchalantly, "Got it." Seeing his dismissive attitude, when he realized he probably hadn't absorbed a word she said, just as she intended to instill some wisdom in him, he suddenly said, "If you stay by my side, I will be very well behaved and won't go anywhere." The implication was clear. His relentless efforts were solely to be near her. The corners of Wen Yi's eyes grew moist. Years ago, she had unexpectedly conceived Wen Yi after encountering the scheming Mu Jingchen. Though her affections for Mu Jingchen ran deep, she could not disclose this matter without first ascertaining his feelings and the Mu family's stance towards her. As Mu Jingchen's indifference towards her grew, so too did her resolve to raise Wen Yi abroad, ensuring that when they eventually parted, he would not contest her custody of their son. Noticing her prolonged silence, Wen Yi assumed she was upset and tugged at her clothing. "Mommy, I promise to be good from now on, okay?" Wen Yi held her son tightly. "Qibao, just endure a little longer. Mommy will soon be living with you." As the mother and son embraced, they were oblivious to a piercing gaze fixated upon them. Mu Jingchen had not anticipated encountering Wen Yi while stepping outside for a smoke, let alone witnessing her tenderly cradling a 4 or 5-year-old child. The child nestled into Wen Yi's arms obscured his features, but he vaguely heard the child call her mommy. Instantly, Mu Jingchen's gaze turned icy, and he snapped the cigarette in his hand in half. Wen Yi, aware of Wen Yi's allergy to milk, decided to fetch some freshly squeezed juice from the hall. However, as soon as she stepped out the door, she was forcefully yanked into the adjacent smoking room. The air was thick with smoke, causing her to cough while the grip on her wrist remained unyielding. Just as she prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, she met Mu Jingchen's shadowy gaze, her heart racing unexpectedly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes. "Wen Yi, just how many secrets are you hiding from me?" A wave of panic washed over Wen Yi. If Mu Jingchen discovered Wen Yi's existence, he would undoubtedly take the child away, perhaps ensuring she would never have the chance to see him again. She struggled to keep her voice steady. "Mu Jingchen, what madness is this?" Earlier, she had shared smiles with Xiao Shichu, yet now, facing him, she felt as if she were standing on the precipice of danger. Even if she were attempting to provoke him intentionally, her performance was excessive. Mu Jingchen irritably tugged at his collar. "What is the meaning of that child?" Chapter 18, He is your son. Chapter 18. He is your son. Wen Yi's heart raced violently, her blood seemingly flowing backward. Faced with the aggressive demeanor of Mu Jingchen, she suddenly smiled and said, "Mu Jingchen, he is your son." Mu Jingchen abruptly grasped her chin, his eyes filled with cold hostility. "Do you believe I am easily deceived, or do you think you are worthy of bearing the heir of the Mu family?" Wen Yi felt a sharp pang in her heart. Mu Jingchen always knew how to hit her where it hurt. He had never cared for her, so it was natural he would ensure she never became pregnant. Every time they were together, his protective measures were meticulously executed. Lu Yaji had also discreetly added excessive saffron to her nourishing soup to prevent her from conceiving. Mu Jingchen was likely aware of this, and his tacit approval was tantamount to condoning Lu Yaji's actions. Perhaps if it weren't for the tacit cooperation of this mother and son duo, her second child would not have been lost. What she yearned for became a source of pride for Su Qingyue. Indeed, it echoed the saying, "Those favored are often fearless." Wen Yi suppressed the anguish and resentment in her heart, smiling as she said, "Since President Mu already has the answer in his heart, why come to ask me?" She shifted her tone. "Were you, perhaps, harboring some expectation just now?" Mu Jingchen seemed to be pricked by her words, a flicker of anger rising within him. "Even if you truly bore my child, I would never allow him to take his first breath in this world." Wen Yi had long known his answer, but hearing him voice it still birthed a twinge of pain within her. "Rest assured, President Mu, I will never bring you such distress." Just as she was about to leave, Mu Jingchen's mocking voice rang out behind her. "How shameless are you to rush to be the stepmother of Xiao Shichu's illegitimate child?" Wen Yi's eyes instantly reddened, and she enunciated each word. "Mu Jingchen, he is not an illegitimate child." "Ha, and you already defend him before becoming his stepmother?" Wen Yi's eyes blazed with fury. She longed to slap Mu Jingchen across the face. That was his son, yet he referred to him as an illegitimate child. If Wen Yi were to find out, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. However, to protect Wen Yi's true identity, she buried her anger and sorrow deep within, gritting her teeth as she said, "Mu Jingchen, you will regret this one day." As she glared at her retreating figure, Mu Jingchen felt an inexplicable heat rise in his chest. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and taking deep puffs, as if he had never craved nicotine more than he did at that moment. From now on, if she wanted to act shamelessly, let her be. Why should he meddle? Yet, for some reason, a fire raged within him, growing ever more intense, leaving him in a state of unprecedented agitation. As when he exited the smoking room, her steps became unsteady, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She could endure Mu Jingchen's insults, but when he directed such derision towards her Qibao, it felt as if a tempest of anger and humiliation brewed within her. The urgent matter at hand was to endure and wait until their divorce was finalized, after which she would take Qibao far away from this wretched man. She dried her tears and returned to the private room, but when she immediately noticed her distress, someone must have bullied mommy. In the past, he had been powerless to help her when others tormented her. Now, witnessing it unfold right before him was utterly intolerable. If he did not teach the offender a lesson, he might as well sit in a corner and sulk, seizing the opportunity while when he stepped away to take a phone call by the window, when she slid off his chair and stealthily slipped out. He had caught a whiff of smoke on his mother earlier, and since this 5-star hotel had a designated smoking room, she had not returned long ago, so the perpetrator was likely still present. When she decided to test his luck, following the signs to the smoking room before entering, he pulled a mask from his pocket and donned it over his face. With a creak, the smoking room door swung open. When she peered inside and spotted a man in a black suit leaning against the wall, enveloped in smoke, his handsome features flickered in and out of view amidst the haze, and his deep-set eyes reflected the dim light of the smoke, casting an air of darkness and severity around him. To Wen Yi's astonishment, this man was none other than Mu Jingchen himself. Mu Jingchen turned to see a furry little head peeking from the doorway. The cartoon mask obscured half of the child's face, lending him an oddly endearing yet familiar appearance. Almost instinctively, he extinguished his cigarette. "Little one, this is not a place for you." Wen Yi immediately concluded that this man must be the one who bullied his mother. He feigned shyness, his little legs closing tightly together. "Uncle, do you know where the restroom is? Just follow the corridor east until the end, then turn left." Wen Yi pretended to look bewildered, extending his finger and feigning difficulty in understanding. Mu Jingchen found the situation amusing. How could a child possibly navigate directions? "Shall I take you there?" Wen Yi joyfully hugged his leg. "Thank you, uncle." Mu Jingchen was not particularly fond of children. He found them too noisy and doubted his patience would suffice to entertain one. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a certain fondness for this little fellow, a strange sense of familiarity. His long strides carried him toward the restroom, but the little one's short legs struggled to keep pace. The scene was unintentionally humorous. Mu Jingchen, growing impatient, lifted the child by the scruff of his neck, striding forward when she sensed his opportunity, pulling out the item he had prepared and aiming it at Mu Jingchen's waist. Unaware of the child's small mischief, Mu Jingchen had intended to drop the little one off at the restroom and leave, but he hesitated, worried the child might lose his way back, and decided to wait patiently at the door. However, he suddenly noticed that everyone passing by was pointing at him, some even covering their noses with peculiar expressions as they avoided him. Just then, a waiter approached Mu Jingchen. "Sir, would you like to change your clothes?" Only then did Mu Jingchen realize something was amiss. He reached behind him and felt a squishy substance. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be a foul-smelling mess resembling excrement. Realization dawned upon him that the child had played a prank, and he stormed angrily toward the restroom. "Little brat, come out." He kicked open the restroom doors one by one, only to find them empty. The last stall bore remnants of a drawing made with sauce, resembling a giant turtle. Never before had he been so humiliated. He ordered his bodyguard, "Make sure to find that little rascal." Chapter 19. Do you have an illegitimate child? Chapter 19. Do you have an illegitimate child? The moment when she entered the restroom, she sent a message to Wen Yi, instructing her to wait for him at the hotel, assuring her that he would arrive shortly. Wen Yi was well aware that her son was extraordinary. He had always been a man of his word. Xiao Shichu jested, "Aren't you afraid someone might abduct your little Qi?" To which Wen Yi replied nonchalantly, "As long as he doesn't cause trouble, I will be eternally grateful." Who would dare provoke this little deity? Xiao Shichu couldn't help but exclaim, "I must admit that Mu Jingchen, that wretched man, has exquisite genes. Just look at how clever and astute your Qi is." This was a truth Wen Yi could not deny. Her son had exhibited intelligence far surpassing that of his peers from a young age, and he possessed an unparalleled talent for hacking, being the youngest champion on the dark web to this day. Yet, when she was solely her child, she would conceal him in a place where Mu Jingchen could never find him. Mu Jingchen despised her, and the Mu family regarded her as worthless. If they were to discover Wen Yi's existence, they might feel compelled to bring him back to the Mu household, but they would never cherish him. Her precious child needed only her love. Mu Jingchen initially believed this to be a child's prank and thought it unnecessary to confront a little rascal. However, moments later, a photograph of him smeared with sauce was swiftly uploaded online, eliciting a flurry of comments from netizens and propelling it to trending status. "Oh my, even the dashing Mu is not immune to such embarrassment. I can smell it through the screen. Cough, cough, this image has shattered all my illusions about Mu Jingchen. I feel nauseous. So, even my idol can lose composure, and he managed to get it all over himself. Ugh, I think I need a new husband." Mu Jingchen was accustomed to making headlines due to his remarkable business acumen, but this incident, marked by such disgrace and humiliation, infuriated him. His image in the eyes of the public suffered tremendously, leading to a reprimanding call from his grandfather. "Jingchen, have I not told you that you represent the Mu family's reputation? You must always be mindful of your words and actions." "Grandfather, this is a misunderstanding. I expect you to clear up this misunderstanding swiftly. After all, this incident has tarnished the Mu family's reputation and even affected the stock market's performance." To vindicate himself, Mu Jingchen realized he must locate that child. Yet, despite scouring the restaurant, he could find no trace of him. Even more bizarrely, the surveillance systems in the restaurant and its vicinity had suddenly become inoperable due to a virus. He only managed to catch a glimpse of the child in a group photo. The little one donned a cartoon mask, revealing only a pair of eyes. Luao chuckled, "Interesting, this little brat truly has some tricks up his sleeve, managing to rattle Brother Chen like this." Mu Jingchen replied coldly, "Do you really think a child could devise such a malicious scheme?" He was convinced that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes, instigating this little troublemaker. Luao leaned closer and remarked, "Brother Chen, doesn't that child's eyes resemble yours strikingly? Shouldn't you investigate whether you have an illegitimate child wandering about?" Mu Jingchen retorted icily, "If he were my son, I would strangle him myself." The mere thought of the humiliation this little rascal had caused him made him grit his teeth in anger. Opening his laptop, Mu Jingchen noticed that the virus implanted by the other party left traces to follow. By entering the tracking code, he could pinpoint their location. Indeed, as he breached their defenses, he discovered that the other party was still online. Rapidly, he pounded the keyboard, attempting to ensnare the individual in a trap for better tracking. Terrified, when she immediately cut off the power, clutching his racing heart. Wow, he had encountered a formidable opponent and had nearly fallen into their trap. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, leaving the virus code elsewhere. Even if the other party pinpointed his location, they would not find him. Upon seeing that trending topic, Wen Yi instantly recognized its origin. However, it appeared that Mu Jingchen had not identified Wen Yi, allowing her anxious heart to finally relax. Wen Yi, in the future, keep your distance from anyone with the surname Mu. Wen Yi wrapped his soft little arms around her, saying, Mommy, I helped you vent your anger. Aren't you happy? Wen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction at the disparagement of Mu Jingchen online, yet her concern for Wen Yi's exposure outweighed her delight in revenge. She bow, Mommy will take care of her own matters. All you need to do is stay obediently with Aunt Alice on Pu Wang Island. If she could, she wished for Mu Jingchen to remain unaware of Wen Yi's existence for eternity. Wen Yi, grappling with the impending separation from his mother the next day, felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Mommy, I understand. Wen Yi kissed her son's face gently, assuring him, Qibao, once Mommy has resolved her affairs, we can live together. Wen Yi tightened his embrace around her, declaring, Mommy, from now on, Qibao will protect you and take care of you, ensuring you never suffer any harm again. Wen Yi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she held her son in silence beneath the cloak of night. Her son had been taken to Pu Wang Island shortly after birth to avoid detection by the Mu family, and she could only visit him every few months. Throughout her son's growth, she had been largely absent, yet this did not hinder his love for her. If parental love for a child is selfless, then a child's love for their parents is instinctual. Wen Yi kissed the soft crown of her son's head, whispering, Qibao, from now on, Mommy will guard you well. Feigning sleep, Wen Yi waited until Wen Yi dozed off before sneaking out of bed to turn on his computer. A persistent image lingered in his mind. The man bore an uncanny resemblance to him. What a coincidence it was. For years, he had known that Daddy was a taboo subject in his mother's heart, so he had never inquired about him. He was even oblivious to his mother's past in Kyoto, leveraging his exceptional memory. When she meticulously sketched Mu Jingchen's face, and when he uploaded the image to the dark web, information about Mu Jingchen emerged instantaneously. He instinctively concluded that this man was indeed his father, yet, he understood that this man held no affection for his mother. Otherwise, every time she held him close while falling asleep, the pillow would be soaked with her tears. Fuming, he raised his middle finger at the photo, declaring, Wretched man, if I don't give you a taste of your own medicine, I'll just squat to pee. With nimble fingers, when she danced over the keyboard, and upon hearing the sound of money being deposited, he finally lay down contentedly beside Wen Yi. This night, some were destined to be sleepless. Mu Jingchen was exceedingly irate. Even if he clarified the sauce incident, skepticism lingered, and those photos were poised to become a blemish on his life. Even more distressing was the call from the Mu Corporation. President Mu, we have a crisis. The funds for the Phase 1 project have vanished. Chapter 20. Once you leave, do not expect to return. Chapter 20. Once you leave, do not expect to return. The project in Zhongbei had been under Mu Jingchen's management for over half a year, and just as construction was about to commence, a staggering 3 billion in funds had mysteriously vanished. Although the Mu family's financial strength rendered this loss not catastrophic, it remained a significant sum, and he needed to swiftly uncover the whereabouts of the missing funds. That evening, Mu Jingchen instructed Bai Yan to pack his belongings for an immediate departure. Bai Yan instinctively inquired, Mr. Mu, should we not assign someone to keep an eye on Miss Wen? Mu Jingchen's handsome visage was shrouded in frost. If she wishes to act foolishly, let her be. During this period, she had repeatedly tested his limits, exhausting his patience. Mr. Mu, perhaps Miss Wen is merely probing her importance in your heart, Bai Yan suggested cautiously. Mu Jingchen scoffed, she has miscalculated. Even if I held a dog dear, it would not be her place to assume such a position. When they wed, he had made his stance clear. She merely needed to fulfill her role as Mrs. Mu without harboring any delusions, yet, it seemed her greed had ultimately led her astray that night. Mu Jingchen and Bai Yan boarded a flight back to Kyoto. When Wen Yi awoke, she found that Wen Yi had already departed, leaving behind a note, Mommy, I've gone with Aunt Alice. Don't forget to have breakfast. Turning her head, she spotted 2 sandwiches on the dining table, adorned with a tomato sauce drawing of a dashing self-portrait, a clear creation of Wen Yi. Though only 5 years old, he was already adept at caring for himself. When he felt a sudden pang of realization, he had quietly grown in ways she could not see. From now on, she would no longer miss his growth. After breakfast, Wen Yi informed Xiao Shichu to head to the airport. Xiao Shichu, clearly having spent the previous night reveling in a bar, bore the unmistakable scent of smoke and alcohol, his collar marked with lipstick stains, and his eyes still heavy with sleep, presenting the image of a carefree young master. Wen Yi remarked with disdain, you'd best find a hotel to freshen up before meeting Feng Qiong. Xiao Shichu shrugged nonchalantly, my Qiong doesn't mind how I look, she likes me just the same. Wen Yi replied earnestly, Xiao Shichu, Feng Qiong is a good woman. Don T let her down. Rest assured, even if I were to torment my Qiong 100 times, she would still treat me as her first love. That is true charm. Some people, once they have given up, even if you were to reroute the Yellow River or reverse the flow of the Yangtze, they would never look back. After all, belated affection is lighter than grass. Xiao Shichu lazily glanced at her, Ibo, I'm not as cold-hearted as Mu Jingchen, nor is Feng Qiong as reckless as you. Wen Yi smiled, acknowledging her own foolishness. Despite knowing he did not love her, she had chosen to pursue him relentlessly, turning these 3 years into a farce. Seeing her in this state, Xiao Shichu felt a twinge of regret for having pressed on her pain, and he comforted her by patting her shoulder. It's alright, Ibo, once you're rid of that scoundrel Mu Jingchen, I'll take you flying, ensuring you're surrounded by admirers every night. Wen Yi laughed and retorted, good riddance. Upon arriving at the airport, she felt as though she were being watched, but when she turned around, there was nothing there. After watching Wen Yi leave with Xiao Shichu, when she finally emerged from the CAF with Alice, unable to contain her curiosity, Alice asked, Bao, if you're so reluctant to part with Mummy, why not say goodbye in person? When she sniffled, I'm afraid Mummy will cry. In truth, each separation from Wen Yi was painful for him, yet he wished to spare her the anguish, thus opting for silent farewells each time. Alice gently ruffled Wen Qi's hair, our Bao has grown up. As he watched the plane take off, he silently vowed to return to Puwang Island with Alice, for Mummy had promised to find him once she had resolved her matters. Even if she were overwhelmed with affairs, he would actively seek her out. In any case, no one would separate him from Mummy again. Aunt Alice, let us go. As soon as Wen Yi's plane touched down, she sent Mu Jingchen a message, see you at the Civil Affairs Bureau in half an hour. At that moment, Mu Jingchen was in a meeting at the company. Last night, he had utilized the tracking system and confirmed that the hacker responsible for the theft of the 3 billion was in country C. The amount was significant, prompting the J party to quickly file a case and establish contact with their counterparts in country C to initiate a manhunt. The Zhongbei project could not afford any delays, so Mu Jingchen activated the company's reserve funds to ensure the project progressed smoothly. When he received her message, a layer of frost enveloped his handsome face. For a moment, he could not fathom the woman's intentions, uncertain if she was jesting or rushing headlong into the flames for the sake of Xiao Shichu, that flamboyant scion. Bei Yan, prepare the car. Regardless, he had to see what trickery this woman was up to. When he dashed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau upon disembarking. As she observed couples entering in a haze of affection, her heart ached slightly once. She too had dreamed of a love story with Mu Jingchen, and despite knowing his heart belonged to another, she clung to a flicker of hope, believing that if she loved him wholeheartedly, one day he would glance back at her. Even if he were to deceive her, Mu Jingchen had never truly acknowledged her. Xiao Shichu had once chided her for being an ostrich, burying her head in the fantasy she had woven, unaware that it was a barren wasteland all along. She could neither warm Mu Jingchen's heart nor save herself at this time. She chose to emerge from the depths and pursue her own stars and seas. When Mu Jingchen arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was already 11 o'clock. He instantly spotted the woman in a flowing water-green gown. She stood beneath the shade of a tree, graceful and enchanting. As soon as Wen Yi saw him, she approached. I thought Mr. Mu might have changed his mind. Mu Jingchen regarded her with a piercing gaze. Wen Yi, you overestimate yourself. I am a man of my word, you must think this through. Wen Yi smiled, what a coincidence, I too plan to turn back and not hang myself on your crooked tree. Mu Jingchen squinted, sensing a stark change in her demeanor. She had become particularly sharp-tongued and prickly. The two entered the service hall in silence, exchanging almost no words throughout the process. The procedures were completed swiftly, and within half an hour, they each held a red booklet. As they exited the hall, Wen Yi couldn't suppress her bitterness, taunting, congratulations, Mr.Mu, on regaining your single status, you'll finally be with Miss Su. Mu Jingchen coldly retorted, Wen Yi, just don't come crawling back to me. Rest assured, I wouldn't teabag you even if I starved on the streets. However, out of respect for our 3 years as a couple, I must offer you one piece of advice. Oh? Don't harbor any fantasies of returning to the past. Mu Jingchen regarded her with a sardonic smile, whoever returns to the past is a dog. Wen Yi exhaled in relief, then I'm at ease. She took a few steps away before suddenly turning back, Mr. Mu, dogs don't eat grass, they only consume filth. Mu Jingchen entered the car with a darkened expression, the atmosphere inside plummeting. Bei Yan, frightened, dared not utter a word, cautiously asking, Mr. Mu, shall we return to the company? Mu Jingchen abruptly posed an unrelated question, does she think I would be the kind of dog to eat the past? Bei Yan sensed his boss's foul mood and carefully chose his words, women often like to be capricious. Perhaps in a few days, Miss Yun will come back to plead with you. Ha, once you leave, do not expect to return. Chapter 21, I teach you to become a sea monarch. Chapter 21. I teach you to be a siren. To celebrate Wen Yi's newfound singleness, Xiao Shichu and Fang Qiong invited her to the vibrant nightlife of Kyoto. Issei Bar, renowned as a haven of extravagance, obtaining a VIP booth here is a coveted prize, with whispers suggesting it can fetch a staggering 1 million. Reluctant to dismiss their kindness, Wen Yi donned a striking red slip dress for the occasion. The moment she stepped into the bar, she was instantly enveloped in a dizzying spectacle. The kaleidoscopic lights danced in rhythm with the music, while young men and women swayed passionately on the dance floor, seemingly striving to liberate their pent-up desires. Having seldom frequented such venues, her recent years being largely spent flitting between the market and her ancestral home, the opulence before her was overwhelming. Little did she realize, from the very instant she entered, she had captivated the attention of many, becoming the object of their desire. One by one, admirers approached her, but despite her frosty rejections, they speculated her solitary presence was a calculated facade to elevate her worth. After all, women who frequent such establishments are often deemed either excessively lonely or on the prowl for a wealthy partner. Fortunately, Xiao Shichu intervened, dissuading their advances, though they left with one last lingering gaze upon Wen Yi's exquisite visage. With a playful tone, Xiao Shichu remarked, Yibao, I have long asserted that with a face so innocent yet alluring, you would never lack suitors. That fool, Mu Jingchen, must be blind not to appreciate you. Wen Yi furrowed her brow, replying, my relationship with him has ended. There will be no further entanglements. Alright then, let us revel in merriment tonight, and not utter a single syllable of the surname Mu. As Fang Xiong spotted Wen Yi, she promptly filled a large glass with red wine, cheerfully declaring, "Boss Wen, congratulations on your singleness. Tonight, we shall not return until we are utterly inebriated." Wen Yi clinked her glass with a smile. "Boss Wen, there are countless men in this world far superior to Mu Jingchen. Let me guide you to be a siren, to embody the very essence of a femme fatale, becoming the unattainable dream for those insipid men." Wen Yi chuckled, fully aware that Fang Xiong was merely jesting. Beneath her playful exterior lay a heart devoted solely to Xiao Shichu. Xiao Shichu pulled her into an embrace, teasing, "Darling, who would have thought you had the potential to be a siren?" Fang Xiong immediately pleaded for mercy, "I was just joking with Boss Wen." Xiao Shichu playfully nipped at Fang Xiong's lips, prompting her to flush and push him away, gesturing for him to consider Wen Yi's feelings, as she had just emerged from a divorce, and their open display of affection seemed rather inconsiderate. Only then did Xiao Shichu temper his demeanor, stating, "Yi Bao, do not be disheartened, finding a three-legged toad is far more challenging than encountering two-legged men." Wen Yi sipped her wine. "I am not saddened. I merely regret having squandered a decade of emotions on one man, lamenting that I did not awaken to this reality sooner." From the outset, she had known Mu Jingchen's heart did not belong to her. Yet, in a bid to fulfill her romantic ideals, she had chosen to throw herself into the flames. During their 3 years of marriage, she had curbed her true nature, striving to present herself as obedient and demure, even diminishing herself to become a shadow of Su Qingyue. Yet, even such efforts garnered no acknowledgement from Mu Jingchen. The loss of their child had jolted her into clarity, reminding her that some loves are erroneous from the very beginning. Xiao Shichu winked at her. "Tonight, I have a surprise planned for you." Wen Yi replied with a laugh, "As long as it's not a fright. Rest assured, tonight I shall make you the center of attraction, outshining all others." He snapped his fingers, and the young dancers on stage promptly approached Wen Yi, forming a human staircase, inviting her to ascend. "Please, Queen, mount your steed." Xiao Shichu exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Yi Bao, the performance I've arranged is called The White Horse Carries the Queen, hurry up and join." Wen Yi sighed, realizing her hopes for a refined evening were in vain. "Come on, this performance cost 3 million. Of course, it's on your card, I need to save my funds to support our dear Qiong Qiong." At the mention of such an amount, Wen Yi felt a pang in her chest. 3 million could procure a splendid handbag. Nevertheless, the money had already been spent, and she felt compelled to indulge his whims. She removed her shoes and stepped barefoot onto the backs of the men, who supported her as she ascended to the stage. Once there, she was promptly seated upon a lavish golden chair. The young dancers encircled her, executing an exuberant routine, while the stage erupted in a riot of colors. Feeling slightly lightheaded, she supported her head with one hand, languidly enjoying the spectacle before her. Unbeknownst to her, someone handed her a money gun. With a smile, she accepted it, pulling the trigger to unleash a cascade of bills that rained down upon the stage, inciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. The intoxicating blend of hormones and currency created an atmosphere of sheer indulgence. As Mu Jingchen entered the hall, his gaze fell upon Wen Yi. The typically docile little rabbit now resembled a regal Persian cat, lounging languidly in her chair, her red dress billowing, pale legs crossed elegantly. The dazzling lights accentuated her enchanting eyes, rendering her a vision of allure. He had never witnessed such a captivating and sultry side of Wen Yi. Strangely, the sight of men enamored by her ignited a fierce fire within him, burning ever more intensely. The audience erupted into excited cheers, sending the entire venue into a frenzy. Hearing the thunderous applause, his companions couldn't help but glance in her direction. Luao remarked, "Why does that woman seem familiar?" Huo Xiaobai was the first to realize, exclaiming, "Goodness, Brother Chen, is that not your little sister-in-law?" Shi Xiaoting scoffed, "You must be mistaken. Everyone knows little sister-in-law only has eyes for Brother Chen, willing to give her all of besides, her nature is typically serene. At this hour, she should be patiently waiting at home for Brother Chen." Mu Jingchen, who had remained silent, wore a dark expression. The colorful lights gleamed off his eyes, making them appear even colder and sharper. From the moment she had left with the divorce certificate, he had felt an inexplicable irritation. He had intended to let her endure a few days of hardship, hoping she would soon realize her dependence on the identity of Mrs. Muan would come crawling back to him, yet, to his astonishment, she exhibited neither remorse nor guilt, but instead reveled in indulgence within this den of vice. He had clearly underestimated her. Noticing Mu Jingchen's foul mood, Shi Xiaoting attempted to diffuse the tension. "It's definitely not little sister-in-law, just look at the woman on stage, she resembles a siren, devoid of any modesty or gentleness." Huo Xiaobai stroked his chin. "Indeed, her figure is remarkable, ample bosom, slender waist, long legs, she is truly a goddess." Mu Jingchen's gaze turned icy as it swept across Huo Xiaobai's face, his voice frigid. "What? Are you interested in my ex-wife?" Chapter 22, Do you wish for my pity through self-destruction? Chapter 22, Degrading oneself, do you wish for my pity? Goodness, have you two divorced? She actually had the heart to let go? Everyone was aware that Wen Yi loved Mu Jingchen deeply, to the extent of sacrificing her own kidney for his treatment years ago. Moreover, it was common knowledge within the elite circles that Lu Yaji was not an easy person to deal with, and the Mu family looked down upon Wen Yi's background, subjecting her to numerous humiliations. Yet, throughout the years, Wen Yi harbored her love for Mu Jingchen, enduring all indignities with fortitude. Huo Xiaobai remarked, "So it's true, you've really divorced, Brother Chen, you must think this through. Your sister-in-law is gentle by nature, an excellent cook, and most importantly, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to you. A woman like that is rare and may only come by once in a lifetime." Sure, shouting added, a wise decision indeed. Although Wen Yi possesses beauty, her family background is lacking. Marrying her would mean supporting her entire family. Now that this burden is lifted, Brother Chen can live more freely. However, let us not forget, she has been with you for 3 years, you ought to provide her with some form of financial support. Mu Jingchen had contemplated this matter, yet Wen Yi insisted on taking nothing. How could he lower himself to offer her money? What nerve? Lu Ao glanced toward the stage. Why do I get the feeling that Miss Wen's nightlife has become quite vibrant since her divorce with Brother Chen? Hua Xiaobai rolled his eyes. Did you not see that the person who brought her here is the renowned young master Xiao Shichu? This is a classic case of one who mingles with vermilion will turn red, and one who mingles with ink will turn black. Lu Ao chuckled. I find myself a bit envious of young Master Zhao's indulgent lifestyle, embracing beauty on both sides. Mu Jingchen's expression grew increasingly dark, his lips pressed tightly together as he took a large gulp of red wine, the atmosphere around him thick with tension. At that moment, Fang Qian's excited voice echoed throughout the bar. Next, the queen shall toss the embroidered ball, whoever catches it will earn the privilege of being favored by the queen tonight. The crowd erupted in cheers. Wen Yi wore a look of exasperation, she merely wished to partake in the games, and any notion of spending the night was out of the question. The dancer handed her a red embroidered ball. My queen, tonight is your stage. Take whichever you fancy. Wen Yi toyed with the ball in her hands as the audience cheered with excitement. Queen, choose me. Queen, take me away, I can definitely overshadow your ex on the beach. Vote for me, and I shall treat you to a feast that will leave you yearning. Hearing the fervent declarations from below, Mu Jingchen's grip on his glass tightened, his fingers turning pale. Hua Xiaobai, seated beside him, couldn't he help but shiver, sensing that Mu Jingchen might unleash his wrath at any moment. When he casually tossed the embroidered ball with a swift whoosh, it arced under the colorful lights and landed squarely in Mu Jingchen's arms. Fang Qiang's voice rang out again, young man, you must serve our queen well tonight, do not be as useless as her ex. Mu Jingchen's cold gaze fell upon Wen Yi, and moments later, he strode toward her, radiating an aura of suppressed fury. Xiao Shichu and Fang Qiang were momentarily taken aback upon realizing it was Mu Jingchen approaching. What luck, Wen Yi must have stumbled upon some divine fortune to hit the scoundrel with an embroidered ball. As Wen Yi recognized his face, the phrase fate's cruel jest flashed through her mind. The bond she once longed for, now collided with her resolve to let go. The surrounding crowd continued to stir. Wow, what divine luck. The young lady scores a tall, handsome young man right away, they seem like a perfect match. If the young lady isn't interested in him, she can choose me. Mu Jingchen's dark brows furrowed deeper, an oppressive aura surrounding him that made it difficult to breathe. When he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, mentally cursing Xiao Shichu's ancestors, was this truly a surprise? It felt more like a fright. She made every effort to disregard Mu Jingchen, smiling at everyone. This round doesn't count. The crowd erupted into cheers once more. Looks like I still have a chance. Goddess, do it again, choose me. The music swelled with the crowd's excitement, growing increasingly frenetic. Mu Jingchen approached Wen Yi, his expression grim, and suddenly seized her wrist, almost dragging her out. Fang Qiang, seeing Mu Jingchen's intent to take Wen Yi away, immediately pushed Xiao Shichu, hurry and retrieve her. Xiao Shichu shrugged, don't be ridiculous, he is the cold-faced Yama of Kyoto. If I approach now, it would be courting death. You want to go, then I will. Xiao Shichu yanked Fang Qiang back, sweetheart, don't forget their divorce certificate is still warm. Some matters cannot be resolved in haste, let her handle it herself. Fang Qiang found this reasoning sound, yet she occasionally glanced toward the entrance, fearing Mu Jingchen might take advantage of Wen Yi, given the ominous look on his face which suggested he could explode at any moment. Wen Yi steadied her thoughts and looked up at him with a smile. Mr. Mu, is there something you need? The moonlight illuminated her figure, casting her in a graceful silhouette. Her beautiful eyes shone with a cold yet spirited light, unlike her previous gentleness. Mu Jingchen felt as though the woman before him had transformed completely, her tone now detached and frigid, which only fueled his irritation. His words came out sharp, you seem to be getting quite close to Xiao Shichu. He actually allows you to cavort with other men right in front of him. When he laughed coldly, Mr. Mu, are you meddling too much? Let us not forget, we are already divorced. She had no desire to linger with this man any longer and turned to leave, but Mu Jingchen suddenly grasped her wrist tightly. Wen Yi, by degrading yourself like this, are you not seeking my pity? Wen Yi burst into laughter. She knew Mu Jingchen's arrogance well, yet she never expected it to manifest in such a manner. What gave him the impression that she sought his pity? Mu, if your mind is unwell, you should seek medical attention. If you continue to harass me, I will have no choice but to call the police. Her smile was blinding, and Mu Jingchen abruptly released her grip, seemingly disgusted, as he rubbed his fingers together. I merely caution you. Xiao Shichu is not a good man. If he allows you to act frivolously before other men today, tomorrow, he may very well send you to the bed of a business partner, turning you into his pawn. Wen Yi, rather than showing anger, laughed. Thank you for your kind advice, Mr. Mu. However, you need not worry, the most foolish thing I have done to date was to fall in love with you and marry you. Thankfully, I have now awakened from that folly. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened further. When she professed her love for him in the past, she did not wear this disdainful countenance. Besides, during these 3 years, he had not treated her poorly. How had he become the pit she described? Wen Yi, do not be so foolish as to be sold while still counting your coins. When the time comes, even if you come crying to me, I will remain unmoved. You are overthinking, Mr. Mu, let us keep our paths separate. You walk your sunny road, and I shall traverse my solitary bridge. So please, refrain from worrying about my affairs. Wen Yi turned and re-entered the bar, while Mu Jingchen felt a strange heaviness in his chest, as if a flame were smoldering within him, with no outlet for release. At present, she seemed to bristle with thorns, easily igniting his fury when he returned to her booth, unable to resist downing several more glasses of wine. Despite her attempts to convince herself that the man was no longer relevant to her life, his words still pierced her heart like a thorn. In Mu Jingchen's eyes, did she truly deserve to be associated with the base and foolish? Who was he to look down upon? Love indeed has the power to humble a person to the point of losing themselves, yet she had risen from the ashes, no longer shackled by that demeaning affection. She drank with abandon, the alcohol clouding her mind, and staggered toward the restroom. Just then, a figure blocked her path, raising a hand as if to strike her. Chapter 23. How are you so relentlessly present? Chapter 23. Why are you still haunting me? When he instinctively grasped the wrist of the other person with force. As Su Qingyue's furious face loomed larger before her, she found herself sobering up significantly. Miss Su, this is not a place for you to indulge in drunken antics. Su Qingyue glared at her with indignation. Wen Yi, you and Jingchen are already divorced. Why do you continue to cling to him? Having not seen Mu Jingchen for several days, she had rushed over, having heard from a close friend that he was at Nightshade. To her dismay, she spotted Wen Yi with Mu Jingchen from a distance. She was no fool, she had long noticed the emotional turmoil Mu Jingchen experienced due to Wen Yi. This was a perilous sign for her. Wen Yi scoffed. Miss Su, let me clarify, it's Mu Jingchen who is pursuing me, not the other way around. Perhaps you should manage your man better and refrain from lashing out without cause. With that, she forcefully shook off Su Qingyue's grip and strode into the restroom without a backward glance. Engaging with someone like her was merely nauseating. Su Qingyue glanced at the red mark on her wrist. The former Wen Yi had undoubtedly been a pushover, easily manipulated by anyone, yet now, she seemed markedly different. Still, Su Qingyue believed that a person's inherent softness could not be concealed indefinitely. There would come a day when the facade would crumble. At that moment, a familiar figure staggered toward her, and an idea struck her. Wen Yi splashed cold water on her face, shaking off the last remnants of intoxication. After touching up her makeup, she was suddenly seized by a large hand as she passed through the corridor, yanked into a dimly lit private room saturated with the stench of alcohol. A man leaned in close. My lovely lady, spend the night with me, and I shall grant you any wish you desire. It turned out to be an oblivious drunkard. I in the darkness, the light in Wen Yi's eyes shimmered like moonlight. Then I wish for your life. The man, captivated by the innate allure of her voice, felt an overwhelming heat envelop him. Of course, I would willingly give it. I would die content if it were for you. Wen Yi let out a cold laugh and abruptly seized his collar, driving her knee into him with great force. The man cried out in agony, doubling over. Wen Yi disdainfully brushed her hands together, feeling sullied by engaging with such a drunkard. Despite her weakened state from losing a kidney, she was more than capable of handling an ordinary person. As she turned to leave, the man lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her waist. You wretched woman, just wait, I'll make you regret this. Wen Yi inhaled deeply. Initially, she had intended to let the drunken fool off, but since he insisted on seeking his own demise, she could hardly be blamed. In a swift motion, she turned, her hands locking onto the drunkard's shoulder blades. With two sharp cracks, his arms were dislocated, his screams echoing through the private room, though drowned out by the commotion outside. Wen Yi kicked him in the chest, and he fell to the ground, wailing in pain. With a click, she turned on the light, revealing the man's identity. Mu Jingchen? This man was indeed Mu Jingchen's cousin, whom she had encountered several times at family gatherings, thus leaving a lasting impression. Given that Mu Jingchen had entrusted Mu Jingchen with the management of a cosmetics company, which he had squandered through his reckless lifestyle, Mu Jingchen had reclaimed the business last year, leaving Jingchen resentful. However, there was no justification for Jingchen to settle the score with her, especially when the vibrant lights in the corridor obscured her identity. Yet, he had clearly targeted her from the start. The entire incident reeked of conspiracy. Wen Yi narrowed her eyes. Now, tell me, who sent you to deal with me? Mu Jingchen was tempted to curse, but the pain in his shoulder compelled him to remain silent. He had never imagined that the seemingly gentle Wen Yi could transform into a fierce tigress in an instant. Cousin-in-law, I was just drunk and looking for a woman for some fun. Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have dared. Wen Yi picked up a fruit knife from the table, playing with it. The blade glinted dangerously as it danced around her fingers, accentuating her cold beauty. Mu Jingchen, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I assume you've already disabled the nearby surveillance. In that case, even if I were to kill you, Jie Fang would struggle to identify the culprit, wouldn't they? Cold sweat broke out on Jingchen's brow. This woman had undergone a transformation, or perhaps her acting skills had simply improved dramatically. Wen Yi approached slowly, her voice chilling. Now, where do you suppose I should begin, here, or perhaps here? The knife grazed Mu Jingchen's face, making him shiver involuntarily. Cousin-in-law, truly, it's all a misunderstanding. Wen Yi smiled. Then I shall start with your fingers, for the heart is connected to the 10 digits. This way, you won't die immediately, and then I could slice from your abdomen to your chest, piece by piece. I'll be sure to avoid your vital organs, ensuring your suffering prolongs. Mu Jingchen was utterly terrified, begging for mercy. Cousin-in-law, I'll tell you everything. As Su Qingyue approached, Mu Jingchen cast a cold glance at Hu Shoubai, seemingly questioning his presence. Hu Shoubai shrugged innocently. Su Qingyue spoke gently. Jingchen, don't drink too much, it's bad for your health. Sure Shouting chuckled. Miss Su, a bar is for drinking. If you came here to advise against it, perhaps you shouldn't have come at all. Su Qingyue's face paled as she realized Mu Jingchen had no intention of rescuing her, adding to her humiliation. Lu Ao, reveling in the drama, remarked, Miss Su, you certainly move quickly. As soon as Brother Chen divorces, you're right on his heels, quite adept at seizing opportunities. A flicker of anger ignited within Su Qingyue. It seemed that Mu Jingchen's friends harbored immense hostility towards her when Wen Yi had been with Mu Jingchen. She had not witnessed such derision from this crowd. However, those who called Mu Jingchen brother were all influential figures in the capital, and she could not afford to offend any of them. She could only force a smile. I'm concerned about Brother Chen's health. I worry that drinking too much might aggravate his stomach issues. Then what position do you hold in caring for Mu Jingchen? Ex-girlfriend, mistress, or current girlfriend? When he glided gracefully toward them, a bottle of red wine in hand, the crimson dress accentuated her allure, and the colorful lights danced upon her porcelain skin, enhancing her cold elegance. In terms of presence and beauty, she effortlessly eclipsed Su Qingyue. Even Su Qingyue had to concede this fact. Feeling a twinge of inferiority, humiliated by this realization, she suppressed her anger. Wen Yi, why are you still haunting me? Regardless of our past acquaintance, it is only polite to greet one another, is it not? With that, Wen Yi uncorked the bottle and abruptly poured its contents over Su Qingyue's head. Ah, are you insane? Chapter 24. I cannot endure the scent of green tea. Chapter 24. The scent of green tea is unbearable. Su Qingyue felt as if she had been doused with icy water, her exquisitely applied makeup ruined, and her white dress stained with wine, making her appear ghostly under the bright lights, an image of utter disarray. What exacerbated her humiliation was the fact that no one at the table was willing to assist her. Wen Yi coldly warned, Miss Su, today it is red wine that has been spilled. Next time, it could very well be a cold knife. Do take care of yourself. Su Qingyue trembled with rage, yet, with Mu Jingchen present, she refrained from unleashing her fury, instead adopting a pitiable demeanor and whimpering, I have no idea how I offended Miss Wen to provoke such ire. Wen Yi smirked inwardly. Over the years, Su Qingyue had consistently played the role of a naive flower, and the sight of it had grown tiresome. Suddenly pinching her nose, she declared to the gathering, I shan't interrupt your enjoyment of green tea for sobering up, for I simply cannot abide the odor of such insipid pretentiousness. Su Qingyue could hardly fail to perceive the veiled insinuation that she was a green tea btch. Just as Wen Yi turned to leave, Wu Xiaobai burst into laughter, exclaiming, Damn, little sister-in-law is truly remarkable, how did I not notice her sharp tongue before? She hurls insults without a single foul word, yet every word strikes the mark. Lu Ao cast a sidelong glance at Mu Jingchen. Perhaps it's the shock of divorce that has awakened a potential within her that had never been seen before. Sure shouting patted Mu Jingchen's shoulder, you should take credit for this, Brother Chen. That once innocent little rabbit has been transformed into a fierce tigress, and I must admit, it's quite thrilling to witness. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened, get lost. Embarrassed and furious, Su Qingyue realized that remaining any longer would only deepen her humiliation and thus sought an excuse to leave. One by one, Mu Jingchen and his companions followed suit. As Wu Xiaobai's driver was delayed, he climbed into Mu Jingchen's car, saying, Brother Chen, could you give me a lift? Mu Jingchen rubbed his throbbing temples, if you could refrain from your incessant chatter, I might consider it. Wu Xiaobai could hardly contain himself, Brother Chen, what is your take on little sister-in-law humiliating Su Qingyue? Mu Jingchen reminded him, I am already divorced from her. Wu Xiaobai slapped his mouth in habitual disbelief, unable to adjust his perspective so quickly. I believe that your ex-wife must still harbor feelings for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't be stirring up trouble for Su Qingyue. Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes, are you suggesting that she is jealous? Naturally, your ex-wife has cherished you for so long, it's not something one can simply let go of. If you still have feelings for her, be bold and pursue her, a man returning to his past love is not something to be ashamed of. Mu Jingchen scoffed, which of your eyes saw that I have feelings for her? As for returning to the past, even if she presented herself to him on her knees, he wouldn't spare her a glance. The concept of looking back held no place in his life. However, after Wu Xiaobai's analysis, his mood inexplicably lifted, and even the summer night breeze felt a touch more refreshing. Jealousy, indeed, a common tactic among women nonetheless, he would not indulge her theatrics. With the upheaval caused by Mu Jingchen and Su Qingyue, Wen Yi lost all interest in continuing to drink and soon departed with Xiao Shichu and Feng Qiong. Ibo, what exactly transpired between you and Su Qingyue? They had witnessed Wen Yi pour the bottle of red wine over Su Qingyue, and they were well aware that she was not the type to instigate trouble without provocation. She would not have humiliated her unless pushed to the brink. Wen Yi briefly recounted the events concerning Mu Qiankuan. Xiao Shichu erupted in expletives. Damn, it seems that bad company breeds ill behavior. The relatives of scum are also scum, daring to set their sights on you. Feng Qiong expressed her indignation. What is most detestable is that Su Qingyue instigated this from behind the scenes. What kind of wretched heart devises such malicious schemes? As she spoke, Wen Yi felt a pang of fear. Mu Qiankuan was Mu Jingchen's cousin, raised under the old man's roof, and with a sweet tongue, he was spoiled by the elder's affection. Otherwise, he would never have been allowed to bear the Mu surname. If Mu Qiankuan succeeded in his schemes, she would become the enemy of the Mu family, and considering her status as Mu Jingchen's ex-wife, the media would exploit this identity to mercilessly attack her. In such a scenario, Mu Qiankuan could easily claim that she had seduced him, branding her as a disgraceful woman who cheated on her husband, leaving her forever marked with shame in the Mu family. Furthermore, having shared a bed with Mu Jingchen for 3 years, it was possible that he might occasionally reminisce about their nights together. Su Qingyue's instigation of Mu Qiankuan to target her was a calculated move to obliterate any lingering sentiment he might hold for her, ensuring that thoughts of her would evoke only nausea. It was indeed a malicious two-pronged strategy, when he coldly stated, "Rest assured, I am not so easily bullied. I left a contingency in place during my interrogation of Mu Jingchen. Should Su Qingyue dare to provoke me again, I shall ensure her utter disgrace." She found herself puzzled. Su Qingyue had already captured Mu Jingchen's heart and bore his child, seemingly securing her hold on him. Why then did she repeatedly seek to trouble Wen Yi? It seemed she had previously been too compliant, leading others to believe she was a soft target. That night, while packing her belongings, Wen Yi discovered that she still possessed the key to the Mu family's old residence. She recalled that she had left some items there, including drafts she had designed during her idle time. Those drafts would save her considerable time when designing wedding dresses. While retrieving her belongings, she intended to leave the key behind at the Mu residence to prevent Mu Jingchen from mistakenly believing she still harbored intentions toward him. Early the next morning, Nanan called to inform her of heavy traffic. Her newly acquired Cosinia would likely take an hour to arrive. Wen Yi advised him to be cautious on the road, and if necessary, she would take a taxi to the Mu family's old residence. Having a habit of morning runs, she donned a loose-fitting athletic outfit and set off for a jog. However, upon her return, she realized she had mistakenly taken the wrong key. The one in her hand was indeed the key to the Mu family's old residence. Habits, it seemed, were tenacious adversaries. Despite her divorce from Mu Jingchen, some customs were not easily shed. This sensation knotted her like a dull ache, and she yearned to sever these ties. Thus, she promptly hailed a taxi to return the troublesome key. The Mu family's old residence was located in the southern suburbs, and concerned about the difficulty of hailing a cab there, she instructed the driver to wait for her a moment, planning to leave as soon as she retrieved her belongings. As the driver turned around, he inadvertently splashed water onto Wen Yi, drenching her in muddy water. She couldn't help but lament that the Mu family truly was a place of misfortune for her. Even a sip of cool water seemed to result in calamity. Upon seeing her disheveled appearance at the Mu residence, Lu Yaji sneered, "Oh, Haven Tea, you come a long way. How is it that you return looking so disheveled? Let me tell you, Arachin hasn't had dinner yet. You'd do well to abandon any hopes." Mu Sisi deliberately remarked, "Mom, have you forgotten, our family is still in need of a guard dog. Scraping together a few coins will still suffice." "Oh dear, silly girl, even dogs come in breeds. A guard dog can protect the home, while the Wen family can only produce lapdogs, both old and young, perpetuating a time-honored family tradition of servility." Chapter 25. Allow me to showcase a talent for both of you. Chapter 25. Allow me to showcase my talent. Lu Yaji and her daughter sang in unison, mercilessly belittling Wen Yi, a scene that had become a mundane occurrence throughout Wen Yi's 3-year marriage. In their eyes, Wen Yi was akin to a mere pile of refuse, unworthy of even a single hair from Mu Jingchen, and her marriage to him was considered a stroke of luck that could only arise from ancestral blessings. Previously, Wen Yi had tolerated the duo due to her affection for Mu Jingchen. However, now that their paths had irreversibly diverged, there was no longer any need for such forbearance. It seems the Mu family lacks not dogs but rather 2 doghouses. If you two cannot come up with the necessary funds, I might generously cover this amount myself, as a token of our 3 years of connection, she retorted. Lu Yaji, her chest heaving with indignation, replied, "Wen Yi, regardless of anything, I am still your former mother-in-law. You should be wary of your foul tongue, lest you tarnish your reputation within our circle. Who would dare to take you on as their partner in the future?" Mu Sisi chimed in, "Indeed, a woman like you, once devoid of a man as support, might find herself at the mercy of the winds. I advise you to rein in your ambitions. Perhaps my mother and I might, out of nostalgia for your past service to our family, introduce you to a few older gentlemen. After all, for someone like you, who is considered second-hand, aspiring to align with the affluent seems utterly implausible." In the face of their insults, Wen Yi remained unperturbed, for over the past 3 years, she had endured far worse, being described as a barren hen, a shameless seductress, and a disgraceful vixen. Lu Yaji, though not originally from a prestigious background, had absorbed the vices of high society over the years. Yet, when it came to her own interests, her true, crass nature swiftly emerged. Sometimes, Wen Yi marveled at her own ability to act as a mirror, revealing the monstrosities lurking beneath the surface. "Have I inadvertently provoked your wrath?" she inquired with a mocking smile. Lu Yaji felt a surge of pride and disdain. She was pleased to have swiftly subdued her opponent but looked down upon Wen Yi, believing that no matter how she transformed, her inherent weakness would remain unchanged. Clearly, despite being berated, Wen Yi was eager to apologize, indicating her lingering desire to return to the Mu family. With this thought in mind, Lu Yaji declared haughtily, "Wen Yi, stop dreaming. The only reason I consented to Jingchen marrying you was out of gratitude for your saving his life and your unpretentious demeanor. Little did I know you were merely a skilled actress, innately scheming and unworthy of our Jingchen. Therefore, I advise you to abandon this hope." Wen Yi tugged at the corners of her lips in sardonic amusement. "Ms. Lu, you worry too much. Even if Mu Jingchen were to carry me in a grand procession, I would refuse to take a single step inside. After all, no one wishes to stumble twice into the same pit of filth." Had she just likened the Mu family to a cesspool? Lu Yaji trembled with rage, suddenly realizing she had underestimated Wen Yi's sharp tongue. Mu Sisi, unable to tolerate the disparagement of her mother, quickly retorted, "Wen Yi, do not flatter yourself. You came to the Mu family today solely to extract more compensation, didn't you? Let me tell you, the lavish lifestyle you enjoyed here for 3 years has long since compensated for your so-called debt of gratitude. Do not think you can leverage that anymore." Suddenly, Wen Yi burst into laughter, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. When she had given birth to her son, she had nearly lost her life on the operating table. 2 years later, she had undergone a kidney donation for Mu Jingchen, slipping into a coma for 3 days and nights. It was only after witnessing her dire situation that the Mu family agreed to her requests, having initially viewed her as a mere corpse, intending for her to leave Mu Jingchen a widower. After all, a deceased person had no right to claim any of the Mu family's benefits. Yet, against all odds, she had survived, bound to a lifetime of medication. To think that her 2 brushes with death had merely earned her 3 years of lavish living in the Mu household was indeed a cruel irony. Lu Yaji and her daughter were taken aback by her demeanor, stepping back in shock. What madness has overtaken you? Indeed, if you must go mad, do not sully the Mu family's grounds, they echoed. Wen Yi suddenly ceased her laughter, winking at the two of them. It appears I have indeed interrupted your day. How about I demonstrate a talent for you as an apology? Lu Yaji and Mu Sisi were momentarily bewildered by her words, exchanging glances, struggling to comprehend her intentions. Without warning, Wen Yi seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it violently at the exquisite blue and white porcelain vase beside the staircase. Crash, crash, the Ming Dynasty blue and white vase from Jingdezhen shattered into countless pieces in an instant. At one point, she had treated Lu Yaji as a mother-in-law and, upon learning of her fondness for collecting blue and white porcelain, had orchestrated a scheme at an auction to enable Lu Yaji to acquire it for a mere 350,000, a fraction of its actual worth, which had soared to 150 million. This act had catapulted Lu Yaji into the limelight, becoming her pride and joy. She boasted of her victory at every auction and even displayed the vase prominently when friends and relatives visited. Now that she and Mu Jingchen were divorced, why should she still provide Lu Yaji with the means to bask in her own self-importance? Upon witnessing the shattered remnants strewn across the floor, Lu Yaji's face paled instantly, nearly causing her to faint, but Mu Sisi was quick to support her. Wen Yi, are you aware that this pair of blue and white porcelain is valued at 150 million? Wen Yi tilted her head and chuckled. Of course, I know. Knowing that, how dare you break it? Wen Yi nonchalantly kicked a piece of debris beneath her feet and remarked, over the past 3 years, I have tirelessly prepared meals, cleaned the house, and washed your undergarments for both you and your mother. Surely, that amounts to at least 150 million, doesn't it? Mu Sesu, her emotions in turmoil, retorted, you're talking nonsense. Hiring a maid would cost us no more than 100,000 a year. Besides, it was you, Wen Yi, who eagerly sought my brother's hand in marriage, lowering yourself to serve us. What gives you the right to expect us to foot the bill? Ah, she knew all too well that her sacrifices were deemed obligatory by the Mu family, perceived as a sign of her own degradation. Wen Yi smiled slyly. Very well, if you find this arrangement unjust, feel free to sue me, and while you're at it, inform the world that Mu Jingchen has not been a golden bachelor for the past 3 years. Mu Sesu was momentarily rendered speechless, fully aware of Lu Yaji's intentions. Throughout the years, Lu Yaji had never publicly accompanied Wen Yi, instead only bringing her to the few intimate family gatherings of the Mu family, with the aim of concealing the fact that Mu Jingchen was already married. In the event of a future divorce, he could still maintain his reputation as a single man, free to pursue a suitable match among affluent heiresses. Wen Yi was well aware of this underlying motive, which is precisely why she provoked them. For a moment, the mother and daughter appeared as if they had swallowed a dead fly, unable to spit it out or swallow it down. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yaji trembled as she commanded, someone, throw her out. Wen Yi calmly ascended the stairs, stating, rest assured, once I retrieve what rightfully belongs to me, I shall depart. Mu Sesu, suddenly struck by a thought, rushed to block her path, exclaiming, you cannot take anything. Wen Yi narrowed her eyes. I recall that Miss Mu's room holds quite a number of valuable items. Perhaps I should go upstairs and smash them? Mu Sesu was momentarily daunted by the icy glare in her eyes. Forgetting to retort, Lu Yaji pulled her back, glaring at Wen Yi's retreating figure with resentment. Call your brother and tell him to return at once. In this world, it is often said that one gets what one deserves. Lu Yaji firmly believed that as soon as Mu Jingchen arrived, Wen Yi would cower away like a rat before a cat, no longer daring to exhibit any arrogance. Chapter 26. The residual jealousy lingers quite strongly. Chapter 26. The bitter aftertaste of jealousy. When Mu Jingchen received the call, he had just concluded an international video conference. Upon noticing that the caller was his sister, Mu Sisi, he could not help but furrow his brow. This sister of his had always trailed behind Lu Yaji since childhood, learning not a shred of virtue, but rather mastering Lu Yaji's vanity and arrogance with remarkable proficiency. The fact that she sought him out at this moment suggested she had likely entangled herself in yet another troublesome predicament, hoping for him to extricate her from it. Without hesitation, Mu Jingchen handed his phone to Bai Yan, instructing, inform her that I am in a meeting. Bai Yan, upon seeing the contact note, felt a shiver run down his spine. However, even if the boss had tossed a bomb into his lap, he had no choice but to handle it, did he? Miss Mu, I apologize, but President Mu is currently in a meeting. The sound of a biting voice echoed from the phone. Please have Assistant Bai inform my brother that lunatic, Wen Yi, has arrived at the old residence and has smashed our mother's pair of blue and white porcelain vases worth 150 million. He should bring along a lawyer. Bai Yan switched the phone to speaker mode, and Mu Jingchen could hear every word with crystal clarity. In truth, upon hearing the name Wen Yi, he had already lost all interest in the documents before him. Bai Yan's gaze fell upon Mu Jingchen's face, seemingly seeking his counsel on whether they should return to the old residence. Mu Jingchen nodded slightly, prompting Bai Yan to respond, understood, Miss Mu. I will inform Mr. Mu the moment the meeting concludes. Before Mu Sisi hung up, she did not forget to berate Wen Yi vehemently. Bai Yan wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, feeling a constant sense of trepidation every time he received a call from the Mu family's old residence. Mr. Mu, if you are worried about Miss Wen being mistreated, I can arrange a car for you immediately. Mu Jingchen raised his gaze and cast a cool glance at him. You might as well arrange for the car to make a stop at an ophthalmologist, followed by a neurologist. How amusing. What made him think he would be concerned for that ungrateful woman? Besides, she had recently become quite capable, not only mastering the art of seduction but also daring to break valuable items. Beiyan cleared his throat. I apologize, Mr. Mu, it was a slip of the tongue. Miss Wen must be feeling quite reluctant, which is why she sought you out. Perhaps you could simply let her cause a scene. After all, women tend to move on after creating a fuss. Suddenly, Mu Jingchen recalled what Huoxiubai had said the previous night regarding the jealousy that often arises among women. It seemed that her jealousy had not abated even after a night, prompting her to show up bright and early. Indeed, women were creatures of contradiction. He was curious to see what kind of spectacle she would put on today. If she were to kneel and plead for his return, he might just consider it. After all, she had managed to fulfill her role as MRS.MU with a modicum of competence over the past 3 years. Mu Jingchen rose and strode toward the cloakroom, prepare the car to return to the old residence. MR.MU, it appears you still have feelings for Miss Wen. Mu Jingchen coldly scoffed. Ha, the only thing I lament is that 150 million. If she possesses the ability to squander it, she ought to bear the consequences. In the depths of his heart, Beiyan muttered to himself, completely oblivious to the fact that Mu Jingchen was distressed over the sum of 150 million. On the contrary, upon hearing the news of Wen Yi returning to the old residence, the corners of his lips had curved upwards, leaving him to wonder if it was merely his imagination. The Mu residence, when Wen Yi had last departed, she had taken only a few changes of clothes, but this time she intended to take all her belongings. As she entered the bedroom and beheld Mu Jingchen's possessions, she was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that since her departure, Mu Jingchen had been residing in her room. In truth, they had previously maintained separate sleeping quarters. Even after fulfilling his personal desires, Mu Jingchen would retreat to the adjoining side room. Was he deliberately crafting a persona of a lovesick admirer? Ha, what a preposterous facade. The very thought made Wen Yi feel nauseated, and even the lingering scent of Mu Jingchen in the air churned her stomach. She hastily gathered her belongings. The attic of the Mu residence was a sanctuary solely for Wen Yi. After completing her household duties and attending to Lu Yaji and her daughter, she would often retreat here to unwind. This attic also served as her studio, filled with numerous sketches of Mu Jingchen and drafts she had designed in her leisure. After searching for quite some time, she could not locate the stack of drafts. She had poured all her beautiful fantasies about marriage into those sketches, dreaming that one day Mu Jingchen would recognize her worth and grant her a grand wedding, at which point she would don the wedding gown she had designed herself. However, after enduring repeated disappointments from Mu Jingchen, those drafts had been locked away in a dark ebony box. Now, the box contained only a few scattered fashion design sketches, devoid of any trace of wedding gown drafts. Clearly, someone had taken her work. Incensed, when he stormed downstairs with her suitcase in hand. At that moment, Lu Yaji lay on the sofa, a cold towel draped over her forehead, appearing utterly lifeless. Upon noticing the suitcase in Wen Yi's hand, Mu Jingchen averted her gaze. Wen Yi squinted her eyes and strode directly toward Mu Jingchen, declaring, Miss Mu, hand over the items. Mu Jingchen, clearly feeling guilty, straightened her posture, emboldened by the thought that this was her home and that Mu Jingchen would soon arrive to support her. How amusing. Our Mu family is the foremost noble house in Kyoto, possessing everything one could desire. Do you truly believe that I, a distinguished daughter of the Mu family, would covet your meager possessions? Wen Yi offered a soft laugh, her voice melodious yet laced with a chilling undertone. Miss Mu, I am merely informing you, not seeking your permission. At that moment, as Mu Jingchen lifted her gaze, she felt an unsettling prickle on her back. She had not anticipated that the once gentle and timid woman would instill such fear in her, and cold sweat began to trickle down her spine. Just as she was about to reveal the truth, her eyes caught sight of a figure at the door. Mu Jingchen's expression suddenly shifted, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Sister-in-law, although you are divorced from my brother, my mother, and I have never mistreated you, why do you direct all your resentment toward us? Miss Mu, are you jesting? I simply wish to reclaim what belongs to me, yet you are performing a farcical act. Furthermore, I am divorced from Mu Jingchen and cannot bear the title of sister-in-law. Lu Yaji trembled with rage. Not only did you break my precious blue and white porcelain, but you also dare to slander Jingchen as a thief. It is utterly laughable. Our Mu family is a century-old noble lineage, unlike your Wen family, a mere modest household. Each time you visit our home, you seem to take advantage of the opportunity. Lu Yaji frequently wielded Wen Yi's background as a weapon against her, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she herself had once hailed from the slums. Were it not for some unscrupulous means, she would never have had the chance to become Mrs. Mu. Wen Yi chuckled lightly. Very well, you have compelled me to take action. She lifted her leg and made her way toward the storage rack, which housed Lu Yaji's treasured collections, her prized possessions and a source of her pride. Realizing Wen Yi's intent, Lu Yaji nearly shrieked, stop her. Just as Wen Yi swung her suitcase toward the rack, a large hand suddenly tightened around her waist, yanking her backward. The two of them tumbled onto the sofa, and the suitcase was flung away. Chapter 27:1 should not be hypocritical in their principles. Chapter 27:1 should not be hypocritical. Mu Jingchen's voice was laced with anger as he asked, Wen Yi, have you had enough of this commotion? Rising from beside him, Wen Yi immediately brushed off her dress, as if it were sullied. Observing her demeanor, Mu Jingchen's expression darkened further. This woman had an uncanny ability to ignite his fury upon seeing her ally arrive. Mu Jingchen promptly declared, brother, this shameless woman not only shattered our mother's cherished blue and white porcelain but also attempted to steal items to take home. You arrived just in time, call the police and have her taken away. Wen Yi scoffed coldly, Miss Mu, your performance of accusing the thief while being one yourself is quite convincing. It would be a shame if you didn't pursue acting. You, how dare you slander me? It's merely because you're unwilling to accept being rejected by my brother and unable to find a man to rely on that you returned to our Mu family to pilfer some jewelry. Wen Yi, even the most despicable of individuals should have their limits. Wen Yi had grown accustomed to Mu Jingchen's art of slander. She smiled at Mu Jingchen and said, Mr. Mu, what is your perspective on this matter? Her use of Mr. Mu instantly created distance between them, and her formal address inexplicably irked Mu Jingchen. Open the suitcase, he commanded. Wen Yi's heart twisted painfully. She should have known he would never believe her. However, the suitcase contained images, photographs, and small carved trinkets from her past infatuation with Mu Jingchen. In such a predicament, revealing her profound feelings for him would only serve to confirm her unworthiness and expose her vulnerability. She could not allow that. Mu Jingchen, what if I refuse? She challenged. Do you believe you have any choice in this matter? Indeed, this was the Mu household, and Mu Jingchen had always been resolute. Taking a deep breath, when he lifted her gaze to meet his, but his cold demeanor met her eyes. Mu Jingchen, if there is nothing in here that belongs to your family, I kindly ask that Miss Mu return my belongings and offer me an apology. Mu Jingchen arrogantly retorted, if you have taken anything from our Mu family, you should crawl on the ground and bark like a dog. Mu Jingchen frowned, about to interject when Wen Yi interjected, in that case, I shall oblige Miss Mu. She bent down to unzip the suitcase. Mu Jingchen's eyes followed her movement, inadvertently noting the exquisite proportion of her waist and hips, which stirred feelings within him that should not have surfaced in such a situation, filling him with inexplicable irritation. Mu Jingchen and Lu Yaji fixated on the suitcase, wary of any potential trickery from Wen Yi. They were convinced that her return to the Mu household was merely a guise to retrieve valuables, suspecting her suitcase contained a trove of jewelry. Despite his disdain for her, Mu Jingchen never lacked for her adornments, which sometimes evoked envy even from the mother and daughter duo. They could not fathom that Wen Yi, a supposed pauper, would not take anything. Mu Jingchen's possessions were, after all, part of the Mu family, thus sealing Wen Yi's fate. Mu Jingchen had already set her phone to record, eagerly anticipating the moment Wen Yi would crawl like a dog. When that time came, she would share the video online, making Wen Yi a laughingstock in all of Kyoto who would dare to take her on afterward. With a click, the suitcase opened, and Mu Jingchen was momentarily taken aback by the contents within. The sketch papers were filled with his likeness, capturing him in various states, frowning, silent, asleep, and intoxicated, alongside small sculpted jade trinkets that he recognized at a glance as his own silhouette. How deeply must she have loved him to fill her life with reminders of him? A rush of complex emotions surged within him as he murmured, Wen Yi interrupted his impending words with a smile, Mr. Mu, please do not misunderstand, I merely wish to dispose of this heap of rubbish to prevent it from soiling the noble hands of your family. Mu Jingchen's lips curled in a sardonic smile. Her duplicity was becoming increasingly audacious. Mu Jingchen gasped, impossible. Wen Yi stood and declared, if Miss Mu does not believe me, she is free to search at her leisure. If she finds even a single piece, I will not only crawl like a dog but also perform a dog paddle for you. Disregarding any semblance of dignity, Mu Jingchen dropped to the ground, frantically rummaging through the suitcase, leaving no corner unchecked. Lu Yaji, equally incredulous, joined her in the search. If they failed to uncover any jewelry, it would signify their loss of leverage. Wen Yi's animosity towards them surely extended beyond merely reclaiming her belongings and demanding an apology. With arms crossed, Wen Yi observed the mother-daughter duo with a detached gaze. They scoured the suitcase repeatedly, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Suddenly, Lu Yaji devised a plan. As she attempted to remove a ring from her finger, Wen Yi swiftly grasped her wrist, her smile laced with mockery. Ms. Lu, do refrain, that ring is a family heirloom of the Mu family, is it not meant for your future daughter-in-law? Lu Yaji's ruse had been exposed, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, Mu Jingchen continued her relentless search, nearly tearing the suitcase apart, yet still failing to find a single piece of jewelry. You wretched woman, you must have hidden the jewelry in a secret compartment, she exclaimed, brandishing a fruit knife from the table, intending to slice open the suitcase. At that moment, Mu Jingchen kicked her wrist, sending the knife flying across the room. Mu Jingchen, enough. Mu Jingchen slumped to the ground, pale. Mu Jingchen's voice was icy as he commanded, return her belongings and apologize. Feeling a chill run down her spine under Mu Jingchen's piercing gaze, Mu Jingchen lowered her head, stammering, I thought it was rubbish and just tossed it in the trash. Wen Yi chuckled softly, oh, is that so? Then perhaps Miss Mu should perform a little dog crawl and bark right here. Mu Jingchen sprang up, indignant. Wen Yi, do not push your luck. With shards of blue and white porcelain littering the floor, how could she possibly crawl over them without injuring her knees? Lu Yaji chimed in, it seems all your previous gentleness and consideration were merely an act, your true nature is wicked and insidious. Wen Yi smiled, her eyes sparkling with an edge of irony. Ms. Lu, one ought not to be hypocritical, this condition was proposed by your daughter. It is only fair that it be applied to her, so why is it deemed malicious and sinister when it falls upon her? Lu Yaji was rendered speechless, struggling to articulate a response. Mu Jingchen cast a somber glance at her, Wen Yi, let us modify the terms. Only yesterday had they finalized their divorce, yet she was already so eager to stir trouble in the Mu household. Was it not born of her unwillingness to accept her fate? If she proposed reconciliation, he might consider it. After all, maintaining a nominal wife would not burden him financially and could alleviate some of his troubles. Chapter 28 Utter insult. Chapter 28 A stark insult. Wen Yi was acutely aware that the draft she had meticulously crafted was irretrievable, and she also understood that Mu Jingchen would never permit her to lay so much as a finger on Mu Jingchen or Lu Yaji. While Mu Jingchen could effortlessly defend his family, he had never shown her a modicum of tenderness. This was his consistent demeanor. When he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Very well, I hope Mr. Mu will keep his distance from me in the future. Even if we happen to cross paths, let us treat each other as strangers, and refrain from lecturing me under the guise of your former husband's status. Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow. Ever since this woman had stirred up the divorce, her capacity for confrontation had only grown, and she had taken to striking at his very core. He found this sentiment exceedingly distasteful. When he cast her gaze downward at her suitcase and suddenly felt that taking these belongings had lost all significance, for one destined to be a mere transient in another's life, there was no need to harbor any lingering attachments. Apologies, Mr. Mu, but I have been inundated with refuse today, and I possess no further energy to manage it. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in disposing of this pile of trash. She extracted 2 banknotes from her bag and tucked them into the collar of Mu Jingchen's shirt before promptly turning to leave. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened. Was she truly offering him a fee for waste disposal? Furthermore, she had emulated the affluent women at bars who slip service fees to male models, deliberately shoving the notes into his collar and utterly unabashed affront. In a fit of anger, he crumpled the banknotes into a ball and flung them to the ground. As the evening waned, Musesu exclaimed, "Brother, how could you allow that wretched woman to leave? She shattered Mother's precious pair of blue and white porcelain, valued at 150 million. Mu Jingchen felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, his irritation mounting. He retorted sternly, "Silence, do not provoke her again." Lu Yaji was taken aback by her son's demeanor, momentarily at a loss for words. Musesu unleashed her fury upon the suitcase left behind by Wen Yi, relentlessly kicking it while shouting, "Wretched woman, wretched woman." Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow and commanded, "Musesu, enough." Instantly halting her assault, all her nerves tensed. She feared nothing more than him uttering her full name, for it signified an ultimate warning. Rubbing his temples, Mu Jingchen made his way toward the staircase, only to turn back midway and instruct the maid, "Pack away the suitcase and return it to the attic, lest that woman come back seeking retribution." Lu Yaji observed his retreating figure, her emotions a tangled web, murmuring, "Does your brother have a bit of a fondness for that one girl?" Musesu immediately countered, "Impossible. Aside from her decent looks, she is both poor and fierce, utterly shameless. Why would my brother fancy her? Besides, his affections lie with Sister Su. How could that one girl ever compare?" "True enough," Lu Yaji suddenly remarked. "By the way, what exactly did you take from her?" Musesu responded with a hint of guilt. "At that moment, I merely thought the box was exquisite, but I never opened it. Somehow, it ended up lost. I have no idea what it contained." Lu Yaji reclined on the sofa, continuing to apply a cool towel to her forehead. Forget it. With her pitiful appearance, what could she possibly possess of value? Wen Yi felt a twinge of frustration at not retrieving her previous wedding dress sketches. The wedding gown is a symbol of sanctity and romance. Once, she had been filled with dreams, imbuing the gown with the most beautiful and innocent connotations, yet reality had delivered a harsh slap, rendering her marriage both humble and disheveled. She feared she could never recreate that initial sensation, relying solely on memory to sketch the outlines of those drafts in her mind. Possessing an excellent memory, she restored the sketches in a mere morning. Upon revisiting her former aspirations, she couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Indeed, the purest things are the most beautiful. Even now, the sight of those sketches left her in awe. Armed with these designs, she felt confident she could best suit Qingyue in their upcoming contest. Remembering the dwindling supplies in her fridge, Wen Yi decided to take her Koenigsegg into the city for shopping. Though her villa was splendid, it was regrettably distant from the urban center. After an hour's drive, she finally arrived in town. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and the supermarket parking lot was already full. Thus, Wen Yi had no choice but to park along the roadside. After securing her vehicle, she entered the supermarket carrying a reusable handmade woven bag. "Sesu, isn't that woman merely your family's maid?" "Yes, I recall she always carried that woven bag." "How tacky." Laughter ensued among the group. Following their gaze, Musesu spotted Wen Yi and couldn't suppress a curse. She lamented her lack of foresight in leaving the house today, crossing paths with this harbinger of misfortune. Every time she brought classmates to the Mu residence, she insisted Wen Yi was merely the maid, never mentioning that Mu Jingchen was already married. "Indeed, but she has since been dismissed from our household." "Ah, why was that?" "Her cooking was quite delectable. I must admit I miss it." "True, she appeared quite honest. How could she have been dismissed?" Musesu sneered. "What else could it be? Obviously, she had sticky fingers." "Ah, what did she steal?" Musesu, distressed for material to disparage Wen Yi, gritted her teeth and declared, "Not only did she steal, but she also attempted to climb into my brother's bed." "How vile is that?" "Absolutely despicable. She ought to consider her own worth. Some people lack self-awareness, thinking a bit of beauty can ensnare all men. They ought to take a good look in the mirror. One can know a person's face but not their heart. Who would have thought this woman was so promiscuous?" Once Musesu sensed the moment was ripe, she sighed. "Alas, she was employed at my home for 3 years and sold the stolen goods. Since we cannot reclaim them, we must let her go." Her friends immediately rallied in indignation. "Sesu, rest assured, we will avenge this grievance for you." A sly smile crept across Musesu's face. "Ladies, once we reach the supermarket, take whatever you fancy. I shall cover the bill." Having been a maid in the Mu household for 3 years, Wen Yi had endured a life of cold leftovers, which ultimately took a toll on her stomach. Each night, she forced herself to drink a glass of warm milk. At that moment, while she was bent over selecting milk, a thick cup of yogurt suddenly cascaded over her head. Oh dear, my apologies. My hand slipped. Before Wen Yi could wipe the yogurt from her face, a second cup splashed down upon her. Darling, don't take this the wrong way, I merely wished to mask the scent of your promiscuity, lest it repel others. Indeed, how could you possibly seduce men now? Wouldn't tea that hinder your efforts? Laughter erupted among the group when Yi wiped the yogurt from her face and cast a cold gaze in their direction. Upon recognizing the faces of her tormentors, she deduced their motivations. Instead of feeling anger, she smiled and said, "Little girls, do you know what happens when you provoke me?" Chapter 29, Who do you look down upon? Chapter 29, Who do you look down upon? Though she smiled radiantly, an undercurrent of chill enveloped her, causing an involuntary shiver, yet, upon recalling Musesh's promise, they swiftly regained their previously arrogant demeanor. After all, no matter how formidable this woman's presence might be, she was merely a maid. What was there to fear? Oh dear, I'm so frightened. It's a pity that your tricks are only suitable for seducing men, they are utterly useless against us girls. Have you no shame? Look in the mirror, who do you think you are? I see you've been browsing for quite some time but haven't added anything to your cart. Perhaps you simply can't afford it, so allow me to assist you in sampling this flavor. Leading the charge were Lu Yun and Wang Jia, with several female students nearly besieging Wen Yi. The supermarket staff, hesitant to intervene in personal disputes, dared not step in to mediate, and the crowd of onlookers continued to swell. Wen Yi, unhurried, retrieved a silk scarf from her bag, delicately wiping the yogurt from her hair. The entire process was composed and graceful, devoid of any semblance of embarrassment. Once finished, she nonchalantly tossed her bag and the scarf before the group of girls. After all, I am several years your senior. It would seem unseemly to resort to violence against you. Instead, let us settle this amicably. You simply need to pay for the bag and scarf, and we shall consider the matter closed. The girls were momentarily taken aback. They had expected this woman to lash out, allowing them to capitalize on their numbers to seize her hair and mar her face, thus avenging Musesh. Instead, she merely requested compensation for her belongings. It was as though their attempts at intimidation had landed softly upon a cotton cloud. Where was the satisfaction in that? Lu Yun scoffed. Ha, truly a picture of poverty. Even when treated like a drowning rat, you only think of your meager possessions. Wang Jia sneered contemptuously. Here, take this 200. No need for change, just remember to use the leftover for a bottle of cheap perfume to mask your stench of poverty and tackiness. They laughed as they tossed 2 bills onto the ground. What are you waiting for? Pick it up. Hidden in the shadows, Musesh felt a surge of delight at this scene. She realized that her investment in these impoverished classmates had not been in vain, they could be useful at critical moments. She was eager to witness Wen Yi's disgrace and discreetly aimed her camera at her. Wen Yi, composed, merely curled her crimson lips into a smile. Are you all jesting? Lu Yun's mocking laughter rang out. What? Are you dissatisfied with this meager sum? That shabby bag you carry is hardly worth $10, and that tattered scarf is worth only $2 or $3 altogether. It's merely a handful of change. I offered you 200 out of pity for your pathetic state. Don't be so greedy. Her tone dripped with disdain, as if Wen Yi were nothing more than a destitute woman clad in cheap rags. Wen Yi regarded her with her striking, watery eyes, and after a moment, broke into laughter. If 200 can procure a bag and scarf from L. Brand, might I trouble this classmate to enlighten me on where I might acquire such treasures? It would save me from being such a fool. What, that bag, resembling a woven sack, was indeed from L. Brand, and even that unsightly scarf was of the same origin. Everyone knew that L. Brand ranked among the top 3 in luxury goods, with items often reaching hundreds of thousands, if not millions, and they were not always readily available for purchase. As Lu Yun and her companions found themselves at a loss, Lu Yun coldly retorted, Who are you trying to scare? If those 2 items are from L. Brand, I'll personally remove my head and kick it. Wang Jia chimed in, exactly. Just look at how hideous they are, they probably don't even qualify as knockoffs. Someone in the crowd jeered, L. Brand items always have a unique handmade code on the inside, just flip it over and see for yourself. Wen Yi remained unfazed, I have no objections. Feel free, ladies. Seeing her calm demeanor, Lu Yun and the others began to feel a twinge of anxiety, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, Musesh, lurking in the shadows, quickly messaged them. Be bold and take a look, rest assured, this woman is a pauper, struggling even to afford meals, let alone luxury items. Musesh vividly recalled that when Wen Yi left the Mu household, she took only a few old garments, leaving behind all the luxury items purchased for her by Mu Jingchen. Since her divorce from her brother, the Wen family had remained silent, indicating that Wen Yi had not informed them of her plight, nor had she returned home, thus, the Wen family would not support her. Moreover, when Wan Yu, the impostor, was the favored daughter of the Wen family, there was no spare cash to lavish on Wen Yi. Musesh was utterly convinced that the items in Wen Yi's possession were nothing but cheap fakes. Upon reading Musesh's message, Lu Yun and Wang Jia suddenly felt emboldened. Alright, let us take a look, but let me make this clear, if these items turn out to be worthless knockoffs, not only will you apologize to us, but you'll also need to prance around Kyoto carrying that bag and wearing that scarf. Wen Yi chuckled inwardly, recognizing that Musesh's sycophants were indeed sharp-tongued and cunning, yet their intellect seemed lacking, blissfully unaware that they were being used as pawns. Wen Yi narrowed her beautiful eyes, very well, but what if my bag and scarf are genuine? Having swallowed Musesh's reassurance, Lu Yun and her companions dismissed Wen Yi's words, retorting with mocking laughter, fine, if you have the real deal, we'll take a stroll around the city. Wen Yi smirked, the airport isn't particularly interesting, and I have always held disdain for such lowly tactics aimed at degrading one's dignity. Rather than run about in the nude, it would be simpler for you to compensate me at market value. With this, she not only mocked their physiques but also ridiculed their actions. Lu Yun's temper flared. Fine, don't even mention market value, I'll pay you 10 times the amount. Wen Yi laughed lightly. That I promised. I'd appreciate it if you could all serve as witnesses. For reasons unknown, Lu Yun and Wang Jia suddenly felt a wave of nervous pressure. At that moment, Lu Yun's phone vibrated, revealing a message from Mu Sesh. Remember to film the counterfeit codes clearly. Lu Yun silently switched her phone to video mode and opened the bag, indeed discovering the handmade code inside. Wang Jia similarly found the same code on the scarf. The two girls instantly felt a surge of excitement. According to L Brand's regulations, each item had a unique code, yet these two items shared the same code, indicating that at least one of them was counterfeit. Lu Yun felt her grip on the phone tremble with exhilaration as she sent the video to Mu Sesh. With her eyes reddened from excitement, she exclaimed, "Strip off your clothes, let's start the parade now." Chapter 30. If you are destitute, prepare to be slapped in the face. Chapter 30 of the poor in the face slap. Wen Yi's expression was calm as she remarked, "It is truly difficult to gain public trust when my guilt has been hastily decided upon without thorough understanding." Lu Yun, pointing an accusatory finger at her, retorted, "Do not think you can deceive us. Everyone knows that items from the L family are always accompanied by unique codes, yet, these two items you possess bear the same code. Does that not signify something?" Indeed, another chimed in, "Had you shown a modicum of humility and admitted your error, perhaps we could have granted you another chance. Instead, you stand there with your head held high, pretending to be something you are not." Wen Yi cast a cold glance over the faces of the female students, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she stated, "After following Mu Jingchen for so long, you still remain oblivious to the fact that luxury brands offer bespoke services? Generally, items from the L family do come with unique codes, but when it comes to custom orders, one is entitled to a personalized code." Hidden in the shadows, Mu Jingchen felt a sense of foreboding welling up within her. What Wen Yi said was not without merit. However, individuals who possess exclusive codes for luxury goods are invariably wealthy or noble. In Kyoto, the number of people who enjoy such privileges is exceedingly limited, primarily consisting of lifelong VIP clients of the L family. To be recognized by a premier luxury brand implies not only a distinguished status but also unparalleled capabilities. Wen Yi, lacking both connections and competence, her greatest skills likely confined to cleaning and household chores, how could she possibly be acknowledged as a client of the L family? After a moment's hesitation, Mu Jingchen sent a private message to the customer service of the L family, asking, "Could you assist me in verifying whether this individual is one of your VIP clients?" Before she could receive a reply, she heard the derisive laughter of Wen Yi. "That's right, Mu Jingchen has only ever offered you outdated, worn-out items. It is no wonder you are unfamiliar with the new products from the L family. Moreover, the reason she refrains from enlightening you on this common knowledge is simply because she believes you will never be worthy of VIP status with the L family." Lu Yun and the others wore expressions of mixed emotions, while Mu Jingchen ground her teeth in anger, never expecting Wen Yi to sow discord among them. Just last night, her brother had warned her not to provoke Wen Yi. If this group were to expose her, her allowance for the month would surely be revoked. In a fit of rage, Mu Jingchen messaged Lu Yun and the others, "She is lying. Quickly, strip her of her clothes and make her run naked." She had thought it through. Even if the L family's clerk came to clarify Wen Yi's status, there would surely be a delay. It would be better to incite Lu Yun and the others to immediately strip Wen Yi down, and then she would post photos of the incident online, ensuring Wen Yi would have no face left to show in Kyoto thereafter. Sure enough, Wen Yi said nonchalantly, "I just spoke with the clerk from the L family, they will be here shortly to clarify the matter." "Ha, you are merely stalling for time. If you refuse to honor your word, then we shall take matters into our own hands." Lu Yun signaled to Wang Jia, and the two lunged towards Wen Yi. Wen Yi swiftly evaded their grasp, causing them to collide with one another. Before they could utter a cry of pain, she seized both by the neck, forcing their foreheads to collide with a resounding thunk. "Ah! Ah!" Lu Yun and Wang Jia were instantly sent reeling, blood streaming from their noses and large welts forming on their foreheads, tears streaming down their faces. As they attempted to recover and retaliate, Wen Yi suddenly bent down, narrowly avoiding their next attack. The two fell headlong into a nearby vat of soybean paste, emerging not only reeking of the salty condiment but also covered in it, resembling creatures that had just crawled out of a muck pit, causing those nearby to recoil in disgust. The remaining female students, witnessing Wen Yi's prowess, hesitated to act, instead rushing to assist Lu Yun and Wang Jia in cleaning off the soybean paste. Wen Yi rubbed her wrist. Although her condition had deteriorated due to the loss of a kidney, her fundamental abilities allowed her to easily handle ordinary individuals. "Dear friends, why the haste? Let us wait until everything is resolved. I assure you, I would gladly treat you to abalone and sea cucumbers, especially since you have multiplied the value of my belongings tenfold." The sight of Lu Yun and Wang Jia in such a pitiful state elicited laughter from the crowd. The two felt like mere jesters on display, their humiliation palpable. However, understanding Wen Yi's strength, they no longer dared to retaliate. Lu Yun wiped the soybean paste from her face and spat, "Poor wretch, just wait for the clerk from the L family to personally slap your face." Wang Jia echoed, "At that point, you must keep your promise. Do not force us to act against you." Wen Yi smiled and replied, "Rest assured, I am a woman of my word." Moments later, a clerk from the L family arrived at the supermarket. After inspecting the bag and scarf, her expression turned troubled. "The materials of the bag and scarf indeed originate from the L family, and this code certainly belongs to one of our VIP clients. However, as far as I am aware, the new collection will not be released until the end of the month. We have not encountered this particular style, nor has it been sold. It is also possible that you have misappropriated the VIP code of our family." Upon hearing the first half of her statement, Lu Yun and the others felt as though they had plummeted into despair, but the latter part of her declaration seemed to offer a glimmer of hope, prompting them to turn their attacks on Wen Yi. Did you hear that? The clerk has confirmed that they have never sold these two items. It appears you are unaware of where you acquired these counterfeit goods. By strict definition, they cannot be considered authentic, thus you have lost. We are all witnesses here. Strip her naked immediately. A few lustful individuals, captivated by Wen Yi's stunning figure, joined in the ruckus, chanting, "Naked run, naked run." Wen Yi lowered her gaze to play with her phone, and when she raised her eyes again, a faint smile graced her lips. Perhaps the designer simply overlooked the need to release the new collection. Stop making excuses for yourself. If you cannot remove your clothes, we shall assist you. Now, run naked. The crowd continued to swell, creating chaos in the supermarket, prompting the manager to call for guidance from above. When Hu Xiaobai received the call, he was playing golf with Mu Jingchen. Initially, he felt a twinge of impatience, but upon hearing the term naked run, his interest was piqued, and he listened intently to the unfolding drama. Wait, I will handle it immediately. After hanging up, Hu Xiaobai turned to Mu Jingchen with a grin. Brother Chen, let me take you to see a spectacular show. Mu Jingchen, in a foul mood, replied curtly, I have no time. Hu Xiaobai snatched the club from his hands, insisting, come on, the supermarket manager just informed me that someone is planning to run naked on my territory, and she boasts a stunning figure and a lovely face. This is a free treat we cannot miss. I am not as vulgar as you. At that moment, Hu Xiaobai had requested the supermarket manager to send a video, and now, his phone vibrated. Upon opening the video, he was instantly taken aback. Damn, is that Wen Yi? He knew Mu Jingchen all too well. The man's possessiveness was fierce, and if he were to discover that his ex-wife was preparing to run naked in his supermarket, the place would likely be reduced to rubble. In a panic, Hu Xiaobai attempted to close the video, inadvertently turning up the volume instead. Mu Jingchen, having recognized Wen Yi's voice at the first syllable, fixed a cold, piercing gaze on Hu Xiaobai. Hand me the phone. Chapter 31. So eager to sell oneself. Chapter 31. In such a rush to sell herself, Hu Xiaobai had no choice but to obediently hand over his phone. Mu Jingchen opened the video, revealing a crowd surrounding Wen Yi, chanting for her to fulfill her obligations. Their eyes occasionally swept over her, wearing lewd and expectant smiles. Mu Jingchen felt as though a fire was raging within his chest. This woman had left him and was constantly embroiled in trouble, and he couldn't fathom the audacity she had to divorce him in the first place. Despite being besieged by the crowd, Wen Yi remained unyielding, her gaze cold and piercing as it met theirs, resembling a solitary begonia, charming yet not seductive, strikingly beautiful. He suddenly felt an intense desire to poke out the eyes of each of those men in the video. Noticing Mu Jingchen's increasingly sullen expression, akin to a piece of charred coal, Hu Xiaobai feared he might smash his phone and hurriedly snatched it back. Brother Chen, calm down, let us continue having fun. Mu Jingchen had lost all interest in golfing. His cold gaze shot a glance at Hu Xiaobai. Weren't you going to see the live strip show? Good physique, pretty face, why not take a look? Hu Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine and forced a dry smile. Brother Chen, I just remembered I have some urgent matters to attend to at the company. You enjoy yourself. The consequences of angering the cold Yan Luo were quite terrifying. As Hu Xiaobai turned to leave, Mu Jingchen seized him by the collar. Since a good show is about to unfold, it would be a pity not to watch. He forcibly dragged Hu Xiaobai into the car. Hu Xiaobai adjusted his disheveled clothing. Brother Chen, you must admit, deep down, you still care for your ex-wife. Mu Jingchen ordered the driver to start the car and shot him a cold glare. No wonder your taste is so poor. It appears your eyesight is rather lacking. Hu Xiaobai twitched his lips. All his girlfriends were stunning beauties, and even the media praised him as a connoisseur of beauty. How had it come to the point where he was deemed to have poor taste? Just because he complimented Wen Yi's figure and looks? Then why is it that the moment you hear something related to your ex-wife, you become so restless? Mu Jingchen countered with his own words, a good show is about to unfold. Why not take a look? She had claimed that after leaving him, she would thrive. He was curious to see what tricks she could still conjure. Hu Xiaobai clicked his tongue. Brother Chen, you really are ruthless. You actually let your helpless ex-wife walk away with nothing. If she gets beaten for carrying a knockoff bag, those who know will say she has integrity and doesn't care for your petty money, while others might think you've mistreated her. Mu Jingchen irritably tugged at his collar. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. He had considered compensating Wen Yi after their divorce, but every time she saw him, she either acted like a hedgehog or ignored him entirely. Was he supposed to kneel before her to give it? Women accustomed to being docile could afford to be a bit willful, but if she took the game of allure and retreat too far, it might not bode well. He had no obligation to continue indulging her, allowing her to mistakenly believe that acting pretentiously was the only way to attract his attention. In the supermarket, Mu Sisi hid behind a potted plant, aiming her phone at Wen Yi, eagerly waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Earlier, she had not only posted a photo of Wen Yi carrying a knockoff bag online but also tagged the official account of L Company. Moreover, she had deliberately sent messages to several well-known streamers nearby, informing them that someone was about to perform a live strip show. Those streamers, always seeking ways to increase their followers, rushed into the supermarket upon hearing of the spectacle, turning their cameras toward Wen Yi. They were thrilled to see that Wen Yi, in terms of temperament, figure, and beauty, far surpassed any star, and they were especially excited since this was a free treat for their male fans, a prime opportunity to attract more followers. The crowd began to cheer. Beautiful lady, the clerk has already confirmed it. What are you waiting for? Yes, if everyone were like you, treating their words as mere farts, wouldn't society descend into chaos? Hurry and strip. It's sweltering, and we're here waiting, isn't that hard for us? Wen Yi scanned the crowd with a languid, indifferent gaze, appearing not as a victim but as a queen who acted according to her whims, entirely unfazed by her predicament. I can take off my clothes, but my appearance fee is rather steep. I fear you may not be able to afford it. Someone, unable to contain their impatience, shouted, How much do you want? Wen Yi nonchalantly toyed with her manicured nails. Not much, just $1 billion. Laughter and ridicule erupted throughout the crowd. Have you lost your mind? A stripper in a nightclub makes only $2,000 a night, and that includes full service. How amusing, wearing a whole outfit of cheap knockoffs and getting slapped by the clerk, yet you have the audacity to claim to be worth $1 billion. Did Miss Liang give you that courage? As Mu Jingchen and Hu Xiaobai arrived, they happened to hear Wen Yi demanding $1 billion. Hu Xiaobai couldn't help but click his tongue. Brother Chen, your ex-wife has quite the inflated sense of self-worth. Even if you gave her a divorce settlement, she probably wouldn't even glance at it. Mu Jingchen's dark eyes grew increasingly oppressive, his deep brows almost exuding a palpable rage. Unlike Hu Xiaobai, he was not focused on the amount of $1 billion, instead, he was appalled that this woman would consider selling herself for money. With determined strides, he approached Wen Yi, abruptly grasping her wrist and dragging her unsteadily toward a secluded spot. Wen Yi had not anticipated Mu Jingchen's appearance, she stumbled as he pulled her, nearly falling to the ground, his grip so tight it felt as though he might break her wrist. Mu Jingchen, let go. He yanked her to the shelves, forcefully releasing her wrist. Wen Yi's body slammed against the shelf, causing a sharp pain to shoot through her back. Items from the shelves tumbled down onto her head and body, making her gasp in pain. Wen Yi, exasperated, retorted, Did you forget to take your medication before going out? Why are you running around biting people? Mu Jingchen suddenly stretched out his arm, firmly pinning her against the shelves, effectively trapping her between his chest and the shelving unit. His handsome face was mere inches away, ablaze with fury, his jawline taut, emanating an undeniable aura that was impossible to ignore. Even though she had ostensibly moved on from him, she couldn't help but steal a glance. After all, her initial infatuation with him was partly due to the striking features that had captivated the noble women of the entire capital. However, Mu Jingchen's next words felt like a bucket of ice water dousing her. Wen Yi, didn't you say you would be better off without me? How is it that you've only been gone for such a short time and are already eager to sell yourself? Wen Yi winced at his piercing words, responding with a cold laugh, Mu Jingchen, it's not that I demean myself, but rather that you have always regarded me as worthless, which is why you fail to grasp the situation and hastily condemn me. He had always been like this, arrogantly treating his perceptions as absolute truths. During those 3 years, Lu Yaji and Mu Sisi's were indeed the villains, but that was not unconnected to his indulgence. The one who truly hurt her was still him. Seeing a sheen of moisture veil her eyes, Mu Jingchen experienced an inexplicable sensation of breathlessness. He anxiously clenched his fingers. Tell me, how much compensation do you actually want? Chapter 32, I once had an employment relationship with him. Chapter 32, I once had an employment relationship with him. His demeanor seemed to convey the message, did you not debase yourself merely to attract my attention in hopes of obtaining compensation? Very well, you have achieved your objective. Wen Yi chuckled, her laughter dripping with sarcasm. Mu Jingchen, on what grounds do you presume that I, Wen Yi, am but a worthless piece of flotsam, so lowly as to rely solely on your charity and pity for survival? When she smiled, it was breathtaking. Even in her scorn, she exuded the aloofness of a peony, suggesting that such a woman ought to be cherished in a greenhouse. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Jingchen retorted, if you do not desire compensation, I might contemplate remarrying you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wen Yi's cold scoff interrupted him, Mr. Mu, perhaps you should reserve your meager compassion, I believe Miss Su might require it more. With a dismissive shove, Wen Yi pushed Mu Jingchen aside and strode away into the crowd without a backward glance. A surge of anger coursed through Mu Jingchen as he fixated on her slender silhouette, muttering, unappreciative. The onlookers, witnessing Wen Yi being pulled away by Mu Jingchen, took a moment to comprehend the scene. Was that not Mu Jingchen, the helm of the Mu family? He was the object of desire for every woman in the capital, yet, Mu Jingchen was known for his discretion, seldom appearing in the public eye, his visage mostly confined to television screens and financial magazines. More bizarrely, he had departed alongside that impoverished woman. Surely, there was a sensational story unfolding. The well-known anchors summoned by Mu Sisi quickly encircled Hu Xiaobai upon his arrival. Young Master Hua, what exactly is the relationship between Mr. Mu and that woman? I detect the scent of a Mary Sue narrative. Is it akin to a prince and his Cinderella? Wow, Mr. You looked incredibly handsome just now. That woman, upon closer inspection, seems to match him in looks, though her background is rather mismatched. Could she be Mr. Mu's hidden mistress? Unlikely, given Mr. Mu's wealth and looks. Even if he were to have a hidden mistress, he wouldn't allow her to resort to counterfeit goods. Hu Xiaobai felt a headache coming on and promptly ordered the security personnel to disperse the curious crowd. Suddenly, someone shouted, she's back, and the crowd swarmed around Wen Yi like a tide. They appeared to have forgotten the wager she had with Lu Yun and others, their discussions now solely revolving around her and Mu Jingchen's gossip. After all, someone of Mu Jingchen's caliber was a walking spectacle. Any association with him was bound to garner attention. When he raised her chin, adopting an air of haughty aloofness, I have no personal grievances with Mr. Mu. If there is any relationship to speak of, she suddenly smiled, it would be our former employment relationship. Her statement held truth. The Mu family had regarded her as a mere maid, a housekeeper, a scapegoat, while Mu Jingchen had viewed her solely as a tool for his desires. Throughout their 3-year marriage, their encounters in bed had outnumbered their conversations. Upon hearing her words, Mu Jingchen's handsome features instantly darkened, radiating an aura of coldness. Standing nearby, Wishobai fought back laughter, struggling to contain his amusement, his shoulders trembling with suppressed mirth. It was utterly entertaining. The divorced Wen Yi seemed to have gained an edge, retorting effortlessly without uttering a single vulgarity. To slay someone's spirit was no small feat. Mu Cicir, upon spotting Mu Jingchen, grew even more exhilarated. She intended for Wen Yi to bare her soul before her brother, allowing him to see precisely what sort of individual he had married. She immediately messaged Lu Yun and the others, urging them to stop their prattling and fulfill their promise. If they failed, they should incite the crowd to take action, and afterward, she would reward each of them with a bag from L brand. With the promise of bags, Lu Yun and her companions became increasingly restless. You impoverished wretch, does all your babbling serve any purpose? If you wish to be regarded as a person, hasten to fulfill your promise. Indeed, you agreed to this. Now that the cashier has thoroughly embarrassed you, do you still wish to renege? Do you take us for fools? Yes, beautiful, we have been waiting here for ages. If need be, we can assist you. Faced with the crowd's aggressive demands, Wen Yi remained unflustered, her smile serene. I have stated that I am quite expensive. You all cannot afford my price. As for the authenticity of my items, that will soon be revealed. Bah, even the sales associates suspect you of using a VIP code. What further excuses can you offer? I have never encountered anyone so shameless. Even when thoroughly humiliated, she still refuses to admit it. Once when he deemed the moment ripe, she sent out the carefully crafted message. Moments later, someone exclaimed, the exclusive designer from L brand, Nona, has posted on Weibo. Indeed, Nona's Weibo revealed the latest seasonal releases from L brand, including the woven bag and the silk scarf with Sanskrit patterns that Wen Yi held. Ha, even if the styles are identical, those items she possesses could very well be defective goods from L brand's circulation. They cannot be considered genuine. Exactly, obtaining pre-sale items before the designer's new release suggests she is a VIP among VIPs. Such individuals are either exceedingly wealthy or of noble birth. How could a mere maid afford such luxuries? The crowd's accusations rained down upon Wen Yi, yet the sales associate's expression grew anxious. Her earlier judgment that Wen Yi's items might be counterfeit due to the absence of the new collection was now overturned, as the new products had indeed been unveiled, and Wen Yi's possessions were confirmed to be authentic L brand items. As the crowd had speculated, only someone with a super VIP status and a close relationship with the designer could acquire such pre-release items. Nona was the exclusive designer for L brand. Any VIP client fortunate enough to befriend her must be immensely wealthy, certainly not a mere maid. The sales associate's anxiety mounted, and just then, her supervisor called, reprimanding her and ordering her to apologize to Wen Yi immediately. The associate promptly stated, Miss Wen, I apologize, my judgment was mistaken. The bag and scarf you possess are indeed authentic L brand products. As her words fell, silence enveloped the crowd. Lu Yun and her companions turned pale. They had also seen the Weibo post, where the scarf alone was valued at 280,000, and the bag at 1,890,000, totaling 170,000. According to their agreement, they would owe Wen Yi 10 times that amount, which equated to over 20 million. They could not possibly muster such a sum, even if they sold themselves. Lu Yun, in disbelief, stammered, sales associate, have you been coerced into suddenly changing your tune? Just a moment ago, you suspected her items were counterfeit. Wang Jia asserted, yes, if you have been threatened, do not hesitate to say so. We will support you in ensuring the wrongdoers do not prevail. After speaking, they cast disdainful glares at Wen Yi, as if convinced she was the villain threatening the sales associate. Wen Yi chuckled softly, you all think too highly of me. I have been standing here, is there any way I could have influenced things from afar? Ha, that may not be the case. With that beguiling face of yours, it would not be impossible to entice a few ruffians to assist you. Indeed, she was engrossed in her phone. If you wish to prove your innocence, why not hand over your device? Wen Yi smirked sarcastically, little girl, if you cannot play the game, it would be wiser to admit your faults instead of concocting all these schemes. Lu Yun exchanged glances with Wang Jia. As they plotted to snatch Wen Yi's phone, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Chapter 33, could it be that your ex-wife is an invisible millionaire? Chapter 33, your ex-wife can't possibly be an invisible tycoon, right? Before long, the designated designer of the L family, Nona, approached directly. She first reprimanded the clerk for their negligence, then bowed slightly to Wen Yi, saying, I apologize, Miss Wen, it was my oversight that caused you distress. Wen Yi smiled and replied, Designer Nona, you are being too courteous. I would still appreciate your assistance in clarifying the matter. Nona feigned a frown. What, I have already made it abundantly clear on Weibo. Is there still someone questioning whether these two items are counterfeit from our L family? A collective gasp escaped the crowd. This designer was indeed quite assertive, personally coming to the scene to clarify the facts for her client. Lu Yun, in a state of panic, blurted out, how could she possibly be a VIP of the L family? Miss Nona, do not be deceived by this woman's innocent appearance, she is quite adept at employing unscrupulous tactics. Nona retorted with a cold smile, Miss Wen is a super VIP client of our L family, how could that be false? Moreover, these two items were personally delivered to Miss Wen for trial, and it was only after her approval that we launched the new products. Lu Yun and her companions turned pale, nearly on the verge of collapse. Wen Yi expressed her gratitude to Nona, saying, thank you for personally clarifying this, Miss Nona. You are a lifelong client of our L family. Having purchased our products, we are naturally committed to serving you with utmost diligence. Wen Yi exchanged a glance with Nona, who then turned to leave. As she brushed past Lu Yun and her companions, she coldly warned, if you continue to insult our super VIP client by claiming she uses counterfeit goods, we shall see you in court. Not far away, Hu Xiaobai nodded towards Mu Jingchen. Brother Chen, it seems I have misjudged you. It turns out you have bestowed your ex-wife with super VIP status. You should know that such a thing is not easily accomplished. A former starlet he had worked with had insisted he arrange a similar status for her. Hu Xiaobai had learned that becoming a super VIP client of the L family required rigorous screening and a preloaded deposit of 50 million. He had initially intended to indulge the starlet but found it unnecessary to squander such effort and resources. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened as he replied, it was not me. Oh, if it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be? Could it be that scoundrel Xiao Shichu? However, that doesn't quite fit. The L family places great importance on a client's family background and personal reputation, and Xiao Shichu, being a mere illegitimate child, would find it difficult to achieve this. Mu Jingchen was equally perplexed. Becoming an L family VIP was a standard among the elite, and he had indeed considered this in the past, but Wen Yi had consistently declined, leading to its abandonment. During their divorce, he had confirmed she had not taken any luxury items, not even the card from which she transferred money to her monthly. He had looked into it and found that over the past 3 years, he had consistently transferred 300,000 each month, and there was not a single cent missing from the account. The Wen family were like leeches, eager to drain and dry. He simply could not fathom where Wen Yi had acquired this sum of money. Hu Xiaobai half-joked, Brother Chen, your ex-wife isn't secretly a wealthy tycoon, is she? Perhaps she has been enduring hardships at the Mu family for these past 3 years. Get lost. Hu Xiaobai's remark was even more absurd. For the past 3 years, Wen Yi had remained obediently at the Mu family, accepting whatever he provided without a word of complaint. Mu Jingchen increasingly felt he could not see through her, or rather, he had never truly understood her during these 3 years. At that moment, Lu Yun and her companions, now panicking, exchanged glances, and just as they were about to leave, their wrists were firmly grasped. With a smile that held a hint of mockery, Wen Yi looked at them and asked, young ladies, have you perhaps forgotten something? Lu Yun feigned calmness, replying, what do you mean? I recall you stating that if I could prove my handbag and scarf were authentic L family products, you would compensate me tenfold of the market price. I have calculated the amount, and it totals 2,170,000. How about this? I will be magnanimous and waive the cents, so you can simply pay me 20 million. Lu Yun jumped up in outrage, why don't you just rob a bank? Wang Jia furiously chimed in, that's exactly what a despicable person like you would say. 20 million is an amount you dare to utter. Wen Yi calmly opened the recording on her phone for everyone to hear. Fine, let us proceed with this, but let me make it clear. If these items are worthless counterfeits, not only will you have to apologize to us, but you will also have to carry this handbag and wear this scarf as you parade around Kyoto. Very well, but what if my handbag and scarf are indeed authentic? What do you plan to do then? If you possess authentic items, we shall run naked. The airport is hardly a sight to behold, and I have always despised such base tactics that insult one's character. If we must go naked, it would be better for you to compensate me according to the market price. Alright, let us not mention the market price, even if it's 10 times that amount, I will pay you. She lifted her clear, cold eyes to Lu Yun and her companions. If what you said is as meaningless as flatulence, then wouldn't T society descend into chaos? Upon hearing her use their previous mockery against them, the group fell silent, but they were even more horrified by the prospect of the 20 million compensation. Each of these young women came from modest backgrounds, especially Lu Yun and Wang Jia, who had to apply for scholarships each year. Their ability to associate with Mu Sisi was solely based on their flattery for free meals and drinks. As the onlookers recognized the truth, the tide of sentiment shifted. Young lady, one must uphold their integrity, otherwise, one does a disservice to their own words. Indeed, just moments ago, you were so aggressive in demanding others uphold their promises. How is it that now, when the tables have turned, you are backing down? Lu Yun and her companions' faces flushed with embarrassment, realizing that force was futile, they opted for a softer approach. Lu Yun suddenly looked at Wen Yi with tear-filled eyes, Miss Wen, we were wrong, please, have mercy and spare us this time. Wang Jia echoed, yes, Miss Wen, we are merely a group of impoverished students. We cannot possibly match your wealth. We can't even produce 2,000, let alone 20 million, unless we resort to selling our blood. The girl sobbed pitifully, appearing utterly wretched. The crowd, naturally inclined to sympathize with the weaker party, instinctively began to side with them. Moreover, these delicate young women, with tears streaming down their faces, were particularly heart-wrenching, prompting several onlookers to intercede on their behalf. The young lady has had a tough time, I think we should let this go. Indeed, you are already a super VIP of the L family. You surely do not lack this 20 million. Grant these young ladies a reprieve. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue. Why cling so tightly to their faults? To forgive is to show greatness of heart. Wen Yi was nearly driven to laughter by their audacity, having to concede that Mu Sisi's friends, under her influence, had indeed developed a modicum of cunning. Knowing that a direct confrontation would yield no results, they resorted to a strategy of emotional manipulation, only to find that in the end, she had become the villainous and harsh figure. Chapter 34 It is her own failure to recognize what is truly valuable. Chapter 34 It is she who fails to recognize a good thing. As a few individuals perceived that public sentiment had shifted in their favor, they immediately intensified their lamentations, resembling the woeful Doi, with only the extraordinary occurrence of snow in June missing from the scene. The more they acted thus, the louder the accusations against Wen Yi grew, as if they had completely forgotten that the original perpetrators were these very female students, while she remained the true victim. Hu Xiaobai remarked with a click of his tongue, "Chengge, these young ladies are quite formidable. Your ex-wife has certainly encountered a rival." Mu Jingchen was enveloped in a cloud of hostility, uncertain of the origin of his fury, which seemed to ignite an impulse to sew the mouths of this group shut. It appeared as though Wen Yi deserved to be bullied by him, her mistreatment by others irked him, yet, he harbored his own pride. Wen Yi was acutely aware of his presence yet showed no inclination to seek his aid. Should he step in to extricate her from her predicament, he would likely gain no advantage and might even lead her to misconstrue his intentions as lingering affection. Ha, what a fanciful thought. When prey falls into a trap, it often perceives its first rescuer as a fellow hunter and may even retaliate. Only when it finds itself utterly beleaguered and exhausted, faced with an approaching savior, does it reveal friendliness and gratitude. When she could no longer withstand the onslaught of public derision and was on the verge of collapse, she would naturally come to him for help. At that moment, he would take the opportunity to instruct her on how to deal with such small fry, ensuring that she would strike decisively, leaving no room for retaliation. Seeing Mu Jingchen remain non-committal, Hu Xiaobai hesitated to intervene, for who would not wish to witness the unfolding spectacle, in the face of the crowd's relentless pressure, when he suddenly let out a light laugh, her eyes glinting with a chilling allure, yet her words sliced through the air like a cold blade. If selling blood can amass 2 million, then by all means, go ahead and sell your blood. Would you like me to assist in contacting medical personnel? The crowd fell silent, taken aback, as they recognized her as a force to be reckoned with. Lu Yun and the others were momentarily at a loss for words. How could they respond to such a statement? After a long pause, Lu Yun, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "Is your heart made of stone? How can you be so heartless as to truly suggest we sell our blood?" Wang Jiao rubbed her eyes and added, 2 million is no trifling sum. Even if we drained every drop of blood from our bodies, we would not be able to gather it. Those around them chimed in, "Beautiful lady, you might just drive these young girls to despair. Be wary of incurring the wrath of your ancestors." Ah, indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more malevolent her thoughts. To think she would risk lives for money. One wonders how her parents raised her. As the words from this group grew increasingly harsh, Lu Yun and her companions wept more pitifully, as if they were genuinely being forced into selling their blood. Yet, concealed by their gestures, the corners of their lips curled into faint smirks. Even if they triumphed, what did it matter? They would still be subjected to blame. The spittle from the onlookers alone could drown her. Ultimately, their aim was to help Musesa vent her frustrations. The process was inconsequential, as the promise of coveted handbags from Musesa awaited them upon achieving their goal. With this thought in mind, Lu Yun and her companions threw themselves into their performance with renewed vigor, while Musesa, lurking in the shadows, wore a triumphant expression, anticipating the moment she would capture a complete video of Wen Yi being berated by the crowd to share with her mother, bringing her some amusement. Since the last time Wen Yi shattered that pair of blue and white porcelain vases worth 150 million at home, Lu Yaji seemed to have lost her emotional anchor, her demeanor becoming increasingly despondent. Wen Yi cast a dispassionate glance at the crowd and remarked, "Have you all misunderstood something? I came here to shop in peace, yet these young ladies chose to douse me with yogurt, provoking me without cause. I initially thought they were merely naive, and being 2 years their senior, I would let it slide. However, they continued to be aggressive, accusing me right away of carrying counterfeit bags and scarves." She paused for a moment before continuing, "It is truly laughable. Whether my belongings are authentic or not is none of their business, yet they incessantly launched personal attacks, hurling insults at me, calling me a poor wretch. Even this wager was initiated by them. I have remained in a position of passivity throughout. I had no intention of engaging in conflict, but these young girls were relentless, and it seemed that if I did not stand my ground, I would become an easy target for ridicule. Reluctantly, I accepted the wager, but they immediately demanded I strip down. I cannot fathom what animosity I have towards them that warrants such humiliation. Is it merely because I carry an L-brand bag? If I were to fall into their trap, would I then occupy a trending position, becoming a sensation for my nudity? As a woman, how could I possibly navigate life in Kyoto with such a title? Moreover, the compensation was proposed by them. It is clear who is truly forcing the issue. I understand that society's scales tend to tip in favor of the weaker party, but are the weak truly blameless? If tears could indeed elicit sympathy, I would not hesitate to perform for you all, yet I disdain such theatrics. I merely hope that you will not judge hastily, but rather examine this matter from a rational perspective." The crowd fell into an immediate silence, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Wen Yi was correct, they were unaware of the full context of the situation and had merely come to witness the spectacle of the scandal. Without clear facts at hand, they lacked the right to blame anyone or to act as moral arbiters. Hu Xiaobai remarked, "Brilliant. First, she labels those young ladies as envious of wealth, then she lays bare their transgressions, and from a moral high ground, she condemns the crowd, rendering everyone speechless. Her arguments are cogent, her retorts respectful and measured, her eloquence, cunning, and strategy reveal her as a master of her craft." He shifted his tone, "You know, with such skill, even a fraction of her prowess could easily subdue your vain mother and your overbearing sister. Why endure 3 years of indignities? I feel pity for her. Indeed, love can cause one to forsake all pride, reducing one to mere dust, while the man beside them fails to appreciate her worth. Mu Jingchen found himself at a loss for words. For the past 3 years, he had viewed Wen Yi as obedient and compliant. Even when he treated her harshly, she swallowed her grievances, concealing her wounds, and offered him a sweet smile. In his eyes, she was like a cotton candy, sweet, soft, and utterly devoted to him. That he had never seen her so assertive, so radiant, wielding her brilliance in a way that dazzled him. This woman, regardless of her demeanor, ought to belong to him for reasons unknown. A sharp pain pierced his chest, echoing painfully in the desolate expanse of his heart, instilling within him a sense of inexplicable dread. Mu Jingchen spoke heavily. I never intended to cast her aside. It is she who fails to recognize her fortune. Chapter 35 Brother Chen, be a human. Chapter 35 Chen Good, be a decent person. After enduring much turmoil, Hu Xiaobai finally managed to utter, Chen Good, be a decent person. Mu Jingchen cast a fierce glare in his direction, as it seemed none of his brothers had ever spoken ill of Wen Yi. They all believed he had grown weary of this marital existence and had become a modern-day Chen Shimi, but who would believe that Wen Yi was the one who initiated the divorce? She truly possessed remarkable skills in acting and disguise, ultimately leaving him to bear the brunt of public scorn. Was her deep affection for him over the past 3 years merely a performance? The thought weighed heavily on Mu Jingchen's chest. He raised his gaze towards Wen Yi, observing her casually brush aside a strand of hair. What appeared to be a mere unintentional gesture exuded an irresistible charm. Standing alone against the crowd, she radiated the aura of a queen, seemingly orchestrating the rhythm of the entire scene. The outcome was already determined, yet she remained unhurried, coolly surveying the desperate struggles of the defeated. Lu Yun sensed a shift in the atmosphere and felt a twinge of guilt. You're lying. It was you who arrogantly provoked us, which led us to demand an authentication of the bag's authenticity. Wang Jia and others chimed in. You continuously mocked us as impoverished students, claiming we were unworthy of frequenting supermarkets. In our anger, we splashed yogurt at you. They had deliberately noted that the beverage area was relatively secluded, a place devoid of surveillance cameras, ensuring that whatever they did would leave Wen Yi with no evidence. With a sardonic smile, Wen Yi replied, It's quite alright, some kind-hearted individuals have captured the entire incident on camera. Lu Yun and her companions exchanged dubious glances. How could this be true? Wen, after all, was not a celebrity or an internet influencer. Who would have the time to film such trivial matters? Perhaps she was merely trying to deceive them. Determined to regain some ground, Lu Yun retorted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Miss Wen, without evidence, this is nothing but slander. Wen Yi responded with a smile. It seems you were quite stubborn, unwilling to relent until you reached the Yellow River. Turning her head towards the shelves, she asked, Hu Xiao, may I borrow your electronic screen? Hu Xiaobai grinned. It is my honor to assist a beautiful lady. Thank you very much. Witnessing the interaction between Wen Yi and Hu Xiaobai, Mu Jingchen clenched his fists. When Wen Yi glanced his way, he initially thought she might seek his help, but to his surprise, she bypassed him entirely and appealed to Hu Xiaobai instead, treating him as though he were invisible. Hu Xiaobai had intended to send Wen Yi a playful kiss, but felt the icy weight of a piercing glare. He awkwardly retracted his hand, forcing a smile at Mu Jingchen. Chen Good, don't misunderstand. Any beautiful woman gazing at me with such affection leaves me helpless to ignore her, especially since she is your ex-wife. I must show you some courtesy. Mu Jingchen felt a burning sensation in his throat, as if he were choking on unexpressed words, ultimately grinding his teeth in frustration. Hu Xiaobai, those eyes of yours are wasted on your body. You might as well donate them to do good for the Hu family. When had he ever seen Wen Yi look at him with such affection? Moreover, I have no ties with her any longer. You need not concern yourself with anyone's face. Hu Xiaobai let out a silent laugh, amused. If there were truly no ties left, then why was Mu Jingchen still stubbornly standing there? Everyone knew he despised commotion. Naturally, he refrained from voicing these thoughts aloud and merely smiled at Mu Jingchen. Chen Good, shall we take our leave? Mu Jingchen fervently wished to twist Hu Xiaobai's head off and use it as a ball to kick, for this fellow had recently become insufferably annoying. At that moment, supermarket staff approached, cooperating fully with Wen Yi as per Hu Xiaobai's instructions. Lu Yun and her companions instantly panicked, urgently sending a plea for help to Mu Sisi's. Lu Yun Sisi's, what should we do? If she truly has video evidence, we're finished. Mu Sisi's, why panic? She is merely trying to deceive you. She undoubtedly has no evidence. Wang Jia, that essay relief. If this escalates, I fear it could tarnish the school's reputation, and we might face expulsion. How dreadful that would be. Mu Sisi's, stop scaring yourselves, just put on a show and act pitiful. Besides, if anything goes wrong, she will certainly distance herself, leaving you poor students to take the fall. Lu Yun and her companions believed Mu Sisi's words, their sobs intensifying, their eyes swollen, lamenting their woeful fates. Is it easy for a student from a poor background to come to Kyoto for studies? In the blink of an eye, I have accumulated a debt of 20 million, will I ever be allowed to live? We are merely students, lacking the power and influence of a young lady, left to be manipulated at will. We acknowledge our mistakes and seek forgiveness, yet why can't we be let off the hook? Who hasn't he erred, especially as students, why must we be treated so harshly? At this moment, public opinion began to shift away from their favor. What is wrong with being a poor student? Shouldn't mistakes be overlooked? What kind of logic is this? This bet was proposed by you, she merely demands you uphold your promise. How is that outrageous? Not every I'm sorry can absolve one from responsibility. Weren't you the ones who forced her to strip bare? You care for your reputation, while her dignity must be trampled? Lu Yun and her companions fell silent, their weeping subsiding, their resentment towards Wen Yi intensifying. This woman was astoundingly adept, swiftly swaying public sentiment with mere words. If she truly produced the video as evidence, not only would the crowd rally to her side, but they might also turn against them. Wen Yi's phone was now connected to the electronic screen, and she cast a glance at Lu Yun and her companions. Young ladies, I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you want me to produce the evidence? Lu Yun and her friends had indeed wrestled with their thoughts but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the bag, coupled with Mu Jingchen's manipulation. They firmly believed Wen Yi's words were nothing but a ruse. Sister, we are all gentle girls. How could we possibly bully you, yet you insist on placing this unjust label upon us? If you possess the video, it would serve us well, proving our innocence. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, fully aware that the consequences of the video being made public would be a nightmare for these students. She intended to offer them a chance, but it appeared they were ungrateful. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall reluctantly agree to your request. Chapter 36, She is Fishing. Chapter 36. She was fishing indeed. The pitiable possessed their share of contemptible traits. However, Wen Yi was acutely aware that these several female students bore her no ill will. They had no reason to harbor animosity towards her. The sole catalyst for their actions lay with her troublesome sister-in-law, Mu Jingchen. How could one expect to extract the master from the hound without first delivering a thorough thrashing to the fallen creature? Wen Yi averted her gaze and promptly opened the video on her mobile device. Instantly, several clips began to play on the large screen. In the first paragraph, Wen Yi was bent over selecting yogurt when Lu Yun and her companions approached to provoke her, abruptly splashing yogurt over her head and body. In the second paragraph, Lu Yun and others besieged Wen Yi, ridiculing her for carrying counterfeit goods. In the third paragraph, the young ladies took the initiative to propose a wager, boldly declaring their intent to make Wen Yi pay tenfold in compensation, a promise that originated from their own lips. Throughout the ordeal, Wen Yi maintained her composure and elegance, while the group of female students, in stark contrast, displayed a fierce and menacing demeanor, resembling a pack of ruffians rather than the pitiable, weak figures they had presented earlier. The onlookers, upon grasping the truth, were instantly incensed. At such a tender age, they'd mastered the art of villainous pretense. Why don't they ascend to the heavens? Goodness, these girls are truly talented performers, treating us like mere puppets. And now they dare to weep. Where has their bravado gone? How outrageous! They were the ones who insisted on a tenfold compensation, and now that they've lost the bet, they wish to renege. They have brought shame upon their ancestors. Lu Yun and her companions were utterly taken aback. They had never imagined that Wen Yi possessed video evidence, the dissemination of which could severely jeopardize their academic futures. In a frenzy, they rushed towards the electronic screen, desperate to halt the video as playback. Yet, the staff were not so easily swayed. In a fit of rage, Lu Yun swung her chair, shattering the screen, yet the video continued to play, the jagged shards reflecting their increasingly grotesque expressions. Wen Yi watched their turmoil with an air of indifference, unperturbed by their distress. The market price for a domestic electronic screen is 200,000, if it's imported, the cost could easily multiply tenfold. The staff, recognizing her as a possible acquaintance of the esteemed Mr. Hua, quickly chimed in. Indeed, our electronic screen was imported, valued at 2 million. Lu Yun felt as if lightning had struck her, her mind spinning. Had it not been for Wang Jia supporting her, she surely would have collapsed. The other female students were now genuinely reduced to tears. 2 million was an astronomical sum for them, far beyond the realm of possibility. Selling blood, kidneys, or even livers would not suffice. Not far away, Hui Xiaobai could not help but applaud Wen Yi. That was a brilliantly executed slap to the face. Those who called your ex-wife a mere ornament were clearly blind. Mu Jingchen's gaze remained fixed on Wen Yi, as her performance today had truly astonished him. Each of her moves seemed calculated, and she possessed an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of those around her, skillfully manipulating the crowd's emotions to her advantage. He even suspected that from the moment Lu Yun and her companions approached her, she had orchestrated every step, her initial show of weakness merely a prelude to a powerful counterattack. She is fishing for a response. What? Are you suggesting that the matter is not yet resolved, and she is deliberately provoking the puppeteer behind the scenes? Mu Jingchen gestured for him to continue observing. Indeed, when he smiled coyly at the weeping female students, are you planning to settle in cash or by card? Lu Yun nearly fainted. She had intended to feign compliance and then escape with her classmates, thinking it would be difficult for Wen Yi to track them down later. Little did she expect Wen Yi to demand payment on the spot, as though it were a matter of life and death. The surrounding crowd began to jeer. Just a moment ago, you were forcing her to strip bare. Why do you whimper now that the tables have turned? Debts must be settled today. Don't let her come to your school, for that would be quite embarrassing. The female students trembled. With only a year until graduation, if their studies were abruptly halted, it would render all their efforts futile. Lu Yun fell to her knees before Wen Yi's sister. I beg you, forgive our ignorance and grant us a path to survival. Wang Jia repeatedly slapped her own face. Miss, I am so sorry. I deserve this, please, do not ruin our futures. The remaining female students quickly emulated their peers, and soon the air was filled with the sounds of kowtows and slaps. However, the crowd had regained their wits and were no longer inclined to defend them. Enough of this pitiful act. You are not children, it is time to face the consequences of your actions. This is quite distasteful. Is this not a form of moral coercion? After all, you were the ones who initiated the provocation and promised compensation. What right do you have to pressure her now? Suddenly, when Yi leaned in close to Lu Yun's ear and whispered, I genuinely feel pity for you, having become the spearhead of someone else's malice, you find yourself standing idly by while they enjoy the spectacle. Oh dear girl, are you truly this foolish? Lu Yun froze, her gaze lifting to meet Wen Yi's icy eyes, a shiver running down her spine. Though Wen Yi wore a smile, an unapproachable chill radiated from her. In that moment, Lu Yun realized she was utterly outmatched with Wen Yi's reminder. She recollected that their initial provocation had been to vent Mu Cc's frustrations, and thus, all repercussions should rightfully fall upon her. Moreover, the Mu family was wealthy enough not to care about a few million. Meanwhile, Mu Cici, hidden in the shadows, was engrossed in her phone, oblivious to the unfolding drama. When Wen Yi played those video clips on the electronic screen, she was left dumbfounded. The recordings had been captured by none other than herself. Initially, she had shared those videos in the elite circle of Kyoto to mock Wen Yi, never anticipating they would serve as evidence to exonerate her instead. It was infuriating, with her brother present. If those impoverished souls implicated her, her allowance for the month would surely vanish. Just as Mu Cici contemplated a discreet exit, several figures suddenly blocked her path. Cici, you cannot leave. You must tell Miss Wen that we provoked her to defend you. Yes, your family has ample wealth. 2 million is nothing to you. Please, pay this sum to spare us from Miss Wen's relentless pursuit. Mu Cici erupted in fury. How dare these incompetent fools implicate her? Yes, the Mu family had money, but it was not to be squandered on such trivial matters, especially with her brother present. She would never admit to such things. Inexplicably, Wen Yi produced a POS machine and handed it to Mu Cici with an air of calm elegance. Miss Mu, please expedite the process. I am pressed for time. This gesture was the final straw for Mu Cici. She violently swatted the POS machine away, exclaiming in exasperation, I am not even acquainted with these paupers, why should I cover their debts? Chapter 37 I am the first to plead on my knees. Chapter 37 I am the first to plead. Wen Yi turned to the group of female students and said, Young ladies, if you do not wish to repay me, that is one matter. However, to slander the eldest daughter of the Mu family is quite another. Should the Mu family pursue you, you will find yourselves in dire straits. It was only then that Lu Yun and the others realized they had been played for fools by Mu Cici. They were already brimming with indignation, and upon hearing Wen Yi's words, their anger surged. Mu Cici, what do you mean by this? It was you who asked us to help you vent your frustrations, promising us each an L-brand handbag upon success. We have no grievances with Miss Wen. Everything we did was for you, our friend. Even the suggestion to use Guoben was yours, intended to ensure she had no foothold in Kyoto. Wen Yi looked at Mu Cici with a smile. Miss Mu, what heinous crime have I committed to warrant such machinations against me? The onlookers regarded Mu Cici with increasingly sharp gazes. This young lady comes from a respectable family and possesses a pleasing appearance. How can she be so malicious? The Mu family has stood as a prestigious lineage in Kyoto for a century. I see their family teachings leave much to be desired. Mu Cici seethed with resentment towards Wen Yi, her teeth clenched. Yet she recalled Lu Yaji's warning, she must never reveal the connection between Wen Yi and her brother. Redirecting her animosity towards Lu Yun and the others, she shoved them, you impoverished wretches, cease your slander. Those who befriend me are either wealthy or noble. What are you to me, to cast dirt upon my name? Mu Cici, so you have always looked down upon us. Even when we stood up for you, we held no value in your eyes. Today, you shall not escape accountability. Were it not for you, we would not bear such immense debts and become the subjects of ridicule. Ah, let go, let go. In their frustration, the group surrounded Mu Cici, and chaos erupted as they began to grapple with her. Mu Cici was ultimately outnumbered, quickly pinned down by Lu Yun and the others, who held her limbs in place. A series of resounding slaps struck her face, causing her to see stars and her cheeks to swell. Let me go. My brother is Mu Jingchen, you impoverished fools can await your demise. Wen Yi found great satisfaction in the scene before her, akin to dogs fighting amongst themselves. Suddenly, she remembered that Mu Jingchen was present and glanced towards him. Coincidentally, he was also looking at her, and their eyes collided in the air. Wen Yi was momentarily taken aback, aware that while Mu Jingchen may not harbor fondness for his sister, he would not stand idly by. Yet now, he appeared as a mere bystander, watching as Mu Cici was battered without any intention to intervene. His heart indeed seemed cold, justifying why she had failed to warm it over the past 3 years. A faint smile of relief crossed Wen Yi's face. Unbeknownst to her, the smile possessed a unique charm, rendering the cacophony around her as mere background noise, leaving her to stand alone in serene brilliance. Mu Jingchen suddenly felt an itch in his throat, tugging irritably at his collar. Huoxiubai interjected, Brother Chen, it suffices to let your ex-wife vent her frustrations. Do not let Cici truly come to harm. She is your sister, after all. Mu Jingchen cast a cold glance at him, seemingly mocking his blindness. Which I had seen him act merely to relieve Wen Yi's grievances. He merely wished to teach Mu Cici a lesson. As a daughter of a prestigious family, there were lines she ought not to cross, lest she bring shame upon the Mu family in the future. Have your people disperse the onlookers and warn them that not a word of today's events is to be leaked. Understood, I'll take care of it. Huoxiubai stepped forward, extracting Mu Cici from the throng, a carefree smile on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you've had your fill of entertainment. Kindly delete any photos or videos from your devices, lest you provoke me into action. In all of Kyoto, who did not know that Huoxiubai was a rogue, when he took matters into his own hands, he did so with a fierce determination. Moreover, given that the one being beaten was a daughter of the Mu family, the combined weight of the Huo and Mu surnames was not something they could afford to provoke. After complying, the crowd quickly dispersed. Seeing Lu Yun and her companions linger, Huoxiubai raised an eyebrow. What are you still doing here? If the Mu family's lawsuit arrives, none of you will escape unscathed. Lu Yun and the others trembled in fear. They had acted impulsively in their anger. The Mu family was of noble lineage, the foremost in Kyoto, and Mu Jingchen was a ruthless character. Squashing them would be as effortless as crushing ants. They fled hastily, terrified of falling into Mu Jingchen's hands. At that moment, Mu Sisir appeared disheveled, with a swollen face and smeared makeup, resembling a wraith. She had never felt so humiliated, directing all her ire at Wen Yi. You wretched girl! Had you not instigated this, these fools would never have dared to lay a hand on me. After being beaten, Mu Sisir finally grasped the truth from the very beginning. Wen Yi's target was never those destitute students, but her. She had deliberately incited the others to turn against her. Wen Yi made no denial, merely responding with a cold laugh. How amusing! The dog barks yet blames the passerby for being heavy-footed. Had she not plotted against her, could she have drawn her out? Enraged, Mu Sisir lunged at Wen Yi. You are the dog, my brother was blind to have married you. This remark insulted both Wen Yi and Mu Jingchen, who approached with a dark expression, suddenly gripping her wrist and yanking her off balance. Stop! Do you not find this enough of an embarrassment? With tear-filled eyes, Mu Sisir protested. Brother, you saw it too. This BTCH has been scheming against me, relishing in my humiliation. You once, Mu Jingchen coldly interrupted. Silence. Seeing his wrath, Mu Sisir stifled her tears. Mu Jingchen felt a throbbing headache, rubbing his temples. Apologize to her. Both Wen Yi and Mu Sisir were taken aback. Wen Yi was astonished. Previously, whenever Mu Sisir and Lu Yaji reported grievances to Mu Jingchen, he would punish her without discernment, yet today, he did not favor his sister. Mu Sisir was utterly bewildered that her brother would demand she bow to that lowly woman. Wen Yi. Brother, you must be mistaken, I am the one wronged and beaten, why should I apologize to her? Some things I shall not repeat. Mu Sisir realized she could not oppose Mu Jingchen, but the one she despised most was Wen Yi. To bow before her was tantamount to self-degradation. An idea struck her, and biting her lip, she whispered, Brother, may I apologize to Miss Wen in private? Huoxiubai patted Mu Jingchen's shoulder. Brother Chen, the young lady has a delicate pride. Grant her some dignity and allow them to resolve this themselves. Seeing that Wen Yi had not spared him a single look, Mu Jingchen felt a tightness in his chest and decided to step outside for air. Once the two had departed, Mu Sisir shed her earlier meekness, snarling, Wen Yi, who do you think you are, to think I, Mu Sisir, would apologize to you? Dream on. Wen Yi, accustomed to her capriciousness, replied coolly, Mu Sisir, you seem to have misunderstood. It is I who am granting you an opportunity. Ha, what a joke, I am a member of the Mu family. If you wish to return, the first to kneel and grovel will be none other than me. Chapter 38. Go see a neurologist. Chapter 38. A visit to the psychiatrist. Wen Yi was amused by Mu Sisir's haughty tone. Do you really believe I would fall into a cesspit twice? It was utterly ridiculous. She wondered where the Mu family derived their confidence. Upon hearing Wen Yi audaciously liken the Mu family to a cesspit, Mu Sisir was incensed and exclaimed, I, Mu Sisir, hereby swear that even if you were to break your head or kneel your knees raw, you shall never set foot in the Mu family home again. A glint of cunning flashed in Wen Yi's eyes as she suddenly posed a seemingly nonsensical question. Miss Mu, during my 3 years at the Mu residence, have I ever offended you? Was my soup unpalatable, or were my laundry efforts subpar? Mu Sisir retorted venomously, no matter how well you perform, what good is it? A wretched person exudes wretchedness from their very core, and you expect me to regard you with any esteem. Such naive delusion. Surprisingly, Wen Yi showed no hint of anger. Instead, her tone turned pitiable. Your family has not paid me a single penny in wages. By what right do you criticize me? How dare you even mention money? You should consider yourself fortunate. Perhaps in the future, when you seek employment as a maid elsewhere, your experience at the Mu residence will secure you preferential treatment. Mu Sisir retorted. Wen Yi chuckled. Is that so? So I have struck a lucrative deal? You may think you have, but the mere thought of someone as despicable as you living under the same roof as me for 3 years makes me feel ill. After scrutinizing Mu Sisir for a long while, Wen Yi finally produced a business card from her bag and handed it to her. Miss Mu, here is a card for a neurology specialist. I recommend you make an appointment. And do mention my name for a 20% discount. In a fit of rage, Mu Sisir tore the card into shreds. Since Wen Yi had left the Mu household, she had grown increasingly sharp-tongued, and even Mu Sisir found it hard to contend with her. But what was the use of a sharp tongue when she was still an unwanted divorcee? Wen Yi, we shall see, Mu Sisir spat, before strutting away. Wen Yi's mention of her 3 years at the Mu residence clearly indicated her unwillingness to let go. It was entirely possible that one day, she would be on her knees, begging for Mu Sisir's favor, at which point she would make sure to humiliate her properly. The more Mu Sisir thought about it, the more she felt she had gained the upper hand, while Wen Yi would have to swallow her grievances in silence. Even if given 10 times the courage, she would not dare to act against her. A wretched person is merely wretched. Having grown accustomed to being belittled and lacking any solid backing, she naturally had no confidence in her actions. Just as Mu Sisir turned away, Wen Yi discreetly pressed the pause button on her recording device. She cast a cold smirk at Mu Sisir's departing figure. Ever since she resolved to divorce Mu Jingchen, she had vowed to keep her distance from the Mu family, yet they continued to provoke her time and again. If she did not show them her true colors, they might genuinely believe she was nothing more than a soft persimmon, willing to be molded as they pleased, just as in those 3 years. At the supermarket entrance, Mu Jingchen exhaled a plume of smoke, the swirling mist accentuating his chiseled features and rendering him even more austere, causing passers-by to halt in their tracks. However, once their gazes met his icy stare, they promptly retreated. Huoxiubai clicked his tongue. Brother Chen, did you really give your ex-wife not a single cent? Mu Jingchen found the term ex-wife rather jarring and replied coldly, she doesn't want it. Should I force it upon her? Now that's interesting, she hasn't received a single penny from you, yet she has become a super VIP of the L family. I recall your sister couldn't even secure that status, correct? Just then, Mu Jingchen's envious voice rang out from behind. What else could it be? After being kicked to the curb by my brother, she was picked up by someone else. A parasitic creature like Wen Yi cannot survive without a man. In her eyes, Wen Yi lacked capability, family background, and even a respectable diploma. Aside from her looks, what else was there to commend her? Thus, she could only rely on her beauty to entice Mu Jingchen's expression darkened, and with a fierce gesture, he snapped the half-burned cigarette in two. Have you apologized to her? Mu Jingchen feigned innocence. Of course, I always heed my brother's words, but it seems she has vented all her grievances towards you onto me, leading to my humiliation. Mu Jingchen pursed his lips, internally acknowledging that she was indeed unwilling to relent. Just then, Wen Yi emerged from the store, carrying groceries, and Mu Jingchen, as if possessed, withdrew one foot from the car and walked towards her. Wen Yi instinctively stepped back, creating distance between them. Her wary and aloof demeanor irked Mu Jingchen, causing his tone to grow colder. Give me your account number. Wen Yi smiled at him, her delicate features breathtaking yet tinged with sarcasm. I don't quite understand what you mean, Mr. Mu. Mu Jingchen found her laughter grating, his chest constricted with discomfort, and his tone grew harsher. Isn't it about the fact that you're unwilling to accept this? Oh fine, I'll give you 300 million, with 300 million as your divorce compensation and 20 million as reimbursement for the handbag. Wen Yi's laughter grew even more pronounced, her entire body trembling with mirth. Look at this was Mu Jingchen's typical approach to resolving matters, throwing money at people. It was crude, cold, and blatantly insulting. In his eyes, her 3 years of companionship were worth merely that much. Though she laughed, it felt like a thorn embedded in his heart, causing him sharp pangs of pain. Mu Jingchen, who was always in control of everything, including his emotions, now found himself perturbed by this woman, a sensation he found exceedingly distasteful. Wen Yi, if you were to be with someone else, you might receive not a single cent. Don't be ungrateful. Wen Yi clapped her hands, still smiling. 1 billion a year is indeed substantial. Mu, you truly are the most generous benefactor I've ever encountered. However, even if I were to receive what belongs to you, I would still feel repulsed. As for your sister, I see no reason to forgive her, so perhaps you should save that money to buy her some brain-boosting pills or diapers for your unborn child. The veins on Mu Jingchen's forehead throbbed violently. Ever since their divorce, this woman's tongue had grown ever sharper. He fixated on her initial words, failing to grasp the latter part of her statement. As when he turned to leave, he suddenly grasped her wrist, his eyes filled with hostility. Of the most generous benefactor? How many benefactors do you have? You find my money repugnant, yet you can spend others' money without a care? Wen Yi felt as though she had been stabbed deeply. Indeed, Mu Jingchen had an uncanny ability to leave her battered and bruised, for he had always excelled at humiliating her. She raised her reddened eyes to meet his gaze. Mu Jingchen, the most foolish thing I have ever done is to fall in love with you, the most regretful decision was marrying you, and the most fortunate thing is awakening from the dream and withdrawing in time. Her heart-wrenching, despairing expression pierced his heart like a dagger, causing him to release his grip weakly. Seeing him let go, Wen Yi turned away, her dress billowing in the wind, her figure resolutely upright. Mu Jingchen instinctively denied her resolute stance. After all, she had once loved him deeply. How could she easily let go? These were merely words spoken in anger. Women in a fit of rage often utter harsh words, yet this time, she had won, successfully striking a blow against him. Chapter 39, Succumbing to her descent. Chapter 39. Succumbing to her downfall with every step she took, Wen Yi felt as if she were treading upon the sharpest of blades. She had anticipated that after her divorce from Mu Jingchen, she would sever all ties completely. Yet, each encounter with his hurtful words still caused her to recoil, for he was a man she had loved for a decade. The thought of erasing him from her heart was a torment that gnawed at her soul. Aware that Mu Jingchen was vigilantly observing her, she stubbornly straightened her back. However, when she attempted to speak on the phone, her voice trembled with strain. Nanan, please ask old Chen to come and drive me. Merely crossing the street had drained her of all energy, leaving her too exhausted to drive, yet she was determined not to present the slightest hint of distress before Mu Jingchen. Having served as her secretary for many years, Nanan had developed an unspoken understanding with her. She never asked questions that were not meant to be answered, simply saying, "Understood, boss. Please send me the address." After hanging up the phone, Wen Yi's fingers trembled incessantly, and it took her several attempts to successfully share the address. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, forcing herself not to recall every word Mu Jingchen had ever uttered. Mu Jingchen continued to watch her, and though only a street separated them amidst the bustling chaos of traffic, he felt as though Wen Yi was drifting further away from him. This realization inexplicably irked him, and he instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to find his pack empty. At that moment, a cigarette was offered to him, and Hu Xiaobai, with a smirk of schadenfreude, remarked, "You forbade others from provoking her, yet here you are, entangled in your own mess. How does it feel to be on the receiving end?" Mu Jingchen lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, retorting, "Hu Xiaobai, admit it, you are actually the spy Wen Yi has planted beside me." Was he still his good brother? Every word felt like a thorn, subtly defending Wen Yi in both overt and covert ways. Hu Xiaobai shrugged. "Brother Chen, I would love to, but she has to find me worthy." Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes coldly, causing Hu Xiaobai to withdraw slightly. Cough, just kidding. I'm merely speaking up for the beautiful one. After all, she nearly perished on the operating table for you, and your family even prepared her tombstone, waiting for her to be buried as Mrs. Mu. This would not only repay her kindness but also earn you a reputation for gratitude in the circle, while allowing you to marry a suitable wife. Wen Yi is not foolish. How could she not be aware, yet, after surviving, she still chose to marry you, even generously letting bygones be bygones? Was it not for your sake? And yet, you've treated her with indifference these past 3 years, while your mother and sister have treated her like a beast of burden. Who could tolerate such humiliation? Mu Jingchen took another sharp drag from his cigarette. Though he was unaware of the intricacies of this situation, he had never bothered to inquire. He had to admit that his indifference had inadvertently emboldened Liu Yaji and Mu Cicier's arrogance. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his agitation palpable. I offered her 300 million in compensation, and she refused. If she declined, there are only 2 possibilities. Mu Jingchen replied coldly, stop with the riddles. The first is that she has completely lost hope in you, viewing you as nothing more than a piece of filth, finding even a glance at you utterly revolting. The second is that she is unwilling to concede, deliberately making you feel indebted to her, ensuring that you can never find peace, which over time, naturally places her in your thoughts. Hua Xiaobai suddenly chuckled mischievously. Brother Chen, which possibility do you think it is? Mu Jingchen found Hua Xiaobai's analysis quite astute, pondering seriously before concluding, the second. Then congratulations, you still have a chance. She is playing hard to get. After all, a skilled hunter often enters the scene disguised as the prey. With Hua Xiaobai's insight, Mu Jingchen's agitation dissipated significantly. She certainly has high hopes. He raised his gaze to Wen Yi, who appeared to be waiting for a ride at the roadside, contemplating whether to humble himself and offer her a lift. Hua Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed, Brother Chen, look, that blindingly flashy sports car across the street is a Koenigsegg Ghost. I've been wanting one for ages, only to see it snatched away by some nouveau riche for 400 million. Mu Jingchen followed his gaze and, in that moment, saw Wen Yi getting into the very Koenigsegg Hua Xiaobai coveted, assisted by an older man. The man, sporting a receding hairline and a beer belly, was dressed in a suit, exuding the aura of a vulgar tycoon. To his astonishment, Wen Yi allowed him to assist her and even leaned in to converse with him, their relationship appearing quite intimate. Mu Jingchen's expression darkened immediately, his brows knitting together in cold intensity. Hua Xiaobai, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, remarked, Brother Chen, it seems you were mistaken. It looks like the first possibility is true. Wen Yi seems to. Mu Jingchen's countenance grew even more foreboding, radiating a chilling aura that compelled Hua Xiaobai to silence himself. Mu Cicier's excited voice approached, Brother, I told you, that little vixen Wen Yi can't survive without a man. Hua Xiaobai shot her warning glances, yet she prattled on in excitement. I thought after living with us for so long, her taste would improve, but it seems she has ended up with some old lecher. That old lecher is clearly a nouveau riche. He can't compare to you, brother. Indeed, she is a gold-digging wretch, willing to accompany a vulgar old rich man for a mere pittance, completely disregarding the old man as stench. Mu Jingchen suddenly barked, be quiet. Mu Cicier jumped in fright, finally realizing the icy demeanor on Mu Jingchen's face. Indeed, what man could bear the humiliation of being cuckolded? However, Wen Yi had truly embarrassed herself, and now that her brother had witnessed it, he would likely feel disgusted at the mere thought of her. It seemed she had utterly lost her chances of re-entering the Mu family. Hua Xiaobai coughed lightly. Brother Chen, it may have been a misunderstanding. Shall I help you investigate the car's owner? A cold glint flashed through Mu Jingchen's eyes. I have no ties left with her. If she wishes to descend into depravity, then let her be. He strode to the car, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. The vehicle roared to life, vanishing into the distance like a fleeting shadow. Only then did Mu Cicier realize the situation. Biting her lip, she said, Xiaobai, it seems I must trouble you to give me a ride. Hua Xiaobai grinned nonchalantly. Oh no, Mu Mei, I need to pursue some lovely ladies. Taking you along would be inconvenient. With that, Hua Xiaobai drove away, leaving Mu Cicier standing alone in frustration. She stamped her foot, knowing all too well that encountering the calamity that was Wen Yi would yield no good fortune. Meanwhile, after leaving, Wen Yi wasted no time in posting the humiliating words Mu Cicier had hurled at her in the supermarket online. If Mu Cicier wished to flaunt her arrogance, then let the world witness it in full. Chapter 48 Her confidence stemmed from ignorance. Chapter 48 Her confidence stemmed from ignorance. The Mu family stands as the pinnacle of aristocracy in Kyoto, drawing significant attention from all walks of life. Once the recording was uploaded online, it swiftly snowballed into a trending topic across major websites. Some matters, once they begin to ferment, rapidly change in nature. Coupled with Mu Cici's arrogant tone, it incited public outrage almost instantly. Major platforms, eager for sensationalism, crafted particularly eye-catching headlines. Aristocratic daughter spews filth shock. Mu family has been owing their maid 3 years of wages. The speed at which information spreads online is astonishing. Mu Cici's and the Mu family were promptly thrust into the eye of the storm. The Mu family's upbringing is evidently lacking. Even maids deserve their rightful wages. To withhold payment is one thing, but to insult them is the true face of a capitalist. Even more ridiculous is her claim that serving the Mu family for free is an honor for the maid. Truly, the height of shamelessness. She utters slut with such ease. This is not a feudal society, everyone is equal. Who does she look down upon? I dare say she is the one who embodies the essence of lowly and despicable. Before Wen Yi could reach home, a call from Mona came in. Senior sister, well done. I've long been irked by that arrogant daughter of the Mu family. Shall I assist you in releasing those videos as well? No, there's no need. Once this matter evolves into public entertainment, someone will inevitably leak the videos. That works. We 1T have to dirty our hands, but I did help you today. How about accompanying me for a drink? Wen Yi thought about how Nwona had just returned to the country. Sharing a drink would serve as a welcoming gesture. She readily agreed. After Nwona sent her the address, Wen Yi instructed old Chen to pull over, then hailed a cab straight to the bar, mindful that such places can be rife with trouble due to their mixed clientele. Upon arriving, Nwona poured her a generous glass of red wine. Senior sister, it's truly a rarity to drink with you. If it weren't for that domineering daughter of the Mu family, would you have even considered contacting me? Wen Yi smiled apologetically. For the past 3 years, she had been swamped with household affairs, delegating even company matters to Nanan and Xiao Shichu, only intervening in significant decisions. There was little time to cultivate her social circle. This glass shall serve as my self-punishment. Wen Yi tilted her head back and finished the wine in one go. She had always been a lightweight, and a faint blush quickly crept onto her cheeks. Nwona poured her another half glass. I wonder what is so great about your secretly married husband that has kept you, a brilliant designer, from working for 3 years. It's no wonder master is furious enough to sever ties with you. The wine went down, mingling with the bitterness of past memories. Wen Yi chuckled softly. Perhaps I was simply enchanted. So now you found your way back? No. Wen Yi's gaze was resolute as she clinked her glass with Nwona's. It is a rebirth from the ashes. Alright, since you choose to forgive the past, let us look forward to the future together. Senior sister, honestly, come work with me at L Company. I know you possess greater talent than I and are Master's most prized disciple. I will strive to secure you the chief designer position at L Company. Together, we shall elevate it to the pinnacle of global luxury brands. Nwona, thank you, but I still wish to return to AI Mu. Some glories, she felt, must be reclaimed through her own efforts. Nwona had already heard of AI Mu. The Su family was vying for a collaboration opportunity with FT at L Company, and FT were both ranked among the top 3 luxury brands globally, and thus, their strength was not to be underestimated. The reason her senior sister chose FT over L Company likely stemmed from a desire to avoid suspicion. She understood her senior sister well. Beneath that exterior lay a thread of resilience and stubbornness. Once she made a decision, she would pursue it with unwavering determination. Senior sister, I have faith in you. In my eyes, you have always been a leading figure in the design world. You are merely on the path to reclaiming your peak. If that Su dares to challenge you, it is likely the confidence born of ignorance. As they conversed, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. Mu Sisi stood at the entrance, fuming. Slut, so it was all your meticulous scheme. After the recording surged to the trending list, videos of Lu Yun and others provoking and insulting Wen Yi began to flood online. In a bid to absolve themselves of suspicion, Lu Yun and Wang Zhao aligned their narratives, consistently accusing Wen Yi of being the mastermind behind it all. The videos spread like wildfire, and she found herself the target of relentless online vitriol. If this was not promptly curtailed, the Mu family would inevitably face repercussions. She had been feeling vexed, hoping to unwind with a few girlfriends over drinks, only to encounter the calamity that was Wen Yi. What shocked her further was that L Company's designer Nwona was also present, and their camaraderie appeared quite intimate. In that moment, disparate elements collided, and the truth became startlingly clear. Wen Yi, fully aware that she was donning authentic L Company merchandise, had deliberately provoked Lu Yun and the others into that wager. The video was undoubtedly a gift from Nwona. Mu Sisi's nearly forgot that she had applied for VIP status at L Company, which had yet to be approved. To curry favor with Nwona, she had invited her into the Kyoto socialite group, and thus, all the videos mocking Wen Yi that she shared in the group were naturally known to Nwona. These two had clearly conspired against her, resulting in her being vilified online and universally scorned. Mu Sisi's was instantly engulfed in fury, yet wary of Nwona's status, she redirected all her ire toward Wen Yi. As she lifted an open bottle of red wine to pour over Wen Yi's head, Wen Yi swiftly grasped her wrist and, using her momentum, doused Mu Sisi's in wine instead. Ah! How dare you treat me this way? Mu Sisi shrieked, leaping up. Wen Yi raised her beautiful eyes coldly. Miss Mu, this is not a place for your drunken antics. I kindly ask you to leave immediately. Drenched in red wine, Mu Sisi's, in a fit of rage, retorted, a slut. I command you to delete all the videos at once and publicly apologize to me. Nwona chuckled. This is the first time I've heard of a victim having to apologize to the perpetrator. Is this how the Mu family conducts themselves? Mu Sisi's glared fiercely at Wen Yi. You know precisely what misdeeds you've committed. Don't force my hand, or you will be the one left humiliated. Wen Yi smirked mockingly. And what grounds do you propose for my apology, Miss Mu? Believing she had intimidated Wen Yi into submission, Mu Sisi's replied, that's easy. Just say we were merely filming a video, and everything was scripted. Ask everyone to cease spreading it. Wen Yi inwardly scoffed. If it were as Mu Sisi suggested, she would become the focal point of scorn. What a ludicrous excuse for her to concoct. Seeing Wen Yi remain silent, Mu Sisi's leaned in closer and whispered, if you behave, perhaps I could help you return to the Mu family. You would still be my sister-in-law. Chapter 41. How can there be such a vast difference between siblings born of the same mother? Chapter 41. The stark contrast of two born from the same mother. Wen Yi suddenly let out a cold laugh. Do you intend for me to continue washing and preparing meals for you and your mother, or shall I persist in scrubbing your undergarments? Mu Sesh, taken aback, retorted without restraint, Wen Yi, do not be ungrateful. During your 3 years at the Mu household, you enjoyed the finest luxuries. Asking you to perform a few tasks as a token of respect. Otherwise, given your lowly status, I would find it revolting even to have you serve as my shoe attendant. Wen Yi tilted her head, scrutinizing Mu Sesh for a considerable time before replying. Mu Sesh, are you truly siblings with Mu Jingchen? Mu Sesh exclaimed in indignation. Is there any doubt about that? Wen Yi replied leisurely. Oh, that is quite curious. Clearly born of the same mother, yet the disparity is so pronounced. Mu Jingchen was known for his meticulous approach. Anyone who dared to scheme against him was courting disaster, for he had long prepared a deeper pit for them to fall into. It was no wonder he had earned the moniker of the cold Yama in the capital. As for Mu Sesh, her mind was a chaotic blend of nonsense and folly, utterly disordered and vile. Upon hearing Wen Yi's words, she realized that Wen Yi was unwilling to compromise. Before departing, she issued a fierce warning. Wen Yi, you cannot bear the consequences of offending me. Even if you come begging on your knees in the future, I shall not spare you a glance. With her departure, the private room fell silent. Nora raised an eyebrow. Is your secret spouse Mu Jingchen? Wen Yi corrected her. He is now my ex-husband. Nora's expression shifted to one of complexity. Mu Jingchen annually purchased high-priced custom models from L's family, ensuring that no identifiers were present, as his wife was notoriously discreet. However, noticing Wen Yi's aversion to past events, she refrained from further discussion and advised, Sister, the Mu family is not an ordinary household. You would do well to be cautious. If anyone exploits your relationship as sisters-in-law, it is likely you who will suffer. Wen Yi toyed with her wine glass. When I hold her, she is a crystal goblet. Yet should I choose to discard her, she becomes mere shards of glass. Since she has decided to settle accounts with me, I shall engage her to the bitter end. Her previous tolerance for Mu Sesh had merely stemmed from a fondness for Mu Jingchen. Now that her affections for him had waned, there was no need to indulge Mu Sesh's capriciousness any further. Returning to her own private chamber, Mu Sesh, in a fit of rage, overturned the drinks on the table. Her friends, well aware of her temperament, chose to avoid her wrath and promptly left. Only Su Qingyue remained, calm and collected in her seat. After instructing the server to clean the room, she poured Mu Sesh another glass of red wine. Sesh, why not confide in your sister? Perhaps I could assist you in alleviating your troubles. Mu Sesh downed a mouthful of red wine, exclaiming, It's all that Wen Yi's fault. I'm offering her a chance to redeem herself, yet she is so ungrateful. Su Qingyue smirked inwardly, realizing that youth was on Mu Sesh's side. After a mere exchange with Wen Yi, she had already faltered, and it was inevitable that she would require some guidance. Although Su Qingyue held disdain for Mu Sesh, she remarked, Sesh, the Mu family values reputation above all. Should the old master become involved, you may find yourself sent abroad. Mu Sesh's face turned pale at the thought, clutching Su Qingyue's hand in a panic. Sister Su, you must help me. I cannot bear the thought of living a miserable life far from home due to that wretched woman. Then there remains but one path. Your handling of this matter has indeed been rather emotional. Given your brother's disposition, he will certainly insist you apologize to Wen Yi, and at that moment you, before she could finish, Mu Sesh shrieked, apologize to that wretched woman? I would rather die. She was the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, and Wen Yi was merely a low-born girl, skilled only in household chores and seducing men.to bow before her. Was that not a humiliation? Su Qingyue deliberately provoked Mu Sesh, and seeing the moment was ripe, she suddenly inquired, is it true that the Wen family hasn't received funds from your family in quite some time? Mu Sesh replied indignantly, my brother recently secured a collaboration project for the Wen family. It should sustain them for a while. As she spoke, a light bulb went off in her head. Yes, she could approach Wen Yi's mother, Yang Lina. This woman was notoriously motivated by money. If she offered even the slightest incentive, Yang Lina would certainly compel Wen Yi to apologize. Mu Sesh's face lit up as she stood. Sister Su, I have matters to attend to. Let us gather another day. She had to act before her brother forced her to apologize, convincing Yang Lina to pressure Wen Yi on her behalf. Mu Jingchen had been sitting at his office for half the night, unable to concentrate on any documents, his head pounding as the image of that old man assisting Wen Yi into the Koenigsegg flashed in his mind. Ultimately, he could not resist and personally called the auction house for the owner's information. As a major patron of the auction house, he was not one to be trifled with. 3 minutes later, the auction house sent him the owner's details. Mu Jingchen quickly skimmed through the information and frowned. The owner was a woman, identified only by the code SW, with a payment account overseas, rendering any further inquiries impossible. There was no additional useful information. Despite his skepticism, the auction house was equally helpless, having received only this limited data due to the mysterious nature of the owner. Since the car's owner was not that old man, there must have been some misunderstanding. With this thought, Mu Jingchen felt inexplicably relieved. He owned numerous luxury vehicles stored in the Mu family garage, though he had never been particularly fond of Koenigseggs, perceiving them as ostentatious and unsuitable for him. Only a man as flamboyant as Hu Xiaobai would appreciate such a car. When had she developed a fondness for such vehicles? Feeling bored, Mu Jingchen opened a webpage, intending to log onto the Koenigsegg official site to check the latest models when a trending topic about Mu Sesh suddenly caught his attention. Upon clicking the link and reading the contents, his expression darkened immediately. Though he held no affection for Wen Yi, he understood she was not one to provoke trouble. The only plausible explanation was that Mu Sesh had not apologized to her at all. He swiftly dialed Mu Sesh's number, his tone icy. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to apologize to Wen Yi in person. To his surprise, Mu Sesh readily acquiesced. Brother, I truly know I was wrong. Then demonstrate your willingness to apologize. I will come to fetch you first thing in the morning. At that moment, Mu Sesh had just exited the Wen residence. She glanced back at the somewhat dilapidated villa, a cold smile curling her lips. She would go, indeed. Who was she afraid of? She was more concerned about missing the spectacle that would unfold tomorrow. Chapter 42 Atonement at the Mu family's residence. Chapter 42 Apologizing to the Mu family. Mu Jingchen was about to call Wen Yi when he realized that his phone number had been blocked by her, and even his WeChat had been deleted. A sudden heaviness gripped his chest. He promptly sent a message to Hu Xiaobai. Do you know where Wen Yi is currently residing? Hu Xiaobai replied, Brother Chen, do you really see me as a spy instigated by your ex-wife? Besides, you lived with her for 3 years and still don't know how many properties she owns? Mu Jingchen, Hu Xiaobai continued. By the way, given how harshly your family treated her, it's unlikely they transferred any properties to her name. Plus, she didn't receive a penny during the divorce, and the Wen family doesn't look kindly upon her. She is probably homeless right now. Mu Jingchen, Huoxiubai, speak in plain terms. Huoxiubai, well, on the contrary, your ex-wife is now a super VIP of the L family. She might have indeed attached herself to the owner of that Koenigsegg. Honestly, that man is a bit older, but older men can be quite caring. At least she would be living comfortably, far better than being a punching bag in your Mu family. Mu Jingchen felt an even greater weight in his chest. He shouldn't have asked this traitor. Before Huoxiubai could send another gleeful message, Mu Jingchen swiftly blocked all his contact information. It was indeed a case of poor judgment in friendships. After calming his emotions, he summoned Bei Yin into his office. Call Wen Yi and inform her that I will personally go to apologize to Mu Sisi tomorrow morning. Also, ask her to send me her address. Bei Yin instinctively asked, President Mu, why don't you make the call yourself? Upon sensing the icy glare in Mu Jingchen's eyes, he instantly felt a chill down his spine and hastily explained, I just think it would be better if President Mu made the call personally. That way, Miss Wen might give you a way out. Mu Jingchen internally scoffed, if he could get through, would he even need him? However, such a face-slapping task was something Mu Jingchen naturally found difficult to voice. He coldly replied, do you believe I need to? Bei Yin asserted earnestly, President Mu, women need to be coaxed. It's precisely because you are too proud that Miss Wen resorted to the tactic of divorce as a means to threaten you. At this moment, if you merely lower your head a bit, she might just reconsider. Mu Jingchen frowned. At times, he truly found it hard to fathom Wen Yi, unable to discern what she truly desired. In fact, he had hinted to her several times that as long as she behaved, he would not mind remarrying her, providing her with everything she deserved as long as she wasn't too greedy. Yet, she always interrupted him. As this thought crossed his mind, Mu Jingchen irritably tugged at his collar. If I ask you to call, then call. Why so much nonsense? Fearing to provoke him further, Bei Yin immediately dialed Wen Yi's number. Hello, Miss Wen, this is Bei Yin. On the other end, Wen Yi seemed taken aback for a moment, then spoke coolly after a brief pause, I have no financial entanglements with your President Mu. All matters have been settled. Does Assistant Bei have anything else to discuss? Bei Yin had the phone on speaker, and Mu Jingchen naturally heard every word, his handsome face instantly clouding over with frost. Worried that Wen Yi might hang up, Bei Yin hurriedly added, our President Mu wishes to express his apologies regarding the matter with you and Miss Mu. He will personally come to apologize tomorrow morning. At that moment, Wen Yi was enjoying a spa in a specially designed bathtub. Upon hearing this, she abruptly sat up in the tub. The fact that Mu Jingchen had not indulged Mu Sisi during the recent supermarket debacle had already taken her by surprise. Now, he was actually agreeing to personally apologize. It was as if the sun had risen from the west. She was curious to see what these two siblings were up to. Alright, I won't be going anywhere tomorrow. I will be waiting at home. After hanging up, Wen Yi promptly sent her address to Bei Yin. Moments later, she called Fong Qiong, please arrange for a few well-known media outlets to come to the South Suburban Villa tomorrow. Since Mu Sisi wanted to apologize to her, it should be done in front of the public media. That would show sincerity. If Fong Qiong understood that this was Wen Yi's way of retaliating against the Mu family and immediately responded, don't worry, Miss Wen, this is my forte. I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly. For Wen Yi, tonight promised to be a night of sweet dreams, and she even felt a sense of anticipation for Mu Sisi's performance the next day. Having been sisters-in-law for 3 years, she naturally understood what kind of person Mu Sisi was. Having been influenced by Lu Yaji, Mu Sisi had learned the art of bullying others while elevating herself. How could she sincerely apologize? The more commotion this incident stirred up, the better, allowing everyone to witness the character of a Mu family heiress. However, there was someone destined to have a sleepless night. Mu Jingchen, aware of Wen Yi's habit of indulging in spa treatments at this hour, found his mind drifting to the image of her slender and graceful figure as he heard the sound of water. If there was one aspect of their 3-year marriage that he had grown attached to, it was her soft body, seemingly made for him, capable of stirring the long-suppressed wildness within him. Despite his business partners often sending women to his bed during business trips, he found no interest in any of them. It seemed only Wen Yi could elicit such ferocity and desire from him. Wen Yi slept soundly until dawn. Upon opening her phone, she found a message from Fong Qiong, Miss Wen, I have arranged for the media, they will arrive by 6. Wen Yi replied, thank you, Fong, you're a gem. Fong Qiong followed up, if you truly want to thank me, then help me urge for a wedding. I've been with Xiao Shichu for 5 years, and he still refuses to marry me. It's quite distressing. Wen Yi jokingly responded, Xiao Shichu is a free spirit who despises the constraints of marriage. Even if his father pressures him, it won't help, you might as well let go and let him cry alone. Fong Qiong, don't provoke me, who knows, one day I might just get tired of him and marry a younger man. After exchanging playful banter, Wen Yi set her phone aside, intending to catch a little more sleep. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Wen Yi furrowed her brows. It was only a little past 5. She hadn't expected the media to arrive so quickly, nearly an hour earlier than agreed. She got up, donned her dress, casually tied her hair into a ponytail, and went to open the door. Upon opening the door, a powerful slap struck her face with a fierce gust. Wen Yi was completely unprepared, and the slap landed squarely on her cheek. When she finally recognized her biological mother, Yang Lina, her eyes gradually turned cold, and a hint of crimson appeared at the corners. Throughout her 3 years in the Mu family, her mother had merely echoed Lu Yaji's disdain for her, even treating her as a tool for making money, shamelessly begging the Mu family for financial support. This was precisely why Lu Yaji and her daughter had escalated their humiliation of her. Young Lina immediately began to berate her. You wretched girl, how dare you glare at me? Come with me to the Mu family to apologize immediately, or we will all be ruined because of you. Yang Lina reached for Wen Yi's wrist, but she deftly evaded. With a gaze that was almost frigid, Wen Yi looked at her with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown. What exactly do you think I did wrong, mother? Chapter 43. Do you have affections for her? Chapter 43. Do you like her? Yang Lina's expression instantly morphed into one of exasperation, as she scolded, You foolish girl, have you truly considered your situation? Without the Mu family, would you be able to indulge in luxuries, don exquisite garments, or reside in this grand villa? One must learn to be grateful and not lack in conscience. Wen Yi retorted with a cold smile, You are more aware than I of the life I led in the Mu household. It is not I who receives money from them every month, but you and the Wen family. Therefore, it is you who should express gratitude, not me. You ungrateful wretch, if our Wen family prospered, you would be the one to benefit in the end, standing tall within the Mu family. Ha! The funds my mother receives from the Wen family primarily support your adopted daughter. As for my father, he simply lacks the aptitude for business. No matter how much the Mu family invests in him, it would merely be a waste. Wen Yi chose not to reveal her divorce from Mu Jingchen at this moment, knowing full well that with Yang Lina's temperament, it would only disturb her peace. Impatiently, Yang Lina shifted the topic. In any case, the Mu family is our benefactor. You must accompany me back to the Mu household today. Wen Yi realized she could not persuade Yang Lina, for the woman regarded her merely as a pawn to exploit without an ounce of compassion. She smiled faintly. Oh, what do you believe I should do, mother? Yang Lina continued unabated. First, delete that video and claim it was merely a jest with Miss Mu. Then, you must come with me to the Mu household to apologize. Even if it means scraping your knees or bending over backward, you must seek Miss Mu's forgiveness. If all else fails, ensure you attend to the son-in-law well tonight. Whisper sweet nothings in his ear, so he won't direct his ire toward our Wen family. Wen Yi clenched her fingers tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. After a long moment of silence, she replied with a smile, In your eyes, am I merely a tool for the Wen family to curry favor with the Mu family, a plaything for Mu Jingchen? Yang Lina shamelessly declared, You should count yourself fortunate. A man as exceptional as your brother-in-law is desired by countless women outside. Why are you so discontented? Wen Yi's lips curled into a frigid smile. Indeed, the heart becomes numb after enduring repeated wounds. Yang Lina had belittled her before, and it was precisely this treatment that had emboldened Lu Yaji and her daughter to further humiliate her, for she was a woman who had been scorned even by her own mother. The crimson hue in Wen Yi's eyes slowly faded, replaced by a frost-laden indifference. I will not apologize to Mu Jingchen, nor will I grovel as you suggest. Yang Lina was immediately agitated, raising her hand to strike Wen Yi. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you defy me? At that moment, a cold, commanding voice rang out from behind, Stop! Mu Jingchen approached with a dark expression, while Mu Jingchen followed closely behind, her eyes flickering. Wen Yi swept her tongue across her swollen gums. How fortuitous. Mu Jingchen always seemed to appear when she was at her most vulnerable. As her gaze fell upon the designer handbag Yang Lina clutched and the figure of Mu Jingchen, the truth dawned upon her. It was likely that Mu Jingchen had bribed Yang Lina with this second handbag, intentionally inciting trouble. The Mu siblings were not here to apologize, they were merely spectators to the spectacle. Standing on the steps, Wen Yi looked down at Mu Jingchen with a sardonic smile. Mu, I trust you have had your fill of this farce. Kindly take your companions and leave, to spare us the sight of your presence. Mu Jingchen's gaze landed on the imprint of a slap on her pale cheek, his handsome features darkening with a frost that rendered him intimidating. Yet, her tone provoked his ire, and he snapped, You can only act tough in front of me, yet when struck by others, you appear like a fool. Does she not know how to retaliate? Mu Jingchen was momentarily taken aback. She could not shake the feeling that her brother exhibited concern for this little harlot. Wen Yi interpreted Mu Jingchen's words as mockery. That if she were to escalate the situation, perhaps the lurking paparazzi would capture her disgraceful state and broadcast it online, garnering sympathy and shifting the disdain of the masses onto Mu Jingchen, inciting even more vehement personal attacks against her. However, upon hearing Mu Jingchen's derision, she opted against this route, unwilling to grant this arrogant man the satisfaction of witnessing her humiliation. As for Mu Jingchen, she was a woman accustomed to arrogance, with a plethora of scandals at her disposal. A few well-timed revelations could force her to come crawling for forgiveness. Mu Jingchen, if you've had your fill of the show, take your people and leave. Yang Lina glared, You insolent girl, how dare you speak to your brother-in-law in such a manner? Mu Jingchen's disdain for her was palpable as he turned to her with a cold stare. This is a matter between me and her. Kindly remove yourself from it. Though he longed to unleash a tirade of expletives upon Yang Lina, he ultimately restrained himself. Nevertheless, the coldness in his gaze sent her fleeing in terror. Taking a deep breath, Mu Jingchen retrieved a medical kit from the car and grasped Wen Yi's hand, leading her towards the villa. When he attempted to shake off his grip, but his hold was unyielding, like a vice. Mu Jingchen, release me. He glanced at her swollen face, his eyes brimming with suppressed rage, yet her blatant resistance prevented him from erupting. Instead, he coldly remarked, Wen Yi, you display this pitiful facade only to elicit my sympathy, do you not? In a moment of defiance, Wen Yi slapped him across the face, the resounding crack momentarily startling both of them. She needn't even look up to know how dark his expression had become. However, having struck him, did he dare retaliate? Never mind, she would first address her injury, then return to settle the aftermath, lest he foolishly believe she was merely playing the victim for his benefit. With silence, Wen Yi turned and walked into the villa, leaving Mu Jingchen to contemplate her slender silhouette, his aching gums forgotten as he began to chuckle. Mu Jingchen watched him, eyes wide with disbelief. To her, Mu Jingchen was an imposing figure, exuding an air of aloofness and authority that demanded respect, yet, he had just been struck by that wretched woman, and instead of fuming, he was smiling? She suspected that her brother had been possessed by a ghost and tentatively tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, are you all right?" Mu Jingchen shot her a frosty glance. If one wishes to apologize, one must exhibit the proper attitude. "Do I need to teach you this as well?" Mu Jingchen bit her lip, unable to believe her brother had not noticed the swarm of cameras in the nearby van. Was he truly asking her to grovel before a common harlot under the watchful eyes of the media? Feeling a surge of resentment, she blinked back tears and implored, "Brother, do you have feelings for Wen Yi?" Chapter 44 Struck twice by fortune's bounty. Chapter 44 Struck by money twice. Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow. "I simply do not wish for the Mu family to lose its decorum." Mu Jingchen, still clinging to a shred of hope, ventured, "Brother, may I apologize to her privately?" The thought of the media exposing her in such a servile manner was unbearable. How could she possibly navigate the high society thereafter? Mu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. "Mu Jingchen, if you do not wish to apologize, then let the Mu family tidy up your mess. However, as a condition, you must leave the country tonight." Mu Jingchen bit her lip fiercely, knowing all too well that her brother excelled at striking her soft spots, a fact that had instilled fear in her since childhood, compelling her to yield. I will apologize to Wen Yi." Though she uttered these words, in her heart, her hatred for Wen Yi simmered to an extreme. Turning his head, Mu Jingchen instructed the driver, who promptly approached a van across the street. "If you all wish to take photos, do so openly, but ensure that the video from earlier is deleted. Otherwise, do not blame MR.MU for taking action against you." The group of journalists had been present for some time, naturally capturing the scenes of Yang Lina striking Wen Yi, as well as Wen Yi delivering a slap to Mu Jingchen. Despite being brought in by Feng Qiong to support Wen Yi, who could resist the allure of explosive news, especially when the focal point was the walking embodiment of popularity, Mu Jingchen? However, the driver's warning was a clear indication from Mu Jingchen. Should the cold-blooded Yan Luo take action, it would be as effortless as squashing a few ants, and no one needed to risk their lives for fame. They complied, positioning their cameras before Mu Jingchen. Confronted with the multitude of lenses, Mu Jingchen felt as though she had turned to stone. She had intended to seek out one or two obscure media outlets to create a facade, intending to pay them off later to quietly delete the footage. Who could have anticipated such a horde of reporters? Wasn't this tantamount to presenting her face to the entire online populace? With her eyes suddenly reddening, she gazed tearfully at Mu Jingchen. "Brother," Mu Jingchen replied coldly, "when one errs, one must bear the consequences. This is the integrity expected of the Mu family." Mu Jingchen realized that hope had slipped away entirely, internally chewing over the name Wen Yi. Moments later, Wen Yi emerged clad in a black jumpsuit, accentuating her tall, slender figure, her skin luminous as cream, exuding an air of high society that captivated everyone present. Mu Jingchen's gaze fell upon her collarbone, his brow furrowing imperceptibly during their intimate moments. He had relished kissing that spot, as if it were his exclusive territory. Now, however, it was exposed to others, stirring a sense of displeasure within him. Mu Jingchen, feeling overshadowed, was seized by a wave of frustration, her voice tinged with bitterness as she spoke. "Miss Wen, I inadvertently offended you that day, I apologize." After uttering this perfunctory apology, she bent her waist slightly, though the action strained her, and she received no response from Wen Yi. With her reddened eyes, she glared at Wen Yi in resentment, as if warning her to recognize the situation and not overstep her bounds. Wen Yi, having long seen through her intentions, let out a derisive laugh. "Miss Mu, it seems I cannot feel your sincerity." Mu Jingchen felt her temper rising, but recalling Mu Jingchen's threat, she forced herself to bow deeper. "Miss Wen, I am truly sorry." Wen Yi replied with a nonchalant tone, "Oh? What exactly did you err in?" Mu Jingchen felt as if her blood vessels might burst, grinding her teeth as she retorted, "I should not have spoken disrespectfully." Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. "I hold no grudge against you, Miss Mu. Why did you incite your friends to slander me and launch personal attacks?" Mu Jingchen failed to perceive the trap in Wen Yi's words, muttering under her breath, "You get what you deserve." "How long will this go on?" Wen Yi regarded her with a casual disdain, a flicker of cold cruelty crossing her eyes. "Miss Mu, not every sorry can be exchanged for an it's fine. After all, those you have hurt require a long time to heal, and your apology merely serves as a means for your own retreat. Why should I accept it?" Mu Jingchen's brows deepened further. He sensed that this statement was deliberately directed at him. Mu Jingchen had presumed that Wen Yi would, out of consideration for Mu Jingchen, let the matter slide, as she still harbored foolish hopes regarding him and would not dare offend his sister too harshly. Stunned for a moment, she finally asked, "What do you mean?" Wen Yi's alluring gaze flickered with mockery. "Has Miss Mu's hearing dulled? I said I do not accept your apology." Mu Jingchen felt a surge of indignation rising within her, and just as she was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Mu Jingchen pulled her behind him. "Whether to accept or not is Miss Wen's prerogative. If Miss Wen has any further requests, she may contact me at any time." Faced with Mu Jingchen's stern countenance and formidable presence, the crowd deemed it unwise to probe further and dispersed hastily. Though not without some gain, they turned to organize the footage, likely to yield another trending topic, especially considering they had not disappointed Feng Qiong's expectations. Mu Jingchen instructed the driver to take Mu Jingchen back to the car, fully aware of his sister's character. Spoiled by Lu Yaji since childhood, she could not endure the slightest grievance. If he did not intervene, another argument with Wen Yi was inevitable. Wen Yi coldly regarded the man who remained steadfast before her. "Mr. Mu has achieved his objective, why do you not take your leave? In her view, Mu Jingchen's insistence on forcing Mu Sesh to apologize was solely for the sake of the Mu family's reputation. In truth, her plan had been to deliberately provoke Mu Sesh, revealing her more ferocious side, yet Mu Jingchen's arrival had evidently disrupted her scheme and salvaged some dignity for the Mu family. Mu Jingchen pressed his thin lips together. When others called him Mr.Mu, he felt nothing, but when he did, it irked him to an unusual degree. Wen Yi, I wish to speak with you. Wen Yi scoffed, what does Mr. Mu wish to discuss? Are you interested in sharing your thoughts on the spectacle you just witnessed, or are you contemplating how much to offer to compel me to delete the audio? Though her face had received ice treatment, it had yet to fully swell down. Combined with her fair complexion, the red handprint remained glaringly evident. Mu Jingchen felt an inexplicable irritation. Your mother was not summoned by me, spare me your baseless accusations. To Wen Yi, whether Yang Lina was summoned by Mu Sesh or Mu Jingchen made little difference. Their intent was merely to revel in her humiliation. Wen Yi beckoned Mu Jingchen closer with a delicate gesture, and as if under a spell, he found himself drawn to her. She slipped a bank card, held between her slender fingers, into his trouser pocket. I do not know how much she has taken from you, consider this my way of settling her debts. However, should Mr.Mu decide to give her money again, that will no longer concern me. In an instant, Mu Jingchen's expression darkened. He never anticipated that the man who typically resolved issues with money would find himself struck by it twice, by a woman he had once dismissed. Chapter 45 A knock on his bamboo pole. Chapter 45 Shaking him down. Mu Jingchen was nearly driven to laughter by anger as he abruptly seized her wrist, exclaiming, after following me for 3 years, is this all you've learned? The ability to throw money at people seemed to have been mastered to perfection, yet he couldn't help but wonder where she had acquired such funds. Almost instinctively, he blurted out, where did the money come from? When he raised an eyebrow, I earned it through my own efforts. Mr.Mu, you need only to collect your dues, there is no need for such excessive concern. Mu Jingchen's brow furrowed even deeper. During their divorce, she had rejected any form of compensation from him, though Wen family would rather skin her alive than offer her any assistance. Having spent years as a housewife, she hardly possessed any skills for making money, leaving only one possibility. With this thought, a fire ignited in his heart. Is it Xiao Shichu or that old man who provided you with the funds? Wen Yi felt a cold laugh bubble up inside her. In Mu Jingchen's eyes, she was merely a worthless woman who relied on her looks. Her slightly reddened eyes glinted with sharp mockery. Rest assured, Mr.Mu, even if I were to sell myself, I would never sell to you. Was she indirectly admitting to being capped? Instantly, a layer of frost enveloped Mu Jingchen's handsome features, his eyes flashing with a bloody hue. Wen Yi, how can you be so shameless? Wen Yi's heart constricted violently as she fought to contain her emotions. Mu Jingchen, I owe you nothing. You have no right to lecture me. She had a remarkable ability to provoke his fury, pushing him to the brink of losing control. Wen Yi, I hope in the future you do not claim to have been my woman, lest you bring me shame. Wen Yi retorted with a cold laugh, rest assured, Mr. Mu, as long as your name and the Mu family are mentioned, I will feel disgusted, and I would never engage in such self-deprecation. The blockage in his heart deepened. The woman before him bore no resemblance to the obedient one he once knew. She was like a wild horse, untamed and free, making him question if this was her true nature all along. Take care of yourself. With that harsh remark, Mu Jingchen turned and departed, yet the malice surrounding him lingered. Speeding down the road, he frightened Mu Sisir into careful, shallow breaths. He dropped Mu Sisir off at the Mu residence, coldly instructing her, you are not to go anywhere in the next few days. Stay home and reflect. Seeing the heavy darkness in his expression, Mu Sisir dared not utter a word and obediently followed the butler inside. Upon arriving at the company, Mu Jingchen felt a persistent tightness in his chest, an inexplicable irritability gnawing at him. Even the plans submitted by the executives were returned, causing the atmosphere in the office to turn tense and oppressive. Bei Yan, standing nearby, was so terrified he hardly dared to breathe. He had intended to inform Mu Jingchen about the Sea Country Police's investigation results regarding the 30 billion, but seeing his volatile temper, he opted to suppress the matter to avoid confrontation. Irritated, Mu Jingchen yanked off his tie, and as his fingers slid into his trousers pocket, he felt something hard. It dawned on him that in his rage, he had forgotten to return the bank card to Wen Yi. He handed the card to Bei Yan, gruffly instructing, find out how much money is on this card. What is the password? Bei Yan inquired. Without a moment's thought, Mu Jingchen replied, my birthday. It seemed that setting his birthday as the password had become a habit for Wen Yi. A moment later, Bei Yan returned the card to him, his expression a mix of emotions. Mr.Mu, there are 70 million inside. Mu Jingchen's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Aside from the contract the Wen family had taken from him, Yang Lina had also extracted nearly 70 million from him. Her accounting was remarkably precise, leaving him unsure whether to commend Wen Yi's shrewdness or deem her foolish. Yet, as thoughts of the money's origins crossed his mind, a layer of frost settled over his handsome visage, and he snapped the card in half. Investigate the financial transactions between Xiao Shichu and Wen Yi. As if struck by inspiration, he pulled out the dossier on the mysterious owner of the Koenigsegg and handed it to Bei Yan. Spare no expense in uncovering SW's identity. Bei Yan glanced at the documents and felt an immediate headache. The file contained nothing but the codename SW. It was possible even that was a fabrication, making it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack unless they delved into the dark web, but that required certainty regarding the codename's authenticity, and the costs of such inquiries were exorbitant. Yet, seeing the brewing storm in Mu Jingchen's eyes, he dared not voice any objections and could only nod in agreement. At the Mu residence, driven by curiosity, Mu Jingchen opened a web page and discovered that her apology video to Wen Yi had indeed climbed to the trending charts, but the comments were rife with insults and derision. Ha! Who would have thought the haughty young Miss Mu would have her day of groveling? She has finally admitted to being the mastermind behind the entire affair. Who knew the mind of a socialite could be so twisted? It seems that a life of luxury has not cleansed her heart of its filth. Wen Yi's rejection of Mu Jingchen's apology is a slap in the face. It's simply glorious. I'm in love. The young lady is both beautiful and fierce. I want to support her. Does anyone have her Weibo? Wen Yi's Weibo account, registered 3 years prior, was swiftly unearthed, and her follower count surged at an astonishing rate. Mu Jingchen was nearly hopping mad. Her account had taken years to accumulate a mere 100,000 followers, while Wen Yi's had skyrocketed by 300,000 in an instant. To her, it felt as though Wen Yi was climbing over her to reach the top, and the most infuriating part was realizing that Wen Yi had set her up, leading her to indirectly admit her role as the true instigator of the entire affair, turning her into a laughingstock among netizens. All her resentment was directed at Wen Yi as she furiously slashed at Wen Yi's photos with a fruit knife, rendering them unrecognizable. Just wait, one day, she would make Wen Yi kneel before her in supplication. That night, Wen Yi received a call from Wen Qi. Mama, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Wen Yi assumed Wen Qi was referring to Mu Jingchen's apology and casually remarked, it was merely a beating of a drowning dog. Was the little one really that well informed? Sensing that it was more than that, Wen Qi cut straight to the chase. Someone is offering 3 million on the dark web for SW's information. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. She recalled distinctly that she had only used the codename SW when purchasing the Koenigsegg. Did someone have their eyes on the car, eager to buy it from her at a high price? What as their background? I don't know, they just seem to be quite wealthy. Wen Yi discerned her son's intent and smiled broadly. Would you like to take this opportunity to earn some money? The decision is yours. She knew her son well. He was a typical money lover, likely having made up his mind long before the call, merely going through the motions now. After all, revealing SW's identity would only expose her designer persona, which was inconsequential to her. Besides, it would allow her son to capitalize on the situation, so why not? Chapter 46 Misfortunes arise from one's words. Chapter 46 Trouble arises from words. Wen Qi, being but a child, could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly inquired, Mommy, what birthday gift have you prepared for me? The question pierced Wen Yi's heart, for Wen Qi had been aware from a tender age that he had a twin sister who had tragically succumbed to asphyxiation at birth. This sorrowful truth had long cast a shadow over their relationship, and Wen Yi had once vowed to her son that she would bear him a sister in the future. Upon discovering her pregnancy, she had dreamed of sharing the joyous news on his birthday. Now, with the loss of that child, Wen Yi felt a wave of melancholy wash over her at the mere mention of the birthday celebration. Some events, once they transpire, can never be erased, much like her marriage with Mu Jingchen, which, despite its conclusion, still brought her pangs of pain whenever she encountered him. Only a man like Mu Jingchen could remain unshaken, for such men are devoid of sentiment. With a heavy heart, Wen Yi responded, Wen Qi, once Mommy finishes her competition, I will fly to Pu Wang Island to celebrate your birthday with you. Upon hearing this, Wen Qi's face blossomed with joy. Ever since his mother had entered into a clandestine marriage with that scoundrel, they had not celebrated a birthday together. Now that she was divorced, this birthday held profound significance. He even began to devise a plan in his mind to use the bounty from the scoundrel to purchase a unique gift for his mother, celebrating her newfound freedom. Mommy, I will be waiting for you, moi. Wen Yi couldn't help but smile, feeling a flicker of solace in her heart. In the span of their more than 10 years of shared experiences, it was not solely pain that she had endured. At least her son was clever and charming, always offering her warmth and hope in her moments of despair. Although she regretted falling in love with Mu Jingchen, she never regretted giving birth to Wen Qi. After organizing the design sketches and sample garments for the competition the next day, Wen Yi retired early for the night. Despite not having touched anything related to wedding gowns for 3 years, her memory served her well, allowing her to recreate her previous designs with precision. She was confident that these creations would be sufficient to vanquish Su Qingyue. She wished to convey to Su Qingyue that even with her works from 3 years prior, she could still leave her utterly defeated. The competition hosted by FT garnered significant attention, not only for FT's esteemed reputation in the fashion world but also due to the celebrated designer suite. Although still in the nascent stages of her career, Suite's designs had shattered sales records for niche brands, a feat that remained unbroken. Having been in seclusion for 3 years, Suite's return was highly anticipated, and today's competition marked her grand debut, a tantalizing prospect that had the fashion elite eagerly awaiting the event. Thus, the attendees for today's event included not just fashion luminaries but also film stars, internet influencers, and distinguished heiresses, all treating the competition as a glamorous affair, meticulously adorned to avoid any blemish before the cameras. According to the competition regulations, the designers had already taken their positions in their respective rooms, with assistants negotiating the order of appearance. Wen Yi arrived early at the lounge, followed shortly by Xiao Shichu. He cast a glance at Wen Yi's sample garment and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the wedding dress you never wore 3 years ago? Are you planning to make an appearance before Mu Jingchen?" Wen Yi frowned. Mu Jingchen is here. He despised such occasions. Previously, when she had suggested he accompany her to watch the show, he had consistently refused under the pretext of work commitments. Xiao Shichu crossed his arms, a knowing smile on his face. "Yibao, do you think Mu Jingchen is still pining for you, hoping for a chance encounter?" When he laughed outright, "Have you forgotten that Su Qingyue is also competing?" She was, after all, Mu Jingchen's cherished muse, and with Su Qingyue expecting, he would undoubtedly spare no effort to support her. Only a blind man like Mu Jingchen would cherish someone as insipid as Su Qingyue. She can't hold a candle to even a single strand of Aribao's hair, Xiao Shichu remarked. As they spoke, a commotion erupted outside the door. Xiao Shichu's assistant, Xiao Jin, approached, saying, Miss Su wishes to meet Sweet before the competition begins. Xiao Shichu waved his hand dismissively, tell her to scram. Our Sweet is busy with the competition and has no time to entertain flies. Just as Xiao Jin was about to respond, Su Qingyue barged in, accompanied by Mu Sesu. Upon entering and seeing only Wen Yi and Xiao Shichu in the room, Su Qingyue hesitated for a moment before quickly dismissing the thought that Wen Yi was Sweet. Mu Sesu, upon spotting Wen Yi, trembled with rage, yet she recalled Lu Yaji's admonition. She had come here to showcase her noble demeanor before the cameras and salvage her image, vowing not to stir up any trouble. With that resolution in mind, Mu Sesu suppressed her indignation, but her gaze towards Wen Yi was sharp enough to cut. Wen Yi couldn't help but smile wryly, secretly admiring Su Qingyue's knack for stirring the pot. At Mu Jingchen had a close relationship with Lu Ao, who was also a cooperative shareholder of FT, so naturally, the staff wouldn't dare obstruct Mu Sesu. If FT were to face repercussions later, it would fall squarely on Mu Sesu's reckless behavior, allowing Su Qingyue to distance herself completely from the fallout. Xiao Shichu, however, showed no kindness, saying, Miss Su, the competition is about to commence. Is your intrusion not a provocation? Su Qingyue smiled, young Master Xiao, you misunderstand. Although I am now in competition with Miss Sweet, I have always admired her talent. I merely wish to share some friendly words before the contest to ease her nerves and ensure her performance is not hindered. Her words positioned her as the gracious host while exuding composure and generosity, leaving no room for criticism. Xiao Shichu and Wen Yi exchanged knowing glances, both realizing that Su Qingyue had not recognized Wen Yi as the true Sweet. Now that was intriguing. Wen Yi smiled with her sparkling eyes, thank you for your kindness, Miss Su. I will certainly pass on your sentiments to Sweet. Mu Sesu, unable to contain herself, interjected, young Master Xiao has yet to speak. What right does a mere assistant have to interrupt? Do you not realize that the rules of the fashion world you adore have been cast aside? Xiao Shichu showed her no mercy, replying lazily, my people don't need outsiders to teach them lessons. It seems Miss Mu still cannot grasp the profound meaning behind the phrase trouble arises from words. Would you like me to provide you with another lesson? The recent trending topic regarding the bullying incident involving Mu Sesu had not yet faded, and Xiao Shichu's words struck a nerve, causing her to deflate like a punctured balloon. Though disappointed at not encountering Sweet, Su Qingyue cast a quick glance at Wen Yi's sample garment as she departed, her expression shifting dramatically upon recognizing that Sweet's competition garment was identical to her own. Chapter 47 She sends you a subtle glance. Chapter 47 She sends you secret glances. Su Qingyue's pupils slightly contracted, her face devoid of color. However, when she met Wen Yi's scrutinizing gaze, she instinctively lowered her eyes and hurriedly pulled Mu Sesu away. Xiao Shichu, observing the retreating figures of the two, couldn't help but jest, is this some sort of ghost? Wen Yi cast her gaze downward, feeling that Su Qingyue's arrival was rather inexplicable. Yet, the pressing matter at hand was to secure victory in the competition. She chose to dismiss her thoughts and focused on organizing the sample garments, for she intended to present Su Qingyue with a surprise. Su Qingyue was at a loss as to how she returned to the lounge, her limbs felt weak and her spine chilled. It wasn't until her assistant handed her a cup of hot coffee that she sensed a flicker of warmth. In truth, the original design of her wedding gown was a product of the ebony box that Mu Sesu had carelessly left in her car. Upon discovering the samples inside, she was both astonished and captivated. When she learned that the theme for the FT competition was wedding dresses, her joy became almost unbearable. Despite her attempts to modify the design, none could compare to the original splendor. Thus, she decided to take a risk and replicate it entirely. To her astonishment, she encountered an identical sample garment in the lounge of her beloved. Did this imply that the true owner of the wedding gown's original design was indeed Sweet? Given that Wen Yi was also Sweet's assistant, it was inevitable that she would help amend any flaws in the original design. Only by considering this could everything make sense. At that moment, Mu Sesu was grinding her teeth in fury, cursing Wen Yi. That little schemer has relied on her collusion with Xiao Shichu to secure a junior assistant position, flaunting herself without a care. She seems to forget how she once groveled before me at the Mu family. Su Qingyue felt a throbbing in her head and quickly interrupted, Sesu, do you remember that ebony box I helped you look for? Mu Sesu suddenly appeared guilty, I remember. Did you find it, Sister Su? Su Qingyue cautiously inquired, not yet, but I'm curious about what exactly is inside that box. Mu Sesu dismissed it nonchalantly, oh, just some trivial jewelry, nothing to concern yourself with, Sister Su. Relief washed over Su Qingyue. It seemed that the foolish Mu Sesu had never even opened the box, and the samples inside were undoubtedly the originals. If she could unveil her new designs before Sweet, she could force the latter to withdraw from the competition. Should Sweet refuse to concede, she would present the original design as proof of her authorship, leaving Sweet as nothing more than a plagiarist. Previously, Su's fashion company had sought to lure Sweet away with exorbitant offers, all of which were rebuffed. If that were the case, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate her as a formidable rival? Su Qingyue promptly summoned her assistant, informed the organizers that Su's company demands to be the first to showcase our wedding gown collection. The assistant swiftly conveyed her wishes to the team at AI Mu. Xiao Shichu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Typically, the first to take the stage often faces disadvantages. After all, audiences subconsciously expect the grand finale to be last, and judges tend to be more stringent and conservative in their scoring. It's quite surprising that a shrewd woman like Su Qingyue would choose to be the vanguard. One must wonder whether she is courageous or simply overconfident. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, noting that Su's side had previously insisted on being the closing act. What had prompted this sudden change of heart, however, since Su's company had offered the venue free of charge for the FT competition in Mu Jingchen, was Su Qingyue's strong supporter. Even if she expressed dissent at this moment, it likely wouldn't alter the outcome. Moreover, the manuscript and sample garments were already finalized, rendering the designer's order of appearance somewhat inconsequential. When he lazily lifted her gaze, let her flounder. My competition with her is not based on luck but on skill. Xiao Shichu gave her a thumbs up. My Yi Bao is truly magnanimous. Let the Su girl witness what true strength looks like. The organizers called Su Qingyue to the stage. While AI Mu's showcase was expected to commence in 2 hours, Wen Yi had everything prepared and decided to sit with Xiao Shichu in the audience, eager to see what Su Qingyue had in store. As she glanced up, she caught sight of Mu Jingchen seated in the front row VIP section. A sense of familiarity and memory washed over her, ingrained in her very bones. Even a mere glimpse of the back of his head was enough for her to recognize him instantly. She despised the feeling of being under his scrutiny, and just as she was about to avert her gaze, Mu Jingchen suddenly turned his head, and their eyes inadvertently met. Seeing her seated next to Xiao Shichu, both clad in matching color schemes, Mu Jingchen instinctively frowned. When he felt a cold smile form within her, he still harbored the same disdain for her, unable to tolerate even a fleeting glance. She met his gaze defiantly, a hint of a chilling smile playing on her lips, as if silently challenging him. Bei Yan, following Mu Jingchen's line of sight, leaned in and whispered, President Mu, Miss Wen has been watching you intently, as if sending you secret glances. Mu Jingchen averted his gaze, his voice low, I'm not blind. The moment he turned back, he fell into Wen Yi's passionate eyes, and his mood lightened considerably. The notion that he found her repulsive was simply absurd. However, upon seeing Xiao Shichu, his demeanor chilled once more. Women were indeed treacherous creatures. While pining for an old flame, they also pursued new affections. Did she truly wish to straddle both worlds? What a fantasy! Beside them, Luo couldn't help but twitch his lips, casting a complex glance at Bei Yan, questioning his own eyesight. Just moments ago, Wen Yi's gaze had been as sharp as a cold blade. How could it now be interpreted as sending secret glances? Brother Chen, your decision to set aside your work to attend this show seems to hint at ulterior motives. Let me guess, is it for Miss Su or your ex-wife? Mu Jingchen's lips curled slightly. You're overthinking it. I'm here simply to clarify one matter. He had spent 3 million in the dark web to uncover that the owner of the Koenigsegg was none other than AI Mu's designer, Sweet, with SW being her codename. Though he had learned from Mu Sesu that Wen Yi was indeed Sweet's assistant, and it was reasonable for an assistant to ride in her superior's vehicle, certain matters still didn't add up. He needed to verify the truth directly with Sweet herself. At that moment, Su Qingyue had donned a simple little dress and ascended the stage. The white gown complemented her long, straight black hair, exuding a fresh, goddess-like aura that drew the attention of photographers eager to capture her image. After a lengthy opening statement, Su Qingyue began to present her work. My first piece is titled Honeyed Love. To me, marriage is not a tomb, but rather sweet like honey, filled with tender affection and mutual support. As she spoke, her gaze flickered down towards Mu Jingchen. Luo nudged Mu Jingchen with his elbow, playfully reminding, Brother Chen, Miss Su is essentially confessing her feelings to you. At the very least, you ought to acknowledge her, lest you embarrass her. Chapter 48. Consumed by the dead flies. Chapter 48. Consumed by a dead fly. Mu Jingchen cast a cold glance at Luo, then lowered his head to peruse the documents on his phone, offering no response to Su Qingyue throughout. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Qingyue withdrew her gaze and continued to present her work. When he planned to wait until Su Qingyue showcased all her creations before taking a look, she firmly believed that designers only needed to succinctly convey the essence of their work, without the need for lengthy elaborations. Hence, she donned her headphones and focused on replying to messages on her phone. Xiao Shichu, however, listened attentively. He turned to Wen Yi and remarked, You truly share a connection with Su Qingyue. Not only do you both have an eye for the same man, but you also named your works identically. Although he had merely glanced at the manuscript prepared by Wen Yi, he noted that she too had a piece titled Honey Love. Wen Yi, engrossed in replying to a message from Wen Qi, absent-mindedly acknowledged with a non-committal Observing her indifferent reaction, Xiao Shichu assumed it was merely a coincidence and ceased to disturb her, turning his attention to the petite starlet seated beside him. Once Su Qingyue concluded her introduction, she began to invite the models on stage. As the model donned the honey love gown and stepped into the spotlight, the audience erupted in astonished cheers. The wedding dress featured an off-shoulder design, with pearls at the bodice harmonizing with the scattered diamonds of the mermaid skirt. The waist's hollow design allowed the delicate sparkles to glisten with each movement of the model, enhancing her allure and grace. Oh, this is the wedding dress of my dreams. Miss Su is undoubtedly the foremost talent of the elite. This gown is so beautiful, I could marry in it right here. My goodness, how could I perceive such wretched love embodied in a wedding dress? It truly evokes an intoxicating sense of infatuation. The judges were equally exhilarated, sensing that the competition had commenced with a bang. Luo could not help but exclaim, Chen, I must admit, Su Qingyue possesses genuine talent. This wedding dress resonates perfectly with the youthful spirit. Once it hits the market, it will surely sell out. It seems your ex-wife faces considerable competitive pressure. Mu Jingchen lifted his gaze towards the wedding dress worn by the model, squinting slightly. It struck him as somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Standing on stage, Su Qingyue reveled in the accolades, feeling a sense of euphoria, knowing she had won the gamble. The deafening applause disrupted Wen Yi's interaction with Wen Qi, and when she glanced towards the stage, her pupils contracted sharply. The manuscript and sample that rightfully belonged to her had been. An array of emotions surged within Wen Yi: anger, confusion, mockery, anxiety, all mingled together in a tempest. However, upon spotting Mu Sesu seated in the VIP section, everything became glaringly clear. Scenes flashed through her mind like a film reel, colliding to reveal a singular truth: her manuscript had not been lost, it had been taken by Musesu and given to Su Qingyue. If their competition entries were identical, it would imply that one of them had committed plagiarism. Su Qingyue possessed the original manuscript and had the advantage of precedence. The one at a disadvantage was unequivocally Wen Yi. Should Su Qingyue retaliate, Wen Yi could easily become the target of public scorn. The term plagiarism, once affixed to a designer, could spell the end of their career, for no company would dare hire a designer tainted by Su Qingyue had compelled her to consume a dead fly while insisting that she express gratitude for the unappetizing feast. It was utterly vile and malicious. Wen Yi clenched her fingers tightly, her body trembling as if every drop of blood within her was clamoring with indignation. Yet, when Su Qingyue looked her way, she swiftly regained control over her emotions. Only cold derision remained in her eyes as she silently mouthed, "You deserve nothing but what I discard." To her surprise, Su Qingyue deciphered her silent words, and a wave of humiliation surged through her, obliterating any sense of triumph she might have felt. She felt akin to a thief caught in the act, the shame flooding through her from the tips of her hair to every corner of her being. Nevertheless, as the victor, she straightened her posture and returned a provocative smile to Wen Yi. The crowd, engrossed in the spectacle, remained oblivious to the silent exchange between the two women. Suddenly, Xiao Shichu exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that your sample?" Wen Yi skillfully announced the titles of the forthcoming wedding dresses. Next is Eternal Companionship, Fortunate to Have You, and Bridal. As anticipated, Su Qingyue's subsequent entry was indeed Eternal Companionship, and the meaning behind the gown mirrored that of Wen Yi's manuscript, confirming her as an exceptional plagiarist. Xiao Shichu quickly grasped the situation and erupted in outrage. Miss Su truly has no shame, regardless of her reputation as a designer. How can she resort to such underhanded tactics? She has the manuscript and the sample, and she is adept at stirring emotions. Look at how she has the audience in tears. What do you plan to do to outshine her? Wen Yi tilted her head and inquired, "What paths do you think remain for me?" Xiao Shichu, in a serious tone, analyzed. "The second option is to withdraw from the competition, helplessly watching as she flaunts your work, basking in glory, while you bow to her in submission." Wen Yi shot him a glance, acknowledging the venom in his words. Just hearing him made her feel queasy, yet his analysis was astute. The first option is undoubtedly a futile endeavor. I'm not foolish enough to choose that. The second option is too infuriating. I cannot swallow this bitter pill, hence, I will select the third option. Xiao Shichu, bewildered, asked, "What is the third option?" Without answering him, Wen Yi merely asked, "How much time does Su Qingyue have left to showcase her work? How long is the intermission before I can take the stage?" "She has half an hour remaining for her showcase, followed by 20 minutes for votes and scoring. The intermission lasts half an hour, and then it's your turn." "Xiao, you have neither a design manuscript nor a sample. What will you present?" "An hour and a half is indeed tight, but how can one ascertain the outcome without pushing oneself?" Xiao Shichu was left in a state of disbelief. The competition process is quite stringent. Even if you experience a burst of inspiration and draft a manuscript, you still need to showcase a sample. Moreover, you don't even have materials for one. When he patted his shoulder, "Follow me. There's something you simply must assist with." Chapter 49 Slaying with Heart and Mind. Chapter 49 The Murder of the Heart. Although Xiao Shichu was utterly perplexed, he instinctively chose to trust Wen Yi, for he had witnessed her conjure one miracle after another. The two then left their seats in succession. Mucc, seated behind Mu Jingchen, caught sight of their departing figures and could not help but sneer. This pair of scoundrels must be off to engage in some clandestine affair. Mu Jingchen turned his gaze back, casting a cold glance in her direction. "Mind your words." Mu Jingchen then glanced at Wen Yi's seat, only to find it conspicuously empty, which inexplicably irked him. He rose and left his seat. In the lounge, Wen Yi's fingers flicked the pen with remarkable speed, her head reclined against the sofa, eyes closed in a pose of relaxation, all the while causing Xiao Shichu to fret in a whirlwind of anxiety. "For heaven's sake, do enlighten me about the scheme you are concocting," he implored. Wen Yi gestured for silence, but Xiao Shichu could hardly contain himself. "The flames are licking at our heels, spare me the pretense." According to the competition rules, Wen Yi was required to submit 4 distinct design drafts along with samples. Even if inspiration struck her like a tempest, merely sketching the drafts would consume 1 or 2 hours, not to mention that the materials for the samples were yet to be procured. This was akin to Su Qingyue having firmly secured the throne while Wen Yi lacked even the rudiments of bronze weaponry. What chance did she stand? It was tantamount to being cannon fodder on the battlefield, stained and ridiculed. Suddenly, Wen Yi opened her eyes wide and beckoned Xiao Shichu closer with a finger. "I need you to do something for me." Despite his concerns about her predicament, Xiao Shichu complied. Wen Yi whispered a request in his ear, prompting him to leap to his feet in protest. "You want me to engage in such unscrupulous deeds? Are you not concerned about tarnishing my reputation in the industry?" "Absolutely not." Wen Yi shot him an exasperated look, as if his reputation were any better. "Once I successfully secure a collaboration with FT for IMU, I shall transfer an additional 5% of the company's shares to you." Xiao Shichu's eyes sparkled at this prospect. Though IMU had been barely surviving these past 3 years, it had garnered a loyal following thanks to Sweet's efforts, maintaining a small yet dedicated customer base. While its revenue did not rival the major brands, it was still a standout among niche labels. An extra 5% would translate into a significant influx of income, ample enough to cover his bar expenses. "My dear, what relationship do we share? Discussing money feels rather pedestrian, does it not?" Rest assured, as long as it is your command, I, Xiao Shichu, would not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire. Wen Yi signaled for him to depart swiftly, lest he impede her design work. As he turned to leave, he cautioned, "Dear, even brothers must keep accounts clear, do not forget your promise." Wen Yi, both amused and exasperated, grabbed a cushion. Xiao Shichu nimbly dodged and hastily exited. He seized the assistant, Xiao Jin, waiting by the staircase and instructed, "Ensure you gather everything within the hour." Xiao Jin, too intimidated to inquire further, took the note and dashed off. With only Xiao Jin as his assistant for the competition, the remaining tasks fell solely upon him. Contemplating that the smoking room was relatively empty, with large windows and heavy curtains, he made his way inside. Upon seeing the black velvet curtains, he raised his hand and yanked them down. With a loud rustle, the curtains fell to the floor, and a cold laugh emanated from beside the window. "What is young Master Xiao up to?" Xiao Shichu was taken aback to discover someone hidden behind the curtains, his gaze colliding with Mu Jingchen's. The latter's handsome face bore a hint of chill, the glowing ember of his cigarette flickering ominously. At the sight of him, a sharp expression crossed his features, instantly lowering the atmospheric pressure in the room. Xiao Shichu felt as though he were in a scene of social embarrassment. Even the weight of the curtains in his hands felt burdensome. After a moment, he feigned nonchalance and draped the curtains over his shoulder. "My little assistant is interested in the velvet curtains here. I thought to gather some samples for our company's future renovations." Mu Jingchen's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He could not recall Wen Yi having such a penchant for velvet. It was indeed true that proximity breeds influence. Remembering how frequently they had brazenly appeared in public together recently, an inexplicable irritation welled up within him. He took a deep drag from his cigarette and barked, "Get lost." As Xiao Shichu emerged from the smoking room, dragging the curtains behind him, his legs felt weak. Fortunately, Mu Jingchen did not make things difficult for him, otherwise, he would have left empty-handed. Nonetheless, he could not deny that Mu Jingchen, with his physique and striking features, was undeniably handsome. No wonder his dear Changbo had been so thoroughly enamored years ago, a sentiment that lingered for over a decade. Without delay, Xiao Shichu promptly delivered the acquired items to Wen Yi. Noticing her engrossed in sketching, he held back for a moment before speaking. "Xiangbao, guess whom I ran into?" Wen Yi, still focused on her fluid lines, inquired, "Is it an old flame or a rising star?" "I encountered that scoundrel Mu Jingchen in the smoking room." Wen Yi's hand faltered momentarily. Was this not the pinnacle moment for Su Qingyue? Why was Mu Jingchen absent from the scene to support his white moonlight, choosing instead to indulge in a smoke? "Xiangbao, I intentionally mentioned you, and to my surprise, he did not react negatively. He even allowed me to leave with the goods. This suggests he still harbors some feelings for you. Perhaps you could plead with him to postpone the competition, granting you some respite." Despite acknowledging Wen Yi's commendable capabilities, Xiao Shichu was acutely aware that Su Qingyue held the advantages of timing. Wen Yi's chances were evidently slim. Wen Yi arched an eyebrow. "Do you truly believe there is a possibility of reconciliation between me and Mu Jingchen?" "Of course not, once bitten, twice shy." "Then that settles it. I certainly shall not debase myself to plead with him." Even if she faced utter defeat, she would not compromise her pride before Mu Jingchen. This was not merely a matter of principle. More importantly, she wished to avoid any further misunderstandings on his part. An hour later, having completed her 4 drafts, a knock sounded at the door. The visitor was none other than Su Qingyue's assistant, Anna. Wen Yi swiftly concealed her sketches, while Xiao Shichu positioned himself protectively behind her. Anna, oblivious to their subtle movements, politely announced, "Mr. Xiao, Assistant Wen, the scores for Miss Su are about to be revealed." According to the competition rules, representatives from both sides must be present. Wen Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. Su Qingyue merely wished for her to witness her work being exalted, a glory that belongs solely to a plagiarist. The most vicious of deeds is to murder the heart. Xiao Shichu, seething with anger, was about to unleash a torrent of curses when Wen Yi intervened, smiling at Anna. "Very well, Xiao Shichu and I shall be there shortly." Chapter 50. This is the rhythm of an official announcement. Chapter 50. The rhythm of an official announcement after Anna's departure. Xiao Shichu exclaimed in frustration, "Su Qingyue is truly malicious, confident that you are a mute suffering in silence. Therefore, I must triumph over her to avoid swallowing this fly excrement." Xiao Shichu originally intended to passionately encourage her, but as his gaze fell upon the pile of black velvet curtains, his enthusiasm immediately waned. Although Su Qingyue was indeed treacherous, she had the advantage of timing, location, and support. She had opened with a royal flushed eye. In stark contrast stood Wen Yi, who lacked everything. She didn't even have a design draft that wasn't hastily put together. The disparity between the two was staggering. How could there possibly be a turnaround in this match? He pressed his fingers against his temples in agitation. "Qingbao, you should prepare diligently here. I will attend the competition alone." He could hardly. Wen Yi replied calmly, "Let us go. If I don't attend, who will Su Qingyue perform for?" Xiao Shichu raised an eyebrow. "Qingbao, tell me honestly, did you foresee that Su Qingyue would set traps for you? Did you deliberately leave a backup plan, waiting for the moment to turn the tables?" When he lifted her cool gaze to him, "If I had known my design draft had been plagiarized, would I have prepared the sample garments according to the original design?" Xiao Shichu twitched the corner of his mouth. "So, your design draft is fresh?" "Indeed, the materials for the sample garments are also fresh, personally brought by you, Master Xiao." Xiao Shichu felt a chill run through him. Behind the scenes, he had placed bets, wagering nearly his entire fortune on Wen Yi's victory. Naturally, he dared not disclose this to her, fearing her reprimand for seeking personal gain at the expense of friendship. Now that was true silence suffering and silence to it was unclear if it was due to a keen instinct for competition, but the moment Wen Yi took her seat, Su Qingyue's gaze landed upon her. Though she felt a tinge of disappointment at not spotting Sweet, her spirits lifted instantly upon seeing Wen Yi already in attendance. What success could a woman, who had spent her days cooped up at home and shuttling around the kitchen, possibly achieve? She intended for Wen Yi to witness her brilliance, thus fostering a clearer understanding of her own insignificance, knowing that only a man like Mu Jingchen would be worthy of her. The instant Wen Yi and Xiao Shichu sat down, Mu Jingchen's gaze shifted towards them, a sudden chill enveloping him. Luao followed his line of sight and, embellishing his words, said, "Brother Chen, your ex-wife seems to be inseparable from this Master Xiao. One might even say that Master Xiao has fallen under her spell and is contemplating a return." Mu Jingchen suddenly felt that attending the event to verify whether Sweet was indeed SW was somewhat absurd. He shouldn't have come. Silence, and no one will mistake you for a mute. Luao remarked with a knowing smile, "Brother Chen, why do I sense a hint of jealousy in your tone?" Mu Jingchen leapt. Wen Yi was a woman he had discarded, and he loathed the notion of returning to old flames. How could he possibly feel jealousy? Luao regarded him seriously. "Brother Chen, casually discarding a pet is not an act of humanity. I could never do such a thing." Mu Jingchen's expression darkened further. He pulled out his phone, tempted to block Luao, but remembering their business dealings, he ultimately returned the device to his pocket. The scoring for the competition comprised two components: critiques from 4 esteemed judges and votes from the audience based on their preferences. To invigorate audience enthusiasm, the organizers prepared a campaigning segment where participants could invite prominent figures to support them. When the host inquired who Su Qingyue intended to invite for support, she shyly cast a glance at Mu Jingchen. Their rumored romance was no secret within the industry, and some even speculated they would wed by year's end. The audience began to cheer, chanting Mu Jingchen's name. However, he showed no inclination to rise, leaving Su Qingyue's expression somewhat strained, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Luao whispered, "Brother Chen, regardless of circumstances, the Mu and Su families share a long-standing friendship. If you don't grant Miss Su this favor, it may put her in a difficult position." Mu Jingchen frowned. "Must I consider social niceties when making decisions?" Luao smirked slightly. Indeed, everyone else had to navigate Mu Jingchen's temperament, and it was unnecessary to pressure him into a choice. Su Qingyue's actions were undoubtedly a form of moral coercion. He half-jokingly remarked, "Perhaps it's for the best that you don't go. If you do, your ex-wife might think you've long been involved with Su Qingyue. Who knows?" Before he could finish, Mu Jingchen unexpectedly rose and strode purposefully toward the stage. He didn't believe for a second that Wen Yi genuinely cared for Xiao Shichu. After all, she had been with him for 3 years, and her taste couldn't be that poor. Their apparent coupling was merely a means to provoke him. Thus, why shouldn't he use Su Qingyue to retaliate? It would prevent her from misinterpreting his restraint as lingering feelings. Luao stood there momentarily befuddled. He merely mentioned ex-wife, and Mu Jingchen couldn't contain himself. Once he grasped the underlying reason, a knowing smile spread across his face. Su Qingyue, on the verge of giving up, felt a surge of emotion at the sight of Mu Jingchen approaching her, almost moved to tears. He still cared for her, he ultimately could not bear to let her shoulder all the embarrassment alone. Her gaze toward him grew increasingly affectionate, yet when Mu Jingchen reached the stage, he maintained a considerable distance from Su Qingyue, offering not a single word of support, his expression icy, leaving the host at a loss for how to uplift the atmosphere. Nevertheless, his striking visage, favored by the heavens, spoke volumes, and the audience erupted in fervor, naturally drawing considerable attention to Su Qingyue. Xiao Shichu felt a surge of indignation on behalf of Wen Yi. Look at this pair of shameless lovers. Are they on the verge of an official announcement? Wen Yi remained unfazed. Mu Jingchen had harbored feelings for Su Qingyue long before, and since she had divorced him, he was free to pursue his ideal woman without hesitation. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze occasionally lingered on her, and whenever she glanced back, he seemed to avert his eyes, leading her to doubt her own perceptions. The judges began to score, providing high marks and glowing reviews. Miss Su's wedding gown perfectly encapsulates the essence of marriage, evoking a beautiful yearning for love and commitment. Although wedding gowns originate from the West, Miss Su has ingeniously incorporated domestic elements, resulting in a refreshing yet harmonious design that captivates the eye. To hold hands and grow old together, what a beautiful sentiment! This is the most exquisite wedding gown I have ever encountered. The 4 judges were all luminaries in the fashion industry, 3 awarded perfect scores, while the most stringent designer, Yan Liao, gave a score of 9.5. Coupled with the audience's affection, Su Qingyue ultimately achieved a score of 9.85. This score was nearly perfect, marking the highest ever in the history of wedding gown design competitions. Su Qingyue's face radiated with excitement, and she momentarily forgot her role as the plagiarist, instinctively glancing toward Wen Yi, fingers resting on her abdomen, the smile on her lips exuding provocation. Chapter 51, The dog your ex-wife speaks of is you. Chapter 51, The dog that your ex-wife speaks of is you. Only when he understood the implication of this gesture. After all, not long ago, Miss Su had personally informed her that she was carrying Mu Jingchen's child. She was also well aware that Su Qingyue did not know she was sweet. Her actions were merely a means to mock Wen Yi's utter lack of possessions. However, both were first-time mothers. Why should she yield to her? A smirk graced Wen Yi's lips as she raised her hand to give a provocative gesture. Su Qingyue, infuriated, clenched her fingers, but upon recalling that she was ultimately the victor while Wen Yi was merely at her wit's end, her mood significantly lightened. She deliberately shifted closer to Mu Jingchen, allowing the photographer to capture the moment. According to her plan, once the competition concluded, she would purchase the gossip articles about the two, proclaiming herself the rightful candidate for Mrs. Mu to the distinguished ladies of Kyoto, while simultaneously sending a signal to the Mu family to gauge old Master Mu's reaction. Xiao Shichu observed their interaction and couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, I too am quite the connoisseur when it comes to flowers. Just a glance at a woman standing there, and I can discern her type. I must say, I've never encountered a high-grade green tea bitch like Su Qingyue. Your opponent is indeed formidable." Wen Yi paid no heed to his words, merely responding, "Don't you think these wedding dresses have shortcomings? The 4 judges are the top-tier experts in the industry, and they've given high scores, deeming it nearly a perfect piece. Do you harbor any biases against your own work?" Wen Yi gazed at the garments on stage, declaring, "Beautiful yet immature." This was a piece she had created 3 years prior, and at the time, she had simply wanted to complete the competition without any illusions about marriage. Now, upon closer inspection, she recognized its flaws. So what? Su Qingyue has already garnered impressive scores. If you wish to surpass her, your work must be nearly flawless. However, such a possibility was slim. Not only had Wen Yi prepared too hastily, but Mu Jingchen's typical scoundrel visage also paled in comparison, for he had won over the audience with that very face on Su Qingyue's behalf. During the intermission, in half an hour, the esteemed designer suite would take the stage, but Su Qingyue's 4 collections were so dazzling that industry elites held little hope for suite. Some opportunists had even preemptively congratulated Su Qingyue. "Miss Su's creations are breathtaking, even I, a single dog, am eager to possess them." Miss Su is undoubtedly the winner of this competition, achieving both career and romantic success. Just now, when Mr.Mu stood on stage with you, it was a perfect match. Su Qingyue felt elated inside but maintained a demeanor of humility and grace. "You flatter me, Miss Sweet has yet to perform. The outcome remains uncertain, and I dare not claim the title of winner. Miss Su's collections have already received recognition from all 4 masters, earning the highest scores in the bridal industry. She could hardly be outmatched, even with flattery. Indeed, though Miss Sweet possesses great talent, she hails from a self-taught background and has been dormant for 3 years. Her inspiration may have run dry. How could she possibly compare to you, Miss Su? Moreover, with Mr. Mu supporting you, the entire high society of Mu family looks up to you. Who wouldn't give you face?" Whether by Su Qingyue's design or mere coincidence, Wen Yi and Xiao Shichu happened to overhear this group of sycophants praising Su Qingyue while disparaging others. Just as Xiao Shichu was about to confront them, Wen Yi tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain calm. As Wen Yi was about to pass by Su Qingyue, the latter suddenly grasped her wrist, her tone gently, "Assistant 1, I have quite a few spare pins and accessories. Please deliver them to Miss Sweet." Before Wen Yi could respond, Luo Qinger chimed in, "Qingyue, how generous of you. How can you give your treasured items to a competitor? Have you considered whether she is worthy?" Su Qingyue wore a kind expression. "Earlier, Anna informed me that the staff at Imu have been searching for materials to create samples. Since I happen to have some, I thought it would be a kind gesture, regardless of who is the winner or loser. As long as we stand on the same stage, mingling in the same circle, we are friends." Everyone praised Su Qingyue's magnanimity and kindness. Wen Yi couldn't help but scoff internally. It was a pity Su Qingyue did not pursue acting. She was fully aware of their poor relationship yet spoke such words, clearly anticipating that Wen Yi would refuse her offer. The moment she uttered a single no, she would be deemed ungrateful, becoming the target of public scorn. One couldn't deny that Su Qingyue's strategy, retreating to advance, was quite cunning, but Wen Yi was not one to fall for it. Wen Yi extended her hand directly. "Since Miss Su is so generous, I shall not hold back." Su Qingyue was completely taken aback that Wen Yi accepted her kindness. She had merely spoken without any intent to provide anything. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. "What, is Miss Su merely all talk with no action? I was nearly moved to tears by your goodwill." Suppressing her embarrassment, Su Qingyue smiled. "Assistant 1, please follow me." As they approached the corner of the staircase, Su Qingyue's demeanor shifted abruptly. "Wen Yi, both you and Sweet are destined to be my subordinates. What do you plan to compete with me for?" Wen Yi smirked. "Miss Su, have you taken lessons in Sichuan opera's face-changing? Your technique is quite remarkable." Su Qingyue felt as though she were striking a pillow, her anger intensifying. "Wen Yi, Jingchen has never loved you. No matter how many chance encounters you fabricate, it will be futile. I advise you to vanish from Kyoto before you become a nuisance to everyone. Consider it preserving some dignity for yourself." Wen Yi slightly raised her chin, her elegant neck revealed, adding an air of cold nobility to her presence. "Miss Su, perhaps you should clear your mind. What you deem precious may merely be perceived as worthless by others. Stop being so paranoid, thinking everyone covets your worthless trinkets." At that moment, Mu Jingchen and Lu Ao happened to pass by, coincidentally overhearing Wen Yi's remark. Lu Ao could not contain himself and burst into laughter. "Bro, I suspect the worthless trinket your ex-wife referred to is you." Mu Jingchen's handsome face clouded over with frost, his dark brows brimming with inexplicable hostility. As he walked past Wen Yi, he didn't spare her a glance, treating her as if she were invisible. Lu Ao gave Wen Yi a thumbs up before hastily following after Mu Jingchen. Wen Yi felt a twinge of regret. It seemed Mu Jingchen was indeed her nemesis, arriving at the most unfortunate of times. If only he had come earlier or later, and now, he might think she harbored resentment, leading her to speak ill of him. Su Qingyue, smug, raised her chin toward Wen Yi. "You saw it too. Jingchen didn't even glance your way. Eye in his eyes. It's only me and the baby. I suggest you leave gracefully before I take matters into my own hands." A glint of cold light flashed in Wen Yi's eyes as she suddenly grasped Su Qingyue's shoulder and forcefully kneed her in the abdomen. Ah. Chapter 52. Even if I were to relinquish it, it is not for you to claim. Chapter 52. Even if I don't want it, it is not yours to claim. Wen Yi's knee did not collide forcefully with Su Qingyue's abdomen, but rather halted a mere centimeter away from it. At that moment, Su Qingyue was so frightened that her complexion turned ghastly pale, her body pressed tightly against the wall, trembling uncontrollably. A trace of disdain flickered in Wen Yi's eyes. Typically, expectant mothers instinctively protect their bellies when faced with danger, yet Su Qingyue did not. It seemed she was inherently a selfish woman, treating the child merely as a tool for ascendance, completely indifferent to its life or death. As if struck by a sudden realization, Su Qingyue finally covered her abdomen. She understood that Wen Yi meant her no harm, yet her previous display was utterly disgraceful, filling her with shame and fury. Wen Yi, how utterly malicious you are. You have occupied the position of MRS.MU for 3 years without bearing a single child, yet you conspire to harm the child of Jingchen and me. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow and inquired, how long have you been pregnant, Miss Su? Su Qingyue bit her lip and replied, 3 months. Wen Yi erupted into laughter. 3 months ago, I was still married to Mu Jingchen, and yet here you are, pregnant. This child serves as evidence of his infidelity, further cementing your identity as a mistress. With this alone, I could easily take you to court, demanding a redistribution of the Mu family's assets. You would become the target of scorn, and this child of yours would rightfully be labeled as a bastard. So, what gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Clearly, Su Qingyue had placed herself in the position of Mrs. Mu, and upon hearing Wen Yi's intent to reclaim the Mu family's fortune, she seethed, you must be dreaming. Though a smile graced Wen Yi's exquisite features, it was laced with a chilling undertone. This matter is entirely to my advantage and poses no harm to me. Moreover, it could land you and your lover on trending news, subjecting you to public contempt. Why wouldn't I take such pleasure? Su Qingyue's body trembled. According to her original plan, she intended to exploit the media after the competition to publicize her relationship with Mu Jingchen. If Wen Yi were to act out of desperation and truly execute such a scheme, it would lead to a scandalous downfall for her and Mu Jingchen. She grasped Wen Yi's wrist in a faint gesture of goodwill. Wen Yi, you have always loved Jingchen, you wouldn't destroy him like this. Besides, you two have parted ways amicably, haven't you? Wen Yi coldly shook off her hand. Whatever entanglements you have with Mu Jingchen are no longer my concern. I have warned you before, if you wish to marry into the Mu family with dignity, you ought to conduct yourself properly. Wen Yi turned to leave, her silhouette exuding a regal coldness and aloofness that inexplicably stirred a sense of discontent within Su Qingyue. She was ostensibly the one in a position of power, attempting to utilize her pilfered glory to suppress Wen Yi, hoping to make her recognize her true worth, yet it was she who ended up humiliated. For reasons unknown, a flicker of jealousy towards Wen Yi ignited within her. Upon realizing this emotion, she suddenly smiled. Perhaps she had allowed Wen Yi to infuriate her. After all, what was there to envy in a powerless, unremarkable housewife who could only serve as a mere lackey? The only admirable trait was likely Wen Yi's beauty, yet such allure would only provoke women's disdain, and men would merely toy with her. No man of stature would tolerate a mere decorative vixen by his side. As the time for her appearance approached, Xiao Shichu observed Wen Yi calmly adjusting her black velvet attire, feeling increasingly anxious. Ancestor, why don't we just concede? Losing to oneself is not shameful. Even if Su Qingyue triumphed, it would be nothing more than self-deception. Those 4 wedding dress designs originated from Wen Yi's hand. Wen Yi replied coolly, throughout my life, I have only lost once. After rising from that fall, I vowed that the word lose has no place in my dictionary. The only person she had ever lost to was Mu Jingchen, and the painful lessons bought over 3 years were not to be repeated. Having spent years with her, Xiao Shichu understood her stubbornness, reminiscent of a moth drawn to the flame. In her pursuit of Mu Jingchen, no one could dissuade her. Alright, do you need me to do anything else for you? Wen Yi pondered briefly, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Help me retrieve some accessories from Miss Su's dressing room. Xiao Shichu raised an eyebrow. But Su Qingyue is our competitor. Is she likely to assist you? Miss Su has boasted in front of everyone, surely she wouldn't want to be slapped in the face, would she? At that moment, Su Qingyue's dressing room was already filled with sycophants, and in front of them, it would be unwise for her to backtrack. Xiao Shichu gave her a thumbs up. Moments later, he returned with 2 boxes brimming with carefully prepared ornaments. Miss Su's complexion seems rather off. Wen Yi inspected the boxes and was quite satisfied with their contents. Please extend my gratitude to Miss Su later. After all, she has contributed to my work. Before stepping on stage, Wen Yi deliberately donned a white one-shoulder evening gown, her hair casually styled to reveal her fair, elegant neckline. She placed the pre-prepared candy mask over her face and proceeded backstage with the staff. As Xiao Shichu traversed the corridor, intending to return to the audience, he was abruptly blocked by a figure. There stood Mu Jingchen, leaning casually against the wall, playing with a lighter. The flickering light accentuated his deep, cold features, instilling an unbidden fear. Xiao Shichu instinctively wanted to turn away, but this was the only path to the audience, and to do so would make him appear cowardly, an object of ridicule. Summoning his courage, he walked past, only for Mu Jingchen to offer him a cigarette. Xiao, accompany me to the smoking room for a smoke. His tone was commanding, leaving no room for refusal. Xiao Shichu felt as though he were ensnared in an inescapable grip, obediently following Mu Jingchen into the smoking room. Despite having criticized this man in front of Wen Yi, proximity rendered him timid. Mu, if you have something to say, just say it directly. No need for circumlocution. Mu Jingchen exhaled a puff of smoke, his face partially obscured by the haze, the coldness in his gaze causing shivers. My pet dog has gone missing. I wonder if young Master Xiao has come across it. Xiao Shichu immediately recognized the double entendre aimed at Wen Yi. Although he felt intimidated in the presence of the cold, stern Mu Jingchen, he could not permit anyone to insult Wen Yi. Fury surged within him. Mu, do not be overly arrogant. Wen Yi is an independent individual, not your pet. Besides, you two are divorced. Do you not think it distasteful to mock your ex-wife at a time like this? Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes. Even if I do not want something, it is not your place to claim it. Pa. Ariba was exceptional. Suitors could circle the globe thrice for her. To her, you are merely a scar that has been peeled away, a wound that has been excised. In a sudden fit of rage, Mu Jingchen swung his fist at Xiao Shichu, landing blow after blow upon his face. Clearly outmatched, Xiao Shichu soon found himself on the ground, spitting blood, his eyes glaring at Mu Jingchen. Mu Jingchen wiped the blood from his fingers, a smirk playing on his lips. If I do not loosen the leash, do you truly think she could escape? Chapter 53. Women truly are inconsistent in their words and hearts. Chapter 53. Women are indeed duplicitous. The implication is clear. The freedom that Wen Yi now claims is a gift from him, and whether he chooses to revoke it rests solely upon his whims. Xiao Shichu spat blood in response to his retreating figure. Indeed, a wretched man. However, when Mu Jingchen landed a solid punch on his face, he, being someone who has always valued his appearance, certainly could not face the audience with such a piggish visage, much less serve as Wen Yi's supporting guest. Lu Ao could not suppress a chuckle. Brother Chen, are you declaring your territory? Mu Jingchen replied with a stoic expression. Who could tolerate someone flaunting their pet before their former master? Wen Yi was not yet worthy of stirring his emotions. What he cared about was his own dignity. If blame were to be laid, it was on Xiao Shichu for being overly arrogant. That he had only recently divorced Wen Yi, and now Xiao Shichu brazenly brought her into the public eye, essentially slapping him in the face. Did he not have the right to retaliate? Lu Ao, perceiving the underlying truth without voicing it, simply smiled. Mu Jingchen, suddenly devoid of interest in the competition, drove away. The information he had purchased on the dark web for 3 million would undoubtedly prove true. Since Wen Yi was Sweet's assistant, she would naturally have the opportunity to ride in that Koenigsegg.as. When he entered the arena masked, the audience erupted in mockery. This Sweet is quite the show-off, wearing a mask just for attention. Perhaps she's too hideous and fears scaring us. Ha! Maybe she believes her work cannot compare to Miss Su's, so she dons a mask to avoid embarrassment. Su Qingyue furrowed her brow, gazing at the figure on stage, and turned to Musesu. Susu, don't you think Sweet resembles Wen Yi somewhat? Musesu glanced back at her seat and could not help but retort, absolutely not. Setting aside the fact that Wen Yi, a mere housewife, knows nothing of fashion design, did you not notice that Xiao Shichu is also absent? Who knows what unspeakable activities these two scoundrels are up to? Following her gaze, Su Qingyue indeed noted the 2 empty seats and felt a sense of relief. After all, though the woman on stage wore a sugary mask, her attire was tasteful and her demeanor poised. How could she possibly be Wen Yi? To her, the outcome of this gamble seemed predetermined. She was merely here to witness Sweet's futile struggle. When Wen Yi proposed to create a sample dress on the spot, the audience erupted in a chorus of derision, branding her a grotesque fool. The judges found her suggestion utterly ludicrous. With a maximum time limit of 1 hour, she had to complete the dress, provide commentary, and solicit votes, which would severely test a designer's professional competence and adaptability in real time. The first to break the precedent was the renowned designer Bai Ruhua. During the last global fashion design competition, her assistant inadvertently ignited a decorative candle, resulting in the destruction of her samples. Bai Ruhua was forced to create on site, and even then it took her an hour and a half. Sweet, though somewhat famous, could hardly be compared to a master like Bai Ruhua. Su Qingyue nearly laughed aloud. Since receiving the competition notice, she had devoted an entire month to crafting 4 exquisite dresses. While Sweet claimed she could complete all steps in just an hour, she was nothing short of delusional and setting herself up for humiliation. Losing interest in the spectacle, she departed with Musesu, preferring to spend her time perfecting her own appearance to dazzle the crowd, while also checking on how Anna was preparing her victory announcement. Wen Yi ignored the audience's taunts, cutting fabric as she explained her design philosophy for the wedding dresses. The first dress is named Nirvana. Marriage is not the grave of love but a burning away of the past, allowing for rebirth with one's partner. The second dress is called Twilight. If love accompanies twilight, it must be the greatest fortune in the world. The third dress is Eternal Night. You grant me a flourishing era, and I offer you an everlasting night filled with fireworks. With you by my side, the long night is not daunting. The fourth dress is named Mystic Passage. In the dark of night, devoid of splendor, I arrive cloaked in elegance, becoming your guide through the dawn and dusk. As Wen Yi concluded, the final stitch was made, and the 4 dresses stood complete before the audience. At that moment, silence enveloped the venue. Even the sound of the gentle breeze could be discerned. It was unclear who began the applause first, but soon it erupted into a thunderous ovation, stirring the blood. Wen Yi's fingers were rigid, her fingertips dotted with blood, and her forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat. Uncertain if she could successfully complete the samples, it was only when the applause resonated that her inner tension finally eased. Even if she could not best Su Qingyue, as long as she completed her work, she would not suffer a devastating defeat, especially since Su Qingyue's work was merely a reflection of her own from 3 years prior. In Xiao Shichu's words, losing to oneself was hardly shameful. The audience murmured in astonishment. Heavens, I find every piece stunning, and the black wedding dress is truly unique. So beautiful, it's the first time I've seen a designer create a wedding dress live. Nirvana, Twilight, Eternal Night, Mystic Passage, such profound meanings. I'm suddenly captivated by this lady's talent. In contrast to the audience's curiosity, the judges were profoundly impacted. This woman had shattered Bai Ruo's record, and both the style and creativity of her designs were top tier. More importantly, she exhibited an extraordinary talent, executing every detail without a tremor. Almost effortlessly, Yan Liao excitedly awarded her a perfect score, and seeing him, typically strict, offer full marks, the other 3 judges followed suit, raising their own perfect scorecards. Even without inviting a supporting guest, the audience showered her with unanimous support, for they were all witnesses to this miracle. At that moment, Su Qingyue had donned a striking red backless evening gown, adorned with an expensive diamond back chain, her face wearing a practiced smile, ready to bask in the admiration of the crowd. However, when she saw the perfect score on the big screen, she felt as if struck by lightning, her delicate face turned a ghastly shade, and she swayed unsteadily. Had it not been for Anna's support, she would have nearly collapsed. How could this be? It must be a malfunction of the electronic screen or scoring system. Yan Liao personally handed the trophy to Wen Yi, saying, "Miss Sweet, you never fail to surprise us. Congratulations on winning this competition." Wen Yi replied with a smile, "Thank you, Master Yan, for your leniency. No, you are truly deserving. Completing 4 dresses in an hour is no ordinary feat, even I must bow in admiration." Wen Yi's gaze fell upon the visibly shaken Su Qingyue, and with a sly smile, she remarked, "In truth, my victory owes much to another's assistance." Curious about Wen Yi's mentor, Yan Liao instinctively asked, "Are you referring to your teacher, Miss Sweet?" Wen Yi smiled at Su Qingyue. "Without Miss Su's tremendous support, I could not have completed these 4 pieces so smoothly. In fact, Miss Su was my good fortune." Everyone followed her gaze, and in an instant, Su Qingyue became the center of attention. At that moment, she felt immensely awkward, even her striking red battle robe felt particularly stinging, making her wish to tear it off immediately. Chapter 54 It utterly ruined her. Chapter 54 It utterly ruined. A cacophony of complex emotions, humiliation, mockery, anger, and resentment descended upon Su Qingyue like a torrential downpour. Yet, in response to Wen Yi's gratitude, she was compelled to force a semblance of a smile, rendering her expression somewhat grotesque. "Miss Sweet, you flatter me unduly. It was merely a trifling effort, hardly worthy of mention." Wen Yi's voice brimmed with sincerity. "The soul of the wedding dress lies in its adornments. Without the exquisite embellishments that Miss Su gifted me, how could I have garnered the judges' and audience's favor? Thus, Miss Su is indeed my benefactor." Su Qingyue was nearly driven to the brink of fury, perceiving the other's words as a mocking reminder of her folly and personally elevating her opponent to the pedestal of victory. Upon returning to the lounge, Xiao Shichu repeatedly exclaimed, "What the hell? How did you manage that?" More distressingly, he had carelessly retracted his bets from Wen Yi just before her performance, transferring them to Su Qingyue instead, and now he feared a total loss. Wen Yi raised her gaze languidly. "What happened to your face?" Naturally, Xiao Shichu dared not reveal that he had been struck by Mu Jingchen, fearing it would make him appear cowardly and might embroil Wen Yi in trouble. He could only respond evasively, "I accidentally bumped into a wall." "I suspect it was your little lover who discovered your infidelity and intentionally struck you, was it not?" Xiao Shichu's lips twitched. If he had a lover like Mu Jingchen, would he still be alive to tell the tale? As the two prepared to leave, the door to the lounge was suddenly thrust open. Su Qingyue stormed in, her exquisite features marred by a fierce expression, her eyes aflame with indignation. "Miss Sweet, I wish to have a word with you." As Xiao Shichu instinctively moved to shield Wen Yi, she gestured for him to stand down. "Do not worry. Miss Su cannot possibly consume me." Recalling that the little diva was not to be trifled with, he stepped aside. Once the door was closed, Wen Yi lazily remarked, "What does Miss Su wish to discuss? Shall we talk about your fruitless endeavors or your public embarrassment?" Su Qingyue was immediately incensed. She was meant to be the victor today. For this very competition, she had prepared 4 exquisite gowns and lavish jewelry. Anna had also instructed the photographers to be ready, planning to release her stunning victory photos across major platforms, even securing a spot on trending searches. The influential accounts she had bribed were poised to release news of her blossoming romance with Mu Jingchen, ensuring she would become the center of attention in the entire capital. Yet, this woman before her had disrupted her plans and shattered her dreams, leaving her seething with rage. "Sweet, I know not what underhanded means you resorted to in narrowly defeating me, but our contest is far from who triumphs remains uncertain, so do not revel in your victory prematurely." The outcome of the competition was merely one aspect for FT to consider. More crucial was the purchasing power of the fans as a testament to the designer's merit. While Sweet's black gown was indeed breathtaking and innovative, the majority still favored the traditional white gown. Wen Yi's tone dripped with sarcasm. "Has Miss Su forgotten that the 4 wedding dresses in your possession are, in fact, my creations? Not only do you show no remorse, but you also boasted your actions, displaying an utter lack of shame." Su Qingyue's complexion fluctuated between pallor and rage, as though stripped bare and subjected to derision. In a fit of desperation, she lunged for Wen Yi's mask. "What do you think you are, daring to challenge me?" Wen Yi instinctively dodged, but Su Qingyue's sudden movement caught her off guard, her fingers snagging the mask's ties, resulting in a clatter as the candy-colored mask fell to the ground. When Su Qingyue beheld the face behind the mask was Wen Yi, her fury abruptly ceased, her pupils constricting violently, her chest tightening painfully as she momentarily forgot to breathe. After a pause, she managed to utter in a voice nearly unrecognizable, "How can it be you?" When he realized she could no longer conceal the truth and met Su Qingyue's gaze with a mocking glimmer, "Did Miss Su truly never consider that she could be bested by a housewife whom you so disdain?" Su Qingyue nearly screamed, "Impossible. Why are you masquerading as Sweet? Bring her out to face me." Wen Yi, smiling, produced a pen and skillfully sketched the lines of several designs. In truth, as she grasped the pen, Su Qingyue began to believe, yet she could not accept that she had been defeated by a mere housewife. Fashion design was her pride and joy, a source of much acclaim, and yet today she found herself trampled beneath Wen Yi's feet. As Wen Yi spoke passionately about her designs, Su Qingyue felt a dull roar in her ears, her steps faltering. She could scarcely recall how she exited the lounge, consumed by a singular, frenzied thought she must destroy Wen Yi, ensuring that Mu Jingchen never discovered her identity as sweet. Muccs, observing her pale visage, immediately expressed concern. Sister Su, has that sweet bullied you? I shall take my vengeance this instant. Su Qingyue seized her arm. Ccs, did you not wish to tear off Wen Yi's facade and reveal her true nature to the world? I can assist you with that. Mu Ccs, recalling her deep-seated hatred for Wen Yi, hesitated, fearing her brother's admonition, and withdrew slightly. I fear my brother, ha. Wen Yi was already consorting with other men while still married to your brother. If he were to discover this, he would never protect her. Mu Cici's eyes sparkled with glee. Had it not been for her brother's warning, she would have long since sought to ruin Wen Yi. With the woman digging her own grave, she would gladly help her on her way. That evening, when Wen Yi's black gown and Su Qingyue's white gown simultaneously became available for sale, a deluge of scandalous revelations about Wen Yi swept across the internet like a tempest. Wen Yi's hotel rendezvous with a young tycoon, Wen Yi's affair with a wealthy connoisseur, Wen Yi's underground romance with Xiao Shichu. Every topic related to Wen Yi surged rapidly to the forefront of trending discussions, inciting a storm of vitriol, with Sweet also being implicated. That Wen is an equal opportunity seducer, playing the field with remarkable ease. How shameless. No wonder, despite being the true daughter of the Wen family, she is less favored than a foster child. The Wen family must have seen through her ostentatious facade long ago. Sweet's judgment is severely lacking. How could she choose such a woman as her assistant? The thought of the wedding dress materials potentially passing through the hands of this shameless woman makes me reluctant to make a purchase. Perhaps Sweet orchestrated Wen Yi's seduction of these men to pave her own way. Otherwise, how could she possibly secure a chance to compete with Su's designs? Chapter 55 She awaits your heroic rescue. Chapter 55 She awaits your heroic rescue. In the span of a single night, Wen Yi had become the target of scorn across the internet, branded with a plethora of derogatory labels such as gold digger, shameless, and shallow. Her phone was inundated with calls, yet she chose to ignore them all, turning it off and slipping into slumber until midday the following day. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Assuming it was Nanan delivering daily necessities, she opened the door only to find Fang Qiong standing there. Noting Wen Yi's disheveled appearance, Fang Qiong couldn't help but jest, true to form, boss Wen, even with the world After all, she was a woman who had danced with death on 2 occasions. The first time, she nearly perished on the operating table during a kidney transplant, and the second time, she endured a marriage over the past 3 years that gnawed at her very soul. Having brushed against the gates of hell multiple times, she was hardly intimidated by the spectral phantoms of mischief. I'm fine, please inform Xiao Shichu to refrain from any actions over the next few days. He should simply await my instructions. Fang Qiong, visibly indignant, retorted, Ancestor, I must commend your composure. After being so publicly humiliated, how can you remain so calm? Isn't that merely bolstering their confidence while undermining your own? Wen Yi uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring 2 glasses generously. I have investigated the matter. The majority of the online detractors and the orchestrated smear campaign originate from a single entertainment company, and the individual currently in dealings with them is Mu Sesu. What, the one orchestrating your downfall is that eccentric sister-in-law of yours? Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, add a prefix. Had she any regard for our past sisterly bond, she would not have sought to ruin me so thoroughly. And what is your plan for retaliation? Since she desires to stir up trouble, I shall assist her in escalating the situation, while discreetly monitoring her movements. A woman as dim-witted as Mu Sesu could not conceive of such a sinister plot on her own. She must have some formidable figure advising her from the shadows. Realizing that Wen Yi was concocting a grand strategy, Fang Qiong instantly brightened. Worry not, creating chaos is my forte. An hour later, another wave of disparaging announcements targeting Wen Yi was disseminated, each one swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of trending topics across various websites. Upon witnessing the uproar online, Mu Sesu excitedly dialed Su Qingyue. Sister Su, did you see? That wretched Wen Yi is being mercilessly lambasted. She has become a pariah, a veritable rat scurrying through the streets. Let us see how she maintains her arrogance now. Su Qingyue feigned concern, do be cautious, you wouldn't want your brother to discover this, lest it reignite tensions between you two. Sister Su, fret not. My brother is currently away on business and will hardly pay attention to her affairs. Besides, she is merely a discarded shoe from his past, who would still care. In Country C, Mu Jingchen had just concluded a round of negotiations. The terms proposed by the opposing party were excessively stringent, yet he remained steadfast, leaving them feeling utterly defeated. Even after the meeting adjourned, the room still lingered with a palpable tension. Lu Ao knocked and entered, taking a seat unceremoniously. Brother Chen, the Smith delegation left with scowls on their faces. It seems they couldn't secure a single advantage. I told you, the cold and decisive Cold Yen Lu has never tasted defeat. Whether dealing with those old dogs or women, he shows no mercy. Mu Jingchen detected the veiled insinuation in Lu Ao's words and raised an eyebrow. Those who once spoke foolishly in my presence now lie beneath 2 or 3 meters of grave soil. Lu Ao clicked his tongue. Brother Chen, I respect no one but your ruthless decisiveness. Wen Yi has been with you for 3 years, yet, when she finds herself in trouble, you choose to distance yourself. At the mere mention of Wen Yi, Mu Jingchen's brow furrowed. What mischief is she up to now? TSK, your ex-wife is now the most reviled figure online. Having flown into country C the previous evening, Mu Jingchen had headed directly to the conference room, with his phone set to vibrate. Only now did he notice the multitude of missed calls, all from his circle of friends. He couldn't be bothered to respond, instead opening a webpage, fortuitously landing on the trending news regarding Wen Yi and Xiao Shichu's scandal, with several high-definition images of their intimate moments glaringly evident. A surge of agitation enveloped him, rendering him restless. He irritably tugged at his collar and coldly muttered, "One reaps what one sows." He had long warned Wen Yi that Xiao Shichu was no saint, a notorious womanizer with a dreadful reputation. When such matters came to light, it was invariably the woman who bore the brunt of public disdain. Luao, clearly taken aback by his reaction, seemed to have held back his comments for some time before finally saying, "Brother Chen, if you still harbor feelings for Wen Yi, I suggest you swoop in as her hero." This is indeed a prime opportunity. The more he gazed at those photos, the more they irked him, leading him to slam his phone onto the table. "Do you think I, Mu Jingchen, have a penchant for revisiting past relationships?" Luao chuckled helplessly. "Fine, I won pry. But if you truly have no interest in Wen Yi, might I take my chance?" Mu Jingchen shot him a frost-laden glare. "You may pursue her, but our brotherhood will be forfeit." TSK, Brother Chen, you truly are reluctant to let go. "Ha, I merely wish to avoid the constant sight of a vexing individual." Luao said no more and departed with a smile. As Bei Yan stepped into the office, he was met with Mu Jingchen's stormy visage, which seemed to lower the room's atmosphere several degrees. Startled, he tread lightly, cautiously placing the negotiation documents by Mu Jingchen's side. "Mr. Mu, regarding the Smith negotiations," Mu Jingchen abruptly interjected with a chilling tone, "are you aware that Wen Yi is in trouble?" Having already caught wind of the gossip, Bei Yan contemplated whether to inform him when he was unexpectedly asked directly. I know." Suppressing his fury, Mu Jingchen demanded, "Why was I not informed immediately?" Bei Yan offered a wry smile. "Mr.Mu, last time you warned me that you had severed ties with Miss Wen, instructing me to refrain from bothering you with anything related to her." Mu Jingchen felt a surge of frustration swell within him, taking a moment before articulating, "If my marriage to her were to be exposed, would that not tarnish the Mu family's reputation?" Without missing a beat, Bei Yan relayed every morsel of gossip he had gathered about Wen Yi. After digesting the entire narrative, Mu Jingchen's expression softened somewhat. He glanced at his phone and recalled that the individual seen entering the hotel with Wen Yi was none other than himself. The photographs captured only his back and a blurred profile, yet even so, they were far more flattering than those of Xiao Shichu, the notorious playboy. Moreover, the image of Wen Yi with the ostentatious Koenigsegg was likely a misunderstanding, as that car belonged to SW, and Wen Yi was merely its assistant, hitching a ride. The informant was evidently a simpleton, prone to spreading baseless rumors. "Has there been any response from Wen Yi?" "No response from Miss Wen." Bei Yan paused before adding, "I believe Miss Wen is awaiting your heroic intervention." Mu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Chapter 56. One must use a dog stick to beat a dog. Chapter 56. A stick for beating dogs. Bei Yan earnestly analyzed. Ordinary individuals, once subjected to such character-destroying slander, would invariably leap to defend themselves at the first opportunity. However, Miss Wen has not uttered a single word in response, not even a simple explanation. It appears she is merely awaiting President Mu to personally clarify the matter. Mu Jingchen cast him a cold glance. "Which of your eyes perceived her to be intentionally waiting for me?" "President Mu, the man in that photograph is undoubtedly you. If you were to take the initiative to acknowledge it, you would not only exonerate Miss Wen but also publicly disclose the romantic sentiments that once existed between you. I believe Miss Wen is far more concerned with the latter than the former," Bei Yan said, growing increasingly animated. "During the 3 years you were together, you never publicly acknowledged her identity, and she must have endured considerable grievances. Thus, she likely seeks to compel you into a confession. To put it bluntly, Miss Wen harbors feelings for you. It is simply that you have never formally reciprocated her affections. Is this not an opportune moment?" Mu Jingchen raised an eyebrow. "So, you're suggesting that her indifference toward the scandal and rumors is a tactic to force my hand?" A gleam of delight appeared on Bei Yan's face. President Mu finally seemed to have grasped the situation, justifying the mental exertion he had devoted to this matter. Mu Jingchen found some merit in Bei Yan's argument. After all, she had employed similar tactics in the past. When he had been cold toward her, she had gone to great lengths to capture his attention, waiting for him to take the initiative to soothe her. Yet, his inherent inability to placate women had inevitably fostered resentment within her. If she was indeed intent on crafting a way for him to save face, he could consider it, for the daily demands of managing the company had already left him in disarray. If a woman were to unrelentingly pursue him, it would only serve to complicate his life, but with Mu in the picture, at least those women would be dissuaded from their advances. "Book a flight back home immediately." Bei Yan exclaimed, "President Mu, if Miss Wen learns that you postponed your business obligations to assist her in clarifying this matter, she will surely be moved to tears." Mu Jingchen replied coldly, "I merely wish to bring this farce to a swift conclusion to prevent any damage to the Mu family's reputation." The position of Mrs. Mu could be filled by any woman, yet he was reluctant to expend further effort searching. Thus, he decided to grant her one more chance. When he endured a day filled with vitriolic attacks from netizens, even her Weibo account registered under the name Sweet was not spared. "You blind fool, do you not realize your assistant is nothing but a worn-out shoe? Proximity breeds contempt. Be wary lest you become a worn-out shoe yourself." No matter how stunning your designs may be, employing someone like Wen Yi reveals your mutual disdain. Do not expect me to purchase another piece of your clothing. I used to be an ardent fan, but I never anticipated you would endorse a worn-out shoe. Bah, consider my money fed to the dogs. Fang Xiong defended Wen Yi fervently, hastily creating several alternate accounts to engage in heated exchanges with the detractors. As the party in question, Wen Yi appeared remarkably unfazed. Fang Xiong, furiously typing away at her keyboard, inquired, "Boss Wen, are you not at all angry?" These individuals wielded the most venomous of words. Had she been in their position, she would have unearthed their identities and dismantled them one by one. Wen Yi replied calmly, "If one is bitten by a dog, retaliating in kind only results in superficial injuries while leaving one with a mouthful of fur. It is a futile endeavor." "And what, pray tell, is your esteemed opinion, Boss Wen?" Wen Yi smiled. "One must use a stick to beat a dog, and it must be a decisive blow, striking at the very heart." Initially, she had harbored doubts regarding the identity of the mastermind behind the provocations directed at Mu Sesu, but upon witnessing the merciless onslaught against her sweet account, she immediately pinpointed Su Qingyue as the culprit. After all, that day she had personally torn off her candy mask, and with Sweet now embroiled in controversy, none of her designs would sell, thereby naturally granting Su Qingyue priority in collaboration with FT. Previously, she had warned Su Qingyue to cease provoking her, considering it a gesture of goodwill for the child she carried, yet, since she had chosen to disregard her warning, Wen Yi felt justified in her ruthless response that would sever Su Qingyue's avenues of escape. Moments later, Wen Yi logged onto Weibo to post, "If love cannot hold a man's heart, then let him go freely." Attached were their divorce documents and high-definition images of the two at the hotel. The spectators were instantly polarized. "This is an astonishing revelation. Mu Jingchen was not a golden bachelor 3 years ago. Goodness, how many hearts in Kyoto must be shattered by this news?" At that time, he was not yet divorced. Their stay at the hotel was entirely legitimate. Who is the fool that would use such photos to fabricate rumors? Heavens, I always thought Mu Jingchen and Su Qingyue were a couple, and in many public settings, Miss Su has been quite flirtatious with him. Could it be that Miss Wen divorced him over this matter? By this reasoning, Su Qingyue is indeed the third party who intruded upon another's marriage. I truly do not understand how she can shamelessly flaunt her affection in public. The tide of public opinion shifted dramatically. In matters of extramarital affairs, it is often the woman who bears the brunt of the blame. Furthermore, no one dared to direct their ire at the cold and unyielding Mu Jingchen, choosing instead to unleash their fury upon Su Qingyue. At that moment, a post quietly gained traction, insinuating that Su Qingyue had been in secret liaison with Mu Jingchen and was 3 months pregnant. Extramarital affairs remain a societal taboo, and soon Su Qingyue was subjected to a ruthless barrage of criticism, with even the wedding dresses she had sold being returned en masse by her fans. This wave of public backlash swiftly escalated into personal attacks. Su Qingyue, who had previously been in high spirits, convinced of her victory, had treated herself to a spa day. Little did she know, upon exiting the salon, she was met with a barrage of rotten eggs. Shameless mistress, why not pursue something virtuous instead of stealing someone else's husband? I wonder how a wealthy family could produce such a vile creature, intent on dismantling others' families. Even if the child in your womb is born, it shall be a bastard, and this humiliation is a gift from you, the mother. Su Qingyue was left bewildered, trembling in anger, but fortunately, her bodyguards rushed in to shield her as she entered the vehicle. Wiping the foul egg residue from her hair, she shrieked, "What on earth is happening?" Anna whispered, "Miss Su, just check the trending topics, and you will understand." Su Qingyue, having no time to clean herself up, swiftly opened her phone, and her complexion turned ashen. Wen Yi's silence spoke volumes, eclipsing 1,000 words. This single divorce certificate not only exonerated her but also publicly slapped Mu Jingchen in the face, effectively branding Su Qingyue with the title of mistress, leaving her speechless in rebuttal, as she indeed bore the suspicion of flaunting her relationship with Mu Jingchen in public. All previous sweet rumors instantaneously morphed into damning evidence, and past compliments transformed into sharp insults. Wen Yi's move was a vicious strike to the heart. Indeed, Su Qingyue trembled with fury, and as the vehicle rounded a corner, she fortuitously caught a glimpse of Wen Yi through the CAF's glass window. She immediately commanded the driver to stop, and despite her disheveled appearance, she stormed toward Wen Yi. At that moment, Wen Yi was leisurely sipping coffee with Fang Qiong, when suddenly, a resounding slap landed across her face. A sharp, burning pain radiated across her cheek, and her eardrum rang in response. Chapter 57, There is no need to destroy what cannot be obtained. Chapter 57, There is no need to destroy what cannot be obtained. Su Qingyue's bodyguard had already dispersed the patrons in the CAF, allowing her to unleash her fury upon Wen Yi without restraint. Wen Yi did not grant her a second chance. She suddenly seized Su Qingyue's wrist and retaliated with 2 sharp slaps to her face. Su Qingyue's cheeks immediately swelled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Clearly taken aback by Wen Yi's audacity to strike back, she exclaimed in a fit of rage, "Wen Yi, one should leave room for others. It makes future encounters far more pleasant. You've made it your mission to ruin both me and Jingchen. Have you not considered how you will navigate your life in Kyoto afterwards?" Fang Qiong, known for her fiery temperament, could scarcely contain herself and, without waiting for Wen Yi's response, hurled her hot coffee directly at Su Qingyue's face. "You shameless creature, it is you who covets another's husband, harboring an illegitimate child while scheming for ascendance. It is you who instigates conflict, yet you have the audacity to question the victim? Miss Fang, this is a private matter between Miss Wen and myself. Kindly excuse yourself." Just as Fang Qiong was about to unleash a tirade, Wen Yi nodded at her, prompting her to exit alongside Su Qingyue's bodyguard. In the vast CAF, only Wen Yi and Su Qingyue remained. Naturally, Su Qingyue saw no need for pretense, adopting an aggressive stance as she declared, "Wen Yi, are you aware that your statement has caused tremendous turmoil for both the Mu and Su families?" Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. "Why should I care?" Su Qingyue retorted with a menacing glare, "You are perpetually mired in domestic affairs, spending your idle hours tending to plants and dabbling in art. You are likely oblivious to the treachery of society and the merciless nature of the business world. Just a flick of our fingers at the Su family could bring you to your knees. Even if you are the esteemed designer suite, you would be crushed before you ever made a splash." Wen Yi's lips curled in a cold smile. Su Qingyue's hatred was palpable, and while threatening her, she could not resist belittling her further. With a mocking grin, Wen Yi ran her tongue over her teeth. "But the divorce certificate has already been posted. Are you suggesting I inform the masses that it is a forgery, and that I am still wed to Mu Jingchen? Dream on. Had you not coerced Jingchen with your supposed benevolence, he would never have married you. Now that he has awakened and cast you aside, do not expect him to look back." Wen Yi understood that in Su Qingyue's eyes, Mu Jingchen was a lofty flower, while she was merely a patch of mud. Even if she told Su Qingyue that it was her own initiative to seek a divorce to free Mu Jingchen, she would not believe it. Instead, she would only perceive it as evidence of his disdain for her, and assume that she had been forced into divorce due to her own inadequacies. Disinterested in justifying herself, she maintained a cool smile. "So, Miss Su, what do you propose I do?" Su Qingyue assumed her words had struck a chord, her expression softening considerably. "Wen Yi, I speak all this for your benefit. After all, you are without financial resources and do not receive support from your family. A woman with talent alone cannot survive in this treacherous world without funds and connections. If you follow my guidance, even if you forfeit the opportunity to collaborate with FT, our Su family can extend a helping hand to Imu, ensuring a mutually beneficial outcome." Wen Yi nearly laughed aloud. Having sparred with Su Qingyue for so long, she understood her better than herself. Such a significant concession from Su Qingyue surely concealed a heavy burden she intended for Wen Yi to bear. "Miss Su, you were quite fervent with that slap earlier. Why do you now seem like a worn-out rag, circling endlessly?" Suppressing her frustration, Su Qingyue replied, "I will prepare a statement for you to post directly. You remember, settling this matter is beneficial for you, for me, and for Jingchen." Wen Yi felt a cold amusement in her heart. The online community had just rallied to her side, defending her against injustice. If she were to suddenly issue a statement clarifying Su Qingyue's position, it would be akin to stabbing those who had supported her. She would become a pariah, utterly unable to recover. It was baffling whether Su Qingyue was simply deluded or had taken her for a complete fool, to devise such a foolish scheme. Seeing Wen Yi silent, Su Qingyue believed her proposition had captivated her. After all, Wen Yi was in a precarious position. As the designer for Imu, she bore undeniable responsibility. If she partnered with the Su family, Imu might still have a glimmer of survival, ensuring she would not face unemployment. Truly, such a base matter could entice anyone, as long as a morsel was dangled before them. Before leaving, Su Qingyue issued a final warning. "Wen Yi, you have been married to Jingchen for 3 years. Even if you cannot have him, there is no need to destroy him, otherwise, you will find no foothold in Kyoto." Wen Yi was driven to laughter by her absurdity. "Miss Su, which of your eyes perceived that I harbored hatred born of love, wishing to ruin Mu Jingchen? In truth, I severed all ties with him at the moment of our divorce, otherwise, I would not have so boldly shared the divorce certificate." Su Qingyue curled her lips in disdain. "After so many years of conflict, we know each other well. Your display of the divorce certificate was merely a ploy to incite public scorn against me and Jingchen, so that you could play the victim and elicit sympathy. But I warn you, even so, Jingchen will never return, so you would do well to stow away your little tricks." Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. When she shared the divorce certificate, her intention was simply to cut off the roots of conflict. Without contemplating such complexities, did Mu Jingchen harbor thoughts akin to Su Qingyue's, believing she sought his sympathy through her victimhood? Should she clarify this to avoid misunderstandings? The more she pondered, the more she felt the need to dispel any misconceptions, prompting her to call Bei Yan. However, after several attempts, each call revealed that his phone was switched off. Deciding to clarify later, she set her phone aside. Su Qingyue seized Wen Yi's phone and tossed it into her coffee cup. "Miss Wen, to ensure our conversation remains confidential, your phone must be destroyed." Wen Yi instantly understood. Su Qingyue was feeling guilty, fearing that she had recorded their discussion. With a knowing smile, she raised an eyebrow. "It's merely a phone, I have no attachment to it. However, it does contain dozens of valuable design drafts worth millions. I would appreciate your compensation for the losses." Indeed, she was a woman driven by greed, and clearly desperate. Su Qingyue scoffed. "Rest assured, I will transfer the funds to you shortly, and I will also compensate you for a new phone." Wen Yi nodded. "Since you are so inclined, I shall graciously accept. Just remember, I only want the same model." Su Qingyue snapped a photo of Wen Yi's damaged phone before departing. Initially, she had intended to offer Wen Yi the latest model, but since the country bumpkin had specified her request, she would acquiesce. When Mu Jingchen's flight landed, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Bei Yan glanced at his phone, noting the missed calls, and with a smug expression remarked, "President Mu, it appears I was indeed correct. Miss Wen has called me over a dozen times, likely eager for your assistance in extricating her from her predicament." Chapter 58, Bestow upon her a grand black cauldron. Chapter 58, Presenting her with a large black pot. Mu Jingchen pressed his thin lips together, realizing that her antics were the same as ever. First, a series of manipulative ploys, followed by a pitiful plea for reconciliation. After all these years, he had grown weary of her tricks. Why could she not conjure a fresh approach? Nevertheless, since she had gone to such lengths to provide him with an exit, he reluctantly decided to accept it. Just as Mu Jingchen contemplated dialing back, he suddenly remembered that his phone number had been blocked by Wen Yi, prompting him to seize Bai Yan's phone instead. As he pondered how to convey his acceptance of Wen Yi's underhanded gesture, her voice echoed through the receiver. Assistant Bai, please inform President Mu that my intention in revealing the divorce certificate was solely to affirm my innocence, with no ulterior motives. I hope President Mu does not misunderstand. Mu Jingchen's voice caught in his throat, his expression darkening ominously. Assistant Bai, can you hear me? Without a word, he abruptly hung up the call, plunging the atmosphere in the car into a heavy silence. Bai Yan, acutely aware of the tension, hesitantly ventured, Miss Wen might be playing hard to get. Before Mu Jingchen could unleash his wrath, Lu Ao's call came through. Chen Ge, you truly are something else. In your haste to be the gallant hero, you've left me to handle the mess in country C. However, I fear you may have arrived too late. She never intended to grant you that opportunity, immediately presenting the divorce certificate, a complete dead end. Mu Jingchen's heart sank further. What kind of friends had he surrounded himself with, those who delighted in twisting the knife deeper into his wound? Lu Ao, do you believe I am the type to meddle in others' affairs? Oh, if it's not about your ex-wife, then why did you abandon the project to return home alone? Mu Jingchen, suppressing his anger, replied, there are matters at home. What could possibly be so pressing at the Mu residence that it outweighs a project worth billions? Frustration boiled within Mu Jingchen, prompting him to end the conversation abruptly. Noting his dark demeanor, Bai Yan held his breath and cautiously inquired, so how does President Mu plan to respond to Miss Wen? It had become clear to him that Miss Wen had no intention of rekindling their relationship. After all, the divorce certificate was a decisive severance of ties, executed with remarkable finality. Previously, he had imagined a scenario where she desperately sought reconciliation. Now, it appeared he had miscalculated. Understanding this, how could President Mu remain oblivious? Mu Jingchen felt as if an unquenchable fire raged within him, akin to a beloved pet breaking free from its leash and scampering away. He directed all his fury at Bai Yan. Get out. Thus, Bai Yan was unceremoniously expelled from the vehicle, watching the retreating car with a sense of helplessness. Could he truly be blamed? If President Mu had not harbored such inclinations himself, he would not have been led astray. As Mu Jingchen rolled down the window, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it and inhaling deeply, the swirling smoke accentuating the brooding shadows upon his handsome face. Ah, he had intended to offer her another chance, yet she failed to recognize his generosity. Very well, he saw no reason to preserve her dignity. There were countless women who aspired to the position of Mrs. Mu. She was not irreplaceable. After extinguishing his cigarette, Mu Jingchen logged onto his official Weibo account and posted, divorced, no plans for reconciliation, please do not disturb. Once the post was published, it was rapidly shared by various influencers, igniting a new wave of gossip. Fang Qiong eagerly relayed the hot news to Wen Yi. Mu Jingchen is quite the character. It seems he has attempted to explain himself while simultaneously saying nothing at all. Wen Yi curled her lips into a smile. His statement was clearly aimed at me, implying that he does not entertain the idea of reversing his decision, urging me to allow him his peace. Fang Qiong exploded in indignation. Seriously, where does he get the audacity? He hurt you so deeply, and even if he cleaned up his act and presented himself to you, you might not even spare him a glance. A flicker of dark light crossed Wen Yi's eyes. This was for the best, as it clarified the boundaries. Henceforth, they would coexist without interference. Moments later, Su Qingyue sent a gleeful message at Wen Yi. You must have seen that in his heart, Jingchen has no place for you. Stop wasting your efforts on him. The only one destined to be MRS.mu is me. A smart person would heed my advice, and if I am pleased, I might even extend some benefits to your admirers. Wen Yi tugged at the corners of her mouth. Su Qingyue was relentless in seizing every opportunity to inflict pain, but unfortunately for her, Wen Yi was now indifferent and impervious to her barbs. Soon, Wen Yi's phone chimed with a notification indicating a deposit, evidently a transfer of 1 million from Su Qingyue. Fang Qiong glanced at it and teased, Boss Wen is doing quite well in business, receiving hundreds of thousands in mere moments. Wen Yi smiled faintly. This business is no easy feat. The other party expects me to take the blame while also desiring my integrity. As anticipated, Su Qingyue promptly forwarded the meticulously crafted statement. A mere glance at it cast a shadow over Wen Yi's exquisite features. In this statement, Su Qingyue extolled the deep bond between herself and Mu Jingchen, portraying Wen Yi as an interloper, making the declaration less a statement and more a self-incriminating confession. If Su Qingyue were to release such a statement, not only would she be mercilessly criticized by netizens, but her own reputation would also crumble. It was as if Su Qingyue viewed her as someone willing to demean herself for a handful of silver. In a decisive move, Wen Yi posted the statement along with Su Qingyue's message online. The backlash was immediate and severe, with netizens condemning Su Qingyue even more harshly. My goodness, Miss Su is utterly shameless. To act as the third party and then coerce the other into whitewashing her image, does she truly believe herself to be a goddess deserving of reverence? While I may not know what transpired in the past, Su's actions are completely devoid of morals. To expect someone to bear the blame while simultaneously trampling them underfoot is the epitome of treachery. This statement essentially acknowledges her role as an outsider in someone else's marriage. Even if one sprinkles perfume on dung, it remains a repugnant mess. Not only was Su Qingyue subjected to widespread scorn online, but her family's business also suffered repercussions. Her father, furious, pointed an accusing finger at her and berated her mercilessly, demanding she rectify the situation within 3 days or risk losing any stake in the company. In that moment, she felt as though she had shot herself in the foot, yearning to call Wen Yi and unleash her fury, yet fearing a recorded response. She could only suppress her anger. The prospect of humbling herself to apologize to Wen Yi was utterly out of the question. The urgent task at hand was to redirect the vitriol of the internet. Regaining her composure, Su Qingyue instructed Anna, bribe a few marketing accounts to release more photos of Wen Yi leaving with the owner of the Koenigsegg, and also dig up any evidence of her affair with Xiao Shichu. Once they could establish Wen Yi's infidelity and materialism, the tides would surely turn. After all, a woman who sold her body for money would hardly inspire sympathy. Having completed this plan, Su Qingyue still felt it was insufficient. She then dialed the Wen family's number. That evening, Wen Yi received a call from Yang Lina, inviting her to dinner at the Wen residence the following afternoon. Fang Qiong couldn't help but caution, perhaps you should reconsider attending. It could be a trap. Chapter 59 I. Did not touch her. Chapter 59 I. Never touched her. When Wen Yi married into the Mu family, the Wen family, behind her back, clandestinely solicited 30 million from Mu Jingchen. During their return visit, Mu Jingchen placed the check on the table in front of her. At that moment, Wen Yi felt a profound sense of humiliation and heartache. Her love for Mu Jingchen had compelled her to willingly donate a kidney and go to great lengths to marry into the Mu family. The Wen family's demand was tantamount to selling her like a piece of meat, and the price they set was nothing short of exorbitant. She suddenly felt as though her love had been commodified, rendered cheap. Because of this 30 million, the women of the Mu family had persistently ridiculed Wen Yi, insinuating that she was a leech, scheming to drain the Mu family's resources back to her own family. Unable to persuade Yang Lina to return the money, and feeling an innate sense of guilt, Wen Yi endured the humiliation inflicted by the Mu family. Perhaps due to this slap in the face, the Wen family no longer made any overt attempts to summon Wen Yi back home. Yet, after she issued her belated divorce announcement, the Wen family unexpectedly invited her back for a meal. Wen Yi certainly did not believe that the Wen family was genuinely concerned for her well-being, seeking to soothe her shattered heart. They would merely extract the last vestiges of her value. Fang Qiong, noticing Wen Yi's prolonged silence, remarked, "In any case, it's for the best if you disregard that half-baked family of yours. We need not go." Wen Yi rubbed her temples. Even if it's a feast akin to the banquet of Hongmen, I must attend. Some matters need resolution. Moreover, if she chose not to go, Yang Lina would inevitably come knocking, disturbing her peace. It would be better to face this ordeal head-on. I heard from Xiao Shichu that your father is rather ill-tempered. He once laid hands on you and now, in their eyes, you are merely a discarded woman from a wealthy family. Aren't you afraid he might resort to violence again? Wen Yi curled her lips. I am no longer the defenseless child who would cower under his blows. Should he dare to touch me, I shall seize the opportunity to escalate matters. Fang Qiong understood that Wen Yi was always strategic, with every step meticulously calculated except in the case of Mu Jingchen. Yet, this was hardly her fault. After all, women in love often exhibit a diminished intellect, and once that spell is broken, their wits return with lightning speed. Wen Yi was now in such a state. If her parents from the Wen family were to show up at this moment, it would be unclear who would truly be at a loss. Fang Qiong suggested, since you are bound for the Hongmen banquet tomorrow, let us indulge in a night of revelry. Wen Yi shot her a disapproving glance. Aren't you supposed to be watching your weight? The manager meticulously recorded the artist's data daily, and Fang Qiong had been indulging herself in a feast without any apparent restraint, lacking the self-awareness expected of an artist. Fang Qiong laughed. Boss Wen, I am merely sacrificing myself for the sake of a gentleman. Besides, my schedule has been rather light lately. Wen Yi frowned. Have you been affected by the recent turmoil? Su Qingyue refused to concede defeat, continuously pouring substantial resources into marketing, exploiting scandalous images of luxury cars alongside rumors about Xiao Shichu. As Xiao Shichu's legitimate girlfriend, Fang Qiong was naturally swept into the maelstrom of public opinion. Fang Qiong waved her hand dismissively. And not at all, I've just been facing a bit of bad luck. The major advertisements and significant productions I was set to take on have all been snatched away. I am not particularly career-driven, so if there are no work arrangements, I might as well enjoy myself. After all, I cannot let this time go to waste. Wen Yi scoffed. That good-for-nothing Xiao Shichu, how is it that he can't even protect his own legitimate girlfriend, allowing others to usurp your opportunities? Fang Qiong half-jokingly replied, he is only of use in bed. In other respects, he is less capable than you, my scandalous counterpart. Perhaps I should drop him and pursue a partnership with you, Boss Wen. Who knows, we might just strike gold. Wen Yi laughed. Even if the entire world abandoned Xiao Shichu, you would never turn your back on him. That's not necessarily true. Perhaps one day I might just take flight. Accepting Fang Qiong's suggestion, Wen Yi drove to a venue known as the Western Cowboy. According to the establishment's rules, patrons could don various costumes to conceal their identities. Fang Qiong chose a seductive outfit reminiscent of Daji, complete with a fox mask, exuding allure. Wen Yi opted for a more modest queenly attire, adorned with diamond tassels that concealed her mouth and nose. As they entered the bustling hall, Wen Yi was enveloped by a cacophony of sounds, the shuffling of chips, the excited cries of the crowd, the dealer's announcements, and the server's calls, all melding into a symphony of nocturnal revelry. Everyone was dressed in an array of costumes. Had it not been for the clattering of chips, Wen Yi would have thought she had stumbled into a masquerade ball. Realizing they had arrived at the D area, she intended to turn and leave, but Fang Qiong wrapped her arms around her waist. Darling, despite the chaos here, it is precisely such an environment that heightens excitement. When playing cards, your nerves are intensely focused, every sense is awakened, especially at the moment of revealing the cards. It's simply exhilarating. I have never played before, and I don't particularly enjoy such activities. Fang Qiong tugged her toward the card table. How can you know it's dull if you don't play a few hands? Rest assured, we shall only play casually for fun. Alright, but my luck is notoriously poor. If I lose, please don't take it to heart. Tonight, we celebrate your triumph over Sulvayu. Losses will be on me, while wins will be yours. Their silhouettes were graceful, and even with their faces concealed, they provoked intrigue, prompting others to yield their seats. With the newcomers at the table, it was only natural to reshuffle the deck, and soon the sound of shuffling echoed across the table. As Wen Yi listened to this sound, she felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. She had always been disciplined, never allowing herself to indulge, yet this sound beckoned her to revel and abandon. Tonight, she would cast aside all restraints and embrace her role as a player. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Bai attentively poured red wine for Mu Jingchen. Brother Chen, you finally remembered me. Mu Jingchen drank the wine. Pray tell, what's the situation? Seeing Bai's nosy demeanor, Mu Jingchen felt an overwhelming urge to knock some sense into him. Shut up and let me be. TSK, I'm not one to say, but with your new flame and old love clashing so fiercely, how could you not feel troubled? Mu Jingchen frowned. Who is the new flame, and who is the old love? The new flame is Su Qingyue, and the old love is Wen Yi. Everyone's been saying that Su Qingyue is already carrying your child. Bang! Mu Jingchen abruptly swept the red wine off the table, shattering it to pieces. Nonsense. Watching the expensive wine shatter, Bai felt a pang. I heard someone even captured photos of Su Qingyue going for a gynecological check. Up to its all the rage that she is on the verge of marrying into the Mu family, yet her tactics leave much to be desired, as she has been branded as a mistress by your ex-wife. Chapter 60. What a ridiculous twist of fate. Chapter 60. What a ridiculous fate. Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow and promptly sent a message to Su Qingyue. Are you pregnant? Su Qingyue delayed in her response, and lacking the patience to wait any longer, he tossed his phone aside. Bai, ever the analyst, chimed in. I reckon Su Qingyue initially intended to stir up some rumors to gauge the old master's sentiments. Who could have anticipated that your ex-wife would counterattack so fiercely, leaving her with a divorce certificate and the label of a mistress? It seems she was unwilling to accept this, thus releasing those photos, aiming to leverage her position. TSK, Brother Chen, I suddenly realized that whether it's your new flame or your old love, neither is simple. At this point, your old love seems to hold the upper hand. Perhaps you should begrudgingly consider remarrying Wen Yi. After all, finding a woman who possesses both beauty and intellect to be your supportive partner is indeed quite challenging. Mu Jingchen felt a surge of frustration. He believed he had come to the wrong place tonight, only to invite discomfort upon himself. Bai, be quiet. Bai, however, grew increasingly animated. Brother Chen, I genuinely underestimated your ex-wife. I thought she was merely a woman who would flit around the kitchen in an apron. Who would have guessed that her strike would be so lethal, leaving the opponent with no chance to breathe? Quite extraordinary. Did you ever realize how formidable Wen Yi truly was? Mu Jingchen gulped down his drink, feeling astounded by Wen Yi. She had completely shattered his previous perceptions of her. The former naivety, gentleness, she now radiated wisdom and composure, presenting an entirely different visage. This realization only deepened the turmoil within him. Had she been acting all along? With a hint of irritation, Mu Jingchen retorted, she was always a schemer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have leveraged her gratitude to marry into the Mu family. Bai, emboldened by alcohol, countered, Brother Chen, I must disagree. Wen Yi nearly risked her life on the operating table for you. She remained dutifully within the Mu household for 3 years, harboring feelings for you. Her affection was genuine. How did it morph into mere scheming in your eyes? Mu Jingchen's agitation intensified. He had come to relieve his melancholy, not to endure jabs. Bai's unwavering defense of Wen Yi made him feel as if he were facing a traitor. Suddenly, he recalled Luo's words and darkened his expression. What? You wish to pursue her too? I was thinking about it, he contemplated, but felt unworthy of Bai, observing the icy demeanor on Mu Jingchen's face, instinctively swallowed his next words. Ahem. Brother Chen, I meant no offense I merely admire Wen Yi's decisiveness in the divorce. She handled her rival with an explosive move. Such tactics and cunning, she most certainly concealed her capabilities in the past. Seeing Mu Jingchen's persistent frown, Bai added, I once thought Wen Yi was unworthy of you, but upon reflection, you two are a perfect match. I am determined to play matchmaker for you. The thought of Wen Yi's resoluteness ignited a fire within Mu Jingchen, and he downed another glass of red wine with fervor. She is not worthy. Can a man truly return to a woman after leaving her? Just then, a server approached Bai and whispered something in his ear. Bai, with a knowing glint in his eyes, looked toward Mu Jingchen. Brother Chen, would you like me to test whether Wen Yi still harbors any feelings for you? Mu Jingchen was taken aback to find Wen Yi present. She had always despised such gatherings, yet now she frequented them. Clearly, she had become accustomed to the outside world. He stood up, draping his suit jacket over his arm, and remarked curtly, a person who leaves is like a dog that has run away. The more people they encounter, the wilder they become. Even if you bring them back, they are no longer the same. Since she had severed ties with him, he felt no inclination to concern himself with her. Who could not live without whom? Moreover, when had he, Mu Jingchen, ever been short of women? Descending from the second floor, he paused at the staircase and ultimately traversed the hall on the first floor toward the exit. Bai, observing his retreating figure from around the corner, smirked and instructed the server to prepare accordingly. A card table on the first floor. Wen Yi and Feng Qiong were engrossed in their game. Though it was Wen Yi's first time playing D-cards, her sharp memory and intelligence led to a remarkable turnaround after 3 consecutive losses, quickly flipping the game in Feng Qiong's favor. Fang Xiong, ecstatic, wrapped her arms around Wen Yi's waist. Darling, you are simply a treasure. To play cards so skillfully on your first try is unbelievable. That scoundrel Mu Jingchen must be blind not to cherish you. Wen Yi, casually following the game, lazily warned, men only slow my game and taint my luck. Fang Xiong laughed. Alright, tonight we shall play to our heart's content, without mentioning any scoundrel. As Mu Jingchen entered the hall, he immediately spotted Wen Yi. Despite her exaggerated smoky eye makeup and half-covered face with a fringe mask, he recognized her instantly. Perhaps it was the time they had spent together that granted him an instinctual awareness of her presence. She appeared to be in high spirits, her luck seemingly favorable, bantering with the woman beside her as she played. The black and gold queenly gown, though ostentatious, took on an air of refreshing elegance when worn by her. Her face, adorned with smoky makeup, exuded a queenly aura, yet her laughter concealed a playful innocence. Mu Jingchen found himself inexplicably rooted to the spot, as if his feet had been nailed down. Hua Xiaobai beckoned him toward the card table. Brother Chen, come play a few rounds. Even if you're divorced, you are still friends, there is no need to be so absolute. Mu Jingchen scoffed. Do you think I'm that desperate? Hua Xiaobai nearly burst into laughter. If he weren't desperate, why on earth was he standing here like a fool? The exit offered two paths, one leading to the garage and the other to the hall. He had chosen the hall, clearly to catch a glimpse of her. However, Hua Xiaobai dared not voice this thought, for he had earned his way out of Mu Jingchen's blacklist with 2 bottles of expensive red wine. Fine, do as you wish. I'll go play a couple of rounds, as Miss Wen seems quite fond of me. Wen Yi turned her head and immediately spotted Mu Jingchen standing among the crowd. It was no wonder she recognized him at once. His attire stood out starkly amid the bizarrely dressed crowd. He appeared to have just come from work, clad in a white shirt with a black suit jacket draped over his arm, standing rigidly as his gaze pierced through the throng, locking onto her eyes. Wen Yi frowned and quickly averted her gaze. She was not in the mood to see Mu Jingchen, especially after both had issued divorce statements. Fang Xiong also noticed Mu Jingchen. What on earth is the ridiculous fate between you and your ex-husband? Why is he here too? Chapter 61. A virtue from the past. Chapter 61. The same virtue as before. Wen Yi smirked sarcastically, feeling that fate was playing tricks on her. The opportunity she once desperately sought now seemed to rain down upon her after she had severed ties with him. Forget him, let's continue playing cards. TSK, he doesn't look like someone here to play cards. He appears to be on a mission. Could it be that he is here to find you? When he frowned, Mu Jingchen had treated her like a sticky candy, and having finally shaken him off, there was no way she would turn back. Perhaps he is indeed looking for someone. Fang Xiong seemed to have an epiphany and immediately scrolled through her social media, only to find Su Qingyue's recent post, which conveniently revealed her location at the Western Cowboy venue. Damn, what kind of luck is this? Coming out to play and stumbling upon that pair of scoundrels. Su Qingyue is here too? Yes, but she is at the VIP table. It has said that those tables have exclusive private rooms, starting at 200,000, and they're hard to come by. We only here on a whim tonight, so we can only play in the main hall. When he raised an eyebrow, it was indeed true that enemies often gather. However, the hand she held was exceptionally good, and if she played it right, she could easily rake in tens of thousands. Who wouldn't want to make money? There was no need to let that pair of scoundrels slow down her earnings. Let us finish this hand, then we can leave. Are you worried about running into them? As Wen Yi tossed her cards aside, she replied. Hua Xiaobai, donned in a knight's outfit, approached with enthusiasm. Ladies, may I join your game? Wen Yi instantly recognized Hua Xiaobai and rolled her eyes at him. Is Boss Hua really that free? Hua Xiaobai exclaimed, former sister-in-law, your discerning eye is remarkable. Even in this getup, you can still recognize me. Alas, it's only my outstanding charisma that leaves a lasting impression. Upon hearing the term former sister-in-law, Wen Yi frowned. Please, Boss Hua, choose another title. Constantly stabbing at people's hearts is rather uncouth. Hua Xiaobai couldn't help but reflect on how deeply Mu Jingchen had wounded her, to the point where even a title was a matter of contention. Alright, Miss Wen, shall I play a couple of hands with you? Wen Yi glanced at the few remaining cards in her hand. After this hand, I want to continue. Don't. It is only a little past 9, wouldn't it be delightful to spend the long night with a handsome man like me? I'm not interested in men at the moment. I'd rather spend my time raising a dog than waste it on them. Hua Xiaobai twitched his lips. Why did this couple always compare people to dogs? Miss Wen, how about we raise the stakes for the next hand? Let us start with 100,000. Interested? Wen Yi smiled. No, my card skills are rather poor. It is already a stroke of luck to win a small hand. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself in front of Boss Hua. If she left now, her performance would be ruined. Hua Xiaobai immediately went all out. By the rules, new players aren't qualified to play high-stakes cards, but today I'm making an exception, allowing you to play with a starting bet of 300,000. What do you say? When he realized that Hua Xiaobai was intentionally keeping her in the game, although she wasn't sure of his ulterior motives, how could she refuse when he was practically offering her money? She grinned slyly. Alright, but I want Boss Hua to play with me. Having followed Mu Jingchen for 3 years, she had some understanding of Hua Xiaobai. Despite running a D table, he was quite poor at cards. Her mediocre skills would stand a better chance against a master like him. Hu Xiaobai clenched his teeth. Fine. He quickly sent a message to Mu Jingchen of Brother Chen. I've invested heavily to test Wen Yi for you. If I lose later, remember to bail me out. Mu Jingchen smirked faintly. You brought this upon yourself. Hu Xiaobai's terrible luck was well known. He was often the one getting swindled at the card table. Sure enough, Wen Yi won hand after hand, and Hu Xiaobai struggled to maintain his smile. Each hand was worth 300,000, and as Wen Yi approached her 10th win, 3 million was about to be pocketed. Hu Xiaobai felt a pang of anguish knowing Mu Jingchen had tea left. He quickly messaged him, Brother Chen, help me out, save me. Ultimately, Mu Jingchen couldn't resist and approached Hu Xiaobai with a stern expression. Hu Xiaobai felt as if his savior had arrived and eagerly declared, let us play 10 more hands, are you in? Seeing Mu Jingchen sitting across from her, Wen Yi initially intended to leave, but upon hearing this fool offering money, she immediately smiled, sure. Hu Xiaobai swiftly shoved Mu Jingchen into his seat. This hand will be played with Brother Chen's assistance. Fearing Mu Jingchen might refuse, he whispered, Brother Chen, if we win, it's yours. If we lose, it's mine, just play casually, as a favor to your little brother. Before Mu Jingchen could respond, Wen Yi interjected, I will only play with Boss Hua, no outsiders. Having already won 10 million, far exceeding her expectations, she felt quite satisfied. As Wen Yi stood to leave, Mu Jingchen provocatively remarked, I thought you had improved, but you remain the same as before. Fang Qiong was about to curse when Wen Yi grabbed her wrist, promptly returning to her seat, her eyes glinting with a cold smile. Since President Mu wishes to engage in a friendly match, I shall oblige. However, the stakes must be raised. Mu Jingchen boldly pointed to the highest stakes card. How about starting at 1 million? Wen Yi smiled. Sounds good. Fang Qiong shuddered, tugging at Wen Yi's dress, whispering, Dear, do you not know Mu Jingchen's skill level? Challenging him is akin to courting death. Wen Yi winked at her. Don't worry, I can afford to lose. The two were playing with the highest stakes, naturally attracting the attention of the entire venue, who gathered to watch. Wen Yi struggled at first, losing 3 consecutive hands. Fang Qiong counted the losses on her fingers and softly suggested, Darling, should we leave? If this continues, I fear you'll lose everything. Wen Yi remained unfazed. What's the rush? We still have 7 hands left. Subsequently, Wen Yi lost 8 hands in a row, winning only once against Mu Jingchen. The outcome of the final hand was clear. Whether she played or not, she would ultimately lose to him, merely a matter of losing 1 million more or 1 million less. Hu Xiaobai felt a mix of excitement and frustration. He had set this up for Mu Jingchen to win Wen Yi back, yet here she was, suffering a crushing defeat. What kind of pursuit was this? Mu Jingchen regarded Wen Yi with newfound respect. After all, she was a novice, and he had never lost at the card table before, yet tonight she had managed to win once. With a bit more experience, winning against him wouldn't be out of reach in the future. With only 1 hand left to settle the game, Mu Jingchen suddenly proposed, this is getting dull. How about we change the rules? Hu Xiaobai perked up, wondering if this guy had finally come to his senses and intended to let her win a hand. It was about time. Even if she was a stranger, one should show some courtesy. Letting a beautiful woman lose so terribly was simply inappropriate. Chapter 62 Should I express my gratitude to you? Chapter 62 Should I thank you? Wen Yi understood that a loser at the card table had no right to refuse, and thus she smiled. What more does Mu wish to play? Her laughter, accompanied by her crescent-shaped eyes, exuded an indescribable allure against the backdrop of her smoky makeup. Oftentimes, Mu Jingchen could not deny that Wen Yi was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The curves that a woman should possess were epitomized in her form. Although he was quite discerning, Wen Yi matched his aesthetic preferences perfectly. Each time he returned from a business trip, he inevitably found himself indulging, albeit purely physically, upon seeing her in this manner. An inexplicable heat coursed through Mu Jingchen's chest, prompting him to tug at his shirt collar. If you win this round, all previous debts will be nullified. However, should you lose, the amount you owe will increase tenfold. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. The terms were indeed harsh. The young lady was clearly outmatched, and Mu Jingchen, the embodiment of a cold-hearted judge, dared to strike at her vulnerabilities. Hu Xiaobai felt a sense of urgency akin to that of a courtier attending to an emperor, desperately trying to unite these two, only to witness Mu Jingchen offend her beyond measure. If Wen Yi were to lose, she would be burdened with tens of millions in debt. It was a ruthless gamble. Just as Hu Xiaobai was about to mediate, Wen Yi nodded. Very well, let us proceed as Mr. Mu suggests. This was an unprecedented way of playing, and the atmosphere turned tense, with only the sound of shuffling cards remaining. Fang Qiong's heart raced, and she trembled as she asked, Darling, what are your chances of turning the tables? Well, perhaps 1%, Wen Yi replied. That means it is a certainty that you will lose. So, from where does this 1% of confidence stem? Wen Yi whispered, that 1% is a gamble on Mu Jingchen's conscience. Ha, what a joke. If that dog of a man had any conscience, would he have divorced you? Wen Yi smiled lightly. Given your words, I suppose I am doomed. First, have Xiao Shichu prepare 70 million as backup funds. The two were engaged in a high-stakes game. Mu Jingchen pressed forward with each card played, while Wen Yi maintained a steady pace. Though the outcome seemed predetermined, Hu Xiaobai admired Wen Yi's audacity. To remain composed at such a moment was no small feat. Mu Jingchen's choice of Su Qingyue over Wen Yi was akin to discarding a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. In an unexpected turn of events during the final reveal, Wen Yi displayed her cards, and to everyone's astonishment, Mu Jingchen actually lost to Fang Qiang excitedly embraced Wen Yi. Darling, you are incredible. From now on, I shall worship only you, forsaking all deities. Wen Yi softly replied, do not worship me, I merely won against Mu Jingchen's conscience. Are you suggesting that Mu Jingchen let you win? Indeed, perhaps some nerve was struck, awakening a final shred of conscience. Goodness, it seems that even that dog of a man is not entirely devoid of conscience. Why don't you just, when he cut her off, how credible are crocodile tears? Mu Jingchen might feel pity for her, but he would never love her. No one would run into the same wall twice. That night, Wen Yi did not leave empty-handed. She had also won 3 million from Bai, enough to buy a purse. As they were about to leave, the neon lights in the hall abruptly extinguished. Moments later, a bright spotlight shone upon Wen Yi. Bai's voice echoed, congratulations to this young lady for being crowned tonight's makeup queen. According to the rules, the queen may kiss anyone of her choice, provided they are of the opposite sex. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, can I refuse? Of course, but you must ascertain whether all the handsome men present consent. A chorus of voices erupted, we do not consent. Mu Jingchen admonished softly, what are you playing at? I am merely helping you pursue someone. Relying on this fellow to take the initiative was as futile as expecting a turtle to move. In the end, it fell to him to worry. Mu Jingchen scoffed, which of your eyes saw me wanting to pursue her? Come now, if you hadn't let her win, would she have triumphed? I simply do not lack money, nor do I wish to win a woman's money. Alright, you are indeed impressive. Just indulge me for a moment to see if she still holds a place for you in her heart. After all, with thousands of strangers present, if she truly harbored any lingering fantasies about you, she would walk over without hesitation. Just as Bai finished speaking, Wen Yi began walking towards them. Bai became animated, Brother Chen, I must be right this time, she indeed has feelings for you, after all these years of love, how could she just let go? As Mu Jingchen watched Wen Yi approach, a sense of inexplicable anticipation and anxiety welled up within him. Unconsciously, he tightened his jaw, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly when Wen Yi stood before him. He instinctively pressed his lips together, contemplating whether to cooperate with her. Suddenly, she brushed past him, heading towards someone behind him. At that moment, Mu Jingchen's expression darkened, his gaze clouded with a crimson hue, and the atmosphere around him grew heavy. Faced with this unexpected turn, Bai was left dumbfounded, and upon glancing at Mu Jingchen beside him, he was instantly struck into silence. Wen Yi approached a man holding an Alaskan Malamute and said, excuse me, sir. The man's dark eyes flickered, and as he prepared to extend a gentlemanly hand, Wen Yi leaned down to plant a kiss on the dog's head. She turned to Bai, Bosswa, you only mentioned kissing someone of the opposite sex, you didn't specify that it had to be a human, did you? Bai dared not utter a word of dissent. Should Wen Yi truly kiss the owner of the Alaskan Malamute, he feared for his life. He awkwardly nodded and turned to pat Mu Jingchen's shoulder, Brother Chen, even if she were to kiss a dog, she wouldn't kiss you. The road ahead is long and arduous. Mu Jingchen shot him a dark look that conveyed a silent get lost. If murder were not a crime, Bai would have been the first on his list. Mu Jingchen's expression was ominously grave. He left, brimming with suppressed rage, unable to extinguish the fire within. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Wen Yi smoking with Fang Qiang. She appeared to be a novice, taking a single puff before choking and coughing. Fang Qiang laughed as she patted her back. Mu Jingchen's brows furrowed deeper. For 3 years, he had insisted she maintain a pristine image, forbidding her from drinking, smoking, or wearing makeup, let alone frequenting bars or clubs. Now, she resembled a rebellious adolescent, indulging in everything she had once avoided. Suddenly, a sense of losing control over her washed over him, suffocating his chest. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he strode purposefully towards Wen Yi. Noticing a shadow blocking the light, she frowned and turned her head, only to find Mu Jingchen's displeased visage. She raised an eyebrow. What is it? Are you expecting me to thank you, mister? Mu? Chapter 63 Insignificant in harm, profoundly insulting. Chapter 63 A minimal harm, profound insult. Mu Jingchen felt an inexplicable surge of irritation upon seeing her aloof demeanor. Do I really need to take the initiative to beg? Even a stray dog or cat knows to wag its tail at me. The implication was clear, she was even less worthy than a mere animal. The harm was minimal, yet the insult was profoundly cutting. Wen Yi merely smiled faintly. If President Mu's intention is solely to insult me, you shall be disappointed. After all, I have spent 3 years in your esteemed Mu family, and I have heard far worse. My ears have long since developed immunity. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Mu Jingchen felt the fire in his heart suddenly extinguished, though a heaviness still lingered in his chest. Just then, a sweet and surprised voice rang out, Jingchen, did you come specifically to find me? Su Qingyue approached him with a beaming smile, affectionately linking her arm with his and resting her head on his shoulder, embodying the image of a couple in a tender reunion. Mu Jingchen frowned but did not push her away. His gaze remained fixed on Wen Yi's face, seemingly gauging her reaction. It was only then that Su Qingyue noticed Wen Yi, extending her hand with a smile. Miss Wen, it has been a while. Wen Yi had no intention of granting her this courtesy. Miss Su seems to have forgotten. We met this morning, and you graciously welcomed me with a slap. Upon hearing this, a chill descended upon Mu Jingchen's features. Su Qingyue instinctively released his arm and smiled at Wen Yi. Miss Wen, I would like to speak with you privately. Wen Yi's eyes flicked between her and Mu Jingchen, and with a playful arch of her brow, she replied, sure. Fang Qiang immediately pulled her aside, whispering, don't go. That Su is up to no good. Wen Yi winked at her, don't worry, the little devil fears the king of hell with him around, she won't dare to misbehave. Mu Jingchen was known as the Cold King of Hell, and Fang Xiong quickly grasped whom she meant. When he followed Su Qingyue to a secluded spot, the gentle smile on Su Qingyue's face was swiftly replaced by a menacing glare. Wen Yi, retract your statement immediately and clarify to everyone that this was merely a misunderstanding. Wen Yi smiled nonchalantly. On what grounds? Su Qingyue snapped. What good comes from angering me? A glint of amusement flashed in Wen Yi's beautiful eyes. Miss Su, please do not misunderstand. I am merely playing a game, and since it's a game, the only rule is to have fun. Su Qingyue's fury reached its peak. What, are you toying with me? When he suddenly leaned closer, nearly pressing her face against Su Qingyue's, her tone soft, come on, give me another slap, so Mu Jingchen knows exactly what kind of person his beloved white moonlight is. At that moment, Su Qingyue found Wen Yi utterly detestable, wishing she could eliminate her. However, with Mu Jingchen nearby, she had to suppress her rage. Wen Yi, do you think you've won? Jingchen still doesn't want you, and as long as my Su family calls the shots in the design world, do you really think you have a foothold here? What could a woman with no backing and only a modicum of beauty stir up? Moreover, beauty in an incompetent woman only invites peril or leads her down a path of ruin. When Yi exhaled a puff of smoke towards Su Qingyue, I look forward to your attempts to blacklist me, Miss Su. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingyue coughed, seemingly striving to prove she had not lost, and hurried to Mu Jingchen's side, speaking softly, Jingchen, let's go home. Wen Yi, unwilling to simply be a bystander, remarked to Fang Xiong, spring has arrived, and it's the mating season for animals. Let us not interrupt. Fang Xiong glanced at Mu Jingchen's dark and handsome face, silently giving Wen Yi a thumbs up in her heart. She quickly followed Wen Yi towards the garage, saying, Babe, you're so cool for calling him out in front of the Cold King of Hell. Ha, they give me trouble. Why should I let them off easy? Babe, you're so arrogant and cool right now, it's utterly captivating. Wen Yi took a deep drag from her cigarette, relishing this carefree feeling of loving whom she pleased. In the past, she had been excessively humble to satisfy her own cheap affections, and from now on, no one would make her compromise. Soon, Mu Jingchen and Su Qingyue also entered their car. The two vehicles drove almost in tandem towards the toll booth. Mu Jingchen felt a persistent heaviness in his chest. He rolled down the car window, only to see a delicate white hand extending from the car ahead, slender fingers clasping a half-burned cigarette. In the flickering light, the hand appeared exquisitely pale, even the crimson nail polish at the fingertips seemed inexplicably alluring. Suddenly, Mu Jingchen recalled the incident where those hands had assisted him in the bathroom, and his throat went dry. Even loosening his collar did little to alleviate the heat rising within him. Irritation flared as he was momentarily blinded by the red glow. Unable to resist the impulse, he abruptly threw open the car door and strode towards the other vehicle. Su Qingyue seemed to sense something, calling out in a panic, Jingchen. Ignoring her warning, Mu Jingchen approached Wen Yi and extinguished the cigarette between her fingers, his voice cold and heavy. Is smoking in public detrimental to your virtue? Fang Xiong nearly exclaimed but swallowed her words upon seeing that it was Mu Jingchen standing by the car. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow at him. May I ask, President Mu, by what authority do you reprimand me? The implication was clear, he was overstepping his bounds. Mu Jingchen held back for a moment, gritting his teeth. I cannot tolerate the stench of inferior cigarettes. Damn it, what a mess. Fang Xiong struggled to contain her rising anger. When he found little value in debating trivial matters, especially with Mu Jingchen, she lazily muttered an apology and rolled up the window. The car drove 100 meters before Fang Xiong began to vent. Mu Jingchen is really something. How does my smoking affect him at all? Wen Yi pondered, perhaps he is concerned about his precious Miss Su inhaling secondhand smoke, especially since she's pregnant. Come on, our car is several meters away from his, and Su Qingyue is sitting quietly inside. If he is worried about secondhand smoke, he could just close the window. Why come all this way to extinguish your cigarette? When he considered it carefully, Mu Jingchen was typically composed, and his actions today genuinely surprised her. She chuckled self-deprecatingly, perhaps he simply finds me unpleasant to the eye and is looking for an opportunity to vent his frustrations regarding his precious. What a scumbag, even if he wishes to please his current partner, he doesn't need to offend his ex. After cursing him, Fang Xiong suddenly added, do you think it's possible he is trying to get your attention on purpose? Chapter 64. You struck her. Chapter 64. You struck her. When he scoffed coldly. What an international joke. Mu Jingchen would be more than eager to rid himself of me and soar alongside his beloved. Even if he harbored a flicker of reluctance, it stemmed solely from a selfish desire for possession. To Mu Jingchen, she was merely a useful object, one that, after prolonged use, inevitably elicits a modicum of dependence. In plain terms, Mu Jingchen could not abide her being so at ease. He was forever devising ways to vex her. Indeed, how could someone who has failed to cherish you for 3 years suddenly develop a conscience and experience a moment of clarity? Fang Xiong's words pierced Wen Yi's heart slightly. It was not 3 years but nearly a decade. Memories of Mu Jingchen nearly filled her adolescence, yet now they resembled the blood of a mosquito splattered against a wall, a repetitive reminder of her past foolishness. To bury someone deep within one's heart requires time, and extracting a thorn is accompanied by a painful transition. The moment Su Qingyue saw Mu Jingchen rise, she was genuinely afraid he would abandon her and leave. However, when she noticed him turning back, her heart slowly settled. Regardless of the circumstances, Mu Jingchen was always tethered to her like a grasshopper on a string. Yet, upon returning to the vehicle, Mu Jingchen's handsome face was frosty, and the pressure inside the car suddenly dropped, making it hard to breathe. Su Qingyue attempted to lighten the atmosphere, feigning nonchalance as she said, Jingchen, there's a new Western restaurant that just opened on the bustling street, shall we? Mu Jingchen abruptly turned to her, he parked the car by the roadside, feeling inexplicably troubled by the faint whiff of tobacco that lingered on his fingertips, seemingly intertwined with Wen Yi's essence. Irritated, he lit a cigarette, drawing puff after puff, attempting to mask that scent. I warned you, do not provoke her again. Su Qingyue, her eyes brimming with tears, gazed at him. Jingchen, are you feeling hurt? Mu Jingchen irritably took another drag. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary trouble. Is it worth your effort to contend with a powerless, unprivileged orphan? In his eyes, the Wen family merely regarded Wen Yi as a tool for their benefit, akin to any other orphan. Upon hearing his words, Su Qingyue felt considerably relieved. After all, Mu Jingchen truly despised Wen Yi. Moreover, in comparison to her, she possessed both capability and lineage, making her the unequivocal choice. After all, should she depart, she could only imagine how many temptresses would eagerly vie for his attention. Would she still be able to claim the title of Mrs. Mu? She immediately denied. Jingchen, it's Wen Yi who is deliberately slandering, trying to tarnish our relationship. Mu Jingchen abruptly extinguished his cigarette. Since you do not wish to go abroad, then clarify the situation to prevent the old man from setting his sights on you. Su Qingyue was taken aback. The old man already knows? He has always been astute, naturally discerning the signs. The reason he refrains from confronting me is simply to protect the foundation of the Mu family. Suddenly, Su Qingyue recalled that just a few days prior, Liu Yaji had confidently told her that the old man had become muddled with age, unable to perceive anything amiss, and that with Wen Yi's fall from grace, she could marry Mu Jingchen at any moment. No wonder each time she visited the elders, the old man treated her with indifference. It seemed he regarded her as a mere clown. Upon realizing this, Su Qingyue felt her cheeks flush with humiliation, wishing she could find a crevice to hide. I am sorry, I will clarify this matter. Yet she could not resist asking, you are truly not doing this for Wen Yi? Mu Jingchen scoffed coldly. To put it plainly, she is merely a pet that our Mu. If discarded, so be it, why should I care for her? What mattered to him was merely the reputation of the Mu family. As for Wen Yi, she had yet to earn the right to influence his emotions. In the early hours of the morning, Su Qingyue's clarifying statement was released. I am not pregnant and share a professional and friendly relationship with Mr. Mu. Future developments will depend on fate, and I kindly ask everyone not to engage in malicious speculation. Although the statement had been issued, the online vitriol persists. While it clarifies her lack of pregnancy, it indirectly acknowledges her relationship with Mu Jingchen. Why respond at all now? Is she attempting to shift public opinion? We have not forgotten her previous threats against the legitimate wife. Why not clarify why, knowing the man is married, she continues to flaunt their relationship publicly, assuming the original wife is invisible? It is utterly intolerable. Su Qingyue, infuriated by the comments, slammed her notebook to the ground in frustration. She attributed all the blame to Wen Yi, her fury directed at her with gritted teeth. Since Wen Yi refused to reconcile, she would find a way to make her pay. Su Qingyue promptly located Yang Lina's number in her contacts and sent her a message. Wen Yi understood she could not evade her fate. After all, she bore the Wen surname. Since the matter had come to light, a return to the Wen family was inevitable. She knew the temperament of the Wen family all too well, so instead of taking the Koenigsegg, she opted for a taxi. Feeling somewhat bored in the car, she browsed her phone and soon discovered that her association with wealthy individuals and her rumored affair with Xiao Shichu had surged to the trending topics. Su Qingyue likely spent a considerable sum to suppress her own scandal, thus pushing Wen Yi's dirt into the spotlight. The comments beneath these trending topics were uniformly critical of her. It appeared Su Qingyue had indeed enlisted a considerable number of haters and online trolls. Moments later, Fang Qiong called, Darling, have you seen the trending topics? Yes, I've seen it. Miss Su seems to be in a desperate predicament. If she knew you were the true owner of that Koenigsegg, she would surely explode with rage. Let her stir up whatever she wants. When the time is right, I will clarify everything. However, Miss Su is quite cunning. She hasn't directly engaged with the operators of those accounts but has instead wielded them as weapons. Wen Yi didn't need to guess whose blade Su Qingyue had borrowed. Preserve the evidence for me. Once I've dealt with the Wen family, I will settle accounts with them one by one. As soon as Wen Yi stepped through the door of the Wen family residence, she was met with a thunderous reprimand. Our Wen family has suffered 8 generations of misfortune, yet we have produced such a disgraceful creature. Chapter 65. You have been exploited. Chapter 65. You have been taken advantage of. As Wen Yi barely stepped inside, a cup came rolling towards her and shattered beside her. The irate voice of Wen Guowei echoed, Had I known this would happen, I would have kept you docilely in the countryside to spare me the embarrassment. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow and retorted with a cold smile, So, should I leave? Seeing her demeanor, Wen Guowei, in a fit of rage, brandished a ruler in his hand, exclaiming, Unrepentant wretch, just wait and see if I don't strike you dead today. When Wan Yu feigned concern and grasped his arm, Father, surely sister has endured her share of grievances. You needn't add fuel to her fire. Wen Guowei, exasperated, shot back, She has been living like a young mistress in the Mu family, indulging in delicacies daily. What grievances could she possibly have? I see her as merely spoiled by a life of comfort, daring to divorce Mu Xiao. When Wan Yu attempted to mediate, Sister, Father is only worried about you, don't take his words to heart. When he scoffed, his concern is not for me, but for the Wen family as severed lineage, with no more blood to draw. When Guowei advanced menacingly, You ungrateful daughter. When Wan Yu pretended to restrain him, Father, Sister has just been cast out by the Mu family. Naturally, her spirits are low. We, as family, should bear with it. She incessantly gestured to Yang Lina, who lazily stepped forward to obstruct Wen Guowei. Old one, since our daughter has returned, let us sit down as a family and enjoy a meal together. Only then did Wen Guowei toss the ruler aside. Yang Lina promptly instructed the servants to bring the dishes to the table. When Wan Yu enthusiastically linked her arm with Wen Yi's wrist, sister, this will always be your home. No matter the grievances you have faced, you should return, for this is your haven. Wen Yi did not believe when Wan Yu had her best interests at heart. Were it not for her incessant instigation, Wen Guowei and his wife would not harbor such disdain for her. She vividly recalled the moment she stood by the pond when a pair of hands had distinctly pushed her, and the other person present in the courtyard was none other than Wan Yu. Despite her subsequent denials, Wen Yi remained steadfast in her intuition, leading her to keep a guarded distance from Wan Yu. Since then now, witnessing her affectionate grasp, Wen Yi, with a cold expression, withdrew her hand. This place has long since become your home. Is there still room for me? When Wan Yu, her eyes glistening with tears, replied, sister, I know you have always resented me for lingering in the Wen household, but my reasons for staying are twofold. First, my heart condition necessitates treatment in the capital, and second, our parents have grown accustomed to my presence. How could I bear to abandon them? If you truly cannot accept me, then I shall leave today. When Wan Yu feigned to depart, only for Yang Lina and Wen Guowei to immediately block her path. Yang Lina pointed an accusatory finger at Wen Yi, scolding, you heartless wretch, unable to even accept your own sister, how can we expect anything from you? Wen Guowei, his heart aching for Wan Yu, who had reddened eyes, berated Wen Yi, I only regret that Wan Yu is not my biological daughter, unlike you, whose blood runs cold, yet you wish to cast Wan Yu away. Wen Yi had grown accustomed to such scenes. Whenever Wan Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, any wrongdoing was invariably attributed to her. With Yang Lina and Wen Guowei resorting to violence and insults, this family offered her nothing but indifference and abuse. She felt no warmth and held no affection for anyone. When he pulled out a chair and sat down, stating plainly, I am rather busy, you may as well speak directly about why you summoned me today. Yang Lina exchanged glances with Wen Guowei, who finally subdued his anger. Sit down and eat first. Wen Yi surveyed the dishes on the table, all tailored to Wan Yu's preferences and aversions, with not a single item she enjoyed. In the eyes of the Wen family, there was only the adopted daughter. They likely did not even know what she relished. She feigned to rise. If you have nothing to discuss, I shall not intrude upon your meal. Wen Guowei slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Sit down. Wen Yi, accustomed to his fury, merely smiled indifferently. I humbly await your instruction, father. Wen Guowei, suppressing his rage, commanded, you must apologize to the Mu family immediately, for there may still be a chance for you to reconcile with Mu Jingchen. This way, you can continue to live comfortably as MRS.mu. Wen Yi scoffed, are you hoping to continue receiving funds from the Mu family? Let me be clear today. Yang Lina appeared caught off guard, her face flushed with shame and anger. Have you not saved any private funds during your years in the Mu family? Wen Yi laughed derisively, did you not extract a little from Mu Jingchen each month? How could I have the audacity to use his money again? Yang Lina erupted in fury, you selfish wretch, even if you cannot think of yourself, you ought to consider the entire Wen family. Wen Yi retorted coldly, what should I think about for you? Over the years, the losses in father's company, mother's gambling debts, and my adopted sister's hospital bills each was taken under my name from Mu Jingchen, but did you ever consider me? Almost every time you left, I was mercilessly berated by the Mu mother and daughter. The memories of those dark days caused a pang of pain in Wen Yi's heart. There were things she truly did not wish to recall, yet someone always emerged to remind her of her past indignities time and again. This feeling nearly drove her to madness. Yang Lina, in a fit of rage, declared, I don't care, you must go to the Mu family right now to demand money. Have you truly let Mu Jingchen take you for granted over these past 3 years? Have you been a mere puppet to the Mu mother and daughter? Wen Yi replied with a cold smile, so you are fully aware yet still shamelessly seek money, utterly disregarding my feelings. At times, I genuinely question whether I am even your daughter. Yang Lina, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up angrily, you ungrateful girl, had I known you were so heartless, I should never have given birth to you. When Guowei recalled the sum promised by Su Qingyue, suppressing his anger, you need not wish to remarry, but you must immediately retract your slander against Miss Su and declare that everything was merely a misunderstanding. Wen Yi knew all too well Su Qingyue's tactics, fully aware that she had already approached Wen Guowei with promises of benefits. The Wen parents sought to squeeze out the last vestiges of value from her. Since they were devoid of compassion, she would not be bound by duty. Wen Yi stood and dusted off non-existent dirt. I shall not remarry, nor will I retract my statement. As for you, should you welcome me, I shall occasionally visit. If not, I am more than willing to sever all ties. Wen Guowei, in a fit of rage, hurled a soup spoon at Wen Yi, exclaiming, you ungrateful daughter. As Mu Jingchen stepped through the door, the spoon struck him squarely in the chest. Chapter 66, expelling her. Chapter 66, expelling her. In an instant, a dark stain marred the chest of Mu Jingchen's suit. His acute aversion to dirt rendered him intolerant of such an affront, prompting him to swiftly remove his jacket and discard it onto the ground as one would throw away refuse. His handsome visage was shrouded in a foreboding gloom, as if the very air around him had solidified. Wen Yi was not taken aback by his arrival. She possessed an intimate understanding of the Wen couple. They were convinced that by groveling and humbling themselves, they could implore Mu Jingchen for forgiveness, thus allowing them to continue siphoning funds from him. They had grossly underestimated her dignity. Sure enough, upon seeing Mu Jingchen, who exuded both sycophancy and trepidation, Wen Guowei immediately approached, bowing deeply as he ushered him inside. Son-in-law Mu, please, do come in. Little Yi was just telling me that she wishes to sincerely apologize to you today. Mu Jingchen cast a casual glance at Wen Yi, noting the faint flush upon her forehead, and imperceptibly furrowed his brow. Did you lay hands on her just now? Wen Guowei was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Mu Jingchen would not only refrain from reprimanding him but also express concern for Wen Yi. Previously, he had shown her indifference, and it seemed the possibility of reconciliation between them was brightening. He hastily clarified, I was merely jesting with little E. If you find it unsettling, perhaps she should retaliate. Observing Wen Yi standing aloof, her demeanor indifferent to his presence, a flicker of anger ignited within Mu Jingchen. He irritably tugged at his collar. This is a matter between you and your daughter, it has nothing to do with me. When Guowei found himself bewildered by Mu Jingchen's intentions, Yang Lina shoved Wen Yi forward, exclaiming, You insolent girl, why are you not immediately apologizing to your son-in-law? In a marriage, it is inevitable for spouses to clash. Wen Yi replied with a cold smile, Have you forgotten? I have already declared that I am divorced from Mu Jingchen, with no entanglements of property. Furious, Wen Guowei retorted, You wretched girl. The fact that son-in-law Mu has deigned to visit indicates he is willing to provide you this opportunity and kneel and apologize at once. Wen Yi replied firmly, I reiterate, I will not remarry Mu Jingchen, not in this life, nor in the next. She needed to sever the Wen family's delusions to prevent future complications. Upon hearing her declaration, Mu Jingchen's expression darkened further, his fingers gradually clenching, the knuckles paling. An inexplicable emotion stirred within him, akin to a sharp blade plunging into his chest, stirring chaos within. He had always held the reins, and even disdain should be declared by him, yet, when Yi's authoritative pronouncement left him feeling as if the roles had been reversed. Accustomed to control, he found this inversion deeply unsettling. You insolent wretch, have you been given an inch and taken a mile? When Guowei raised his hand, poised to strike Wen Yi, only to have Mu Jingchen seize his wrist. Stop. After flashing a sycophantic smile at Mu Jingchen, Wen Guowei shot Wen Yi a fierce glare. Can you not see that son-in-law Mu has always cared for you? Fearing Wen Yi might misconstrue his intentions, Mu Jingchen coldly clarified, I am pressed for time. If you have matters to discuss, do so swiftly, any disputes can wait until I have departed. Wen Yi realized that if Mu Jingchen remained silent, the Wen family would likely cling to their fantasies. She smiled wryly at him, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Mr.Mu, it appears they harbor some distrust toward me as your biological daughter and require you to clarify matters personally. Mu Jingchen felt an unbidden surge of irritation. What Wen Yi has articulated is precisely what I believe. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wen Guowei's face. Yang Lina's eyes brimmed with disdain, as if blaming Wen Yi for her inability to keep a man. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Mu Jingchen stated as he rose to depart. Yang Lina suddenly interjected, Son-in-law Mu, since you were willing to accommodate Wen Yi for 3 years, it indicates she has been a suitable companion. I surmise her misbehavior must have caused your displeasure. How about we discipline her for a time and then return her to you, would that be acceptable? Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes. Return her? Yang Lina, unwilling to let go of this benefactor, cut to the chase. Whether you regard her as a mistress or a concubine is of no consequence. What matters is that she remains by your side. After all, you have spent 3 years acclimating to each other, which is certainly preferable to those untested and pristine options outside. Wen Yi trembled with indignation, realizing Yang Lina was reducing her to mere commodity. To extract some financial gain from Mu Jingchen, she was willing to demean her own flesh and blood. Should Mu Jingchen acquiesce, it would be a grave insult. Her eyes reddened as she gazed at him, mouthing for him to remain silent. Seeing her in such a state, Mu Jingchen felt an inexplicable pang in his heart and coldly stated, She is unworthy. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Even as they brushed past each other, his expression replete with disdain. Yet upon hearing those words, Wen Yi felt an immense relief. His declaration undoubtedly severed all aspirations harbored by the Wen couple. Yang Lina, enraged, spat, Look at your failure as a woman. Even if you were to offer to carry son-in-law Mu's shoes, he would not have you. Wen Guowei echoed her sentiments, You are utterly useless, we should never have brought you back. Wen Yi retorted, Indeed I am of no value, incapable of bowing and scraping like a courtesan. If you genuinely cared for the Wen family, you would sell Wen Wanyu. She is worth far more than I, given that men like Mu Jingchen prefer delicate flowers. Surprisingly, rather than indignation, a peculiar gleam flickered in Wen Wanyu's eyes. Wen Guowei, in a fit of rage, hurled a cup at Wen Yi, shouting, Your own degradation is one thing, but to sully your sister's name is intolerable, get out. Wen Yi narrowly dodged as the cup shattered against the doorframe, mirroring the fracture within her heart. It was indeed time for her to part ways with the Wen family. She handed a list to Wen Guowei. What is this? He demanded, fuming. Do you not believe I have been living comfortably with the Mu family? This is a list compiled by the Mu matriarch and her daughter, requesting the immediate return of these items. Since I possess nothing, and you have been the ones profiting from Mu Jingchen's generosity, this debt is yours to repay. When Guowei and Yang Lina exchanged swift glances, their eyes confirming the extensive enumeration of luxury items and every sum they had received from Mu Jingchen, totaling an astonishing 100 million. Even if they sold the entire Wen family, they could not amass such a fortune. When Guowei was struck with fury, nearly fainting. You wretched girl, you emerge from a divorce with nothing, yet expect your family to cover your debts? You are living in a dream. Seeing that Wen Yi had lost all value, Yang Lina commanded the butler, Expel this wretched daughter. From this day forth, she is no longer a member of the Wen family. Wen Yi was successfully cast out. As she stepped outside the Wen residence, a triumphant smile broke upon her face. Chapter 67 Mind Your Own Business. Chapter 67 Take Care of Yourself. Those accounts were undoubtedly compiled by her. The Mu family women were not foolish enough to hand her the leverage. However, the transactions obtained by the Wen family from Mu Jingchen were indeed authentic, otherwise, the couple would not have placed such unwavering faith in the account. From her understanding of Wen Guowei and his wife, they were eager to sever ties with her, fearing that the Mu family might come after them for retribution. They had long squandered that money, and likely had nothing left, or else they would not be scheming to sell her off once more. Wen Yi turned and immediately spotted Mu Jingchen standing nearby. Her smile faded, replaced by an icy demeanor. Is there something you need, Mr.Mu? Mu Jingchen frowned, contemplating how this woman had gained considerable prowess since their separation. Not only had she become eloquent, but she had also mastered the art of shifting her expressions. At times, he truly doubted whether he had ever truly understood her. A vague displeasure washed over him, and he coldly replied, "You are well aware that we are divorced, so I would appreciate it if you refrained from disturbing me with such matters." Wen Yi recalled that Mu Jingchen was, after all, entangled in her affairs, and if she were to apologize, it would have to be done with an appropriate attitude. She promptly smiled. "My apologies, Mr. Mu. I did not mean to waste your precious time, but rest assured, such matters will not arise again in the future." The Wen couple was currently preoccupied with distancing themselves from her, and thus would not trouble anyone further. Mu Jingchen felt as though he were striking his fist against cotton. "I hope you take care of yourself in the future." With that, he departed in his sleek black Bentley. Wen Guowei was infuriated, his chest tight with anger. He had never anticipated that each transaction he had taken from Mu Jingchen would be meticulously documented. Should the Mu family pursue this matter, he would have no means to wriggle out of it. Yang Lina promptly exclaimed, "Guowei, the immediate priority is to sever all ties with Wen Yi, otherwise, the Mu family might even consider suing us." Wen Yu secretly rejoiced at the prospect. If they could expunge Wen Yi from the family register, all that belonged to the Wen family would eventually be hers. Although she harbored such thoughts, she feigned concern, saying, "Father, mother, isn't that a bit harsh? After all, she is your own flesh and blood." Wen Guowei retorted furiously, "This woman always brings calamity upon the Wen family. She is nothing but a harbinger of disaster. I would gladly see her expelled from the family as soon as possible." Yang Lina added, "From now on, our Wen family will only need Wen Yu as a daughter. As for that disgraceful and worthless girl, it would be better to be rid of her." That evening, Wen Guowei and Yang Lina issued a statement, which not only accused Wen Yi of being ungrateful and inhumane but also labeled her as maliciously intent on tarnishing Su Qingyue's reputation. They hastily released a lawyer's statement, asserting that they had unilaterally severed ties with Wen Yi. Fang Qiong and Xiao Shichu were dining at Wen Yi's villa, both astounded by the outrageous behavior exhibited by her parents. Fang Qiong cursed vehemently, "What is this nonsense? When they needed you, they acted all loving and caring, but once you are no longer of use, they turn their backs on you." Wen Yi, having grown accustomed to the Wen couple's capriciousness, replied calmly, "They merely realized that I hold no further utility for them." Xiao Shichu wrapped his arms around Fang Qiong, saying, "Darling, don't be upset. Can't you see this is all part of Yi Bao's strategy?" Fang Qiong's eyes widened. "Are you deliberately pushing the Wen family to sever ties with you?" Wen Yi took a sip of red wine. "For years, the Wen family has treated me as a leech, devoid of any genuine affection. What would happen if they discovered my true identity?" Fang Qiong suddenly comprehended. "Given their greed, they would undoubtedly drain you dry rather than entangle yourself in disputes with them. It would be far better to cut them off completely, and you even handed them the knife willingly. Bao. Your move is simply brilliant." Alas, such a clever woman had wasted 3 years on a man named Mu. Xiao Shichu read through the Wen couple's statement from beginning to end, unable to suppress a sigh. "Your parents truly lack loyalty. If they want to sever ties, so be it. Why stand in Su's corner to personally attack you? What happened to basic decency?" Wen Yi scoffed. "Naturally, Su Qingyue had promised them benefits, compelling them to vilify me, even at the cost of their own reputation. However, she was not one to be easily bullied. Since Wen Guowei and his wife had shown her no regard, she had no obligation to endure their indignities. Wen Yi promptly opened her notebook and began drafting a statement. The glimmer of excitement shone in Xiao Shichu's eyes. "Yi Bao, are you planning to retaliate? Ready to give them a resounding slap in the face?" Wen Yi continued typing. "Some individuals simply never learn. A swift blow would not suffice. I intend to ensnare them in a quagmire, allowing them to slowly experience the suffocating despair, before making them feel the excruciating pain that gnaws at the very core of their being. Only then will the lesson be truly unforgettable." Moments later, a post titled "Water Plant" was rapidly disseminated by influential bloggers, soaring to viral fame online. Wen Yi recounted her experiences within the Wen family over the years, each word steeped in sorrow. The water plant and the wheat seedling share similarities, with their roots intertwined, yet when harvest time arrives, the farmer cherishes the wheat, while the water plant is ruthlessly uprooted. Wen Yi likened herself to that water plant, having grown wildly over the years. Although the Wen family had acknowledged her origins, they had offered her not a shred of support or affection. She had refrained from revealing her plight to her loving adoptive parents, juggling work and studies on her own. In stark contrast, her adoptive sister, Wen Yu, basked in adoration, claiming all the love of the Wen family. Yang Lina had often hinted for Wen Yi to sign a heart donation agreement, coercing her with the threat that if anything were to happen to her heart must be donated to Wen Yu. Unable to endure the torment inflicted by the Wen family any longer, Wen Yi, with her exceptional academic performance, gained admission to a foreign university, embarking on a self-funded journey of study until her marriage into the Mu family brought her back to Kyoto. However, during her marriage, her parents had repeatedly exploited her reputation to extort money from the Mu family, treating her as a mere cash cow. To substantiate her claims, Wen Yi attached her work-study records and pay stubs, alongside the transaction details obtained by her parents from the Mu family. In her closing remarks, Wen Yi wrote, "Over the years, I have quietly concealed my wounds, striving to live as a person, yet there are always those who relentlessly tear open my scars, repeatedly pouring salt into them. As a human being, I am deeply sorry. I may eventually forgive them, but only as a stranger. Otherwise, I cannot accept the profound harm inflicted by my own kin. I will continue to retain the Wen surname, allowing me to remember this pain, driving me to live my life towards the light." Chapter 68. Pitiful, feeble, and helpless. Chapter 68. The pitiful, weak, and helpless. Upon reading this article, netizens were instantly stirred into a frenzy. I was brought to tears. I never imagined that the young lady's experiences could be so tumultuous. Some individuals are utterly unworthy of being parents, having brought us into this world. Why can they not nurture us properly? I have long heard that the Wen family has little regard for their own biological daughter, treating an adopted daughter as if she were a treasure. This situation has become a laughingstock within social circles. I knew Miss Wen must be suffering, but I never anticipated the extent of her hardships. Looking back at the Wen family's previous statement severing ties, it is utterly nauseating. Every word is a condemnation, every sentence a slander, devoid of any semblance of humanity. Wen Guowei and his wife, along with Wen Yu, were subjected to a deluge of online vitriol, leaving the trio too terrified to check Weibo or step outside, directing all their ire toward Wen Yi, whom they loathed with a passion. However, Wen Guowei found some solace in the fact that, despite bearing the brunt of public scorn, at least they had succeeded in expelling Wen Yi, the plague, from their lives. Even if the Mu family sought retribution in the future, they could simply shift the blame onto Wen Yi. The comments beneath Wen Yi's Weibo were filled with words of comfort. "Darling, don't cry. We shall be your supporters, your comrades. Sweetheart, hug, we do not care for the Wen family, nor for that surname. If you wish, you may adopt mine, for I shall cherish you. A woman so kind and independent would never degrade her own dignity to cling to a wealthy patron. I believe in your innocence, dear. Ladies, our sister is now working at Imu. What are we waiting for? Let us rally together." Overnight, Imu's clothing sales skyrocketed, with even the previously overlooked black veil from Sweet being sold out in an instant, orders piling up into the next year, eclipsing the sales of several wedding gowns under Su Qingyue's name. Xiao Shichu excitedly called early in the morning. "Yibao, thanks to your article, Imu's sales have skyrocketed overnight. We need to capitalize on this." He finally grasped the meaning behind the phrase, "a word worth 1,000 gold." Wen Yi perused Weibo, sensing that the time was ripe, and instructed him, "Help me take care of a few matters shortly." Upon hearing her requests, Xiao Shichu became exhilarated. "Yibao, this is a true masterstroke, hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. I have always believed in an eye for an eye. If someone provokes me, they must anticipate the consequences." Xiao Shichu remarked, "If you were to direct this cunning towards Mu Jingchen, you wouldn't have to endure the fate of being left with nothing." Wen Yi fell silent. She was not devoid of cunning, nor was she incapable of using tactics, but she felt that to love someone required a pure heart. The word love is untainted, leaving no room for schemes. Realizing he had inadvertently struck a nerve, Xiao Shichu quietly hung up the phone. As a consequence of the article, the Mu family also faced repercussions, receiving a level of condemnation second only to the Wen and Su families. Since yesterday, Lu Yaji had been bombarded with calls, primarily inquiring about the reasons behind Wen Yi's divorce from Mu Jingchen. With each call, she would berate Wen Yi. Truly a calamity. Even after leaving the Mu family, she continues to wreak havoc. She had intended to keep her son's secret marriage tightly under wraps, but with Wen Yi's revelation, the Mu family naturally attracted considerable backlash. Mu Jingchen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The atmosphere at home was suffocating, prompting him to skip breakfast and head directly to the office. He was now mockingly referred to as ex-husband brother by netizens, all criticizing him for losing a kind and resilient wife. In truth, he had read the article and felt an indescribable agitation. Prior to Wen Yi's kidney transplant, the Wen family had already received compensation. It was agreed that they would clear their debts. However, before the surgery, Wen Yi had used that kidney as leverage to secure her position as Mrs. Mu. He had always despised being blackmailed, especially by someone who had received money and then reneged on their word. Thus, he believed that no matter how he treated her, it was not unjustified, and she had presented herself as submissive, as if all was merely for financial gain. And now, it seemed that Wen Yi might not even be aware that the Wen family had received a substantial payout. There were many things he truly did not know, and Wen Yi had concealed much from him. After a long pause, Mu Jingchen calmly instructed Bai Yan, investigate which university Wen Yi was admitted to back then. Upon arriving at the office, he found Hu Xiaobai lounging on the sofa, casually crossing his legs. Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow. "Is there something you need?" Hu Xiaobai immediately chimed in, "Brother Chen, did you read Wen Yi's article yesterday?" Mu Jingchen knew this fellow had come to gossip and promptly ignored him, settling into a leather chair to sort through the day's documents. "I never expected Wen Yi to be so pitiful, deprived of love in her family, cast out by her in-laws. What a tragic tale it is." Mu Jingchen slammed the documents onto the table, frowning. "What exactly are you trying to say? Brother Chen, this is a golden opportunity for you to reconcile with Wen Yi. Think about it, she has been banished by the Wen family, left all alone, without money, power, or support. It is a classic case of when it rains, it pours. If you propose remarriage now, she would undoubtedly rush into your embrace. Mu Jingchen recalled Wen Yi's expression when she left the Wen family, realizing that it was merely a part of her scheme, and that he might even become her pawn. Frustration welled up within him. Is she pitiful? She is quite capable, and besides, she has stated that in this lifetime and the next, she would never remarry me. Having made his stance clear, why should he grant her any consideration? Brother Chen, women often say things they don't mean in moments of extreme anger. I've analyzed it closely. Throughout, Wen Yi has never mentioned her experiences in the Mu family, nor has she spoken a word about you. This indicates she is protecting you. Mu Jingchen's eyes flickered. Indeed, Wen Yi had not uttered a single word against him, nor had she mentioned the Mu family. Are you suggesting she is leaving herself an escape route? Not only that, but she is also providing you with an opportunity. Brother Chen, truly, at this moment, Wen Yi is both pitiful and helpless. If you extend an olive branch now, she will no longer suppress her feelings for you, loving you fervently. At that moment, Mu Jingchen's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lu Ao. Brother Chen, check the trending topics. He had a premonition that the trending topics were related to Wen Yi, and upon opening the webpage, his handsome face instantly contorted into a complex expression. After a long while, he scoffed coldly, pitiful, weak, helpless? Chapter 69 You are undeserving. Chapter 69 You are unworthy. Huo Xiaobai believed he had swayed him and continued to elaborate. Indeed, this is the moment when a woman's heart is most vulnerable. A mere glimmer of sunshine will elicit a radiant smile from her. Mu Jingchen coldly tossed his phone towards him, saying, take a look for yourself. Huo Xiaobai glanced at the trending topics, all seemingly related to Wen Yi. As he finished reading, his expression grew increasingly complex. User-old driver: I am not a wealthy individual, but merely a worker. I am grateful to my boss for allowing me to drive her newly acquired car, and I appreciate everyone's support in letting me experience a moment of opulence with Wen Yi. Xiao Shichu, to clarify, this is my partner and admired chief designer, Sweet. This is my rumored girlfriend Feng Xiong. Feng Xiong, Miss Wen and I share a close friendship behind the scenes, contrary to the speculations of a love triangle. Wen Yi. Koenigsegg official: thanks to Miss Wen's generosity, we have achieved trending status. We welcome Miss Wen to visit us again for our new product launch today. Wen Yi. These statements effectively dismantled the malicious rumors surrounding Wen Yi. Oh my, not only is she an invisible heiress, but she is also the designer I admire. Truly, she possesses both wealth and talent. I am utterly captivated. Only someone with a muddled mind would mistake her for Xiao Shichu's partner. He is utterly unworthy, right? Just a moment ago, I thought she was Cinderella, and now she proclaims her queenly status, tears of disbelief escaping my lips. Ha, just as the Wen family's parents severed ties with her, she flaunts her car and career. What a splendid move. Surely, a woman who can marry Mu Yan Luo is a rare gem. They appear perfectly matched. I demand an immediate remarriage. Netizens fervently Mu's official account, urging the couple to reconcile. Mu Jingchen felt a heavy knot in his heart, his expression exceedingly awkward, and promptly instructed Bei Yan to disable the comments. However, Huo Xiaobai incessantly chattered in his ear. Wow, your ex-sister-in-law is surprisingly formidable. Brother Chen, what you've lost is not merely a pet but half of your empire. TSK, you were with your ex-sister-in-law for 3 years and failed to notice a single hint? Mu Jingchen's gaze turned icy. For him, Wen Yi had merely been a prey willingly offered. The purpose of such prey was simply to provide distraction during leisure hours. Why should he concern himself with her every action? He merely needed her to behave and avoid causing him trouble. Over the past 3 years, Wen Yi had indeed performed well. Huo Xiaobai could tell from his expression that he was utterly oblivious to this matter and lacked a profound understanding of Wen Yi. TSK, Brother Chen, if you had shown even a modicum of concern for your ex-sister-in-law, she wouldn't have been so reluctant to return. Mu Jingchen's brows furrowed in a dark scowl. Are you finished speaking? I initially intended to play matchmaker for you too, but now I suddenly realize, you are unworthy. Furious, Mu Jingchen hurled a stack of documents at him. If you are done, just leave. Huo Xiaobai raised his arm. Brother Chen, I have a premonition that one day you will seek me out again as your reconciliation expert. After reading the statements, Lu Yaji immediately called Mu Jingchen. Jingchen, do not be deceived by that scheming wench, Wen Yi. What is she but half a boss of a mediocre brand, flaunting her status and inciting netizens to pressure you into reconciling? She is merely dreaming. Our Mu family must not accept such a cunning daughter-in-law. If we are to have one, let it be someone like Qingyue. Before Lu Yaji could finish, Mu Jingchen, overwhelmed with annoyance, hung up the phone. He remained unaware of how many secrets Wen Yi had concealed from him. An inexplicable rage simmered within him. Desperate for release. He seized the keys from the table and strode towards the exit. Seeing the call ended, Lu Yaji immediately blamed everything on Wen Yi, mentally cursing her. Mu Sesh, recalling her past actions against Wen Yi, timidly asked, Mom, is Wen Yi really that impressive? Ha, those who come from humble beginnings are often the most adept at manipulation. What if she is half a boss of that shabby brand? If our Mu family wished to ruin her, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Mu Sesh muttered quietly, is that so? But a Koenigsegg is worth over 100 million. Ordinary people cannot afford it. Where did Wen Yi acquire such wealth? Lu Yaji's anger flared further. Does it need saying? She must have swindled it from your brother. That wretch claims to want nothing from our Mu family, yet she has swindled your brother out of several billion. Truly, she is a daughter of the Wen family, her demeanor as disgraceful as her family's. Su Qingyue interjected, and Lu, it is unnecessary to exhaust yourself over such a wretch. None of us anticipated her to be so deeply concealing. It seems she has been two-faced with you all along. The thought of being deceived by Wen Yi filled Lu Yaji with seething rage. Xingyue, rest assured, I will never allow that wretch to set foot in our Mu family again. Only you are worthy of becoming our daughter-in-law. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Su Qingyue's eyes. Her visit to the Mu residence today was to gauge the situation, and with Lu Yaji's assurance, she felt a sense of security. Regardless of how much money Wen Yi possessed, she remained a lonely orphan without a powerful family backing her. Moreover, she was entirely unaware of how she had acquired her wealth. Without the support of a formidable family, a woman is akin to a drifting weed in a cesspool, unworthy of the gaze of noble families. Wen Yi couldn't help but sneeze, suspecting someone was cursing her. Today, she intended to make a grand entrance in her Koenigsegg. This was a suggestion from Feng Qiong. After slapping the faces of her detractors, she aimed to assert her identity boldly to deter any whispers behind her back. Feng Qiong planned for the two of them to drive around the bustling district and then visit several luxury venues. As soon as they exited the winding mountain road, a black Bentley charged out like a panther, abruptly blocking her vehicle. Wen Yi was all too familiar with that Bentley. Moments later, Mu Jingchen stormed out of the car, his face taut with anger, exuding an intimidating presence. He rapped sharply on the window. Wen Yi, get out. Feng Qiong whispered, should we call the police? At that moment, Mu Jingchen appeared terrifying, and she genuinely feared he might tear them apart. Wen Yi seemed to have anticipated Mu Jingchen's arrival, calmly rolling down the window, her beautiful eyes arching slightly. Mr. Mu, is there something you need? Chapter 70, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Chapter 70, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Today, Wen Yi donned a smoky blue off-shoulder long dress, her alluring collarbone fully exposed, her softly curled locks cascaded to one side, partially obscuring her delicate visage, exuding both innocence and seduction. Coupled with her arched brows and captivating eyes, she emanated a dangerously alluring charm. Mu Jingchen, being a man himself, had initially accepted Wen Yi largely due to her striking appearance. After all, one naturally desires that which aligns with their aesthetic sensibilities, yet, in her usual demeanor, she appeared far too bland, her attire often mature and unremarkable, in stark contrast to her current vibrant allure. It seemed that ever since their divorce, Wen Yi had blossomed like a flower that had long awaited a drop of dew, radiating with newfound brilliance. Mu Jingchen felt a surge of irritation and spoke in a hushed tone, I wish to speak with you privately. Wen Yi replied with a smile, there is no personal matter between Mr. Mu and myself. Feng Qiong is not an outsider, so whatever it is, you may address it here. Clearly losing his patience, Mu Jingchen abruptly flung open the car door, grasped her wrist, and pulled her towards a secluded area. Wen Yi, teetering in her high heels, stumbled slightly as she followed him, exclaiming, Mu Jingchen, let go. The way she uttered Mu Jingchen brought him some comfort, infused with her own feelings, unlike the cold detachment of Mr. Mu. Once her stance was steady, Mu Jingchen released her wrist, maintaining a composed expression as he inquired, do you not wish to explain anything to me? Wen Yi let out a soft laugh, is Mr. Mu here to investigate my past concealments or to reprimand me for my offense against Miss Su? If it pertains to the past, I see no need to explain myself, as everything concluded when we signed the divorce papers. Revisiting old grievances serves no purpose. As for Miss Su, it was merely an eye for an eye. I had intended to let her be, to live peacefully as your MRS.mu, but her incessant provocations left me no choice but to retaliate. If MR.mu insists on seeking justice for Su Qingyue, I would be more than willing to confront you head-on, for justice lies in the hearts of the people. For the first time, Mu Jingchen felt utterly powerless against Wen Yi. Indeed, what authority did he possess to lecture her, or what justification did he have to pursue her faults, acknowledging his lack of concern for her, which had led to his ignorance of her actions, or attempting to prove his innocence regarding Su Qingyue? Everything seemed devoid of significance, yet, inexplicably, a discomfort settled in his chest, and his mood soured, prompting him to retort, since you are aware that we are finished, do not let your affairs involve the Mu family. Wen Yi understood that his grievance stemmed from a sense of lost face for the Mu family, prompting this confrontation. If an apology could hasten his departure, she would not mind. With a smile, Wen Yi said, I apologize, Mr. Mu, I truly did not consider that aspect, allow me to extend my apologies. She then bowed slightly towards Mu Jingchen, her posture maintaining a balance of respect and defiance, like a thorn lodged in his heart, both irremovable and irritating. Noticing his prolonged silence, she asked, Mr. Mu, I have offered my apology, may I take my leave? It seemed she longed to distance herself from him, as if he were a venomous snake. This realization ignited a flame of anger within Mu Jingchen, and he snapped, you better not engage in any underhanded schemes behind my back, otherwise, with a mere flick of my finger, I could make you and your affections vanish from this world. He had previously suggested to Lu Ao the acquisition of AI Mu, thus possessing insight into its assets and strengths. Though AI Mu was a standout in the niche market, its productivity was insufficient, yielding profits that barely amounted to 1% of FTs. He wondered what allowed Wen Yi to afford that Koenigsegg. The thought only heightened his agitation. How many secrets was this woman still hiding from him? From the onset, their marriage had been riddled with deception, making him feel like a fool ensnared in her web. He even suspected that her proposal for divorce was premeditated. With a sense of unease lingering, Mu Jingchen drove directly to a bar. Ao happened to be discussing a project with a client when he saw Mu Jingchen drinking alone and joined him. Bro, you're not sulking over that ex-wife, are you? Shall I help you win her back? Mu Jingchen took a hefty gulp of red wine, scoffing, ha, take her if you wish, a woman skilled in disguise and deceit is not worth my time. A woman's affection is so superficial, easily discarded at a moment's notice. He questioned the authenticity of her past devotion. Ao rubbed his hands together, so, shall I really pursue her? Mu Jingchen sneered, do as you please, but let me warn you, she excels at feigning deep affection. Don't end up losing your shirt in the process. Lu Ao blinked, what did she take from you, then? Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow, he had always guarded his heart well, what could she have possibly deceived him about? He merely found her utterly detestable, having maintained her act for 3 years without a single slip. When he felt a pang in her chest, she accepted a cigarette from Fong Qiong and took a drag. No wonder people gravitate towards smoking when agitated, the smoke sears through every pore, providing an inexplicable sense of clarity. What did Mu ask you about? What else could it be? Most likely defending Su Qingyue, yet lacking any valid excuses, he intentionally sought to vex me. Damn, how shameless. Yet he is utterly devoted to Su Qingyue, standing by her side regardless of right or wrong. I fear your collaboration with FT might be in jeopardy. Wen Yi felt a stab of realization. Indeed, Mu Jingchen was a partner at FT, and this competition was essentially a personal showcase for Su Qingyue. Regardless of the outcome, Su Qingyue was already predetermined as the ultimate victor, leaving her merely as a participant. It matters not. Should FT fall through, AI Mu has other options. At that moment, Wen Yi's phone vibrated incessantly. Fong Qiong noted her blocking the number and inquired, is it from the Wen family? Yes, ever since those statements were released, the Wen family's harassment has been relentless. She did not need to guess. The Wen family would surely berate her for being heartless and ungrateful, accusing her of tarnishing their reputation and becoming the laughingstock of all Kyoto. Probably, when Guowei and his wife are weeping in despair, for they have lost their prized catch. Ha, their faces are thick enough. They are likely scheming to reclaim something from me. When that time comes, do not show any mercy, regardless of their tactics. Wen Yi chuckled coldly, rest assured, I will employ the very strategies they used against me in the past. When she had sought tuition fees from Wen Guowei, young Lina had concocted numerous excuses, each more creative than the last. After parking the car, Fong Qiong led Wen Yi to the jewelry exhibition hall. Upon entering, 3 familiar figures caught her eye. Wen Yi frowned. Truly, fate had a peculiar way of bringing adversaries together. Chapter 71. It remains uncertain who was adding fuel to the fire. Chapter 71. Who was frustrating whom is yet to be determined. There stood Su Qingyue and Mu Jingchen, engrossed in selecting diamond bracelets at the counter. Wen Yi could not help but mutter to herself, questioning whether she had neglected to check the calendar before venturing out today, as she had unexpectedly encountered these 2 vexatious individuals. Fong Qiong, following her gaze, tugged at her dress and suggested, darling, why don't we leave, we wouldn't want to spoil our good mood. Wen Yi smiled faintly, replying, we have nothing to feel guilty about, so why should we be afraid? It remains uncertain who is truly frustrating whom. She then led Fong Qiong to another counter, where they began to peruse jewelry with an air of indifference. Su Qingyue, catching sight of Wen Yi, felt an undeniable surge of pent-up anger. She loathed Wen Yi with a passion, for it was due to her revelations that she had been branded a homewrecker, and even the Su family's stock market had suffered considerable repercussions. All her plans had gone awry, and the elder of the Mu family likely held a dim view of her, further complicating her prospects of marrying into the Mu family. Yet, unwilling to lose face as the eldest daughter of the Su family in front of others, she turned her attention to Mu Jingchen, offering a gentle smile, Jingchen, feel free to express your desires. I shall cover all expenses. Having had her allowance curtailed by Mu Jingchen for a month due to the situation involving Wen Yi, Mu Jingchen had recently set her sights on a diamond bracelet but was hesitant to voice her wish. Upon hearing Su Qingyue's words, her spirits lifted, and she exclaimed, thank you, Sister Su. There's no need for formality between us, Su Qingyue replied. Mu Jingchen sweetly remarked, indeed, once Sister Su marries my brother. Mu Jingchen, sensing something amiss, followed her gaze and indeed spotted Wen Yi standing before the Kalaya counter. Kalaya is the world's premier diamond brand, and her earlier decision to settle for the Ophelia counter was merely a reflection of her financial constraints. Now, witnessing Wen Yi, whom she held in disdain, selecting items at the Kalaya counter, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over her. She scoffed, Sister Su, what is there to fear? She has already been cast aside by my brother, so who he chooses to marry is no. Miss Wen possesses hidden depths. A woman capable of purchasing a Koenigsegg for several hundred million is undoubtedly formidable. Mu Jingchen gritted her teeth in response, isn't it all just the result of her beguiling tricks to extract money from my brother? At the end of the day, it is our Mu family's wealth, so what right does she have to flaunt her arrogance? At that moment, a Kalaya salesperson presented a dazzling blue diamond ring to Wen Yi, which had been the object of Mu Jingchen's long-standing desire, one she had planned to save up for over 3 months. Seeing the coveted item adorning Wen Yi's finger ignited a fire within her, and she coldly taunted, if you can't afford it, don't even try it on, you might dirty it and ruin the business for others. Wen Yi smiled, a glint of sharpness in her eyes as she replied, it seems Miss Mu has yet to learn her lesson, perpetually failing to see beyond her own narrow perspective. Mu Jingchen was instantly infuriated, am I mistaken? I don't know how you managed to charm my brother into buying you that Koenigsegg, but now that my brother is with Sister Su, you can forget about using your tricks to entice him into spending a single penny on you. Fong Qiong could no longer contain her frustration, interjecting, Miss Mu, must you speak such nonsense? You, of all people, should know that when Wen Yi left your family, she took only a few clothes with her, practically leaving empty-handed. If your brother truly cared to buy her a luxury car, she wouldn't have ended up in a divorce. Mu Jingchen retorted with a sneer, you've only been friends with her for a few days, yet you defend her so readily. She was MRS.MU for 3 years, and we had no idea she was sweet. This woman excels at acting, so be cautious, or you might find yourself duped. Ha, a family of narrow-minded individuals, who spent their days either forcing her to do chores or indulging in idle gossip. Did she ever have a chance to voice her thoughts? To the Mu family, Wen Yi was merely a plaything purchased by Mu Jingchen. They had never genuinely cared about her aspirations. Mu Jingchen was rendered speechless, her eyes glaring daggers at Wen Yi. Calmly, Wen Yi removed the dazzling blue diamond ring from her finger and turned to Mu Jingchen with a smile. Do you fancy this ring, Miss Mu? Mu Jingchen quickly asserted her claim. I have had my eye on it for quite some time, and such an extravagant item deserves to be worn by a woman of noble status to truly reflect its worth. Implicitly, she suggested that Wen Yi was unworthy. Wen Yi disdainfully corked her lips. Miss Mu's taste appears rather limited. She then requested the attendant to present a pink diamond necklace. Before the item could even reach her hands, Mu Jingchen snatched it away, declaring, I want this one too. Wen Yi's eyes glimmered with cunning as she proceeded to select a few more prized pieces, each valued at over 30 million. At this moment, Mu Jingchen was intent on deflating Wen Yi's arrogant demeanor. In a frenzy, she attempted to claim every item Wen Yi showed interest in. Wen Yi examined a dozen or more exquisite pieces of jewelry, each of considerable value, and Mu Jingchen seized them all. Su Qingyue sensed the escalating tension and gently tugged at Mu Jingchen's dress, whispering, Jingchen, that's enough. Mu Jingchen, already blinded by her obsession, gritted her teeth. I want this wretched woman to witness the might of the Mu family and see if she dares to provoke me again. The total cost of the jewelry amounted to a staggering 200 million, undoubtedly a monumental purchase, causing the attendant's eyes to gleam with excitement. Upon hearing the final figure, Mu Jingchen felt as though she had been struck, her mind clearing somewhat. The attendant presented the bill to her. Miss Mu, will you be paying by card or transfer? Maintaining her dignity, Mu Jingchen replied, I don't have that much cash on me. I will send someone to deliver it shortly. Once Wen Yi departed, she could easily concoct an excuse to return the items. Wen Yi mocked her. What is this? Miss Mu comes to play the affluent when she hasn't brought enough money. Isn't that just a case of inflating one's ego? Fang Qiong chimed in. Indeed, if you don't want it, just say so. We would be happy to take it. While we may not have the noble lineage of Miss Mu, we can certainly afford this little sum. To preserve her pride, Mu Jingchen gritted her teeth and produced a bank card belonging to Lu Yaji, which fortuitously contained 200 million, saved as her secret stash. As the sound of the card being processed echoed, Mu Jingchen felt as if her heart were bleeding, yet she feigned nonchalance, saying, It's just 200 million, our Mu family can scrape that together easily, unlike some who have to demean themselves and sell their bodies to afford such attire. Chapter 72. Led astray by her deception. Chapter 72. Manipulated by her, Wen Yi narrowed her eyes slightly and remarked, Miss Mu, I shall select my own items while you may settle your own bill. Resorting to personal attacks would be rather unbecoming. Mu Jingchen sneered coldly. Did I speak incorrectly? Your wealthy benefactor purchased that luxury vehicle for you solely because of your desperate attempts to curry favor with him. However, this tactic will no longer be effective, as my brother has already taken a liking to Sister Su. I advise you to preserve some dignity and refrain from degrading yourself. At that moment, Wen Yi's phone chimed with a notification of a deposit. The bank clerk approached her respectfully and said, Miss Sweet, our finance department has transferred today's commission to your account. Please check your balance. Wen Yi smiled. The commission has been received. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Jingchen stood frozen in shock, while Su Qingyue's expression grew increasingly complicated. They had just heard Wen Yi had received 40 million tonight. Wen Yi turned to Fang Qiong with a smile. I'm feeling a bit weary from shopping. Let us go for a drink, my treat. Fang Qiong purposely raised her voice. The sweet designer is quite impressive, receiving 40 million in the blink of an eye. At this rate, she could purchase a Koenigsegg within a week. There is no need to beg anyone else. It's truly baffling how some people think. Just as they were about to leave, Mu Jingchen suddenly rushed over, blocking Wen Yi's path. With reddened eyes, she demanded, You must explain this to me clearly. What is going on? Wen Yi patiently clarified, My expertise lies in fashion design. Jewelry design is merely a side endeavor. Therefore, in addition to the design fee, I require a 20% profit share. Mu Jingchen trembled with rage. So, the items you just selected are all your original designs? Wen Yi replied with a smile, Indeed. If it weren't for your generosity, Miss Mu, I might not have secured this 40 million. Furious, Mu Jingchen raised her hand to strike Wen Yi, exclaiming, You wretched girl, how dare you scheme against me? Yet, before her hand could reach Wen Yi's face, it was seized by Wen Yi, who, using her strength, retaliated with a slap. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Mu Jingchen stunned, her cheek burning with pain. She almost forgot that Wen Yi was no longer the submissive woman she once knew. Now, she bore the claws of a fierce adversary, ready to counterattack at any moment. Wen Yi shook her wrist nonchalantly and remarked, It seems the last incident did not teach you a lesson. Let us handle this matter formally. She promptly sent a message to her assistant. Release the prepared lawsuit and send a copy to Mu Jingchen. Before long, the news of Wen Yi suing Mu Jingchen for defamation soared to trending status. Upon receiving the lawsuit, Mu Jingchen had just concluded a meeting. Reading its contents, he immediately drove home. As he arrived at the Mu residence, a heavy air of animosity enveloped him. Mu Jingchen sobbed, Brother, it was clearly Wen Yi who schemed against me and slapped me. How can she be the one to complain first? Mu Jingchen, aware that Wen Yi was not the type to provoke others, and knowing his sister's character well, darkened his handsome face and asked, What exactly transpired? When Lu Yaji heard that Mu Jingchen had squandered 200 million for Wen Yi, she was nearly driven to faint. She knew without a doubt that the money was her secret savings. In a fit of rage, she slapped Mu Jingchen. You foolish girl, how could you allow that little harlot to manipulate you so easily? Mu Cece's other cheek reddened, but she did not dare to retort, merely enduring the humiliation while her eyes filled with tears. Su Qingyue hurried to explain, Auntie, this is not Cece's fault. Wen Yi was far too cunning, constantly provoking her. Cece's is still young and couldn't help but be swept away. Lu Yaji, seething at the thought of her hard-earned savings being squandered, clutched her chest in frustration. Why didn't you stop her at the time? Su Qingyue protested, I tried, but Wen Yi's tactics were too sophisticated. She kept setting traps for Cece's. We were no match for her. Lu Yaji fumed, that treacherous little wretch, when I see her, I will tear her apart. Mu Jingchen shot a cold glance at Su Qingyue, this is a family matter. You would do well to refrain from interfering. Su Qingyue paled slightly, but being astute, she discerned Mu Jingchen's intentions. To avoid further embarrassment and anger, she quickly made an excuse to leave. Mu Cece sniffled, brother, this is truly not my fault. If anyone is to blame, it is Wen Yi for being so devious. Had I known those jewels were her designs, I wouldn't have purchased them even if it cost me my life. Mu Jingchen coldly replied, have you not yet recognized your own mistakes? Mu Cece murmured, what mistakes? That vile woman slandered you and Sister Su, I merely wanted to help you teach her a lesson. Mu Jingchen's disappointment was palpable, his handsome face clouded with frost. Go kneel in the ancestral hall. Realizing he intended to punish her, Mu Cece immediately fell to her mother Lu Yaji's side. Mother, please save me. Brother is resorting to family punishment over that wretched girl. Lu Yaji was about to speak, but Mu Jingchen interrupted coldly, if you wish to harm her, then continue to coddle her. Thinking of her 200 million being squandered, Lu Yaji felt a surge of hatred and pushed Mu Cece away. Mu Cece was nearly dragged to the ancestral hall by the butler. Crying and cursing, she lamented her tragic fate and Wen Yi's cunning nature. Mu Jingchen commanded a servant to fetch a whip, personally administering the family punishment. With each stroke, Mu Cece cried out in agony, and by the final lash, she nearly fainted, gasping for breath on the ground, unable to cry or curse any longer. Though she held a deep respect for Mu Jingchen, she never imagined he would strike her for an outsider, especially not for Wen Yi. Lu Yaji, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward and grasped the whip from Mu Jingchen's hand. Jingchen, that is enough. She has learned her lesson. Mu Jingchen coldly regarded Mu Cece, you will answer me personally. Mu Cece trembled from the pain in her back. I remember. Very well, once your injuries heal, you shall accompany me to apologize. If your apology is as perfunctory as last time, you may as well leave the country. Mu Cece nodded fervently, yet inwardly, she cursed Wen Yi 1,000 times. Mu Jingchen threw the whip down harshly and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Once he had left, the suppressed emotions within Mu Cece surged forth, and she finally dared to weep openly. Lu Yaji, filled with compassion, supported her, exclaiming in frustration, why did you provoke that wretched girl? Mu Cece wept uncontrollably, mother, I simply could not bear the thought of that harlot using our Mu family's money to purchase a car. I wanted to vent my frustration, yet she schemed against me. Why must I apologize when she was in the wrong? Brother seems to still have feelings for her, otherwise, he wouldn't pressure me so. Lu Yaji could not tolerate the thought of Mu Jingchen harboring any lingering feelings for Wen Yi, no matter how slight. She gritted her teeth and declared, that harlot only desires money, I shall confront her tomorrow. Chapter 73, are you the matchmaker for today? Chapter 73, are you the blind date for today? Lu Yaji promptly sent a message to Wen Yi, let us meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the Blue Mountain CF. Upon receiving this text, Wen Yi curled her lips in a cold smirk. The message was delivered in an unequivocal, commanding tone, leaving no room for negotiation. Lu Yaji maintained her usual haughty demeanor. Unfortunately for her, she was no longer the beloved daughter-in-law of the Mu family. Wen Yi swiftly replied with 2 words, not available. After sending the message, she immediately blocked Lu Yaji. Dealing with such a person was far too detrimental to her mood, it was better to indulge in a rejuvenating sleep. When Lu Yaji saw the response, she was nearly trembling with fury. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of insults towards Wen Yi, she realized she had been blocked. In a fit of rage, she threw her phone onto the sofa, exclaiming, how dare that wretched girl defy me? For the past 3 years, Wen Yi had consistently adopted a subservient posture in Lu Yaji's presence, and now her sudden assertiveness was irksome. Lu Yaji recalled Mu Cece's words. Mu Jingchen indeed cared for Wen Yi. After all, she had been a possession for 3 years, which inevitably fostered some attachment. That wretched Wen Yi was probably relying on Mu Jingchen's residual feelings for her, which emboldened her to act so arrogantly. Some people are inherently despicable, they should never have been given any hope. The thought of her son purchasing a Koenigsegg for Wen Yi made Lu Yaji wince with pain. She resolved to confront that wretched girl today. Even if she couldn't reclaim the money, she would at least deliver a scolding. After all, that money came from the Mu family, and how could they allow a wretched person to flaunt it in public? Mu Cece, suffering from her injuries, was unable to turn over and spent the night moaning in agony, leaving Lu Yaji restless. In contrast, Wen Yi slept soundly until dawn. Upon opening her eyes, she found a video call from Wen Qi. It had been several days since she last saw her son, and she eagerly answered the call. Due to the time difference, the starry skies of Puwang Island twinkled in the background. When she had just taken a shower and was preparing for a late sleep, her son's features were a near-perfect replica of Mu Jingchen's, resembling a miniature version of him. However, with freshly dried hair, Wen Qi exuded a softness that contrasted sharply with his father's cold demeanor. Mommy, I've landed a big deal, and the client happens to be in Kyoto. Can you run an errand for me tomorrow? Wen Yi knew her son all too well and suspected there was more to it. Raising an eyebrow, she asked, is it really that simple? Aha, do you think I would trick you? Wen Yi, half-jokingly, replied, haven't you tricked mommy enough times? When she looked at her with an injured expression, so, in Mommy's eyes, I'm a con artist? Does Mommy not love her baby anymore? Unable to bear seeing her son in such a state, Wen Yi quickly reassured him, Mommy was just joking. Does that mean Mommy has agreed, tomorrow at 10 o'clock at the Emotion CAF, table 11? You must remember. Fearing he might slip up, he hastily ended the call when he felt a sense of being ensnared, yet since she had already agreed, she might as well go and see what this big deal her son spoke of. Perhaps it was due to Mu Jingchen's frosty demeanor, but when he never imposed strict constraints on her son, she believed children should be allowed to be children, providing them the freedom to pursue their interests while respecting their privacy. When she was 3, he developed a keen interest in hacking, and when he taught him hands-on, little did she know he had an exceptional aptitude, showing promise that far surpassed her own. Later, when he became intrigued by weapon modifications, she arranged for top-notch weapon experts to serve as private tutors and occasionally sent him to training camps. After a year, his tutor humorously declared he had nothing left to teach, as when she had begun independently taking orders on the dark web. Before heading out, she needed to visit the headquarters of Amer. Thanks to the recent happenings involving Mu Sisi and Su Qingyue, Amer had repeatedly trended on social media, significantly increasing its visibility. With the brand's recognition skyrocketing, orders were pouring in, extending well into the following year. Xiao Shichu proudly handed her the financial report. Ibo, we must extend our gratitude to Miss Mu and Miss Su. Amer's inventory has been completely depleted, and our order volume has multiplied. When he quickly glanced over the report, the order volume was still on the rise. However, Amer had stagnated for 3 years, with all orders being handcrafted, leading to a shortage of skilled tailors. If they were to recruit a large number of tailors now, it would not only raise doubts about Amer's credibility but also waste substantial human and material resources, given the complex processes involved in training a tailor. The quickest solution would be to collaborate with major luxury brands, where Amer could provide design drafts while they handled the manual sewing, as these brands had a wealth of experienced tailors. She had initially intended to negotiate a partnership with FT using her status as a competition winner, but now that Mu Jingchen and Su Qingyue were under heavy criticism, it was clear they would hold a grudge against her. Moreover, she perceived the competition as something Mu Jingchen orchestrated for Su Qingyue, making it inevitable for Su Qingyue to become FT's ultimate partner, thus compelling her to seek alternative paths for Amer. After pondering for a moment, Wen Yi said to Xiao Shichu, I heard that Lord Li Ju has returned to the country, please arrange a meeting for me. Xiao Shichu's eyes widened in disbelief, what? You want to meet Lord Li? Are you considering a collaboration with the Li family? If we are seeking a partner, why not choose one that stands on equal footing with FT? Ancestor, do you realize the relationship between Lord Li and Mu Jingchen? Wen Yi was indeed aware. Li Ju and Mu Jingchen were fierce rivals, having clashed since childhood. Mu Jingchen ventured into real estate, and Li Ju was not far behind, with both once embroiled in a bidding war over a piece of land that skyrocketed to over 10 billion, only to be disqualified for violating auction rules. The Mu family excelled in hospitality, while Li Ju quickly opened a chain of hotels by emulating Mu Jingchen's management style. Li's family was renowned for their fashion business, prompting Mu Jingchen to collaborate with Lu Ao, elevating FT to compete with the Li family as a luxury brand. Their rivalry extended beyond business, as Li Ju had pursued Su Qingyue, only to be outmaneuvered by Mu Jingchen, who ultimately won her heart. Xiao Shichu could see from her expression that she was well aware of these dynamics and cautioned, Ancestor, Lord Li despises everything about Mu Jingchen. Although you are divorced from him, you still have ties to him. Attempting to collaborate with his arch-nemesis might prove challenging. When he raised an eyebrow, how will we know unless we try? As the hour approached 10, when he hastily changed to retire and rushed to the Emotion CAF. Following the server's directions, she arrived at table 11. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of a strikingly handsome mixed-race man, half-dyed hair, gazing at her with keen interest. Are you my blind date for today? Chapter 74. Have you succumbed to dementia? Chapter 74. Are you suffering from dementia? When Yi was momentarily taken aback. A blind date? Could it be that the big deal when she mentioned was actually about setting her up on a blind date? Sure enough, moments later, when she sent a message, Mommy, this gentleman possesses both charm and wealth, certainly not inferior to the surname Mu, strive to win him over early, so that the Mu family may regret their missed opportunity. Wen Yi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, since he was already present, it would seem discourteous not to clarify the misunderstanding. She promptly took a seat. I apologize, but I have no intention of participating in a blind date. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. The mixed-race gentleman propped his chin on one hand, gazing at her with an alluring charm. I had thought that Miss Wen and I shared an immediate rapport. Who would have thought it was a case of unrequited feelings? Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. Do you know me? TSK, Miss Wen's memory is quite poor. The man then whistled, and an Alaskan Malamute bounded out from behind a screen. Upon seeing Wen Yi, the dog nuzzled against her, seeking affection. Wen Yi suddenly recalled that during her last visit to the casino, in an effort to evade Huoxiubai's harassment, she had kissed an Alaskan Malamute, and it seemed to be the very same one now. The dog was undeniably adorable, and she couldn't resist petting its head. It appeared delighted, wagging its tail incessantly, the golden bell around its neck chiming melodiously. The mixed-race gentleman sighed dramatically. Alas, it seems I am outshone by a mere dog. I have sat here for so long without receiving any affection from the beauty. Wen Yi chuckled lightly. I must apologize for the previous incident. The man winked at her. So, does this not suggest that we are quite fated to meet? Wen Yi merely smiled, leaning forward to refill his teacup. Then allow me to offer this tea in lieu of wine, as a token of my apologies. She drank the tea in one gulp, and as she pretended to leave, the man called out to her, Miss Wen, I have dressed to the nines today for this blind date. If you leave after barely 3 minutes, what will my friends waiting outside think of my charm? With such an insistence, when he found it difficult to excuse herself again, she sat back down, maintaining a polite distance from the man, who seemed quite enthusiastic about the blind date. He began to introduce himself earnestly. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Li Da. I come from a humble background, my career is unremarkable, and I have no previous marriage. I am merely seeking a woman like Miss Wen to share my life with. As he uttered these words, his striking blue eyes seemed to flicker enticingly, captivating her attention. It was undeniable that this mixed-race gentleman was exceptionally handsome, even strikingly so, were it not for his tailored black suit and the pronounced Adam's apple beneath his neck, when he might have mistaken him for a woman. Especially those mesmerizing blue eyes, just a glance held an enchanting allure. He tilted his chin slightly, signaling her to introduce herself in turn. When he took a sip of tea and replied, My surname is Wen, and I am a woman of no particular distinction. After all, she had no genuine intention of pursuing a blind date. She was merely going through the motions. The man's eyes glimmered with amusement. Miss Wen's opening line is the briefest yet most sincere I have ever heard. It is quite to my liking. I have heard that Miss Wen has a brief history of marriage? Yes, I recently divorced. The man seemed particularly interested in her marital history. What was the reason for your divorce? Thinking, Wen Yi, drenched in tea, excused herself to the restroom to clean up. Seizing the opportunity to escape, she held no illusions about marriage at present. Her sole focus was on earning money, and a man would only impede her financial pursuits. As she dabbed herself dry in the restroom, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Yaji and a group of affluent ladies. Upon stepping out, one of the women, with sharp eyes, spotted Wen Yi immediately. Yaji, isn't that your former daughter-in-law who excels at household chores? Upon seeing Wen Yi, Lu Yaji recalled the Koenigsegg purchased with the Mu family's money, as well as the 200 million she had been duped out of, and her anger surged uncontrollably. Yet, considering that Mu Sisi had indeed been caught in a compromising situation, the best outcome at this moment was reconciliation. If Wen Yi were willing to relent, everything could be negotiated. Suppressing her fury, she approached Wen Yi with a forced smile. Xiaoyi, I would like to have a word with you privately. The term Xiaoyi sent chills down Wen Yi's spine. During her 3 years of servitude in the Mu household, she had never received such a term of endearment from Lu Yaji. Now, Lu Yaji's humility in addressing her was likely due to the affair concerning Mu Sisi. Curious to see how far this lofty former mother-in-law would go to appease her daughter, Wen Yi feigned a smile. Of course, but I am quite busy, so I can only spare you 3 minutes, Mrs. Lu. You'd best keep it brief. Lu Yaji felt that the tables had turned, her indignation flaring at being treated with such disrespect. However, for the sake of her daughter, she had to endure. Once they reached a corner, Lu Yaji took a deep breath. Sisi is still young and naive. I ask that you, for the sake of our past relations, spare her this time. Wen Yi burst into laughter. If memory serves, Mu Sisi is actually a year older than I am. Hardly a child. If we are to speak of past relations, I cannot fathom what you mean. If you insist on framing her past mistreatment of me as a bond, I must apologize. I am not a masochist. Seeing that this approach was ineffective, Lu Yaji resorted to another emotional appeal. I know you have always harbored feelings for Jingchen. It is he who failed to appreciate you, which led to your hasty divorce. If you could let Sisi off the hook this time, I might consider allowing you to rejoin the Mu family. After all, you and Sisi would still be family. What is there to quarrel about? The implication was clear. Come and grovel before us, for I am generously offering you a chance. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. Mrs. Lu, are you perhaps suffering from age-related dementia? What? Otherwise, how could you possibly think I still have feelings for Mu Jingchen? I can clearly tell you that both he and every member of the Mu family repulse me. It would be best if you refrain from appearing before me. Lu Yaji trembled with rage. You used to clearly. Wen Yi did not wish to hear any more of the past and interrupted her directly. Everyone has stepped in dog excrement at some point. Simply discard the shoes, no need to repeatedly remind me of that old shoe. It wasn't until Wen Yi had walked several meters away that Lu Yaji finally came to her senses. Enraged, she confronted Wen Yi again. Did you not say you were busy? Why are you here enjoying idle tea, or are you planning to ensnare another rich husband? Wen Yi's eyes were filled with cold disdain, a sarcastic smile gracing her lips. I certainly have time for a date with someone, but not with animals. Chapter 75. She was enticed away by a dandy. Chapter 75. She was seduced by a pretty boy. Upon hearing the insults directed at her, Lu Yaji was instantly consumed by fury. You shameless wench. Do you think you're a coveted prize, snatched by men? You are nothing but a conniving, wretched harlot. Even if every woman in the world perished, not a single man would desire a used and worthless trinket like you. Wen Yi, unfazed, merely chuckled. If I am a harlot, then what does that make Mu Jingchen? A mere client? Mu Jingchen had always been Lu Yaji's pride. Hearing Wen Yi tarnish his name only fueled her rage further. You filthy creature, even if you were to beg me on your knees, I would never allow you to cross the threshold. However, before the bag could strike its target, a tall figure intervened, absorbing the impact against his back. He couldn't suppress a hiss of pain when he was taken aback to discover that the person who had rushed in was her matchmaking partner. She heard the sharp intake of breath and felt a pang of guilt upon realizing he had been hurt because of her. Mr.Li, are you injured? She inquired with concern. The man frowned slightly, seemingly suppressing something, yet his eyes twinkled with amusement. It's merely a minor injury. There is no need for Miss Wen to worry. I'll take you to the tea room to apply some ointment. As Wen Yi assisted him towards the tea room, she couldn't help but notice how he leaned heavily against her, almost as if it were intentional. The scene resembled that of a couple deeply in love. When Lu Yaji finally recognized the man's face, she was struck dumb, unable to utter a single word. As he brushed past her, he suddenly wrapped his arm around Wen Yi's delicate shoulder and provocatively smiled at Lu Yaji. Auntie, you misspoke earlier. Our precious one is not without suitors. In fact, the line of admirers stretches from the southern to the northern part of the city, and I am fortunate to be one of those pursuing her. Lu Yaji regarded him with a complex gaze, and after they had departed, she turned to the other affluent ladies beside her. Is he not that young man from the Li family? Indeed, it is said he has just returned to the country. Lu Yaji immediately perceived this as Wen Yi's new scheme and promptly dialed Mu Jingchen's number. Jingchen, come quickly. That wretched Wen Yi has hooked up with Lord Li. At that moment, Mu Jingchen was discussing overseas expansion plans with Lu Ao and inadvertently switched the phone to speaker mode. Hearing Lu Yaji's words, his expression darkened ominously. He despised any mention of Lord Li, and the news of him being with Wen Yi felt like two daggers piercing his heart. Lu Ao, who had overheard, couldn't help but tease, your ex-wife is quite the charmer. It hasn't been long since your divorce, and she is already entangled with your greatest rival. Mu Jingchen nearly snapped the pen in his hand. Wen Yi had been with him for 3 years, she could not possibly be unaware of who Lord Li was, yet she deliberately chose to associate with him, as if she were determined to humiliate him. Standing nearby, Bei Yan quietly remarked, perhaps Miss Wen is merely employing a tactic to provoke you, seeking to rekindle your interest. Mu Jingchen coldly commanded, silence. Lu Ao winked at him, there is a possibility, Jingchen. You should go see for yourself. Mu Jingchen's voice dripped with anger, whom she wishes to pursue is her prerogative, it has nothing to do with me. Oh come on, Jingchen, if you delay, who knows? Wen Yi may truly be swept away by that Li fellow. After all, he may lack other talents, but his looks are exceptional, and he knows how to charm young ladies. Mu Jingchen retorted sharply, why don't you go then? Didn't you say you wanted to pursue Wen Yi? She hasn't even acted yet, and she has already been claimed by someone else. Jingchen, I was merely jesting. I still wish to remain your brother. He had entertained that thought but quickly extinguished it, considering the conflicting interests with Mu Jingchen. While he felt an attraction, it was not enough to disregard his own interests. Mu Jingchen, now thoroughly agitated, took a pack of cigarettes and retreated to the smoking area. One cigarette followed another, yet the restlessness within him did not subside. At that moment, Lu Yaji sent another message. Jingchen, did you see? That little harlot Wen Yi, unable to gain any leverage over you, is resorting to humiliation by deliberately associating with Lord Li. Indeed, there was a possibility. Wen Yi was fully aware that Lord Li was the person he loathed the most, while she was free to pursue men. Using Lord Li to humiliate him was absolutely intolerable. Mu Jingchen felt he had found a resolute justification for his actions and promptly stepped into the elevator. In the tea room, Lord Li had removed his shirt, revealing a collection of bruises on his back. His skin was fairer than that of most women, resembling milk and making the bruises all the more jarring. The contrast of his delicate skin against the defined muscles of his spine and shoulders was enough to make anyone blush. Wen Yi averted her gaze as she applied the ointment to his wounds. I apologize, your lordship, for the trouble you've encountered. Lord Li raised an eyebrow slightly. When did you become aware of my identity? You've hidden it well. It only just dawned on me. Lu Yaji was a quintessential social climber, adept at looking down on others. Had Lord Li been of ordinary status, she would have hurled insults without hesitation, but she refrained, indicating his esteemed position. In the entire capital, only the Li family could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Mu family. Lord Li chuckled softly, there are few astute women, those who are both intelligent and beautiful like you, Miss Wen, are exceedingly rare. I must admit, Mu Jingchen had remarkable taste. Your lordship, you must have known before coming here that I was your matchmaking partner. Lord Li ceased to conceal his intentions. Indeed, the mysterious matchmaker shared your photograph. You are quite stunning, and I find you captivating. Wen Yi candidly replied, what likely captivates you more is my identity as Mu Jingchen's ex-wife. Mu Jingchen and Lord Li had been rivals for years, naturally competing at every turn. Mu Jingchen had taken his ex-girlfriend, so he was equally unwilling to concede, eager to make a mark on her, even if it meant causing Mu Jingchen some embarrassment. The desire for victory was a potent force in men. Lord Li, feeling no need to maintain pretense, lazily remarked, that was indeed my initial intention. Wen Yi relished conversing with intelligent individuals, sparing her the need for subterfuge. Your lordship, I do not fear your ridicule. I spent 3 years with Mu Jingchen without ever entering his heart. Even if you were to win my affection, it would not affect him in the slightest, so please do not waste your efforts. Lord Li raised an eyebrow, what if I were to pursue you nonetheless? Wen Yi's expression suddenly hardened, her face becoming cold and resolute. Compared to your lordship, I may be a mere insignificant figure, but with persistence, even water can penetrate stone. You and I could engage in a battle to the bitter end. A glimmer of amusement danced in Lord Li's eyes, a commendable sentiment, indeed. At that moment, the door was abruptly kicked open, revealing Mu Jingchen's cold, stern face, shrouded in a thick aura of menace. Chapter 76. If you are unsatisfied, I shall assist you further. Chapter 76. If you are unsatisfied, I shall introduce another. Before her stood the sight of Lord Li, his garments half fallen, revealing his smooth upper body. Wen Yi's fingers grazed his back, and the suggestive atmosphere inevitably stirred one's imagination. Upon recognizing the newcomer as Mu Jingchen, Lordly provocatively curled the corners of his lips, embodying the very essence of a victor. Mu Jingchen struggled to contain his emotions, roughly pulling Wen Yi away from Lord Li's side. I have something to say to you. Wen Yi winced as his grip tightened around her wrist, retorting angrily, but I have nothing to discuss with Mr. Mu. That is not for you to decide. As he attempted to forcefully take Wen Yi away, Lord Li grasped her other wrist, languidly stating, Mu Jingchen, have your ears failed you? Did you not hear her words? Mu Jingchen's gaze fell upon him like a cold blade. Lord Li, some matters ought not to be trifled with. Lord Li replied nonchalantly, if the old man were to learn of this, what do you suppose would be the consequence? Lord Li furrowed his brow. He and Mu Jingchen had been adversaries for years, each knowing the other well. Mu Jingchen always managed to strike at his vulnerabilities with precision. The internal strife within the Li family had indeed reached a fever pitch. Whoever gained the old man's trust would secure the position of heir. If he were to clash with Mu Jingchen over a woman at this juncture, it would likely incur the old man's wrath. You are quite shrewd. He then released his grip, winking at Wen Yi, fear not, my beauty, while I am here, he dares not lay a finger on you. Wen Yi stumbled under his force, losing one of her high-heeled shoes, leaving the room with only one. Lord Li picked up the shoe she had left behind in the tea room, measuring it with his fingers, a playful smile creeping upon his lips. How intriguing. Mu Jingchen was perplexed by his own fury as he towed Wen Yi into another tea room. With a resounding bang, he slammed the door shut and unceremoniously tossed her onto the couch. Wen Yi's arm grazed the tea table, causing her to gasp in pain. Mu Jingchen, what is the meaning of this madness? The image from moments ago ignited a tempest of anger within him. Wen Yi, I care not how many people you intend to sell yourself to or at what price, but this buyer cannot be Lord Li. Wen Yi's heart twisted painfully, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was aware that Mu Jingchen never regarded her with respect, but she had not anticipated that he would perceive her in such a demeaning light. With her eyes reddening yet her lips curling into a slight smile, she replied, so in Mr. Mu's eyes, I have always been a woman for sale. Was my decision to leave with nothing truly a loss? Mu Jingchen assumed she was reconsidering her stance, coldly retorting, it's not too late for you to make demands now. Wen Yi maintained her smile. Very well, I want half of the Mu family's fortune. Will you grant it? Mu Jingchen sneered internally, realizing that her ambitions had finally been laid bare. He coldly uttered two words, dream on. If Mr. you cannot meet my demands, then do not expect to buy your peace of mind with money. You will owe me for life. You may not touch the Mu family's assets, but I shall provide you with a settlement, ensuring your future comfort, provided you vanish from Jiangdu. Wen Yi was like a thorn embedded in his heart, a constant source of irritation. He was accustomed to control, and this feeling of being constrained was unbearable. If she were to leave Jiangdu, he would be free from the sight and the burden of her presence. Wen Yi had indeed contemplated leaving Jiangdu, but upon hearing Mu Jingchen's words, she abruptly changed her mind. It was not she who had erred. Why should she be forced to scurry about like a quail seeking refuge? She lifted her chilly gaze to meet his. Mu Jingchen, you have no right to interfere with my freedom, nor to command me to do anything. Mu Jingchen mistakenly believed she was determined to pursue Lord Li, his expression darkening. Wen Yi, before you flirt with other men, perhaps you should assess your own worth. Do you think the Li family would desire a second-hand woman? Lord Li is merely toying with you, and you truly believe yourself to be of any significance? Wen Yi was well aware of Mu Jingchen's venomous tongue, yet hearing such words struck her like a blade, leaving her heart bleeding. Although she had severed her feelings for him, her heart retained its memories, allowing him to wound her with ease. Mu Jingchen, you are truly despicable. Wen Yi struggled to find words vile enough to encapsulate the callous and sharp-tongued man before her. She suppressed the pain, leaning against the tea table to rise. Her dwindling dignity forbade her from appearing weak in front of Mu Jingchen. Standing tall, she strode toward the door, only to remember she wore but one shoe, her gait faltering somewhat. Mu Jingchen's remaining words caught in his throat. After a moment's hesitation, he pursued her. To his surprise, he encountered Lord Li the moment he stepped outside the tea room. Noticing Mu Jingchen's restrained expression, Lord Li felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, unable to resist adding fuel to the fire. It seems Mr. Mu's conversation with his ex-wife was rather unpleasant. On the other hand, possess a better understanding of women and know how to win their favor. Mu Jingchen suddenly seized Lord Li by the collar. Lord Li, you may toy with anyone you wish, but not Wen Yi. What's this? Mu was feeling protective of his ex-wife. Wen Yi, having not strayed too far, instinctively slowed her pace upon hearing this remark. Mu Jingchen scoffed, protective, hardly. We both know the reasons behind your interest in her. Do not assume that donning my cast-off shoes will elevate your standing. Wen Yi felt her heart shatter at his words, an overwhelming surge of emotion propelling her to confront Mu Jingchen, whereupon she raised her hand and struck him sharply. At that moment, she was exerting every ounce of control over her emotions, yet her eyes brimmed with tears, her jaw quivering uncontrollably. Fearing that her voice would break with sobs, she clenched her teeth, turned, and walked away. Mu Jingchen thought Wen Yi had finally departed, never anticipating her return for reasons unknown. Witnessing her resolute departure constricted his heart, even diminishing his desire to confront Lord Li. He abruptly released his grip and warned fiercely, remember my words today, tread carefully. Lord Li toyed with the high heel, a smile gracing his lips. He recalled that several individuals in their circle who knew of Mu Jingchen's covert marriage had described the enigmatic Mu as a pliable figure. It appeared those rumors were unfounded. Wen Yi struggled to contain her emotions until she reached the car, whereupon her tears flowed freely. Others' romances often began sweetly. While she had been gnawing on the husks of her own, she suddenly mourned her 7 years of cautious investment and the 3 years of subservience that followed. A decade had proven her defeat to be absolute. At this moment, a call from Wen Yi interrupted her thoughts. Mommy, if you're satisfied with today's suitor, I can snag him to be your husband. If not, I can introduce someone else. Chapter 77 Little Brat, come out. Chapter 77 Little Brat, come out. Wen Yi, determined not to let her son worry about her, endeavored to rein in her emotions and feigned a light-hearted demeanor, saying, it's simply that I find him unsuitable. What is it? Does mommy think he is too unattractive, or perhaps his background is too ordinary? Would you like me to assist you in perusing the wealth rankings? Wen Yi smiled softly. Why does Qi Bao insist on orchestrating a blind date for me? Qi Bao was a gift bestowed upon her by fate, the sole source of comfort throughout her decade of perseverance. At times, she pondered whether this was heaven's way of showing her compassion, granting her a consolation prize. Qi Bao, you are mommy's pillar of strength, and I will become your sturdy tree, shielding you from the winds and storms of life. Mommy, I know you care for me, Qi Bao, but I truly do not require the protection of other men. I only wish to earn more money to support you, allowing you to grow up safe and happy. Reluctantly, Wen Yi capitulated, then let Qi Bao grow up quickly, so he can protect mommy in the future. Wen Yi smiled and kissed the phone. With Qi Bao's presence, her gloom dissipated in an instant. The world remained a warm and tender place. As Mu Jingchen pursued her, he happened to witness her tender kiss upon her phone, a sight reminiscent of a woman deeply in love. He immediately retraced his steps, retreating into the dim corridor. His earlier remarks aimed at humiliating Li Junju had inadvertently reached Wen Yi's ears. Feeling a twinge of offense, he had intended to apologize, but upon seeing her radiant smile, he extinguished that thought. Ah, her life seemed to be flourishing. Why should he extend his consolation? On the other side of the ocean, Wen Yi had long detected the nasal tone in Wen Yi's voice. He understood that his mother must have been wronged. It appeared that the blind date had insulted her, and if he did not make the other party pay, the Wen surname would be turned upside down. That very night, Wen Yi infiltrated the firewall of Li Corporation, swiftly implanting a virus that rendered the entire network incapacitated. Yet, he felt this action insufficient. He needed to fly to his mother's side immediately to ascertain the truth. If she had been taken advantage of by that Li fellow, he would not hesitate to unleash his newly developed weapon upon him. Wen Yi was resolute. That very night, he shouldered his beloved bag and vanished from Puwang Island. When Wen Yi received Alice's call, it was already 10 o'clock the following day. At that moment, she was in the reception room of the L Corporation headquarters, awaiting her meeting with Li Junju. Upon hearing that Wen Yi had run away from home again, her heart raced with anxiety. This little rascal frequently played hide-and-seek, causing her endless worry. Alice, please search the vicinity immediately. I will check Wen Yi's location. She and Wen Yi were equipped with a mother-son sensing bracelet, allowing them to accurately pinpoint each other's whereabouts. However, Wen Yi, being exceedingly cunning, seemed to anticipate her intentions and had preemptively shut off the device. Wen Yi felt a surge of frustration and was about to leave the conference room when she overheard an L Corporation employee muttering, the system was functioning perfectly 2 days ago. How did it collapse yesterday afternoon? Who knows, it seems to have been infected by a virus. Ordinary hackers cannot decipher it, and we must wait for an expert to take the case. Suddenly, a thought struck Wen Yi. The moment when she had called her was precisely yesterday afternoon, and her blind date was Li Junju. When these two events intertwined, she quickly realized what had transpired. Wen Yi must have mistakenly believed that she was being bullied by Li Junju, prompting him to seek vengeance on her behalf. She promptly made her way to a secluded area and attempted to call Wen Yi, only to find that the call connected. Mommy, don't worry about Qi Bao, I'm currently en route to Kyoto. Wen Yi immediately inquired, did you launch a cyber attack on Li Junju's company? He provoked mommy, so I certainly needed to teach him a lesson. Yesterday's incident had nothing to do with him. Clear the virus immediately. Hearing the sternness in Wen Yi's voice, Wen Yi relented, alright, but this will incur a fee, lest it benefit that brat. Wen Yi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. She wondered from whom this little money grubber inherited such tendencies. Return to Puwang Island at once, Aunt Alice is very worried about you. Mommy, I miss you. Wen Yi found herself vulnerable to her son's earnest plea. Truthfully, she missed him dearly. However, the resemblance he bore to Mu Jingchen posed a risk of exposure. Given Mu Jingchen's nature, he would never allow his son to remain in her care, considering her status in his eyes to be so lowly. She lowered her voice, Wen Yi, be good. Wen Yi's soft voice came through, Mommy, I just want to see you for a moment, is that alright? Wen Yi ultimately could not bring herself to refuse, saying, then send me the address, and I will have Uncle Xiao pick you up. Wen Yi's face lit up with joy, great. I'll send the address to Uncle Xiao right away, Mommy, see you tonight. After hanging up, Wen Yi turned to Xiao Shichu, Godfather, may I borrow your computer for a business deal? In truth, he had already arrived in Kyoto. He simply did not wish for Wen Yi to know his whereabouts. Xiao Shichu cast him a sidelong glance. Why are you just like your mommy, so fixated on money? Every day, you're either conducting business or on your way to do so. Wen Yi rolled his eyes in response, not seizing money is sheer foolishness, unlike you, who enjoys being a philanthropist. Xiao Shichu felt he had been subtly insulted and could not resist teasing. I used to think you resembled your mommy more, but now I see you are just like your heartless father, both sharp-tongued. As Wen Yi furiously typed away at the keyboard, he retorted, never mention him in my presence again. He did not deserve it. Before long, when she accepted a bounty posted by Li Junju and, within a mere 3 minutes, successfully eradicated the virus, effortlessly pocketing 300,000, it seemed that when it came to spending money, that scoundrel father was quite generous. The last time, he had simply sent him the details of mommy's car purchase, and he had made a handsome profit of several million in his haste to disembark the plane, when she had neglected to relieve himself. After completing the transaction, he dashed toward the restroom. At that moment, Lu Ao and Mu Jingchen were arriving at AI Mu's office building. Mu Jingchen was inadvertently bumped into by the rushing Wen Yi. With an extreme aversion to being touched, he was about to lose his temper when he caught sight of the small figure darting past him. Mu Jingchen narrowed his eyes. This child was none other than the one who had previously played pranks on him. He had not expected him to be so reckless, since he lacked parental guidance. Mu Jingchen, as an outsider, decided to give him a proper lesson. With long strides, Mu Jingchen made his way toward the restroom. Hearing a commotion, he kicked the restroom door, exclaiming, "Little brat, come out." Chapter 78, May I Pursue You? Chapter 78, May I Pursue You? When she was immediately overwhelmed with frustration, he understood that the reason his mother forbade him from coming to Kyoto was solely due to his striking resemblance to Mu Jingchen. Once Mu Jingchen laid eyes on his face, that insufferable man would undoubtedly engage in a heated argument with his mother. He had no desire to bring trouble upon her. Without hesitation, when she pulled out his phone and sent several urgent messages to Xiao Shichu, "Dad, help me. I'm cornered by that dog of a man in the restroom." Upon receiving the messages, Xiao Shichu instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. He dropped the documents in his hand and rushed to the restroom. Sure enough, he found Mu Jingchen furiously kicking the restroom door. "Brat, come out, we need to settle an old score." Despite maintaining a respectable image in front of the media, Mu Jingchen had recently found himself trending online, much to his chagrin, due to the antics of this little rascal. He had spent millions to silence the gossip and erase the embarrassing photos from the internet. Now, encountering this mischievous child again filled him with indignation. Gasping for breath, Xiao Shichu forced a smile and said, "Mr. Mu, I apologize, the child is simply being naive, please don't hold it against him." Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow. "Is he your child?" "Mu, you flatter me. I am not yet married, so I certainly do not have children. However, since this boy calls me godfather, I suppose I must take some responsibility for him, don't you think?" Mu Jingchen recalled that this child had referred to Xiao Shichu as daddy and Wen Yi as mummy, leading him to mistakenly believe that Wen Yi was pursuing a role as a stepmother, for which he had scorned her. It appeared to be a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the mischief of this little brat was intolerable. He coldly stated, "Those who commit crimes often lack proper upbringing in their youth. If someone were to guide him appropriately now, it would be a chance to steer him in the right direction." Hiding in the restroom, when she felt a wave of exasperation. Did he truly need this insufferable man to lecture him? Xiao Shichu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Mu Jingchen's accusations against his son were rather exaggerated. "Mu, it is not entirely my godson's fault. His heartless father has been absent since his birth, leaving his mother to raise him single-handedly." Realizing it was a single-parent household, Mu Jingchen couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. He had no intention of holding a grudge against a mere child. "Since you have taken on the role of his godfather, you should educate him properly." Xiao Shichu bowed deeply. Of course. "Thank you for your generosity, Mu." As Mu Jingchen approached the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, "Have you not sought out the child's father?" Xiao Shichu paused momentarily before answering, "We have looked, but he has already moved on to someone new, indulging in romance daily. It's unlikely he will ever want this burden." Mu Jingchen couldn't help but scoff. "What a scoundrel." Suppressing a laugh, Xiao Shichu chimed in, "Not just a scoundrel, but the king of scoundrels." This was the first time he had openly insulted Mu Jingchen, and to do so in front of him was exhilarating. After Mu Jingchen left, Xiao Shichu knocked on the door. "Little ancestor, come out." When she finally opened the door, his eyes glinting ominously, a miniature version of Mu Jingchen. "Raised with nothing but excrement? A burden?" Xiao Shichu awkwardly chuckled. "Don't focus too much on the details. I was merely appealing to emotional ties to persuade Mu to let you off the hook." When she recalled Xiao Shichu's veiled comments about Mu Jingchen and reluctantly decided to let it slide. Xiao Shichu draped his suit over Wen Yi's shoulders. "We'll slip out the back quietly, make sure no one sees your face. Rest assured, I know precisely what to do." Wen Yi exited through the garage passage. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something, reached into his bag for a tool, and turned back. In the conference room, Lu Ao noticed the absence of a familiar figure and remarked, "I am particularly fond of sweet style, so the negotiations must be conducted by her." Xiao Shichu awkwardly smiled. "In that case, Mr. Lu, please wait a moment for Mu." He promptly left the conference room to call Wen Yi for her input. Lu Ao turned to see Mu Jingchen casually flipping through a magazine and snatched it from his hands. "Brother Chen, am I doing things to your satisfaction?" Mu Jingchen replied with indifference, "FT is registered in your name. I am merely a minority shareholder, you can decide these matters." "Ah, I thought you were here specifically to see your ex-wife and found an excuse to summon her. It seems I was overly concerned." Mu Jingchen coldly replied, "You are aware she is merely my ex-wife, a thing of the past. Therefore, personal feelings should not intermingle with business discussions." Lu Ao smiled, internally scoffing. He wondered who had rushed over the moment he learned of a visit to the IMU headquarters, abandoning his work without hesitation. Meanwhile, Xiao Shichu had managed to reach Wen Yi. "Ancestor, someone from FT has arrived and wishes to discuss collaboration." This news took Wen Yi by surprise. She had thought collaboration with FT was hopeless, given that Mu Jingchen's true focus was on Su Qingyue, not her. Are you certain? They are already at headquarters. Would you like to come back? Wen Yi glanced at Li Ju, lowering her voice. I will return to the company shortly. If multiple companies collaborated with Mu, it would maximize their interests. Despite her personal grievances with Mu Jingchen, she wasn't inclined to jeopardize her financial prospects. When he pushed the contract across the table towards Li Ju, I apologize, Mr.Li, but I approached L Company with sincerity. However, your terms are too harsh for me to accept. With news from FT, she felt a newfound confidence. She had intentionally put the call on speaker, hoping to convey to Li Ju that Mu was not a— Li Ju's eyes lit up. I admire Miss Wen's talent and am willing to make concessions. Wen Yi presented her prepared collaboration agreement, adding a clause at the end. Li Ju glanced over and smirked. Miss Wen intends to cooperate with both L Company and FT, isn't that a bit opportunistic? Mr.Li should be aware of Mu's shortcomings, which cannot be resolved in the short term. However, FT and L Company are different. Both possess robust strength and sufficient production capacity. Our collaboration is purely creative and does not conflict. I assure you that the design concepts I provide to both companies will be entirely distinct. Should there be any similarities, I will bear full responsibility. Li Ju pondered for a moment before signing his name. I greatly appreciate Miss Wen's audacity and am willing to give Mu a chance. Wen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Securing the collaboration with L Company would provide her leverage to negotiate with FT. Just as Wen Yi prepared to take the agreement, Li Ju suddenly grasped the other end, his striking blue eyes sparkling with charm. May I pursue? Rather than engaging in romantic affairs, let us pursue wealth together. Chapter 79. Rather than engage in flirtation, let us pursue wealth together. Wen Yi lifted her cool, elegant brows and remarked, Presently, my interests lie solely in the pursuit of wealth. I am not particularly fond of playing pranks on others. Lianjue chuckled lightly, choosing not to delve further into the topic, and simply stated, I will escort Miss Wen home. No need, I drove here, she replied. Is it the Koenigsegg? Wen Yi was taken aback by Lianjue's keen awareness, having just returned to the country. She smiled and clarified, that car has been lent out, I'm driving a friend's BMW. Fang Qiong was filming and had lent her Koenigsegg to the production team, leaving her own vehicle for Wen Yi's use. Lianjue said nothing, walking alongside her toward the garage. Is that the car belonging to Miss Wen's friend? He inquired, gesturing toward the white BMW parked against the southern wall. Lianjue proceeded to his own Ferrari, revving the engine with full force and heading straight for the BMW. Bang! The BMW was immediately overturned, sustaining severe damage. Its tires deflated. The front of the Ferrari was also heavily impaired. Smoke billowed from the garage, mingled with the scent of gasoline. All present were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Lianjue calmly opened the car door and stepped out. He instructed the security personnel, have both vehicles declared as totaled. At that moment, his assistant arrived with another set of car keys. Lianjue accepted them, winking at Wen Yi. Miss Wen, your car has been rendered unusable. May I offer you a ride now? Wen Yi was momentarily stunned by his audacious maneuver. The two cars together were worth at least 6 or 7 million, and now they lay in ruins. Seeing her rooted in place, Lianjue tapped on the nearby Porsche, a useless thing, lacking the charm to attract women. What purpose do you serve me now? Wen Yi pressed her lips together and promptly approached. If she caused Lianjue to destroy another vehicle, she would truly become a femme fatale. Should this incident trend online, it would invite scorn upon her. Lianjue smiled as he opened the door for her, gesturing for her to take the passenger seat. Once the car was in motion, he remarked, rest assured, Miss Wen, I will compensate your friend for the car at its original value. There is no need, President. After all, you've lost a Ferrari as well, so we're even. Is Miss Wen particularly fond of settling scores? Does President Li prefer to pursue women in this manner? Lianjue's eyes sparkled with flirtation. Then does Miss Wen find this approach appealing? Wen Yi candidly replied, not at all. Lianjue and Mu Jingchen were indeed rivals, sharing an unspoken understanding in their reckless behavior. Lianjue persisted, then how would Miss Wen prefer I pursue you? Wen Yi was acutely aware that Lianjue's interest in her stemmed solely from his rivalry with Mu Jingchen, regardless of her denials. Within their circle, I wish to engage in both romance and wealth accumulation. Wen Yi remained unperturbed, earnestly advising him, I suggest you pursue Su Qingyue, as she is not only Mu Jingchen's beloved but also your former girlfriend. If you successfully win her back, it will not only demonstrate to Mu Jingchen the harsh realities of society but also mend your past relationship. Lianjue found himself at a loss for words. Wen Yi was indeed a master, deftly entangling all three of them with her words, subtly laced with critique, yet devoid of any vulgarity. Throughout the journey, Lianjue refrained from banter, dutifully driving. Wen Yi smirked with satisfaction. Upon arriving at Mu, Wen Yi expressed her gratitude to Lianjue and departed without a backward glance. Lianjue glanced at his reflection, beginning to doubt the allure of his appearance to women. However, the more difficult a woman was, the more intriguing she became to him, especially considering she had once been Mu Jingchen's partner. Xiao Shichu had been waiting in the lobby for Wen Yi's arrival. Upon spotting her, he rushed over. Ancestress, Mu has arrived as well. Wen Yi frowned. Why didn't you mention this over the phone? Knowing Mu Jingchen was present, she felt compelled to rush over. She truly did not wish to see his face, the humiliation from the previous night still vivid in her mind. However, with no choice but to confront the situation, she took a deep breath, reminding herself to dismiss Mu Jingchen as inconsequential. Once she entered the conference room, Wen Yi took a seat directly across from Lu Ao.Ft's sincerity regarding the collaboration was evident, and Wen Yi succinctly introduced Imu's intentions, leading to a vigorous discussion regarding the partnership. Lu Ao found himself reassessing Wen Yi. He had assumed she merely held the title of designer, with her role as Imu's owner being nominal, yet, it became apparent that Wen Yi was the true decision-maker, while Xiao Shichu casually scrolled through his phone. Seizing the opportunity while Wen Yi stepped out to take a call, Lu Ao slid his chair closer to Mu Jingchen. Your ex-wife is quite the professional and very cunning. Without Lu Ao's prompting, Mu Jingchen could sense it too. He had not been idly perusing those dull magazines. Wen Yi was intent on maximizing Imu's interests, first identifying FT's current developmental bottlenecks and articulating her analysis with clarity, then proposing actionable recommendations. This demonstrated that Imu possessed everything needed for a mutually beneficial collaboration, rather than FT unilaterally offering charity. Mu Jingchen, accustomed to seeing Wen Yi in an apron handling household chores, now observed her confidently. This woman continually reshaped his perception of her. It seemed he had never truly known her, which left Mu Jingchen inexplicably irritated. What other secrets was she concealing from him? Having played this charade for 3 years without revealing her true self, it was clear she was exceptionally astute. Noticing that Wen Yi had yet to return, Xiao Shichu went to find her. He expected her to be on the phone, but instead found her leisurely sipping coffee in the break room. Ancestress, do you intend to leave Lu Ao hanging indefinitely? I am allowing him time to consider. After all, matters of collaboration require caution. Xiao Shichu chuckled. Are you worried that Lu Ao might offer you concessions due to his connection with Mu Jingchen? When he shot him a dispassionate glance, if your brain is muddled, you should take a break. Do you truly believe Mu Jingchen is so benevolent? To be honest, Wen Yi remained perplexed by FT's decision to abandon the Su family in favor of Mu.Su. Qingwei was Mu Jingchen's cherished one. He held decision-making power at Imu, yet instead of supporting his beloved, he turned to Lu Ao for collaboration. What ulterior motives might lie beneath this? Nevertheless, when it came to financial gain, Wen Yi was unyielding. Such a partnership would undoubtedly facilitate Imu's exponential growth, and profits would naturally flow into their coffers. Why not seize the opportunity? Lu Ao swiftly finalized the collaboration with Wen Yi. Throughout the discussion, Mu Jingchen remained silent. It was as though they regarded each other as mere AI or .At the conclusion of the meeting. Out of courtesy, Wen Yi personally escorted both men downstairs. Suddenly, a flashy Porsche sped towards them, skidding to a stop beside Wen Yi. The window rolled down, revealing Li Anjue's androgynous visage, as he playfully held up the high-heeled shoe Wen Yi had left behind in the tea room. Darling, you left this shoe at my place yesterday. Chapter 80. He is slapping his own face. Chapter 80. He is slapping his own face. Seeing that Wen Yi was slow to respond, Li Yanju lowered his voice and said, If you do not want it, shall I keep it as a collectible? Reluctantly, Wen Yi accepted the shoe. Li Yanju, emboldened, continued, Miss Wen, given our partnership, it's only fitting that we add each other on WeChat, don't you think? After their collaboration, some business communication was inevitable. Wen Yi promptly took out her phone for Li Yanju to scan. After achieving his goal, he waved his phone at Mu Jingchen, as if to flaunt it. Although Mu Jingchen stood there impassively, his handsome face had already darkened ominously. It was not until Lu Ao reminded him to get into the car that he reluctantly opened the door and sat down, unable to suppress his anger, slamming the door with a loud bang. Lu Ao couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his new car. Brother Chen, if you're upset about Li pursuing your ex-wife, deal with him directly, don't take it out on your brother's ride. Mu Jingchen replied with a stern expression, You're overthinking it. I merely find Li displeasing. He could pursue Wen Yi if he wished. What was there to cling to for a pet he had abandoned? However, the audacity of Li flirting right in front of him was akin to a slap in the face. How much could one endure? Just as Lu Ao was about to start the car, he discovered it wouldn't start due to a malfunction. Upon inspection, he found that someone had punctured a tire, using a balloon needle as the tool. Clearly, it was a child's mischief. He couldn't resist teasing, Brother Chen, it seems you've made quite a few enemies. Xiao Shichu approached out of politeness, but upon seeing the balloon needle in Lu Ao's hand, he instantly understood. His godson likely did this to get back at his mother, unaware that the car belonged to Lu Ao, not Mu Jingchen. That little rascal was quite ruthless, managing to ruin all 4 tires in one go. Lu Ao, sensing the situation, half threatened, half joked, Boss Xiao, my car was punctured in your garage, so you must take responsibility. Fearing Lu Ao would backtrack on their collaboration, Xiao Shichu quickly apologized, Don't worry, I'll cover the cost and personally drive you home. Lu Ao's gaze darted between Mu Jingchen and Wen Yi before he chuckled, I'm in no rush, but Mu is a busy man, raking in millions every minute. Why not have Miss Wen drop him off at the company? If he didn't push Mu Jingchen a little, he might have been swept away by Li Yanju, who was an expert in romantic pursuits. Just as Xiao Shichu was about to refuse, Lu Ao suddenly suggested, Why don't we check the surveillance? If they did, wouldn't Wen Yi be exposed? Xiao Shichu, steeling himself, said to Wen Yi, Ancestor, you just need to drop the Cold King once, and on the way, treat him like air. Ignore him completely. Seeing the deflated tire, Wen Yi guessed the situation and whispered to Xiao Shichu, I'll settle the score with him later. Why did that little brat have to provoke someone connected to Mu Jingchen? If exposed, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation between her and Mu Jingchen. Wen Yi drove Xiao Shichu's car and parked beside Mu Jingchen, using a distant yet polite tone, Mr. Mu, please get in. Mu Jingchen's mood was stifled. Her flirty demeanor with Li Yanju was nowhere to be seen now. How quickly she could change. With a stern face, he opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Wen Yi frowned slightly. Despite the ample space in the back, he chose to sit beside her. Adding to her irritation, she recited Xiao Shichu's words in her mind, treating this insufferable man as mere air. The atmosphere in the car was strangely tense. With both parties silent, the vehicle halted at a traffic light, and noticing a row of garbage bins nearby, Wen Yi tossed the shoe she held into one. After all, since she had lost one, keeping the other served no purpose. When Mu Jingchen witnessed this, it seemed his chest felt slightly lighter upon arriving at the Mu Corporation. Wen Yi parked the car steadily, but Mu Jingchen lingered, not getting out. She prompted, "Mr. Mu, it's time to exit." After a moment of contemplation, he forcefully handed her his phone, his voice devoid of emotion. "Since we are now in a collaborative relationship, let us add each other back on WeChat." Sensing her potential misunderstanding, he added, "Rest assured, I will not disturb you for personal matters." With such words laid before her, Wen Yi found no justification for refusal. She retrieved another phone and scanned for Mu Jingchen's WeChat. When he noticed she used the corporate WeChat for him and her personal one for Li Yanju, a cold laugh escaped him. She certainly distinguished between personal and professional matters, adding him with her work account while using her personal account for Li Yanju. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt, as if he wouldn't find peace that night unless he vented this frustration. Moments later, he dialed a number. "Take me to teach someone a lesson." Li Yanju was just about to inspect the Li family's shopping center. After parking his flashy Porsche in the underground garage, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and lost consciousness. After a series of punches and kicks, he was tossed into his Porsche. A short distance away, a black Bentley slowly drove off. When Li Yanju awoke, he found his face swollen and his body aching all over. He never imagined someone would dare to attack him right under the Li family's nose. Investigate, search thoroughly. The staff reviewed nearly all nearby footage but discovered that the location of the beating was a blind spot, and no surveillance could be retrieved. Moreover, the area was experiencing a power outage at that time, rendering any monitoring impossible. Clearly, the assailants had come prepared. He vaguely suspected that this man was Mu Jingchen, and a strange smile crept across his face as he pressed down on the injury at the corner of his mouth. Wen Yi, he was determined to pursue. Upon learning that when she had nearly collided with Mu Jingchen, Wen Yi immediately instructed Xiao Shichu to take him to the airport. Secrets that had remained hidden for 5 years must now be kept even more tightly under wraps. There was no possibility left between her and Mu Jingchen, and she could not allow the Mu family to discover Wen Qi's existence. As when she departed, his eyes glistened with tears, yet he understood that his mother's anxiety stemmed from the fear of that man contesting for custody. Just wait, one day he would return openly. Wen Yi embraced her son. "Qi Bao, be a good boy, and don't cause trouble, understood?" Wen Qi nodded, lowering his head. "Mommy, I understand." The two waved goodbye. Wen Yi stood still, watching as Wen Qi left with his assistant. Just then, a hand patted her on the shoulder from behind. "Miss Wen, what a coincidence, are you going on a business trip?" Lu Ao stood behind her, wearing a knowing smile. Instantly, Wen Yi's heart skipped a beat. She had no idea how much Lu Ao had heard or whether he had seen Wen Qi's face. Chapter 81. Did you conceive a child behind your friend's back? Chapter 81. Did you secretly have a child? Uncertain whether Lu Ao had truly glimpsed Wen Qi's face, she opted to remain composed. Once she had gathered her thoughts, Wen Yi smiled at Lu Ao, saying, "I am here to see a friend off at the airport." "Where is Mr.Lu? "I lost a suitcase when I disembarked a few days ago, and I have just located it. The staff notified me to come and claim it personally." Seeing that he did not appear suspicious, Wen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. After discussing some cooperative matters, she took her leave. As Lu Ao watched her retreating figure, he felt a pang of nostalgia. Without Mu Jingchen by her side, Wen Yi seemed less intimidating and exuded a uniquely feminine charm. When the staff called him to claim his suitcase, he casually glanced at the airport surveillance monitors. Upon seeing a small face on the screen, he froze in astonishment. My goodness, the child was an uncanny miniature version of Mu Jingchen. He swiftly snapped a picture of the screen and sent it to Mu Jingchen. Lu Ao, brother Chen, did you secretly have a son while away from the guys? He was aware that Mu Jingchen had been with Wen Yi for 3 years without any developments, yet the child appeared to be around 4 or 5 years old. If this child was indeed Mu Jingchen's son, the only plausible explanation would be that he was born from an affair. When Mu Jingchen received the photograph, he too was taken aback. How could this child resemble him so closely? A man with a penchant for cleanliness, he was particularly discerning even in matters of romance. To date, the only woman he had ever been with was Wen Yi. Could it be that this child was one Wen Yi had given birth to in secret? Without delay, Mu Jingchen sent Wen Yi a message. "Come out. We need to talk." However, he received no response from her. He then forwarded the child's photo to Bai Yan, instructing, "Investigate this child's background." Despite finding the situation utterly implausible, he would not overlook any possibility. Even if the child was not his son, there must be some connection between them. Otherwise, how could they bear such a striking resemblance? Upon returning to the villa, Wen Yi was engulfed by a sense of dread. When Lu Ao approached, Wen Qi just happened to turn away. If Lu Ao were to discover Wen Qi's existence, it would inevitably mean that Mu Jingchen would also find out. Having finally severed ties with Mu Jingchen, she could not allow the child to entangle them once more. Moreover, knowing Mu Jingchen's nature, he would never allow Wen Qi to drift aimlessly. He would likely keep him close, possibly even entrusting his upbringing to Su Qingyue. Given Su Qingyue's intense animosity towards her, it was inconceivable that she would treat Wen Qi kindly. The more Wen Yi pondered, the more terrified she became. She quickly opened her laptop, authenticated her hacker identity, and swiftly breached the airport's surveillance network, erasing all footage of Wen Qi in an instant. At that moment, a call from Li Ju came through, the background filled with the raucous sounds of music. Miss Wen, I believe there is an issue with the supplementary agreement. Could you come over to confirm? Wen Yi replied tersely, please send me the address. To her surprise, Li Ju sent the address of a nightclub unable to decipher his. Upon entering, she found Li Ju surrounded by a group of rowdy friends, his face marred with bruises, his left eye was swollen, and his lip was split, as if he had just emerged from a fierce brawl. The Li family had some ties with the Su family, so the presence of the Su family's young master was understandable, but Su Qingyue's appearance surprised Wen Yi. After all, Su Qingyue was Li Ju's ex-girlfriend, making the situation rather awkward. When Su Qingyue laid eyes on Wen Yi, a flicker of hostility ignited in her gaze, and she derisively remarked, Miss Wen, you certainly have a remarkable ability, you just finalized your divorce with Brother Chen, and now you've swiftly become the true love of the Lord. The atmosphere turned awkward, as everyone present regarded Wen Yi with ambiguous expressions. Li Ju made no attempt to defend her, merely observing coldly. Wen Yi retorted sharply, what's the saying, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's others who should feel awkward. Miss Su, as the Lord's ex, seems quite comfortable here, so why should I feel any embarrassment? Rendered speechless by her rebuttal, Su Qingyue glared at her furiously when he strode directly toward Li Ju, her tone all business as she said, please present the supplementary agreement for my review. The crowd murmured in astonishment. I thought the Lord had already taken Mu Jingchen's woman to bed. It seems there is still no progress. She's here for business, not personal matters. Su Qingyue chimed in with a laugh, the Lord should take a page from young Master Zhao's book and ask how he managed to win her over. In a sudden burst of defiance, Wen Yi poured a bottle of red wine over Su Qingyue's head. Su Qingyue shrieked, rising in shock. Wen Yi, are you insane? Wen Yi smirked, Miss Su, with such a strong stench of alcohol, you clearly lack social decency. I've merely offered you a mouthwash. You ought to be grateful. Vile woman, you. Su Qingyue raised her hand to strike, but Wen Yi seized her wrist and flung her back forcefully. Consider this a lesson, Miss Su. I hope you'll be more mindful in the future and not let your mouth run wild with nonsense. Su Qingyue was utterly humiliated, and just as she prepared to retaliate, Li Ju turned to the Su young master and said, take your uninvited sister and leave. You've disrupted my guest, and I do not welcome you here. With such words spoken, it would be shameless for them to linger any longer. The Su young master dragged the disheveled Su Qingyue away. Li Ju smiled and pushed a glass of wine toward Wen Yi. Miss Wen, tonight is my welcoming banquet, since you're here, you must partake in a drink. Considering their cooperative relationship, Wen Yi could not refuse him, so she downed the glass in one go. Only then did Li Ju instruct his assistant to fetch the briefcase. Wen Yi sat attentively, examining the supplementary agreement. Under the vibrant lights, her delicate features appeared even more alluring. Li Ju took out his phone and snapped a picture of her profile, subsequently posting it with the caption, the perfect goddess. When Mu Jingchen saw this photo, his expression darkened ominously. A man understands men best. He knew better than anyone the intentions Li Ju harbored toward Wen Yi. Without hesitation, he drove straight to the bar. Wen Yi's tolerance for alcohol was low. After 2 glasses of red wine, a delicate flush adorned her pale cheeks. Li Ju's rowdy friends, noticing his interest, playfully nudged Wen Yi closer to him. As she attempted to rise for the restroom, she was inadvertently tripped and stumbled backward. Li Ju's strong hand caught her waist just in time. The slender curve of her waist felt soft against him, and his voice took on a husky tone. Miss Wen, how careless of you. At that moment, Mu Jingchen burst through the door and witnessed the scene. In an instant, his blood ran cold, and his voice dripped with ice. Li Ju, let her go. Chapter 82 Who is this child? Chapter 82 Who is this child? Upon catching sight of Mu Jingchen's grim visage, Wen Yi appeared to regain her composure to some extent. She pushed away Li Yan's hand and struggled to stand upright. Mu Jingchen, with his long strides, approached Wen Yi and grasped her wrist, rudely pulling her towards the door. Wen Yi stumbled under his force and was about to reprimand him when he gritted his teeth and said, if you wish to stay and be plied with drinks by that Li fellow, go ahead and speak up. Her relationship with Li Yan was merely one of collaboration, and given their future encounters, it was imperative she maintain her composure. However, being forcibly taken away by the cold and ruthless Mu Jingchen was an entirely different matter. She seemed to tacitly accept his actions, but she did not wish to be led around like a puppet, so she attempted to withdraw her hand, only to discover that his grip was as unyielding as a vice. As they neared the exit, Li Yan's voice resonated from behind, Mu Jingchen, Miss Wen is no longer your woman, she is my esteemed guest. Is it not excessive to simply take her away like this? Mu Jingchen felt that he had been too lenient with Li Yan. He abruptly turned and kicked the table, causing the wine bottles and glasses to shatter across the floor, splattering wine onto the onlookers. The bottle of wine in front of Li Yan, freshly opened, suffered the most, drenching his already bruised face in a stinging red liquid. Mu Jingchen coldly retorted, even if I no longer desire it, it is not for you, Li Yan, to touch. The crowd's expressions towards Wen Yi were tinged with a hint of amusement, leaving her feeling as if she had a lump in her throat. Summoning all her strength, she managed to pull her fingers free from Mu Jingchen's large hand and staggered outside. Mu Jingchen quickly caught up with her, gripping her slender shoulder as, you can seek any man you wish, but not that Li Yan, he only wishes to share my boots. Slap. When he raised her hand and delivered a sharp blow to his face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she retorted, Mu Jingchen, do you see me as eternally worthless in your eyes? Flames ignited within Mu Jingchen's chest. This woman had not only broken free but continued to provoke him time and again. He had never before received a slap from a woman, and she had shattered that exception. Yet, upon witnessing her reddened eyes, he felt a lump in his throat. Forget it, a good man does not fight with a woman. He then pulled out his phone, asking, who is this child? Upon seeing the photo of Wen Yi's mind went blank, fear crawling over her skin. Yet she understood that she must not falter. If Mu Jingchen had truly uncovered everything about Wen Yi, he would not have come rushing to her. She feigned a headache from intoxication, leaning her head against the wall and muttering weakly, you can't possibly believe. Tell me, how do you explain this? Wen Yi felt a wave of disdain. A scoundrel is a scoundrel, effortlessly spouting lies without a hint of shame. After all these years with Su Qingyue, he had never laid a hand on her. Who would believe such a tale? If it were not for her knowledge of Su Qingyue's virtues, he would not have repeatedly called out Su Qingyue's name during their nights together. Ha! Mu Jingchen knows better than anyone whom he has been with. Moreover, this child appears to be around 5 years old. If I truly had such an ability, I would have claimed it 3 years ago instead of devising schemes to win your favor. Mu Jingchen could not deny that Wen Yi spoke the truth. If she had indeed borne his child, she could easily use the child to ensnare his heart. Even if he despised her, he would still cast her a few extra glances for the child's sake. Suddenly, Mu Jingchen grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. You had better not deceive me, otherwise, you shall never escape from Kyoto alive. Wen Yi laughed coldly, you are overthinking it, Mu Jingchen. I have no need to invite trouble upon myself. Since their divorce, every time Wen Yi encountered him, she resembled a prickly hedgehog, leaving him feeling somewhat stifled. Abruptly, he released her chin and seized her wrist instead. Come with me. This is not a place for you to linger. This time, Wen Yi did not resist but instead flashed him a flirtatious smile. When did you become so concerned about my affairs, Mu Jingchen? Could it be that you still harbor feelings for me? Mu Jingchen recoiled as though burned, abruptly releasing her wrist. He stormed off a few paces, then, as if struck by a thought, pivoted and hastened back to her. I, Mu Jingchen, do not have the habit of taking back what I have discarded. I only offer this counsel out of respect for our past, but since you seek your own demise, so be it. With that harsh remark, he turned to leave, the hem of his coat brushing against Wen Yi's wrist, igniting a sharp sting. As she entered the restroom, she felt utterly drained. After splashing cold water on her cheeks, she immediately dialed Alice's number. Alice, keep a close watch on Wen Yi, he is not to step foot off Puwang Island. No matter what, she would never allow Mu Jingchen to discover Wen Yi's existence. Even the assistant who accompanied Wen Yi on the flight had been granted leave to remain on Puwang Island. As for the surveillance footage left behind during Wen Yi's transfer, the mother and son had reached a tacit understanding. As soon as they disembarked, they would employ hacking skills to erase the recordings. Luo's sudden appearance on that day had been rather unexpected, catching sight of the surveillance footage before she could take action. Such surprises would not happen again. When Mu Jingchen arrived at the garage, he noticed Su Qingyue embroiled in a quarrel with her brother. He glanced past her and drove away without acknowledgement. Su Qingyue had intended to greet him, but his blatant disregard left her feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stood there. Su's eldest son did not miss the opportunity to mock, is this your so-called leverage? It seems you hold even less value in Mu Jingchen's eyes than his ex-wife. Gritting her teeth, Su Qingyue replied, Zhenggu merely wishes to spare the Wen family from humiliation. After all, she was once his woman. Su's eldest son teased, are you truly this naive, or is this do you honestly not understand why Li Yin set up this scene today? Impatiently, Su Qingyue retorted, brother, you should go back, I have business to discuss with young Master Li. Unforgivingly, Su's eldest son exposed her, they have already told you to leave. Yet you still shamelessly approach them, are you not simply inviting trouble? Ignoring his jibe, Su Qingyue strode towards the elevator. Since Mu Jingchen had left alone, it meant Wen Yi was still inside. Everything had unfolded as she suspected. Mu Jingchen did not care for Wen Yi at all, or he would not have left her with those wolves. A cold smile crept onto her lips. Just as Wen Yi was about to leave, a server suddenly approached her, saying, Miss Wen, Ally requests your presence in room 801 to retrieve a document. Chapter 83. If one does not engage in recklessness, one will not face adversity. Chapter 83. Avoiding death by not provoking it. When he furrowed her brow, Li Yanju had already handed her the supplementary agreement, so why did he still require her to fetch the documents? Moreover, their relationship was merely that of business partners, sharing mutual interests while remaining vigilant against one another. How could he expect her to retrieve company files? Glancing at the server, she immediately discerned a flaw. In the dim light, the servers always sported a unique identification badge, yet this woman was devoid of one. The only plausible explanation was that someone had bribed her to deliver a message, but in an effort to conceal her identity, she had removed her badge. It appeared that someone had deliberately set a trap for her. When he smirked slightly, very well, I would appreciate it if you would lead the way. The server guided her into the elevator. Upon reaching the private room 303, when he rapped lightly on the door swung open, and an arm suddenly yanked her inside, the intense aroma of alcohol hitting her face. The door clicked shut and was locked, forcing Wen Yi into a corner. The room was shrouded in darkness, save for the sound of a drunken man's voice. Miss Wen, have you been gone for so long just to fetch something? Wen Yi raised her hand to turn on the light, instantly illuminating the room. The man standing before her was none other than Shi Yanqing, one of Li Yanju's dubious acquaintances. He appeared to be significantly inebriated, swaying slightly, yet his mouth was incessantly spewing vulgarities. I never imagined that the woman who has been with Mu Jingchen for— Wen Yi abruptly seized his wrist. Did Shi Shao not greet me earlier? Shi Yanqing replied drunkenly, did you not just instruct me to wait here obediently for you? What is this? Trying to back out? A cold laugh erupted within Wen Yi. Her suspicions had been confirmed. Someone had pretended to be her and lured Shi Yanqing here. Today's drinking party had been orchestrated by Li Yanju, and if anything were to happen to her here, it would inevitably drag him down as well, jeopardizing their collaboration. The adversary was indeed malicious, wishing to ruin her while simultaneously sabotaging her admiration. A flicker of calculation glimmered in her eyes as she smiled at Shi Yanqing. Why don't you go take a shower first? I'll order a bottle of red wine to liven things up. Shi Yanqing chuckled. No wonder you were chosen by both Mu Jingchen and Li Yanju, you possess such wit. Once he staggered towards the bathroom, when he swiftly retrieved his phone and, under the guise of his identity, moments later, footsteps echoed from outside the door. When he smirked, abruptly flinging the door open, causing the eavesdropper on the other side to stumble and fall to the ground. She regarded Su Qingyue with a sardonic smile. She quickly steadied herself against the wall, stammering, I must have walked into the wrong room. As she turned to leave, when he seized her wrist, a sinister smile curling her lips. Are you really going to leave just like that? Wouldn't it be a shame to abandon the trap you so meticulously devised? I don't understand what you're talking about. It's alright if you don't understand now, you will soon enough. A flicker of fear crept into Su Qingyue's heart as she instinctively attempted to flee. When he swiftly covered her mouth with one hand while twisting her arm behind her back, effortlessly dragging her to the bed. Su Qingyue's eyes widened in terror as she whimpered, Wen Yi, what do you want from me? Wen Yi stuffed a pillowcase into Su Qingyue's mouth and bound her hands to the bedpost with torn sheets. Leaning close to Su Qingyue's ear, she spoke in a chilling tone, I intend to settle the score for your schemes against me. Su Qingyue, filled with dread, struggled against her restraints. Wen Yi raised her hand and patted her cheek, Miss Su, you might want to save your energy for Shi Shao. Without looking back, she departed, kindly turning off the lights as she left. After the incident with Mu Jingchen, Su Qingyue had already attempted to ensnare her with this despicable tactic twice. There was no need to show mercy to such a venomous woman. If she relished humiliating others in this manner, then she would taste her own medicine. Upon returning to the villa, Wen Yi checked another phone and saw the WeChat message from Mu Jingchen. He seemed to be frantically inquiring about Wen Qi's origins. It appeared that Wen Qi had raised his suspicions, and she needed to concoct a plausible explanation for her existence. After pondering for a moment, she instructed Nanan to send over the assistant's information. The assistant, by Fan, was married and had a child. After a brief contemplation, a perfect plan formulated in her mind, and she directed Nanan to take care of it. Moments later, Fang Xiong called, Darling, hurry and check the trending topics, Miss Su has gone viral. Wen Yi replied nonchalantly, one does not provoke death if one does not court it. Darling, tell me the truth, did you have a hand in this? Wen Yi did not deny it, simply uttering 3 words, she deserves it. Fang Xiong immediately sensed the unfolding drama. Darling, wait for me. Wen Yi scrolled through the webpage, inundated with uncensored images of Su Qingyue and Shi Yanqing. The comments from netizens uniformly condemned Su Qingyue for her infidelity, especially since she had previously portrayed herself as infatuated with Mu Jingchen, only to swiftly climb into Shi Yanqing's bed. Half an hour later, Fang Xiong burst into the room, carrying a bag of snacks. Watching her excitedly set the table and uncork the red wine, Wen Yi couldn't help but laugh. You might as well give up on being a star and become a paparazzo. Fang Xiong filled her glass with wine. Darling, quickly tell me how you managed to ensnare Su the fox. Wen Yi recounted the events succinctly. Fang Xiong slammed her hand on the table in anger. Su the fox is truly shameless, attempting to use such vile means against you. Too bad she underestimated your prowess and ended up being outplayed. Indeed, it was true that one does not provoke death if one does not court it. When he smirked, I initially had no intention of getting my hands dirty, but since she kept provoking me, she can hardly blame me. As the two indulged in their gossip, Wen Yi's phone rang, an audio call from Mu Jingchen. She promptly hung up. Fang Xiong glanced over. What does the Mu fellow want with you? Ha, what else could it be? Of course, he is here to defend his white moonlight. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Fang Xiong, assuming it was Xiao Shichu, eagerly dashed to the door. Upon seeing that it was Mu Jingchen standing outside, she instinctively tried to shut the door. Mu Jingchen was quicker, blocking the door and speaking in a grim tone, let Wen Yi come out. Fang Xiong, upon encountering the cold figure, felt a chill run down her spine and remained silent for a long moment. Sensing the delay, Wen Yi instinctively realized something was amiss. She stepped out to find Mu Jingchen standing at the door, his expression dark and foreboding. Come here, I have something to ask you. Chapter 84. He comes to seek justice. Chapter 84. He comes to seek justice. A cold smirk played on Wen Yi's lips. Despite their divorce, in Mu Jingchen's eyes, she remained the woman who could be summoned and dismissed. Fang Xiong also felt that Mu Jingchen was being unreasonable, yet she dared not scold the ICN Luo. Instead, she approached Wen Yi with hesitant steps and whispered, don't listen to him. If you go over, you'll lose the upper hand. Wen Yi remained unmoved, haughtily lifting her chin towards Mu Jingchen. Mr.Mu, if you have come to seek justice, then I suggest you return home and inquire of Miss Su about her actions. Mu Jingchen furrowed his brow. So it was you who schemed against her. Wen Yi replied with a cold laugh, if someone were to stab me with a knife and I willingly took the blow, wouldn't that make me a fool? Mu Jingchen immediately realized that Su Qingyue might be hiding something from him and instinctively asked, what exactly happened? Wen Yi, disinterested in further conversation with this man, replied, I've told you, just go ask your Miss Su. Mu Jingchen was vexed by Wen Yi's frigid tone and felt a tightness in his chest. He turned sharply and entered his car, slamming the door with a loud bang. Once Mu Jingchen's car had vanished from sight, Feng Qiong, hands on her hips, erupted in anger. What a piece of work! If he dares to come knocking again, we should just throw him out with the footbath water. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow at her. Wasn't that a perfect opportunity just now? Feng Qiong stuck out her tongue at Wen Yi. Ahem. You know that Mu's film company is a big shot in the industry. I still need to make a living, so I can't afford to offend him too severely. Wen Yi suddenly recalled Feng Qiong's recent complaints and inquired, didn't you say that several of your recent major productions were snatched away? Was it an artist from the Mu family? Even if they aren't from Mu's film company, they are still connected to Mu Jingchen. And who is that individual? Feng Qiong gritted her teeth. That peacock, Luo Qing'er. Wen Yi's heart sank, realizing that Luo Qing'er, in the entertainment industry, while an actress' skill is undoubtedly important, it pales in comparison to the influence of capital of Feng Qiong couldn't help but sigh. I truly loved those major productions, especially the Floral Chronicles. I lost over 10 pounds just to fit the role, and now they're replacing me? It's utterly infuriating. Wen Yi comforted her, don't worry, I will help you reclaim that role. Feng Qiong's eyes lit up. Darling, are you planning to confront Mu Jingchen head-on? Wen Yi shot her a glance. You are, after all, my artist. If your role is taken, wouldn't that be an embarrassment for me as your employer? After dealing with matters at AI Mu, Wen Yi headed to Iran Film Company. Due to her traditionally low profile, apart from Feng Qiong, the staff barely recognized her as the behind-the-scenes owner. When Feng Qiong presented the company's financial reports and recent contracts to Wen Yi, she couldn't help but frown. This quarter, 5 major productions were taken by Luo Qing'er? Why are we only hearing about this now? Feng Qiong, aware of her culpability, murmured, you were in the midst of a divorce with Mu Jingchen, feeling quite down, so I didn't want to trouble you with these distressing matters. Besides, our company has other income streams, so it's somewhat manageable. Wen Yi was almost amused by her response. You and Xiaoshirchu truly are a match made in heaven, one running my clothing company in a laid-back manner, while with your presence, both AI Mu and Iran will become leading powerhouses in the industry. Wen Yi tossed the documents onto the table. Alert all departments to be on high alert starting today. As for the lost resources, she would reclaim them piece by piece, especially since they were connected to Su Qingyue's close friend. Even if she had to feed those resources to dogs, she would never let Luo Qing'er benefit. By noon, feeling a bit hungry, Wen Yi took Feng Qiong to a nearby restaurant. They entered a Hunan cuisine establishment, tastefully adorned with ethnic decor. Feng Qiong couldn't resist snapping a few selfies with her phone, including Wen Yi, and posted them on Weibo with some poetic captions. The restaurant's ingredients were remarkably fresh and the flavors delightful. Just as Wen Yi was about to rise to settle the bill, a bucket of icy water suddenly cascaded down upon her head. The air filled with screams. The bodyguards accompanying Lu Yaji promptly expelled the assailant. Feng Qiong sprang up, exclaiming, you crazy witch, have you lost your mind? Lu Yaji laughed coldly. I'm just teaching my former daughter-in-law a lesson. What business is it of yours, actress? Oh, so you acknowledge her as your former daughter-in-law? Lu Yaji commanded imperiously, even if she divorced my son, after 3 years of enjoying the Mu family's hospitality, she owes us a debt of gratitude and must endure. After wiping the water from her face with a tissue, she spoke slowly, if I'm not mistaken, you've come here for Su Qingyue, haven't you, Ms. Lu? Lu Yaji, no longer mincing words, replied arrogantly, you need to tell everyone that the woman Shi Jiayanqing was looking for that night was clearly you. Qingyue was merely a victim. When he raised her cold gaze to meet Lu Yaji's, and after a long pause, let out a cold laugh. Lu Yaji, do you believe I deserve to be bullied? Lu Yaji was momentarily taken aback by her piercing stare, but upon recalling that this woman, despite her capabilities, was merely an orphan without support, she hardened her tone. Qingyue is different from you. She deserves to marry into the Mu family cleanly. Since you've divorced Jingchen, you should graciously let go instead of scheming behind the scenes. Wen Yi found herself laughing at Lu Yaji's words, wondering what Su Qingyue had said to her that led her to believe she was envious of Su Qingyue and thus would set traps for her. She suddenly gestured to Lu Yaji, Ms. Lu, there are a few things I wish to clarify with you. Expecting that Wen Yi wouldn't dare confront her, especially with bodyguards present, Lu Yaji leaned in. In a swift motion, Wen Yi seized a bowl filled with fiery red sauce and splashed it over Lu Yaji. The thick, spicy oil streamed down Lu Yaji's head, rushing into her eyes. Enraged, Lu Yaji attempted to grab Wen Yi's hair, but was kicked away. With her eyes stinging and unable to see, Lu Yaji furiously yelled at her bodyguards, what are you waiting for? Get rid of this wretched woman at once. Chapter 85, Take your insane mother away. Chapter 85, Take your deranged mother away. The bodyguards swiftly closed in, all of them towering figures trained in combat, effortlessly capable of dealing with women. Just moments ago, Feng Qiong, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, suddenly felt a wave of panic. She tugged at Wen Yi's sleeve, darling, we must call the police immediately. However, even if the police were summoned, it would take time to arrive, and given the influence of the Mu family, they would likely prefer to settle the matter quietly. Reporting to the police was less effective than directly contacting Mu Jingchen. Wen Yi promptly sent a message to Mu Jingchen, come and take your deranged mother away at once. Meanwhile, Lu Yaji's eyes were growing increasingly painful as she frantically shouted at the bodyguards. A bodyguard kicked Feng Qiong's phone away, causing her to clutch onto Wen Yi in terror. Darling, are we going to die here today? The Mu family wielded considerable power in the capital. If they decided to eliminate two individuals, it would be as effortless as crushing a couple of ants. Wen Yi calmly pressed Fang Qiong down onto a chair, handing her coat and handbag. Stay here and behave. She then removed her high heels, used two clean chopsticks from the table to secure her hair, and nonchalantly looked at the bodyguards. Are you planning to take me on one by one, or all at once? The bodyguards were momentarily daunted by her audacity, and when they realized she was mocking them, they surged forward. Lu Yaji yelled, if you kill her, I will reward each of you with 1,000,000. She had long wished to rid herself of Wen Yi, especially after hearing from Mu Sisi that Mu Jingchen seemed to harbor some feelings for her. She would rather stain her hands with blood than allow a woman of such lowly status to tarnish the Mu family's reputation. Upon hearing her words, the bodyguards eagerly prepared to attack. A glint of coldness flickered in Wen Yi's eyes. You'd best showcase your skills, lest you provide me, a woman, with an opportunity for amusement. The bodyguards immediately launched their assault. Wen Yi knew her body was no longer the same due to the loss of a kidney. She could not overpower these muscular men and needed to conclude the fight swiftly. As they charged at her, she delivered a powerful kick to one man's abdomen. As he bent over, she seized his head and propelled herself upward. Her feet swept gracefully through the air, striking the faces of her assailants in a beautiful arc before they could comprehend her movements. They lay sprawled on the ground. Fang Qiong was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, finally exclaiming, so cool. When he turned to the figure standing at the door, Mr. Mu, have you seen enough of the show? Mu Jingchen had indeed been present for some time, and upon witnessing Wen Yi's agile prowess and captivating combat skills, his emotions became complex. He was left wondering how much this woman still concealed from him. Upon hearing that Mu Jingchen had arrived, Lu Yaji, with her eyes squinting painfully, stumbled towards him. Jingchen, your mother has never been treated so disgracefully in her old age. This wretched woman dares to treat me this way. You must seek justice for me. This time, however, Mu Jingchen unusually refrained from defending her, merely coldly instructing those behind him, take madam to the hospital. Lu Yaji, realizing her son showed no inclination to blame Wen Yi, gritted her teeth, are you deaf or blind? This wretched woman not only harmed Qingyue but has also insulted your mother. If you do not give me justice today, I will not leave. Mu Jingchen replied icily, then I shall send you back to Yi country for a proper recuperation. How does that sound? Lu Yaji immediately ceased her tirade, and after a pause, she indignantly spat, what good is it to have raised you if you allow a wretched woman to humiliate me? As the servant led Lu Yaji away, Mu Jingchen's dark gaze remained fixed on Wen Yi. He was surprised by his own response. In the past, regardless of whether it was Mu Sisi or Lu Yaji's fault, he would always scold her. Initially, she had been unwilling to accept this, often retorting, yet ultimately, she would leave his room trembling each night. Eventually, she had grown tired of defending herself and silently endured, which only emboldened the arrogance of Lu Yaji and her daughter. As when he approached, he unexpectedly uttered two words, I apologize. Wen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Even someone as privileged as Mu Jingchen could apologize. Please ensure that your people behave in the future and refrain from randomly attacking others. Although Lu Yaji had doused her in cold water, she had also splattered her with red sauce, which could not be considered a total loss. Just as she was about to leave with Fang Qiong, Mu Jingchen suddenly grasped her wrist, his gaze sharp with scrutiny. What exactly is your relationship with Hua Ming? Wen Yi's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained an air of calm. Mr. Mu certainly has many confidants, but we no longer share any connection. I don't believe it is necessary for me to remember each one, is it? A flicker of disappointment flashed in Mu Jingchen's eyes as he released her hand. When did you acquire such? After a long pause, he stated solemnly, I will investigate the matter concerning Su Qingyue. If it is unrelated to you, I will help clear your name. If it is connected, I hope you will apologize to her. Wen Yi scoffed, Mr. Mu, are you already convinced that I deliberately sullied Su Qingyue's reputation? Wen Yi, one must have principles. You may despise me, but there is no need to involve the innocent. Wen Yi laughed derisively, Mr. Mu, you are mistaken. I no longer harbor hatred towards you, for you are not worth even a fraction of my emotions. With that, Wen Yi pulled Fang Qiong and departed. Fang Qiong gave her a thumbs up. Darling, you were incredible just now. Wen Yi smiled slightly. Are you referring to how I dealt with those bodyguards, or how I confronted Mu Jingchen? Both were impressive, simply breathtaking. Honestly, I almost found myself swayed. Please don't. If you were to bend, Xiao Shichu would surely not spare me. However, your moves and speed just now were quite reminiscent of the underground boxing champion Hua Ming. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. Was it that obvious? Absolutely. That sweeping kick you executed was Hua Ming's signature move, a flawless replication. When he furrowed her brow, even Fang Qiong could see it. No wonder Mu Jingchen had inquired. It seemed she had indeed acted hastily. After escorting Lu Yaji to the hospital, Mu Jingchen returned to the company. At that moment, a video had gone viral across the internet, and when he clicked to watch it, he saw that familiar figure. Chapter 86. In haste, it was ultimately he who overreached. Chapter 86. A hasty judgment. After all, it was him who overreached. It turned out that Fang Qiong had uploaded the video of Wen Yi chastising the bodyguards online. The internet was instantly ablaze with excitement. I never expected the young lady to be a martial arts master, absolutely impressive. Oh my, it has been 3 years since Hua Ming announced her retirement from the boxing matches, and I have yet to witness such a beautiful spinning kick. Previously, I thought the young lady's background was not worthy of the illustrious Mu Jingchen. Now, it seems I was hasty, such a talented and affluent young lady, it is evidently Mu Jingchen who has overreached. Mu Jingchen gazed at the comments on the webpage, and indeed, a multitude of netizens began to perceive Hua Ming and Wen Yi. Yet, in his past impressions, Wen Yi and Hua Ming were two entirely different women. Hua Ming was like her punches, deliberate and sharp, resembling a spinning top, exuding an indomitable spirit. Conversely, Wen Yi was gentle and amiable, often akin to a traditional belle, evoking an inexplicable sense of somberness. How could these two possibly be the same person? However, upon recalling how Wen Yi had seemingly transformed after her divorce, all impossibilities became plausible. Mu Jingchen promptly dialed Liu Jin's number. This year, we shall sponsor the underground boxing tournament and discreetly spread the word that the prize for the champion is the entire medicinal herb garden in the West City. Liu Jin couldn't help but Didn't you mention wanting to relinquish that land some time ago? Mu Jingchen replied impatiently, do as I say. He understood the significance of that land to Wen Yi, otherwise, she would not have insisted on reclaiming the herb garden. Now, with the garden as bait, as long as Hua Ming and Wen Yi were indeed the same person, she would undoubtedly take the bait. Wen Yi was taken aback to find herself trending online for reprimanding a few scoundrels, with netizens referring to her as the Valkyrie. However, when she noticed the frequent comparisons between herself and Hua Ming, her expression darkened. She logged into her hacker account and swiftly removed the video, erasing all comments related to the topic. Moments later, Su Qingyue called, Wen Yi, can we meet? Wen Yi replied lazily, I'm sorry, but I'm currently enforcing waste sorting, and I believe trash like. If Su Qingyue led the paparazzi to her residence, her peace would likely be shattered. Wen Yi smiled, since Miss Su was so eager to show me your pitiful state, I shall reluctantly accept. Su Qingyue felt her anger boiling over, finding Wen Yi's post-divorce demeanor both confrontational and venomous, making it difficult for her to cope. Very well, let us meet at the LACAF. Half an hour later, Wen Yi arrived at the LACAF in her Koenigsegg. As anticipated, the CAF displayed a closed sign, with only Su Qingyue inside. Wen Yi removed her sunglasses and pushed the door open. Seeing the luxury car parked outside, Su Qingyue couldn't help but frown. Miss Wen, as a social media influencer, I implore you to overlook this transgression just this once. Wen Yi feigned innocence. Su Qingyue, how many times have you attempted to play the victim before me? With red-rimmed eyes, Su Qingyue pleaded, I acted foolishly in my moment of weakness, and I sincerely hope you will accept my heartfelt apology. She stood and bowed in a display of exaggerated humility. Wen Yi mimicked a sniper with her hands, then aimed at the building across the glass. Bang, 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 all hits. Su Qingyue appeared visibly shaken. Miss Wen, I am genuinely apologizing to you. What are you doing? Wen Yi smiled. If I am not mistaken, there are high-definition cameras positioned at 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and 7 o'clock, all trained on us. Su Qingyue's face turned pale. She had ensured their concealment was impeccable. How did Wen Yi discover this? Wen Yi's voice turned icy. We are both seasoned foxes. What kind of tale do you wish to spin? Miss Wen, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. You should know I possess every reason to be arrogant. Su Qingyue trembled with rage, yet faced with Wen Yi's brazen demeanor, she found herself at a loss for words. When she caught sight of a figure standing at the door, tears streamed down her face. Wen Yi donned her sunglasses and turned gracefully. Upon seeing the figure at the door, she curled her lips in disdain. For all these years, Su Qingyue had not altered her tactics against her, yet, one could hardly blame her. This method was exceedingly effective. Each time she shed a few golden tears in front of Mu Jingchen, it was always Wen Yi who faced the repercussions and humiliation. But this time, Mu Jingchen did not rebuke her, he merely stood there, indifferent. As Wen Yi brushed past him, a smirk of contempt graced her lips. Mu Zong, I apologize, I did not intend to provoke Miss Su to tears. I would trouble you to console her. Mu Jingchen frowned, do not speak to me in that sarcastic tone. Wen Yi let out a cold laugh. Did he think he was a deity, dictating how others should converse? She felt an overwhelming aversion towards this pair of scoundrels and quickened her pace to leave. Just as she settled into her car, Mu Jingchen abruptly pulled open the door and sat down in the passenger seat. Wen Yi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She raised an eyebrow. It seems, Mu, that you have no intention of letting me go tonight? Mu Jingchen could not clearly articulate why he had found himself in her car. After pondering for a moment, he concocted a flimsy excuse. My tire blew out, please give me a ride to the company. Mu, I'm afraid that's not on my way. Mu Jingchen replied impatiently, then just drop me off at the nearest location. Wen Yi smirked and started the car. She drove onto the city bypass, and midway, the engine suddenly stalled. No matter how she tried to restart it, Mu Jingchen coldly remarked, you're as foolish as ever, switch seats, I'll drive. Surprisingly, Wen Yi did not argue and obediently nodded. Mu Jingchen then exited the car. The moment he closed the door, Wen Yi's vehicle shot away like an arrow, swiftly disappearing from sight. Chapter 87 At the One Who Seeks Your Life. Chapter 87. The One Who Seeks Your Life. At that moment, the incessant ringing of Mu Jingchen's phone filled the car. After driving for a short distance, Wen Yi flung the phone out of the window. The radio announced a weather forecast, warning of an impending torrential downpour around 9 o'clock tonight, urging citizens to take precautions. A smirk tugged at Wen Yi's lips. It seemed even the heavens bore a grudge against that despicable man. She vaguely recalled a year prior when Mu Jingchen had taken her to the ancestral home to celebrate the old master's birthday. Midway, he received a call from Su Qingyue and unceremoniously ordered her out of the car. Although they were not on the highway, they were in a remote area with scarcely any passing vehicles, compounded by a raging snowstorm that left her shivering uncontrollably. In her determination to reach the old residence swiftly, she trudged on foot for nearly 20 to 30 miles. By the time she arrived at the ancestral home, it was already noon. Her coat was drenched, her lips were a deep shade of purple from the cold, and she appeared as disheveled as a drowned rat before the Mu family. Mu Jingchen was seated beside the old master, and the woman accompanying him to celebrate the old man's birthday was none other than Su Qingyue. She had become a laughingstock within the Mu family, while Lu Yaji and her daughter continued to ridicule her humiliation. Now, it was Mu Jingchen's turn to experience the bitterness of being abandoned mid-journey. After taking a shower, when he lit a stick of calming incense for herself during her time in the Mu household, she had always been the last to sleep. There were nights when Lu Yaji enjoyed playing cards, demanding her presence to serve, which delayed her own slumber. Yet, the following morning, she was still required to rise early to prepare breakfast for the Mu family, while Lu Yaji could sleep until the sun was high in the sky. Over time, her biological clock became disrupted, leading to the onset of insomnia. Now that she had distanced herself from the Mu family, she was determined to readjust her circadian rhythm. When Bei Yan found Mu Jingchen, he was recklessly driving along the city bypass in the pouring rain. Upon entering the vehicle, he immediately sensed the intense chill emanating from Mu Jingchen. Even his hand trembled as he offered a tissue. "Mr. Mu, what on earth is going on?" Mu Jingchen clenched his fists and slammed them against the car window. The intact glass shattered instantly, blood seeping from the back of his hand. "Wen Yi, you are quite something." Bei Yan, to bring the stoic king of hell to such a state of disarray was a feat unmatched. Wen Yi had assumed that Mu Jingchen would use FT to make things difficult for her, yet to her surprise, her design draft had been approved in one go. Moreover, he seemed to have evaporated into thin air, not sending her a single message for an entire week. Even today, when she visited FT to discuss the new product launch, she did not encounter him. After finalizing the design draft, Lu Ao returned the original to her. "I truly admire Miss Wen's design style and look forward to the upcoming product launch going smoothly." Wen Yi smiled as she shook his hand, and just as she turned to take her leave, Lu Ao suddenly called out to her, "Miss Wen, it seems that Brother Chen has been unwell lately. Would you like to accompany me to visit him?" Wen Yi paused momentarily before replying coolly, "I suggest Mr.Lu invite Miss Su instead. My position is rather awkward, and I wouldn't want to add to his troubles." Lu Ao simply smiled. After watching Wen Yi depart, he dialed Mu Jingchen's number. "Brother Chen, it appears that Miss Wen has truly moved on. Even your little act of self-pity has proven futile." "Heh, when have I ever needed a scapegoat to elicit sympathy?" Lu Ao immediately sensed a juicy story brewing. "Wen Yi is the scapegoat? Brother Chen, what exactly transpired?" Mu Jingchen hung up the phone abruptly. Lu Ao chuckled, finding the situation amusing. The impervious Mu Jingchen had stumbled in his dealings with Wen Yi. When he reached the corridor of the parking lot, she sensed someone pursuing her from behind. Deliberately slowing her pace, she noticed the person quickening their steps. Just as the individual was about to catch up, when he abruptly turned around. "Who goes there?" "Ah, of course, it's the one who seeks your life." The person snapped their fingers, and instantly, Wen Yi smirked. "Well, let's see if you have what it takes." The group swiftly launched an attack, but Wen Yi was unyielding, retaliating with swift and powerful punches. Aware that these men were skilled fighters, she knew she could not outmatch them in brute strength, so she relied on her explosive power to conclude the skirmish quickly. Somehow, they had learned of her weakness. They relentlessly targeted her left flank years ago. During surgery, she had her left kidney removed, and to this day, a long scar remained on her left side, often aching during rainy weather. Outnumbered and with her weakness exposed, she was struck in the left side, causing her to double over in pain. At that moment, a dart from a tranquilizer gun struck her back. The world around her blurred, and she soon succumbed to unconsciousness. "Take her away." When Wen Yi regained consciousness, she found herself in a deserted steel factory, surrounded by rusting steel materials, the air thick with the scent of rust. Attempting to rise from the ground, she discovered her hands and feet were bound. Just then, the iron door swung open, a blinding light flooding in. Unable to adjust to the brightness, she squinted her eyes. After a while, she recognized the figure approaching of the recently trending male lead. Shi Yanqing approached her wielding a metal rod, dragging it across the floor with a grating sound. Upon seeing Wen Yi awake, his face twisted with a sinister rage. "You wretched woman, you never imagined that you would fall into my hands, did you?" Wen Yi displayed no hint of panic, merely scoffing. "How foolish." Shi Yanqing was evidently incensed by her words, raising the iron rod and striking her fiercely, so defiant even in the face of death. "It seems I must show you just how formidable I am." Pain surged through her body as half of her face went numb from the blow. Spitting out blood, she continued to smile at him. "Shi Yanqing, do you truly believe I am the cause of your downfall?" Shi Yanqing, struck where it hurt, kicked her again. "Seeing me in this state brings you delight, doesn't it? Well, today I have prepared 18 men for you, so you can experience being the leading lady." He then whistled, and 18 burly men emerged within the warehouse, all casting predatory gazes upon Wen Yi. Shi Yanqing commanded them to set up a camera, his cold smile revealing malice. "Take good care of Miss Wen, there will be generous rewards." Chapter 88, It is not your place to impart lessons. Chapter 88. It is not your place to teach a lesson. As the crowd closed in, Wen Yi exhibited no trace of trepidation on her face. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her lips and casually remarked, "It seems that not only does Master Qi wish to ruin his own reputation, but he also intends to drag the entire Qi family down with him." Qi Yanqing let out a cold laugh. "Wen Yi, even when death is imminent, you still speak defiantly. I am eager to see just how resilient your bones truly are." Just as he was about to signal his men to act, a blaring horn echoed from outside. Qi Yanqing's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. "You wretched woman, did you call the police?" Wen Yi had installed an automatic alarm system on her phone, activating the distress signal before sensing any danger. She was unaware to whom the message had been sent in her contacts. Clearly, the response was timely. As Qi Yanqing seized Wen Yi by the collar and prepared to unleash his wrath, she retorted with a chilling smile, "Master Qi, think carefully about whether you can truly bear the weight of your crimes and how they will be determined. All of that lies in my hands." Qi Yanqing's expression shifted dramatically. He had believed himself to be in control, only to find himself outmaneuvered by this woman. Wen Yi continued nonchalantly, "To put it bluntly, Master Qi has committed the crimes of intentional assault and attempted rape. Either charge is sufficient to confine you in a dark, dismal place for 3 to 5 years. His fingers trembled as he replied, "Wen Yi, I'll take you down with me if it comes to that." Wen Yi chuckled, "Master Qi, do allow me to finish. To soften the blow, I could simply inform the police that our encounter was merely a sparring session." "Ha, do you truly possess such benevolence? Not only can I absolve him of his current charges, but I can also clear the slate of the blame Su Qingyue has cast upon you." Qi Yanqing regarded her with suspicion. "Oh, are you toying with me?" Hearing the commotion outside, Wen Yi smirked, "Do you have any other options?" Reluctant to face death, Qi Yanqing found himself compelled to trust Wen Yi. He promptly instructed his men to loosen her restraints. After reclaiming her phone, Wen Yi sent Qi Yanqing a video. Upon viewing the footage, Qi Yanqing's eyes lit up with excitement. "Master Qi is a clever man. Surely you know how to clear your name now?" Qi Yanqing exclaimed fervently, "Thank you, my esteemed lady, I shall honor you for the rest of my life." Wen Yi raised an eyebrow, pleased. The pupil was indeed teachable. However, she had always been one to settle scores. Seizing an iron rod from the ground, she struck Qi Yanqing with considerable force. As his bodyguards prepared to intervene, Qi Yanqing swiftly gestured them to refrain. He recognized that he had offended Wen Yi, and she had provided him with a lifeline. Enduring a few blows was a small price to pay. Only after the iron rod broke did Wen Yi discard it aside. She then delivered a swift kick to Qi Yanqing's chest, watching him tumble to the ground, finally releasing the pent-up frustration within her. Throughout the ordeal, Qi Yanqing made no attempt to resist, only emitting muffled groans of pain. Wen Yi flexed her wrist and scoffed, "Qi Yanqing, who would have thought you were such a tough guy? It's a pity you're rather dim-witted, allowing Su Qingyue to lead you around by the nose." Qi Yanqing clutched his chest, gasping, "How was I to know that little vixen was so ruthless? Not only did she set me up, but she also turned around and reported me." Wen Yi narrowed her eyes. "So you decided to vent all your grievances on me?" Qi Yanqing grumbled, "That little vixen, Su Qingyue, informed me that this entire situation was your design, aimed at—" Given that Su Qingyue refused to offer her a way out, how could Wen Yi allow her to maintain her face in Jiangdu? When he sent another video to Qi Yanqing, "You know what to do. I need not instruct you further." After watching the video, Qi Yanqing nearly bowed in gratitude. "My esteemed lady, from this day forth, you shall be my benefactor. Wherever I, Qi Yanqing, may go in Jiangdu, you shall walk with pride." Just then, the door was flung open with a resounding crash, revealing Mu Jingchen accompanied by the police. When Wen Yi's gaze met his, surprise flickered in her eyes. Clearly, her phone's alarm system required refinement. How had the message reached him? A palpable aura of hostility surrounded Mu Jingchen as he swiftly approached Wen Yi, his tone sharp. "Aren't you quite the formidable one? Why do you cower in the presence of other men?" Wen Yi raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "Isn't this merely an opportunity for Mr.Mu to witness some excitement?" Mu Jingchen, infuriated by her nonchalance, snapped, "What a disgrace." Wen Yi disregarded his scorn and approached the police. "I merely engaged in a friendly spar with Master Qi. I apologize for wasting your time." Qi Yanqing chimed in, "Indeed, recently Miss Wen has been hailed as a Valkyrie by netizens, so I thought to privately challenge her." Although the atmosphere hardly resembled that of a friendly match, with both parties asserting their narrative, the police had no choice but to withdraw. Mu Jingchen suddenly seized Wen Yi's wrist. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Apologies, Mr.Mu, but I cannot fathom how that message was sent to you. To prevent such farces in the future, I suggest you block me." Before Mu Jingchen could respond, she directly blocked him on WeChat. "Is this satisfactory?" Mu Jingchen felt an unquenchable fire burning within his chest. This woman was utterly ungrateful. "Wen Yi, should you perish outside, I, Mu Jingchen, will not bat an eyelash. Rest assured, Mr.Mu, when the time comes for my funeral, I shall not trouble you." To avoid tainting the path of reincarnation. The greatest regret of her life was encountering Mu Jingchen and desperately seeking to marry him. As Mu Jingchen turned to leave, he caught sight of the blood at the corner of her lips, immediately gripping her wrist and dragging her out, firmly closing the iron doors behind them. When he stood outside, bewildered, moments later, sounds of fists and kicks echoed from within. When Mu Jingchen emerged again, the back of his hand was red, and his eyes were aflame. He did not cast a glance at Wen Yi but strode straight to his vehicle. Lu Jin whispered, "Miss Wen, our CEO was in the midst of negotiating a multinational development project, and it was all because he answered your call." Mu Jingchen's voice boomed. "Lu Jin, do you plan to walk back to the office?" Lu Jin promptly jumped into the car. Wen Yi raised an eyebrow. Was Mu Jingchen truly there to witness her humiliation? Qi Yanqing, battered and limping, emerged. Damn it, that Mu fellow is ruthless. Wen Yi did not believe Mu Jingchen acted purely out of indignation for her. Qi Yanqing was merely unlucky, serving as a convenient target for his frustration. Nevertheless, before departing, she inquired of Qi Yanqing, "What did he say to you just now?" Qi Yanqing hesitated, and when he wrapped her fingers on the car door, answered truthfully. "He said that even if you were a worthless dog in his family, it was not for me to teach you a lesson.